Chapter 1. What a magnificent tree castle, look what I have obtained. Ha, a magic seed. With this, acquiring more spells should be a piece of cake. The young man cradled a seemingly inconspicuous, dark seed in his hands, presenting it eagerly before the slender figure. Acquiring spells, you say? Nonsense. The journey to mastering each spell is fraught with challenges. You can't possibly resolve it by simply picking up a worthless seed. The striking young woman known as Castle dismissed the offering with a scoff. Showing no intention of accepting this, Beck grew anxious. He thrust the seed forward and insisted, Castle, on my honor, I would never deceive you. This truly is a wondrous magic seed. Please, if you wish to approach me, at least come up with a more credible excuse. The elegant girl rolled her eyes, swatting the young man's hand aside, causing the magic seed to tumble into the underbrush. With a huff, she strode away, leaving Beck behind. Hey, Castle, I truly am not. Beck, deeply concerned for her, panicked upon witnessing her anger and hurried to explain as he chased after her. However, the girl had no intention of listening, quickly departing without a glance back. Just then, an unusual sound captured their attention. Creaking and crackling grew louder, compelling both Castle and Beck to halt in their tracks. To their astonishment, the spot where the magic seed had fallen began to sprout into a lush little tree. Before long, this little tree started to grow wildly. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters. In mere moments, the two could no longer see the top of the towering tree. Ha, Castle, I told you it was a magic seed. Now do you believe me? Beck exclaimed, exhilarated by the awe on the girl's face. This magnificent tree must harbor incredible treasures. Just wait, I shall retrieve something for you. With that, Beck hurried toward the colossal tree. Quickly climbing up as he ascended, his heart raced with excitement. Perhaps while gathering treasures for Castle, he might also find something to make himself stronger. Otherwise, he would continue to be ignored by her and ridiculed by those brutes in the tribe. To his astonishment, he climbed higher than 100 meters and still could not see the tree's pinnacle. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. As he climbed, Beck beheld clouds and twinkling stars. Wonders spoken of in the old chief's tales, yet never witnessed by him before. He felt lost, uncertain, and contemplated abandoning his ascent. However, the desire to impress the girl he admired and the innate curiosity overcame his fear, compelling him to climb further. Time lost its meaning as he ascended, and suddenly, a blinding golden light enveloped him. That a vague figure materialized before him. Beck strained to see, but no matter how hard he tried, the identity of this being remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated in his ears. Little one, you are fortunate. Your soul has arrived here. In that case, I shall grant you a boon. What a soul! The voice echoed like a chime in Beck's mind, and memories began to unfurl. Wait, had he not been defending the tribe against the beast tide? How did he end up here? And wasn't that wolf demon claw piercing his heart? Am I, perhaps, still alive? Rest assured, little one, since you have arrived here, you shall not perish. As a token of our meeting, I bestow upon you the super magic farm system. I hope through it, you will achieve great things, and one day we may meet again. At this, the voice paused, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. I should not impose such high expectations upon you. Let fate take its course. Now, take this super magic farm system. As the booming voice faded, Beck saw a flash of golden light. And suddenly, a patch of dark soil teeming with bizarre plants drifted toward him. In the next instant, Beck felt a wave of dizziness, and he plummeted from the giant tree. Panic-stricken, he screamed as he fell at an unimaginable speed. When consciousness returned to Beck, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if it were falling apart. A powerful scent of blood invaded his nostrils. How familiar had he returned? The Gobenum tribe, the beast tide. Defending the tribe, his meager strength, nearly 20 years old without mastering a single spell, ridiculed and scorned, pursuing Castle only to be ignored, feeling unworthy of the old chief's nurturing. I did not die, still trapped in this helpless world. Castle, the jewel of the Gobenum tribe, beheld the young man lying in a pool of blood, a trace of sorrow flickering across her beautiful countenance. Beck, although you are a bit of a fool at times, you did your best during the defense against the beast tide. You endured those difficult days, but now, I hope you find happiness in another world, someone you love who loves you in return. And no longer cling to me, knowing we are incompatible. The girl chastised, yet her amber eyes glimmered with unshed tears, clearly heartbroken by Beck's demise. Castle, how is Beck? He hasn't passed away too, has he? Just then, an elderly voice penetrated the air, that of the tribe's chief, Yuri, who was assessing the aftermath of the battle. Upon hearing the inquiry, Castle turned, her voice tinged with sorrow. Father, Beck has. However, before she could finish, the chief's excited voice interrupted. Hey, Beck, you brave lad. You withstood this wave of beast attacks, even stronger than that big oaf, Cloys. Castle, quickly give him some medicine. Let him recover. Hey, you lot, don't just lie there pretending to be dead, if you can move. Get up, those damn beasts will likely return for more. You all need to rally. Castle paid no heed to the chief's subsequent words, for at that moment, her sparkling eyes were fixed on the young man struggling to rise. Her gaze was filled with disbelief. In her mind, Beck had just been stabbed in the heart by a wolf demon's claw and was surely dead. How could he possibly be standing? Beck, weren't you just dead? How are you now? Seeing the tribal jewel, Castle, regard him with such concern for the first time, Beck's heart soared with joy that he barely registered the searing pain coursing through him as he yearned to share his dreamlike experience with her. Yet, just then, a clear voice echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the super magic farm system. Your journey towards strength begins. As an aspiring youth on the path to power, how could you embark without casting any spells? The system grants you a blood blade magic seed to assist you in your first magical experience. Chapter 2. The Gobenum tribe. The stone walls surrounding the Gobenum tribe were stained with splatters of blood. A pungent scent saturating the air of this small settlement of merely 100 households. The lifeless bodies of beasts and humans alike lay scattered, silently narrating the brutal battle that had just transpired. The survivors busily recuperated their strength, for the ominous gaze of the ferocious beasts loomed on the horizon, signaling their imminent return. Amidst this tense atmosphere, two young individuals atop a section of the protective wall exhibited no signs of the surrounding anxiety, one astounded, the other utterly bewildered. The super magic farm system? How could this be? Wasn't my previous experience merely a dream? Beck struggled to comprehend, as he had previously perceived the magic seed, giant tree, clouds, and stars as mere figments of imagination. The last vague figure presenting him with the super magic farm system felt like an absurdity. Yet, just moments ago, he distinctly heard the peculiar phrase super magic farm system again, inducing a sensation of slipping back into a dream. It must be an illusion. I was gravely wounded by that wolf demon. My frail body must have conjured this mirage. Surely that is the case. Beep. The super magic farm system has been activated. As the host currently lacks a level, you may only acquire a piece of magical land. You may now commence sowing. As Becker sought solace within himself, suddenly, that crisp voice echoed in his mind once more, causing his recently calmed heart to surge with tumult. The super magic farm system. How could it be the super magic farm system again? Upon hearing this bizarre term from his dream once more, Becker felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, for he suddenly saw a patch of pitch-black land materializing within his mind, followed by a perfectly round seed dropping into the dark soil. Then, to Becker's astonishment, a vibrant green sprout emerged from the earth, rapidly growing, blooming, and bearing fruit. After a fruit exuding a faint crimson mist appeared, the plant withered instantly, while the fruit transformed into a vague blood shadow radiating a sharp aura, hovering over the black soil. Ding! The plant has matured. You have harvested blood blade magic. Ding! A new experience task is now released. A small trial with the cow knife. Having obtained your first magic, how can you not give it a try? Hurry and use blood blade magic to slay a wild beast. Young man. My heavens! Am I still dreaming? Faced with such an unimaginable situation, even though Becker felt it was incredibly real, he found it somewhat hard to accept. Host. You are not dreaming. This is reality. If you don't believe me, you can pinch yourself to see. At that moment, Castle, the tribe's jewel standing nearby, witnessed a strange scene. Becker suddenly extended his hand and pinched his thigh forcefully until he grimaced in pain before stopping. Instantly, Castle's gaze towards Becker bore a hint of peculiarity. Ouch! That hurts. Becker winced, drawing in a sharp breath. So, host, do you believe my words now? You are the system. You can read my thoughts. Indeed, I am the system. When you communicate with me, there is no need to verbalize. Simply connect through your mind. A super intelligent system. I can fully receive your thoughts. The system replied. Then, what on earth is happening? I fainted and then woke up. How did I bind to this so-called super magic farm system? And what about that dream I had? Who sent me this system? Having reluctantly accepted the fact of binding with the system, Becker immediately poured out the questions swirling in his mind. Host, due to your low level, you lack the authority to know these advanced secrets. Please strive to elevate your level. The system's response left Becker immensely frustrated. However, he was not one to dwell on it, since he couldn't inquire about those higher matters. He shifted his focus to the present. System, how can I level up? Host, complete tasks as required to continuously harvest magic. The more magic you acquire, the higher your level will naturally rise. You understand. That makes sense. Although Becker was nearing 20 and had yet to comprehend a single magic, he had long heard from the old chief that the more magic one comprehended, the higher their power level. However, grasping magic was exceedingly difficult. Castle, the jewel of the tribe, possessed the highest talent among the younger generation. Yet even she had only comprehended for magics, thus in the tribe. Being able to comprehend even one or two magics was considered quite impressive. While the majority, including Becker, had not comprehended a single magic at all. With this thought, Becker's heart suddenly ignited with fervor. System, so with you, comprehending magic will become significantly easier. Though Becker had lived a mediocre life for nearly 20 years, it did not mean he was resigned to such a fate. However, comprehending magic was closely related to talent, and he had no means to change that. Yet now, with this inexplicable system, he saw a glimmer of hope for altering his destiny. Not just easier, but remarkably easier. Host, I assure you, as long as you obediently complete tasks and acquire magic, it will be as simple as eating or drinking. Very well. Though the system spoke with utmost confidence, Becker harbored a vague feeling that this system might possess a certain deceptive quality. It was best not to take its words at face value. Becker, are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Just as Becker was about to continue his inquiries with the system, a sharp exclamation rang in his ear, startling him greatly. He then saw Castle, the jewel of the tribe, standing before him, hands on her waist, her bright eyes glaring at him with an air of indignation. Chapter 3. The Wild Beast Strikes. Castle, the jewel of the Gobenum tribe and daughter of Chief Yuri, was not only a vision of beauty but also possessed extraordinary talent in magic cultivation, having comprehended four magics by the tender age of 18. She was the most formidable individual in the tribe aside from the old chief. With her beauty and talent combined, Castle naturally became the object of fervent pursuit among the young men of the tribe. Normally, she would hardly pay attention to someone like Becker, who was so audacious. However, the fact that he had just ignored her left Castle feeling quite displeased. Castle, what were you asking? Having just experienced an unimaginable adventure, Becker was utterly oblivious to the words of the tribal jewel. You are applying medicine. Although Castle was intrigued by Becker's sudden revival, her prideful disposition as the tribe's jewel led her to stubbornly refrain from repeating her earlier question. Instead, she glared at him with annoyance and spoke curtly. Then, I must trouble you. Had it been any other day, seeing Castle in such an irate state would have left Becker utterly flustered. However, after experiencing such an extraordinary occurrence, his apprehension towards her diminished considerably. Not only that, but he felt an inexplicable anticipation towards Castle's current demeanor. Why aren't you coming over? A bit annoyed, Castle failed to notice Becker's unusual behavior, facing the fierce beauty glaring at him. Becker, who had never been treated this way before, felt a surge of excitement within him. He rubbed his nose to mask his embarrassment and limped over to her side. Castle was not one to be shy, and given the current tumultuous times with the wild beasts, she showed no hesitation in tending to Becker's wounds, pulling out a small porcelain bottle from her bosom. She began applying medicine to the grievous wounds inflicted by the wolf demon on his abdomen. With the tribal jewel, someone he could only admire from afar, now tending to his wounds at close range. Becker felt his heart race uncontrollably. Why are you trembling? Does it hurt that much? While attentively applying the medicine, Castle noticed Becker's body quivering and mistakenly assumed he was in severe pain, chastising him lightly. Yet, despite her words, her touch softened slightly. You don't even look at where you're hurt. How could it not hurt? Having a guilty conscience, Becker quickly followed her lead, but in doing so, his tone was evidently different from his usual timid self. Unbeknownst to Castle, who was focused on applying the medicine, she slightly furrowed her brows, sighed, and murmured, Becker, your injuries are so severe, You may suffer lasting effects. Could you not speak such ill omens? Perhaps I'll be lucky and won't even have a scar. Say that again. Feeling bold, are we? Compared to his usual meekness, Becker's earlier remark could be deemed audacious. Even Castle, while applying the medicine, could not fail to notice. Castle, I meant to say that the quality of this healing medicine is excellent. What if it miraculously heals my wound? Startled by Castle's sharp retort, Becker immediately reverted to his old self. Although he then resumed his usual submissive demeanor, Castle couldn't help but cast him a few odd glances before saying, "Do I not know the efficacy of this healing medicine? With your severe injuries, it certainly cannot heal completely. It can only temporarily alleviate the pain." Well, that's still quite good. Becker quickly forced a smile, internally wiping the sweat from his brow, musing on how he had the audacity to utter ill omens in front of the tribal jewel. He truly had grown bold. In truth, the extraordinary experience he had just undergone, which granted him the super magic farm system, had subtly instilled a sense of confidence within Becker, subconsciously allowing him to feel he could stand tall before the goddess. Castle worked swiftly, efficiently tending to the wounds on Becker's abdomen, wrapping them up with care. Naturally, the sight of the stunning beauty moving gracefully before him left Becker, who had long harbored intentions towards her, thoroughly captivated. Even until Castle's slender figure disappeared from view, Becker remained in a daze, a foolish grin plastered across his face. "Beck, look at you in such a disheveled state. You might as well forget about Miss Castle. She is on the verge of transcending from magic apprentice to apprentice mage, a feat far beyond your reach, especially at nearly 20 years old without a single spell to your name. And let us not even discuss Miss Castle's extraordinary talent, even if she had no magical abilities. Her enchanting beauty and devilish figure would surely captivate the attention of any mage in the Dark City, making them eager to vie for her hand." The two voices, in a mocking duet, jolted Beck from his reverie, inciting a simmering frustration within him. However, he felt a twinge of trepidation towards the speakers, for they were both endowed with formidable magical prowess. As an ordinary individual, it would be folly to challenge them. One was named Brown, and the other, Henry, both vying for Castle's affection. As rivals, they frequently mocked and bullied Beck, who could only endure their taunts, knowing they were magic apprentices. Though vastly inferior to Castle, they were still leagues ahead of him. A novice who had yet to grasp even a single spell. Though my abilities may be lacking now, who knows when I might just unlock some magic? Perhaps Miss Castle might come to appreciate me. Beck mused, watching the alluring silhouette of Castle fade into the distance, licking his lips. His words caused Brown and Henry to pause momentarily. To them, Beck was merely a pitiful wretch, incapable of standing his ground. They were taken aback that he had dared to respond in kind. Yet, they dismissed his remark, attributing it to the effects of the ointment Castle had applied, and burst into laughter. "Beck, what did you just say? I must have misheard. You, at nearly 20, still a talentless fool who hasn't grasped a single spell, dreaming of a comeback? How utterly absurd. It's as if your mind is clouded by pig fat. Alas, it truly is a disservice to the old chief, expending so much effort and resources to raise you, only to discover you are utterly devoid of magical talent." Over the years of fending off the rampaging beasts, the tribe had suffered considerable casualties, resulting in many orphans. The old chief and some benevolent individuals from the tribe took it upon themselves to shelter and raise them, Beck being one of them. You too. Beck could remember the sorrow of losing his parents when he was just old enough to comprehend. It was the most heartbreaking moment of his life. Moreover, the old chief had devoted himself to raising him, yet Beck had failed to grasp even a single spell, feeling he had let down the chief's expectations. Now, as Henry and Brown brought up these painful subjects, Beck found it increasingly unbearable. "Hey, what's wrong with us? Are you planning to challenge us to a fight?" Just as Brown and Henry prepared to pounce on Beck, a voice rang out from afar, Castle's voice. "Hey, what are you all doing? The beasts are about to launch their attack, and you're still joking around. Do you want to feel the whip?" "And no, Miss Castle. We weren't joking at all." Her words sent a shiver down Henry and the others' spines. This gem of the tribe, both beautiful and formidable, had often dealt with them harshly, and they dared not provoke her. Perhaps noticing something different about Beck today, Castle made her way over after surveying the tribe's protective walls. However, just as she was about to inquire about the unusual happenings surrounding Beck, a chilling roar echoed from a distance, followed by a series of jarring sounds. "The beasts are launching another assault. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 4. The system strikes back. The beast rampage erupts every year during the brightest month, lasting for about a month. Hence the term beast rampage month. The brightness mentioned is relative. The region is shrouded in perpetual darkness. Even during the rampage month, the brightness is far dimmer than the flames of the torches in the tribe. This is why the world is referred to as the Dark World. However, Beck and the other young tribespeople often heard the old chief, Yuri, recount tales of their ancestors who once lived in a world illuminated by a distinct cycle of day and night. In that realm, there was no need for torches during the day, as the radiant object known as the sun lit the sky, blindingly bright, while at night, the stars and moon shone brightly enough to illuminate the surroundings that in the present dark world, the time units of years. Months, days, hours, minutes, and seconds are said to have been inherited from their ancestors who ventured into this place. Otherwise, in a world shrouded in near-constant darkness, how could one possibly conceive of such concepts? Yet, whenever Beck and the others eagerly inquired of the old chief why their ancestors had come to this world and how they might escape, Yuri would merely shake his head and smile sadly. Now, as another beast rampage month unfolded, the Gobenum tribe had already paid a heavy toll in lives during nearly a month of resistance, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. As the beasts charged once more toward their stone walls, they had no choice but to muster their spirits and prepare for battle. Warriors of the tribe, let us give it our all. We have held our ground for so many days. Perhaps the beast rampage month will conclude in a few days. Just hold on a little longer, and we can live in peace for an entire year. The old chief Yuri's encouraging voice resonated powerfully, projecting far despite the clamor of the surroundings. Although he had used this reasoning to motivate the tribe repeatedly, the people had grown somewhat numb to it. Still, upon hearing the prospect of living in peace for a year, a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes, and their spirits lifted somewhat. Warriors, unleash your arrows upon those accursed beasts. Seeing his words take effect, Chief Yuri seized the moment and commanded. Subsequently, a barrage of arrows, akin to a swarm of locusts, soared toward the approaching beasts. The swift arrows, propelled at great speed, found their marks, with many piercing the beasts' bodies. Some of the creatures, struck in vital areas, fell dead on the spot, while others, having sustained non-fatal injuries or undeterred by arrows, became enraged and charged toward the tribe with greater ferocity. Under Chief Yuri's guidance, Beck and many other young people took aim for 3 rounds of shooting, managing to eliminate a portion of the beasts. Eventually, the remaining formidable beasts drew perilously close, merely 5 or 6 meters from the tribe's stone walls. Warriors, drop your bows and take up stones to confront the enemy. Magic apprentices, prepare your spells. As the menacing creatures approached ever closer, Chief Yuri issued his calm orders. Smash you, filthy brutes. Beck gritted his teeth, hefting a massive stone and hurling it toward a beast below the wall, though the beast attempted to dodge. It was struck by the falling stone on its hind leg, blood gushing forth as it limped in pain. The wounded beast bared its teeth at Beck atop the stone wall, letting out a furious roar before leaping upward. Beck's heart raced at the sight of the beast's ferocity, yet he swiftly lifted another large rock to counter its assault. Just as the beast was airborne, it was caught off guard by the descending stone, which struck it hard, eliciting a pained howl as it crashed down to the ground. Not good. However, triumph quickly turned to alarm for Beck as a wolf demon suddenly lunged at him from the side. In a panic, he hastily grabbed another stone and threw it wildly. Though his aim faltered, the proximity allowed it to strike the wolf demon's rear. To Beck's shock, the wolf demon twisted in midair, avoiding the stone, and in the next instant, it was upon him, its sharp claws aimed viciously at him. Overwhelmed by fear and weakened from prior injuries, Beck found himself unable to evade the wolf demon's deadly swipe and could only watch helplessly as the lethal claws closed in. Just as the claws were about to pierce him, a dark red spear, radiating heat, suddenly appeared behind Beck, thrusting with precision into the wolf demon's gaping maw, impaling it completely. The searing spear caused a foul, burnt odor to emanate from the creature as it let out a final scream, flung away, and crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. Beck, are you all right? Standing atop the protective wall was Castle, the tribe's radiant gem. Her tall figure accentuated by her shoulder length, flaxen hair, wielding a dark red spear that exuded a fierce heat, enhancing her formidable presence. Beck understood that the dark red spear in Castle's hand was a manifestation of the magic she had comprehended, the flame spear. In an instant, she could condense a spear of fire to wield against her foes. Thanks to this spell, Castle had slain countless formidable beasts amidst the chaos of the savage onslaught. Thank you, Castle. I'm fine. As Beck gazed at the valiant jewel of the tribe who had just saved his life, a surge of emotions welled up within him. If you're fine, then hurry and confront the enemy. Why are you staring at me? Castle cast a sidelong glance at Beck, who was fixated on her, and frowned slightly, admonishing him. All right, I'll face the enemy. Chastened by her reprimand, Beck reluctantly diverted his gaze from her. However, at that moment, a massive beast resembling a tiger suddenly lunged forward, its menacing fangs glinting coldly in the flickering light of the torches atop the wall. Seeking death. Facing the powerful beast, Castle uttered a low growl. Her amber eyes widening as her flaxen hair billowed around her, she thrust the dark red spear with great force. Roar. The tiger beast, brimming with arrogance, extended its gigantic claws to meet the flame spear head-on. Bang! The collision of the tiger-esque claw and the spear produced a jarring sound that sent a shiver through the onlookers, followed by a splatter of blood, as the spear was violently repelled. The tiger beast was immensely powerful. Although it sustained some injuries from the clash, it managed to withstand the spear's assault, with a powerful push from its four claws against the protective wall. It leaped high, pouncing fiercely at Castle. However, Castle exhibited no fear of the ferocious beast. The potent aura radiated from her, and her dark brows arched elegantly as she swung her spear, engaging the tiger in a fierce battle. Castle is so strong. This scene deepened Beck's admiration for her, while he secretly yearned for the super magical farm system he had acquired to elevate his abilities to such formidable heights. Beck, be careful. Just then, Castle suddenly screamed, and in Beck's wide-eyed terror, a shadowy bear had appeared before him, its enormous maw opening wide, ready to bite down on his head. Beck barely had time to exclaim before that massive bear maw enveloped his vision. Just as he thought he was doomed, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The conditions to release Bloodblade magic have been met. Do you wish to activate it? What are you waiting for? My life is on the line. Activate it now. Chapter 5. Rewards and New Tasks. Beck, I will avenge you. Castle swung her flame spear with ferocity, her flaxen hair flowing as she shouted in anguish, battling the tiger beast. With her mastery of magic, Castle sensed the bear beast's approach the instant it stirred. But the tiger beast had her tightly ensnared, preventing her from assisting Beck. That a quick glance revealed the bear's enormous maw closing in on Beck's head, and her heart sank. How could Beck, who had yet to grasp a single spell, possibly evade the bear's lethal strike? Thus, with a cry of despair, she gritted her teeth and unleashed her flame spear against the tiger beast. Roar. Thud. However, Castle soon heard two peculiar sounds. Upon looking, she discovered Beck was gone. And to her astonishment, the bear's massive head lay alone against the protective stone wall, while its body had vanished without a trace. What was happening? Had Beck perished? And what had happened to the bear? Castle was bewildered, but with the tiger beast blocking her way, she could do nothing but continue to fight. She swung her flame spear with ferocity, enveloping the tiger beast in searing heat and sharpness. Despite the tiger beast's savage ferocity, the burns and wounds began to accumulate under the relentless assault of the flame spear. Castle grew emboldened, and after a few breaths, she finally struck down the tiger beast. Just as she intended to rush over to check on Beck, a swarm of savage beasts charging towards her forced her to defend herself. At that moment, apart from Castle and Beck, fierce battles raged across the protective wall, with ordinary people using stone weapons against the beasts, while magic apprentices unleashed their spells. The most intense fighting occurred where the elder chief was stationed, as the strongest in the tribe, wielding 9 powerful spells. He unleashed formidable magic against the main forces of the savage beasts. Though those beasts were extraordinarily fierce, they fell one by one under the might of Chief Yuri's magic, and soon, a small mountain of beast carcasses piled up at the base of the protective wall. After a prolonged and brutal confrontation, the remaining savage beasts finally ceased their assault, retreating with a chorus of roars. Phew! Finally, a moment to breathe. As the beasts temporarily withdrew, the survivors atop the protective stone wall sighed in relief, many collapsing from exhaustion. Yet Castle showed no signs of respite. She swiftly maneuvered through the carcasses of the fallen beasts, racing towards the spot where Beck had been. Moments later, the massive bear head came into her view. Beck, are you still alive? Beck, Beck, Castle called out as she hurried forward, but no one responded. That a heavy sigh escaped her lips. In that earlier crisis, She had already resigned herself to the grim possibility that Beck might be in grave danger. Her pleas were merely a flicker of hope in her heart. With no answer, her fears intensified. Castle, what happened to that boy Beck? He hasn't perished, has he? Hearing her father's inquiry, Castle felt a pang of sorrow. The same voice, the same question echoed again. Yet this time, Beck was not as fortunate as before. Father, Beck is already. Huh. Castle, be careful. Why do I see that bare head moving? Castle, burdened with a heavy heart, intended to inform her father of Beck's demise. But the elder chief's warning made her instantly alert, her bright eyes fixating on the massive bear head not far away. Oh, this. At that moment, Castle's amber pupils reflected the enormous bear head, beneath which lay an arm and a leg struggling desperately. Thus, the bear head appeared to be, as the elder chief had remarked, moving. Witnessing this spectacle, Castle's eyes lit up, and with a graceful leap, she exerted a slight force with her delicate hands, sending the massive bear head soaring. Cough. Cough. It's crushing me, that accursed bear. The bear head was tossed aside, revealing Beck, who lay beneath, nearly suffocated and rolling his eyes. Beck, you're still alive. Castle exclaimed in astonishment. Were you hoping I'd die? Beck retorted, almost rolling his eyes in disbelief. No. I meant, how did you escape from such danger? Also, how did that bear end up decapitated? Tell me quickly. Under normal circumstances, Castle would never have engaged in such a conversation with Beck, but the peculiar events that had just transpired piqued her curiosity. However, what irked Castle was that Beck, the same boy she typically disregarded, lay there dumbfounded, ignoring her. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the kill a savage beast experiential task. Reward: 1 chain trigger magic seed. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Beck momentarily forgot about responding to Castle. He paid no heed to why the system was only speaking now, half an hour after he had slain the bear, and instead focused on the consciousness space the elder chief had mentioned. Where a patch of dark land floated. At that moment, a magic seed the size of a fingernail descended onto the soil. Subsequently, as seen earlier, a small sprout rapidly emerged from the dark earth, quickly growing and blooming into a large, vibrant flower. Then, the flower fell away, transforming into a spiky, colorful sphere that floated above the dark soil, while the original plant withered instantly. Ding! The plant has matured. You have harvested chain trigger magic. Ding! Continuing to issue experiential tasks. Broaden your horizons. As a future powerful magician, one must witness a variety of magic to expand their perspective. Chain trigger magic is the perfect tool. Once unleashed, every time you slay a savage beast during its effect, you will gain an experiential magic. The more you kill, the more you gain, with no upper limit. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly. Upon hearing the news of acquiring new magic, Beck was naturally elated. However, upon learning of the new task, a hint of confusion washed over him. System, can this chain trigger magic kill the savage beasts? No, the system replied. Then what use is it for me to cast it, if it can't kill the savage beasts? How am I supposed to gain experience in magic? The host can rely on their own strength to slay the savage beasts. For every beast killed, you will gain 1 experience point in magic. The system responded earnestly. Kill the beasts myself. What kind of magic can I possibly get from that? Beck felt a wave of frustration wash over him, not to mention his current state of near death, even at his peak, using bows and stones. He would be fortunate to slay 2 or 3 savage beasts, and this no upper limit. The more you kill, the more you earn. What could he possibly gain? Host is being narrow-minded. This magic is not limited to only being cast upon yourself. So it works on others as well. Of course, the system affirmed. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. How could I tell you? The system retorted defiantly. That moment, Beck chose to disregard the system's snarky demeanor, his gaze fixating on the tall, valiant female warrior standing before him. Haha, if Kaisir is that formidable, casting chain trigger magic on her will surely yield a wealth of magic for me. Beck, you rascal, you've managed to pull through again. Splendidly done. Just as Beck was about to cast magic on Kaisir, the old chief Yuri approached, praising his resilience. The old chief. How could I have forgotten him? Upon seeing this strongest warrior of the Gobenum tribe, Beck's eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Chapter 6. Covert Magic. Chief Yuri was a powerful figure possessing 9 types of magic, merely a step away from advancing from an apprentice mage to an adept mage. To apply chain trigger magic on him would be a wondrous affair. If he could slay dozens, or even hundreds of savage beasts, he would amass an equal number of potent spells. Beck had previously witnessed the ferocity of the blood blade magic when the bear demon was about to bite off his head. The system activated the blood blade magic, and in an instant, a crimson flash occurred, resulting in the formidable bear demon being decapitated. Just a single blood blade magic was that powerful. If he possessed dozens or hundreds of spells, his might would likely rival that of the strongest in the dark world, Zoran. The more Beck contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his face flushed with excitement, even temporarily forgetting the excruciating pain from his old and new wounds. Exacerbated by the massive bear head, however, unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Kaisir and Chief Yuri exchanged glances, clearly perplexed. They could see Beck lying there, bloodied and wounded, yet his face radiated with joy, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, a truly bizarre sight. Beck, if you don't speak, I'll kick you. Kaisir's dissatisfied reprimand finally jolted Beck from his daydreaming. He then noticed that Chief Yuri and the tribal gem Kaisir were regarding him with peculiar expressions, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Kaisir, Chief, why are you both looking at me like that? Beck, are you sick, staring at my father like that, and your face is so red? Are you looking for a kick? The tribal gem was quite upset with Beck. Today, she had been ignored by him several times, and when she asked him questions, he had disregarded her. For someone who had always been the pride of the tribe, such treatment was simply unacceptable. Now witnessing Beck's apparent rudeness towards her father, she exploded. Kaisir's words prompted Chief Yuri, who had weathered countless storms, to darken his expression. Initially, the situation seemed trivial, but after his daughter's remarks, it took on an odd tone. And no, Kaisir, I was just thinking. Startled by Kaisir's rebuke, Beck, disregarding his pain, sprang up from the ground, only to jolt his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony. Saying you're not sick, yet you won't admit it, with such severe injuries. Why are you jumping around? Despite her words, Kaisir's hand instinctively moved, her fiery spear dissipating, and she reached for a potion, preparing to treat him. If I don't jump, what if you kick me? Beck reasoned that it was safer to jump than to risk her kicking him. Now you're scared. Why didn't you answer my questions earlier? As Kaisir uncorked the potion to treat him, her discontent was evident, clearly still harboring resentment over Beck's previous dismissals. But you were just thinking, right? What was your earlier question? Kaisir was furious. The boy she had never regarded highly had repeatedly ignored her. Observing the banter between his daughter and Beck, Chief Yuri's gaze revealed a sense of satisfaction. No, not just satisfaction, but even a hint of surprise. It seemed that his daughter's ability to engage in playful banter with a man brought him immense comfort. It was well known that Kaisir was the jewel of the tribe, and over the years, suitors had flocked to her in droves. Yet, now, Chief Yuri found such delight in Kaisir's interaction with Beck, a seemingly ordinary individual, which hinted at an underlying significance. However, neither Kaisir nor Beck noticed the peculiar expression on Chief Yuri's face. After Kaisir had sufficiently intimidated Beck, she resumed tending to his wounds, still disgruntled. Tell me, how did you survive that lethal blow from the bear demon? And how did the bear demon suddenly meet its end? Kaisir, what is going on? Hearing his daughter's words, Chief Yuri immediately inquired. Father, it's like this. I was entangled by a tiger demon, and then a bear demon. Kaisir recounted the bizarre events between Beck and the bear demon. Upon hearing this, Chief Yuri could not help but cast a bewildered glance at Beck. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Beck, what exactly happened? Tell me. Seeing both Chief Yuri and Kaisir awaiting his response, Beck found himself in a predicament. The reason he had survived an otherwise fatal situation was solely due to the super magic farm system that had unleashed the blood blade magic, which had slain the bear demon. Should he reveal the truth? After a moment's contemplation, Beck made a decision. It was best not to disclose the full reality. He had heard Chief Yuri mention on numerous occasions the adage that a common man could suffer for possessing a treasure. In the treacherous world of dark magic, a system capable of easily acquiring magic was undoubtedly a priceless asset. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire. However, if he didn't reveal the truth, how could he explain to Chief Yuri and Kaisir? As Beck hesitated, his gaze fell upon the longbow before him, noticing the splatters of blood, particularly on the bowstring, which had been stained a dark red by the now-dried blood. Likely from his recent encounter with the bear demon, suddenly, an idea sparked in Beck's mind. Are you looking for a kick again? Ignoring me, huh? Kaisir was not pleased with Beck's hesitation. No, no, no. When I was grappling with the bear demon. It was incredibly dangerous, and I lost consciousness after its head bore down on me. I was a bit dazed about how I killed the bear demon, but upon reflection, I believe it was due to its own actions, Beck said, pointing to the ground. This bow? You used it to kill the bear demon? How is that possible? I know your skills well enough. That powerful bear demon, with your strength, even if you were to pelt it with stones, it wouldn't necessarily die, let alone in such a perilous situation, using a bow. Kaisir scoffed at Beck's claim that it was common knowledge that bows were effective only at a distance, and Beck had been face-to-face with the bear demon, rendering his bow ineffective. Given Beck's limited strength, how could he possibly slay the bear demon? Moreover, this did not explain why the bear demon was decapitated. Wait a moment. Decapitated? Could the blood on the bow mean? Beck, are you implying you used the bowstring? Although you lacked the strength, the bear demon's own momentum was sufficient to kill itself. Kaisir, you truly deserve the title of our tribe's jewel. You've deduced the reason in an instant. Yes, in the midst of chaos, I hastily grabbed the bow, and fortuitously, the bowstring was facing outward when that unfortunate bear demon charged at me. Although I didn't see the entire process clearly, I suspect its death was indeed due to that. At this moment, Becker was almost inclined to applaud Castle. Had he expressed his thoughts in a dry manner, they would undoubtedly have contained some flaws. However, Castle's sudden prediction of the outcome rendered his arguments all the more compelling. Yet, Becker remained oblivious to the fact that nearby, the old chief Yuri glanced at the bow and then at him, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Just then, a sharp, beastly roar pierced the air, diverting Chief Yuri's attention from Becker to the distance. Everyone, brace yourselves. The accursed savage beasts are upon us once more. Stay alert. At the chief's call, those stationed on the tribal fortifications snapped to attention. Despite suffering multiple injuries, Becker, buoyed by the presence of the one he admired and inspired by the super magic farm system, was in surprisingly good spirits. He bent down, seized the longbow and several scattered arrows from the ground, and strode forward with a sense of righteous resolve. Although Castle refrained from voicing her thoughts on Becker's brave actions, a glimmer of appreciation shone in her beautiful eyes. However, neither Castle nor the chief noticed that as Becker had just bent down, a faint magical ripple silently emanated from him, subsequently landing on Chief Yuri. The chain-triggered magic had been successfully cast. Chapter 7. Magic. It's all about magic. Something feels amiss. Chief Yuri observed the swiftly approaching horde of savage beasts, his expression grave. Father, it seems there are significantly more beasts this time. Castle too had discerned the unusual increase. Indeed, there are more. However, given our strength, we should be able to handle it. Castle, prepare for battle. Yuri spoke lightly, though a shadow of concern crossed his eyes. Without further delay, he hastened away to rally the others. Faced with a greater number of savage beasts than before, Castle felt no fear. Rather, a fierce battle spirit surged within her. Before departing, she cast a glance at Becker, hesitated briefly, then stepped forward and said softly, Becker, you are significantly injured. After you shoot the arrows and hurl the stones, you should withdraw that I can manage your position. Castle, aren't you suggesting I shrink back in the face of battle? As a true son of Gobenum, I shall not take a step back. Becker felt a surge of joy at her concern, but he certainly did not wish to appear cowardly before her. Unfortunately, his expression was rather clumsy, leading to a glare of annoyance from her. Becker, I've noticed you're particularly verbose today. Do you dare utter another word, and I'll kick you? Castle's words made Becker shrink back, silenced by fear. Her remark made him realize that he had been submissive to Castle in the past. Yet today, he seemed to have offended her several times. Was it due to the influence of the super magic farm system? If that system could truly empower him, perhaps he might genuinely have a chance to pursue Castle. The thought ignited a fervor within Becker's heart. He then stole a glance at Chief Yuri, who was rallying the others nearby, unaware that he had been imbued with chain-triggered magic. He wondered if the magic truly held the formidable effects promised by the system. If slaying a savage beast could indeed yield a magic spell, that would be an extraordinary gain. Hey, Becker, what are you so smug about? If you weren't constantly getting injured, it would be a miracle if Miss Castle even acknowledged you. What else with the showing off in front of me? Lost in dreams of a bright future. His face flushed with excitement as he glanced towards Chief Yuri, inadvertently catching the attention of Brown, who interpreted Becker's behavior as flaunting his recent close encounters with Castle. He scoffed. He thinks that after 2 applications of medicine, Miss Castle would take a liking to him. I've seen many self-deluded fools like him. Henry, witnessing Becker's unusual confidence, also felt displeased and mocked him. In response, Becker could only roll his eyes internally, thinking, Haven T, you both merely grasped a couple of spells more than I have. You've been so full of yourselves over the years, often bullying me. Just wait until my powers rise. I'll show you how to deal with such arrogance. Seeing Becker fall silent as usual, Brown smirked. However, he still wanted to keep this brash young man in check. He conjured a fireball the size of a fist, tossing it casually in his hand as he sneered. See this? The fireball spell just now killed 6 savage beasts in battle. Even if Miss Castle were to choose a partner, she would select a powerful individual like me, not a weakling like you who can't even cast a single spell. So just give it a rest, or else. Brown, what on earth are you doing? Did I authorize you to cast magic? With the savage beasts advancing, are you itching for a fight? Just as Brown was showing off, Chief Yuri caught him in the act and reprimanded him sharply. Not only him, but even Henry, who had also intended to flaunt his magic, turned pale with fear, seeing Brown obediently retract his magic. Chief Yuri ignored him further and addressed everyone. Warriors, the savage beast frenzy is nearing its end. It should only last a couple more days. However, during this final stretch, we cannot afford to slacken our efforts. Hold your ground. I do not wish to see any of you missing limbs after this ordeal. The chief's words were met with fervent responses from the tribal inhabitants on the fortifications. As the chief rallied their spirits, the horde of savage beasts charged forward. Seizing the moment, he commanded the archers to fire. The battle unfolded similarly to before, after several rounds of shooting from the archers. A portion of the beasts fell, while the rest rushed to the fortifications. Under the chief's command, the defenders exchanged their arrows for stones, hurling them downward, followed by the magic apprentices launching their spells. However, this time, the horde of savage beasts was far greater than before, causing the defenders on the walls to face dire straits, with some tribal members suffering grievous injuries or even fatalities. As the undisputed backbone of the Gobenum tribe, Chief Yuri exerted his full strength, desperately slaying the savage beasts to alleviate pressure on his people. The air was filled with the sound of slicing wind blades, and the beasts caught within their grasp met a grim fate. Some were left mangled and bleeding. Others fell dead from lethal strikes. The pile of beast carcasses at the foot of the fortifications grew rapidly. At this moment, Becker, who had been pulled to safety by Castle, bore faint traces of blood and a pale complexion. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement as Chief Yuri swiftly dispatched beast after beast. A series of crisp notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain a tiger demon and received a wind torrent magic seed. Ding! You have slain a wolf demon and received a thorn entanglement magic seed. Ding! You have slain a bear demon and received a lightning strike magic seed. Ding! You have slain a leopard demon and received a storm magic seed. Ding! You have slain a fox demon and received a sandstorm magic seed. Ding! You have slain a lion demon and received a dark arrow magic seed. Ding! You have slain a snake demon and received a hallucinatory feast magic seed. Ding! The plant has matured, harvesting wind torrent magic. Ding! The plant has matured, harvesting thorn entanglement magic. Ding! The plant has matured, harvesting lightning strike magic. Becker watched as his consciousness space filled with a multitude of seeds, cascading like beans from a bamboo tube into the dark soil, swiftly sprouting into radiant magical plants that matured rapidly, yielding a kaleidoscope of magic. Magic. All magic. This was a monumental breakthrough, as he beheld the multitude of formidable spells materializing in his consciousness space. Becker felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins. Chapter 8. Half-beast for nearly 20 years, Becker had not comprehended a single spell, yet now, his consciousness space brimmed with a dense accumulation of magic. He was almost drooling with anticipation. Ding! The effect duration of the chain-triggered magic has expired. The magic bearer, Yuri, has successfully slain 46 savage beasts during this time, granting the host 46 magic spells. Has the time already elapsed? That was rather brief, wasn't it? The rapid surge of magic brought Beck immense pleasure. However, as the system's voice echoed, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at this moment. The old chieftain Yuri was at the height of his prowess. If only the chain-triggered magic could last a while longer, he would gain a significant amount of magic. Nevertheless, Beck was not one to be insatiably greedy. He he understood the virtue of contentment. Thus, after a fleeting moment of disappointment, he burst forth with exuberance. Reversal. At last, I have turned the tables. Ha! After being ridiculed for decades as a good-for-nothing, I can finally shed this labeled, I wonder who will dare to bully me now. Brown? Henry? You two better brace yourselves for a reckoning. 46 spells. Does that mean I am now a Barontier mage? Wow. Cassile, my dream lover, I shall pursue you once more. You wouldn't ignore me this time, would you? As the number of spells he mastered increased, so too did his magical rank. Understanding 1 to 4 spells classified him as a magic apprentice, 5 to 9 spells as a trainee mage, and 10 or more spells as a quasi-mage. Above the quasi-mage, one would attain the rank of a formal mage. Formal mages are further divided into 5 levels. Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Duke tier mages are the most formidable beings in the dark world, while the lower ranks of Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron are designated based on the number of spells mastered. Those who possess over 40 spells are deemed Barontier mages. Haha, to ascend to Barontier so swiftly. If this trend continues, I'll soon surpass even Duke tier mages, be it the formidable human Duke Solon, the Death Knight of the Undead, or the Ghost Princess. Beck, I am about to outshine you all, huh? Host, wake up, stop daydreaming. Huh. Just as Beck was joyfully envisioning a grand future in his mind, he was interrupted by the system. What is it? System, what daydream? Host, before you indulge in fantasies, shouldn't you first appreciate whether you have indeed grown stronger? What do you mean? Did your old chieftain not mention that after your magical rank increases, you would experience a special sensation? I think he did say something about that. The chieftain mentioned that even mastering a single spell would enhance one's physical capabilities. But wait, why do I feel nothing despite mastering a total of 46 spells? Beck gradually calmed down, realizing the peculiarity. Host, before you get lost in your thoughts, could you please take a good look at the descriptions of those spells? Look at the descriptions. What is there to see? Beck replied dismissively. Yet he still glanced at one of the spells in his consciousness space. His astonishment. As he scrutinized the spell, a small line of text appeared beside it. Lightning Strike, Trial Edition, can only be used once. Upon activation, a bolt of lightning will descend from the sky to attack enemies. Beck lost interest in the rest of the description, his gaze fixated on Lightning Strike, Trial Edition, can only be used once, in a daze. Moments later, he hurriedly examined other spells, only to find Storm Magic, Trial Edition, can only be used once. Sandstorm Spell, Trial Edition, can only be used once. Illusion Feast, Trial Edition, can only be used once. Each spell he looked at was the same. And he also discovered that the Bloodblade spell he had previously acquired had vanished without a trace. What? They're all trial versions, usable only once. What nonsense is this, system? Are you trying to trick me? After all the effort. These spells can only be used once. Is this not bullying? Beck's frustration was beyond description, akin to a beggar who suddenly discovers a mountain of gold only to find it was merely an illusion when he rushed to mine it. Host, do you understand the meaning of unearned gains? What do you mean? All acquisitions in this world come with a cost. Even obtaining this exceptional system of mine is no exception. You must know how arduous it is to acquire magic. Do you really think you can gain 46 permanent spells without lifting a finger? Moreover, did I not mention before that this is a trial task? The system's words jolted Beck from his stupor. He realized that, indeed, while he had obtained the super magic farm system, providing him with a shortcut, achieving such a miraculous transformation, from a novice to a powerful Barontier mage in under 10 minutes, would undoubtedly come with consequences far beyond what his current frail self could endure. Host, I finally understand why my master entrusted me to you. You possess a quality that many lack, the ability to see reality clearly, to be ungreedy, and not get lost in trivialities. This is an exceedingly rare quality. System. Spare me the flattery. My heart is bleeding, do you know? Beck rolled his eyes, feeling disheartened. Host, why are you so downcast? Can't you use these 46 spells at least once? System, are you implying? Beck's eyes lit up at the system's words. He knew that even though the old chieftain was the strongest in the tribe, he had only mastered 9 spells. Although he could cast them multiple times, possessing 46 one-time use spells made him incomparable to the old chieftain. Host, I'm glad you understand. Additionally, these trial spells are merely appetizers. With effort, you will acquire increasingly more genuine permanent spells. When that time comes, you'll wish for an abundance of spells. Hey, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. This is just the basics. The fundamentals that be cautious not to overstate your case. Beck feigned nonchalance while secretly grinning from ear to ear. Even if the system's words held some exaggeration, one fact he firmly believed was that with the super magic farm system, his life would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation, and his achievements would be immeasurable. Boom! Just as Beck intended to converse a bit more with the system, a tremendous noise erupted, and he felt the protective wall beneath him tremble violently, nearly causing him to stumble. In a state of confusion, Beck quickly surveyed his surroundings and spotted, a few meters away, a lion seemingly forged from gold, its cold gaze fixed on the old chieftain. The old chieftain's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the golden lion, half-beast. A creature equivalent to a quasi-mage. How had it come to this place? No wonder there were so many savage beasts this time. It turned out there was a half-beast leader among them. Chapter 9. The Frenzied Beck. Just as Casil had dispatched a savage beast with a swift blow, he noticed the old chieftain's peril and called out, swiftly dashing toward the scene with his flaming spear in hand. Casil. Stop! Don't come any closer. Father, listen to me. But, it's a half-beast. Casil exclaimed, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of fear as she regarded the menacing golden lion that a half-beast was equivalent to a quasi-mage, while her father was merely a trainee mage. A full rank below, making him no match for the half-beast. Casil, quickly lead everyone to evacuate. This tribe cannot hold out any longer. No, father. Casil, hear me out. If you manage to escape safely, I hope you find a suitable partner. I think that Beck lad would suffice. The old chieftain Yuri cast a gentle glance at his daughter and then at Beck, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His words left the entire tribe momentarily stunned, aside from his near farewell gesture. Everyone was taken aback by the old chieftain's astonishing decision to entrust the tribe's jewel, Casil, to Beck. Who was Beck? He was merely an ordinary lad of nearly 20 who had yet to grasp a single spell. Why had the old chieftain chosen him? Many shared this sentiment, particularly Brown, Henry, and other young men who had mastered spells and ardently pursued Casil. Though they dared not confront the old chieftain, their envious gazes could almost pierce Beck through. At that moment, it wasn't just the others. Even Beck himself was utterly bewildered by the old chieftain's words. Could it be that the old chieftain was aware of his possession of the super magic farm system? Otherwise, why would he utter such nonsensical, oh no, such ignorant statements? How could a magic novice like him possibly be worthy of Casil? Yet, these thoughts flitted through Beck's mind and vanished as he refocused on the confrontation between the old chieftain and the golden lion. Though he couldn't ascertain the creature's true strength, he understood from the old chieftain's solemn entrustment that the old chieftain was likely facing dire peril. He absolutely could not allow anything to happen to the old chieftain. No way. To this benevolent elder who had raised him, that could come to regard him as family. Now, witnessing the imminent peril facing the elder, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within Beck, causing his hands to clench involuntarily. Father, what are you saying at a time like this? If we all work together, perhaps we can slay this half-beast. Casil exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Casil, quickly lead everyone away as I instructed. Now, father, Casil, you are not one to dither. You know that. But if there is even a glimmer of hope, I shall not make such a decision. The old chief, Yuri, spoke with unwavering resolve, seeing his father's determination. Casil felt his eyes welling up. The usually unyielding girl appeared momentarily lost. Casil. Suddenly, the golden lion that had been crouching on the protective wall sprang forth, launching itself at him. Despite Yuri's constant vigilance against this formidable foe, he could not evade the creature's swift attack. The lion's claws raked fiercely beneath his ribs. Pooh! Yuri groaned in pain as blood erupted forth. Father, old chief, Lord Yuri, as Casil and the others cried out in horror. The golden lion leaped again, closing in on Yuri with lightning speed, its maw wide open, poised to sink its teeth into his neck. In that moment of crisis, Yuri summoned the iron stone shield spell, conjuring a thick square shield to protect himself. Crack! In the next instant, the seemingly impervious iron shield shattered under the lion's powerful jaws, yet it had served to save the old chief's life. However, just as the tension in the onlookers eased slightly, they were horrified to see that although the lion's maw had been momentarily obstructed, its long, whip-like tail lashed against Yuri with brutal force. Instantly, blood sprayed from the old chief as he was sent flying backward. Roaring, the golden lion soared through the air, swiftly overtaking Yuri, and with a mighty swipe of its paw, sent him crashing down like a cannonball. The ground where the old chief fell was soon stained crimson. The golden lion offered no respite, using the momentum of its tail to launch itself down upon Yuri once more. Pooh, crack, crack, roar. The beast did not anticipate that its powerful strike would collide with a sudden layer of spiked armor that had materialized around Yuri. Though the lion managed to break through some of the armor, its claws were also pierced, drawing blood and inciting further fury within it. Undeterred, the lion attacked again, its claws striking with relentless ferocity. Each impact almost forced a spray of blood from Yuri, and in mere moments, his gaze began to dim. Father. For years, the strong jewel of the tribe, Castle, had nearly forgotten what it felt like to weep. However, upon witnessing her father's dire state, her heart ached as tears blurred her vision. Castle, don't come to your death. Hurry, leave. The dying Yuri still mustered what little strength he had left to urge his daughter to escape. Father. It is all my fault. I am useless. To the outside world, Castle appeared unyielding, yet at this moment, she resembled a helpless child, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. However, moments later, Castle fiercely wiped her eyes, her hands clenched tightly, resolving that she would avenge her father. Yet, just as Castle was preparing to retreat in anguish, a figure dashed past her, speeding towards the old chief and the golden lion. Beck, are you seeking death? Come back immediately. Castle's eyes widened as she saw Beck, who lacked any magical ability, recklessly charge forward, prompting her to shout in alarm. Yet, Beck once again disregarded her, racing ahead with unwavering determination. Beck's reckless pursuit stunned the retreating tribespeople, momentarily causing them to forget their escape. Beck, if you wish to die, please do not drag us down with you. Everyone, hurry, let us go. Henry and Brown, who often looked down upon Beck, were now taken aback by his unexpected bravery as he charged towards the golden lion, leading them to bicker in confusion over whether to be jealous or outraged. Beck, why won't you listen? If you continue like this, my father will die without peace. Castle fought back tears as she dashed forward to pull Beck away from danger. Yet, at that moment, Beck seemed deaf to her pleas, propelled forward with astonishing speed, even in his injured state. His fists were clenched tightly, sharp nails piercing his palms, oblivious to the pain, his eyes filled with unyielding resolve. The only reflections in his pupils were of the ailing old chief and the rampaging golden lion. Memories from 10 years ago flooded his mind, recalling the day his parents perished in a savage beast frenzy, leaving him an isolated child, longing for their presence, feeling as though his own demise was inevitable. But it was only when the old chief extended a helping hand that this forsaken child found the will to survive. Now, this cherished elder lay at the mercy of the golden lion, facing imminent death. The flames of rage and sorrow within Beck had nearly consumed his reason. Despite his injuries, he ran faster than ever. And as he closed the distance to the lion, he roared inwardly. Kill, slay it, destroy this golden lion. Unleash all magic without hesitation and save the old chief. Beck, why won't you listen? At last, Castle caught up to Beck. Yet as she reached out to pull him back, her hands suddenly froze in place as if bound by some spell. For in that moment, not only Castle but all the tribespeople behind her were astonished to witness a cataclysmic surge of magical energy manifesting in the air, followed by a dazzling array of spells cascading down upon the ferocious golden lion. Chapter 10. The fruits of battle: pale blue blades of wind, violent bolts of lightning, scorching grains of sand, and eerie raindrops imbued with a chilling aura. The air was filled with an array of unimaginable spells, one after another. These potent magics converged upon a singular target, the golden lion, which possessed the strength of a quasi-mage. The spells rained down upon the lion, initially met with indifference, but as the deluge of magic intensified, even the lion's formidable defenses began to falter, eliciting pained roars and halting its relentless assault on the old chief. The golden lion's head abruptly twisted towards Beck, its gaping maw unleashing a fearsome roar that sent chills coursing through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. The disparity, it was a chasm akin to divine retribution. Even though Beck stood several meters away and a host of magic lay between them, the sheer force of the lion's roar left him breathless, as if facing an insurmountable mountain. Yet, just then, Beck felt a gentle hand grasp his arm, pulling him back, and the oppressive pressure from the golden lion diminished, allowing him to exhale as if he had escaped from the jaws of death. Castle. Only then did Beck realize that the one shielding him was Castle, The object of his affections, a surge of warmth filled him. This jewel of the tribe truly cared for him. In the next moment, an overwhelming desire for strength surged within him. Even with the myriad spells he had unleashed, the vast gulf in their powers rendered him utterly defenseless before the golden lion. Had it not been for Castle's intervention, another roar from the lion could have spelled his end. Such a meager strength. How could he ever hope to stand firm within the tribe? In this world, not to mention pursuing Castle, given her formidable strength, how could a mere burden like you dare to approach her? Power. I must enhance my strength, as Beck fervently declared in his heart. He began to regard the super magical farming system with renewed importance, for it represented his sole hope on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. Roar. The thunderous roar of the golden lion jolted Beck's attention back from his reverie. Before him stood a creature seemingly forged of gold, its body marred with bloodstains, fiercely roaring in their direction as if it intended to pounce and rend them to shreds, under the overwhelming pressure. Even Castle, with her remarkable prowess, felt her body tremble slightly. Just then, a series of powerful spells struck the golden lion, causing its already wounded form to bleed profusely, with a gaze filled with malice. The golden lion cast a glance at Castle and Beck before letting out a roar and leaping off the protective wall that it retreated. The spells that had surrounded it relentlessly pursued. Continuing their assault, the golden lion, roaring in fury, could do nothing but endure the pain and flee into the distance. Witnessing their leader's pitiful retreat, the beasts above and below the protective wall hastily followed suit. Scrambling back in disarray, the barrage of magic unleashed by Beck had remarkably averted the near annihilation of the entire tribe. "Father, how are you?" Ignoring everything else, Castle rushed to the ailing chieftain's side, producing healing potions and pouring them onto his bloodied and mangled body. Due to the earlier rampage of the golden lion, the chieftain's iron armor had been shattered, with only a few pieces clinging stubbornly to his flesh. Impossible to remove. "Chieftain, great leader, Lord Yuri." The tribal natives began to gather around, their hearts filled with gratitude for the chieftain's earlier act of valor in holding off the golden lion to ensure their escape. Seeing him on the brink of death filled them with concern. If only we had a high-level healer here, the chieftain's wounds would surely heal quickly with their magic. "Henry, that's a pointless observation. Those capable of mastering healing magic are exceedingly rare. Do you expect to find a high-level mage here? Such individuals are likely only found in the dark holy city." A young woman with flowing waves of hair and a strikingly beautiful visage rolled her eyes at Henry's remark and scoffed. "Oh, Sophia, I was only worried about the chieftain. Can't you cut me some slack?" Despite his usual arrogance towards others in the tribe, Henry dared not provoke this enchanting young woman, for she was the closest companion of Castle, the tribe's jewel. Offending her could lead to dire consequences. "Humph, now you pretend to care? When the chieftain was in danger, you were the first to flee. You often boast about being the bravest, yet you're no match for Beck." Sophia glanced dismissively at Henry before her gaze lingered on Beck for a moment longer. "You say Beck is a worthless fool." Henry's words were abruptly silenced by a sharp look from Brown, who seemed to have an epiphany, casting a serious glance at Beck. Yet, moments later, his expression reverted to one of disdain. "Humph, I maintain he is a fool. Don't you agree? Do you think those spells were cast by him? If he had such prowess, he would have single-handedly slain the golden lion by now, rather than hiding behind Miss Castle in embarrassment." "Beck, you know you're a fool, don't you?" Henry glared at Beck with eyes as fierce as a wolf, his gaze unwavering. Although he appeared as contemptuous as ever, a hint of unease flickered deep within his eyes, suggesting he was not entirely confident about Beck's astonishing actions earlier. As Henry's words echoed, all eyes turned to the ordinarily unremarkable, but today oddly enigmatic young man. Chapter 11. Unexpected reward in this world of magic. To become a powerful being, one must make strides in the arcane arts. This reality has crafted a select few within the tribe who have grasped magic, endowing them with a natural superiority. Most notably exemplified by Henry and Brown, they looked down upon ordinary individuals who had not comprehended magic, and Beck, with his lack of strength yet desire to pursue the tribe's jewel, Castle, incited even greater disdain from Henry and his peers, making him the subject of their ridicule. However, today, Henry witnessed an unexpected turn of events. When the chieftain was nearly tortured to death by a half-beast, Beck, the so-called fool, unexpectedly charged forward, unleashing a barrage of spells that repelled the beast. This startling display left a profound impact on him. His ingrained sense of superiority led him to conclude that it was impossible for Beck to possess such ability. He must have encountered a stroke of luck that resulted in the sudden manifestation of those spells. Following Beck's confrontation with the Golden Lion and Castle's protective actions, Henry felt a surge of delight at his own conclusions. Yet, an inexplicable doubt lingered in his heart, prompting his earlier pointed inquiries toward Beck. What left Henry and the tribe speechless was Beck's apparent indifference to his questions, standing there in silence, as if in a meditative trance. "Beck, do you not have ears? I am speaking to you." With everyone watching, Henry could scarcely contain his rage at being so blatantly ignored. However, Beck remained unresponsive, lost in his own world. "Are you tired of living?" "I will." But just as he was ready to unleash his fury, he faltered, his clenched fist dropping dejectedly, for he saw Castle, who had just finished tending to the chieftain, rising and casting a cold glare in his direction. "Henry, do you wish to harm a fellow tribesman in front of everyone?" Castle's words struck like a bucket of cold water, causing Henry to shudder. This tribe's jewel was not only beautiful, but also possessed exceptional strength. He dared not provoke her. "And no, Miss Castle, I was merely frustrated that Beck ignored me and wanted to inquire why he disregarded my presence. I meant no harm." "Ha ha. Why does he ignore you?" "Umph. This brat has ignored me several times as well." "What do you think you are?" Castle thought bitterly. Had it been earlier, she might have considered reprimanding Beck, but after the recent events, her perspective had shifted significantly. If it weren't for Beck, her father would likely have been slain by that vicious golden lion. Regardless of the true source of the powerful magic, Beck's courage in confronting the formidable half-beast was enough to earn Castle's respect. "Beck saved my father. He saved our tribe. You should treat him with more courtesy in the future." "That fool." "Well, even so, we should inquire how he rescued the chieftain and what the source of that magical display was." Driven by uncertainty and a tinge of jealousy, Henry remained preoccupied with the earlier spectacle of magic. "Let us wait until Beck awakens before we question him." Castle glanced at Beck, who stood there with a vacant expression, and sighed helplessly. She had encountered similar situations multiple times and had learned from experience. "When will he wake up?" Observing Beck's peculiar state and Castle's somewhat baffling remarks, the crowd felt at a loss for words. Yet, no one dared to contradict the tribe's jewel. Unbeknownst to them, Beck, standing there in a daze, felt a sense of loss within, for in his mind's eye, he had witnessed the disappearance of the 46 spells that had previously filled his consciousness, leaving behind an empty void as if they had never existed. Though he understood that these were mere experiential spells that vanished after a single use, the sight of them all disappearing left him feeling profoundly despondent. "Foolish host, weren't you the one who faced a life-threatening situation and unleashed all 46 spells? Now you're left dumbfounded, aren't you?" The words of the system elicited a bitter smile from Beck. It was difficult to explain to others, but as for the old chieftain, not just 46, even if it were 460 spells, he would unhesitatingly unleash them whenever needed. After all, he was bound by a debt of gratitude for the chieftain's nurturing, as well as a sense of duty stemming from Castle. "Host, although your previous actions were somewhat foolish, I must say, well done. With a host as loyal and principled as you, this system shall not tarnish its reputation by following you." Beck braced himself for a barrage of scolding from the system. Yet it unexpectedly shifted its tone, proclaiming, "Ding, congratulations, host, for releasing all experienced spells and obtaining one eagle-eye magic seed." As Beck watched the round seed soar into the dark soil, sprouting into a large-leaved plant, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, it's not too bad. Though I traded 46 for just one, at least I have one, right? 46 for one. Host, have you not yet awakened?" System, what do you mean? Just take a look at that magical plant." Puzzled, Beck focused on the large-leaved plant, and soon his gaze fell upon a line of small text. "Eagle-eye magic will mature in 2 days." Upon reading this, Beck's heart began to race, for there was no mention of trial version on this magical plant, which implied. Realizing this, Beck's breath quickened. "System, could it be that this eagle-eye magic is permanent?" Chapter 12, Permanent Magic. Congratulations, host, you've acquired a permanent magic, Eagle Eye, which will be harvested in 2 days. The system's calm voice echoed in Beck's mind. "So, it won't disappear after one use?" Beck's heart surged with excitement, yet he asked again for reassurance. "It will not," the system replied with unwavering composure. "This magic can enhance my power. Indeed, it will make me the envy of the tribe as a magic apprentice." "Absolutely." Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Beck's heart swelled with exhilaration, as he had hoped. This eagle-eye magic was incomparable to the previous trial spells. Those spells were merely transient, and no matter how many he possessed, they would not contribute to Beck's growth, whereas this magic could propel him to new heights. Ah, this is fantastic, truly wonderful. Finally, I have the confidence to pursue Castle, and at last, I can silence that pair of dogs. Henry and Brown. Beck was so elated that he exclaimed his thoughts aloud, for speaking them was far more satisfying than private contemplation with the system. Content. Beck concluded his exchange with the system and returned to reality. However, as he prepared to check on the gravely injured chieftain, he was taken aback to find that everyone was looking at him with peculiar expressions, particularly Castle, Henry, and Brown, whose gazes were especially strange. Why do you all have such expressions? Ha. Beck, do you now have the confidence to pursue Sister Castle? Can you finally silence those two dogs, Henry and Brown? Truly impressive. Sophia laughed, her wavy long hair bouncing vigorously with her mirth. Her words had an immediate effect. Castle's face turned crimson, while Henry and Brown's expressions darkened, their gazes towards Beck growing increasingly hostile. At that moment, Beck realized he had let his pride get the better of him and had made a grave blunder. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. There must be some misunderstanding here. Please, listen to me. Hey, don't come over here, please. Beck intended to muster some excuse to defuse the situation, but before he could think, Castle, Henry, and Brown advanced toward him with an air of violence. I can't possibly be the first unfortunate soul to perish due to my own words. Beck's heart raced anxiously, his body trembling in the face of their fierce demeanor. Castle, Henry, Brown, please don't make it hard for Beck. It was unintentional. Just as the tragedy was about to unfold, an elderly voice rang out, causing everyone to pause momentarily. However, soon their faces lit up with surprise as Castle hurried forward to support an elderly man clad in a coarse robe, who had just risen from the ground, looking quite frail. Father, you are awake. How do you feel? Following Castle, the tribespeople began to bombard the awakened chieftain with inquiries. Even Henry and Brown shot Beck a venomous glare before moving towards the chieftain. In this turn of events, Beck's crisis had finally been averted, and he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. However, he could hardly anticipate the chieftain's next words, which sent his heart racing anew. Beck, what exactly happened earlier? You must tell me. The gazes of the crowd instantly converged on Beck once more, causing his curly brown hair to stand on end from anxiety. When he had urged the system to unleash all spells, he had acted without a second thought, solely motivated by a desire to save the chieftain. Now, facing the chieftain's inquiry, Beck found himself at a loss. He certainly wouldn't reveal the existence of the super-magical farm system, but he needed to concoct a plausible explanation. Yet, in that moment, no words came to mind. Beck, in the past 2 days, have you encountered any strangers? The chieftain, Yuri, inquired, breaking the silence. No, I haven't, chieftain. Beck was uncertain whether the person he encountered in his dream was whom the chieftain was referring to, but he had no intention of revealing it. Yuri scrutinized Beck's face for a moment before slowly stating, perhaps. That mighty one is yet to make their presence known to you. Chieftain, what do you mean by that? Beck, along with Castle and the others, looked on with confusion. The chieftain took a few labored breaths before continuing, this is merely my conjecture. But Beck, I believe you might have been fortunate enough to catch the attention of a certain powerful individual. As he spoke, the chieftain respectfully bowed towards the sky. Only in this way can we explain the peculiar demise of that bear monster and the subsequent expulsion of the half-beast by powerful magic. It must have been that mighty one working from the shadows. Seeing the astonished expression on Beck's face, the chieftain continued, Beck, the claim you made about the bear monster, that it charged in and inadvertently severed its own head on the bowstring, is nearly impossible. Based on my years of understanding of bows and savage beasts, no matter how great its strength, it could only bend the bowstring against the bow's back. It cannot sever its own head. Beck, you're lying. Castle couldn't help but glare at Beck with her amber eyes upon hearing the chieftain's words. It may not be entirely Beck's fault. After all, he fainted during the encounter with the bear monster. And he may not even realize that a powerful individual was assisting him from the shadows. Exactly, chieftain. At that moment, I was so dizzy that I couldn't remember exactly what happened. Under Miss Castle's questioning, I hastily conjured up that explanation, so it seems. I have a great master protecting me, which means I need not fear anything. Beck, relieved to have an unexpected excuse, seized the opportunity to elaborate. Beck, I just mentioned this is merely my conjecture. Perhaps there isn't a great master. And it could be due to some other inexplicable reason. You must not let your guard down. Moreover, regardless of the reason, the strange events occurring around you seem to be beneficial to us. And I hope you can become a blessing for our tribe, shielding us from the impending catastrophe. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and they followed Yuri's anxious gaze, which fell upon a golden figure. The half-beast, golden lion. Instantly, the sense of relief they had felt vanished, replaced by overwhelming fear, for the golden lion appeared to have nearly fully recovered and was now glaring hungrily at them, seemingly preparing to launch another attack. Faced with a creature of magical prowess, who among them could stand against it? Chapter 13. An unexpected outcome. Lord Yuri, we must flee at once. Amidst the crowd, a voice quivered with trepidation, suggesting that they recall the formidable power of the golden lion. Even the mightiest chieftain, Yuri, had been rendered powerless in its presence, unable to resist its onslaught. Thus, emboldened by the lead, many began to echo the sentiment. Alas, we have no other path to tread. The old chieftain sighed heavily and promptly commanded, Castle, as the strongest among us, forge ahead and clear the way. Henry, Brown, you two will bring up the rear. Sophia, Harris, and Peter, you shall encircle and protect the others. Once we break through, disperse swiftly to avoid being cornered by the savage beasts. With a thunderous roar from the half-demon golden lion, the cacophony of the savage beasts erupted, sending shockwaves of fear across the faces of the gathered. Hurry, delay no longer, we must flee, the chieftain urged, though a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his weary eyes. He understood that without the protective barrier, his kin would be at a severe disadvantage in the ensuing chaos, and many would likely perish. Yet, if they did not escape now, the entire tribe faced annihilation. There remained a glimmer of hope for survival if they could scatter in different directions. Chieftain, why do you not flee? Just as Beck was about to follow the crowd, he noticed the chieftain standing resolute. Astonished, he inquired. Hearing his voice, the others turned back, their gazes fixed upon the chieftain. Do not linger, depart at once. Yuri commanded with utmost severity. Chieftain, I shall stay behind to fend off the savage beasts. Beck, recognizing the steely resolve in the chieftain's eyes, felt a surge of warmth within him. What a noble elder! Always burdened with the tribe's troubles, now, as the horde approached, he chose to sacrifice his own escape for the sake of his people. Enough chatter. Leave at once. Beck, I rely on your good fortune to safeguard everyone. Castle, if you disobey, I shall no longer recognize you as my daughter. Go, quickly. In the face of Beck's selfless offer, the chieftain's authoritative tone radiated an undeniable command, compelling all to obey. Beck bitterly smiled within. He knew he had no true fortune or protector, that it was merely the assistance of the super magic farm system that had allowed him to evade danger thus far. Yet, without its guidance, he was merely a wounded man. How could he protect anyone? Father, take care. Lord Yuri, be safe. Chieftain, take care. The crowd understood the gravity of the moment, and after exchanging solemn farewells, they trudged hastily toward the rear of the tribe. The roars of the savage horde grew ever closer, the earth trembling beneath their thunderous charge. Chieftain, take care. Beck cast one last glance at the chieftain, who stood unwavering before the protective wall, poised to confront the oncoming army, a whirlwind of blades swirling around him. His vision blurred. Wait, why was it truly becoming blurred? At first, Beck thought it was tears, but soon he realized the world around him was dimming. No, not dimming, but rather suddenly descending into darkness. In that moment, everyone recognized it. Darkness was enveloping their world. In the next heartbeat, jubilant expressions blossomed on their faces. Castle laughed, Sophia laughed, Beck laughed, Harris laughed, Peter laughed, Henry laughed, Brown laughed, and even the resolute chieftain Yuri, bracing for battle, found himself smiling. For the savage beast frenzy moon had come to an end. The realm of darkness, typically shrouded in gloom, only brightened during the savage beast frenzy moon's reign. Yet, this brightness paled in comparison to the eternal flames of the tribe's torches. Now, as the world returned to its customary obscurity, it signified the conclusion of the savage beast frenzy moon, with a final roar. The half-demon golden lion and its savage kin reluctantly turned away, retreating into the depths of darkness, unwilling to linger. The cyclical nature of the savage beast frenzy moon had persisted year after year. unfaltering in its pattern, dictating the rhythm of the beast's emergence and retraction. Even amidst a fierce battle, as the moon waned, they would cease their assault and flee, never to tarry, especially now, with the tribe a mere distance away. As darkness fell, though the half-demon and the savage beasts were reluctant, they were inexorably drawn back into the shadows. The savage beast frenzy moon has ended. It is truly over. Oh, it's over. Finally, it's over. Whoa, these wretched creatures have finally departed. I am utterly exhausted from this ordeal. Cheers of celebration erupted among the crowd, joyously leaping and laughing, some embracing tightly in their exuberance. Beck, you truly are a harbinger of good fortune. Bringing an end to the savage beast frenzy moon at such a critical juncture. Truly remarkable, just as my father has always believed. Oh, darling, this is a moment of great joy. Come, let us embrace. A melodious voice rang in Beck's ears. And he turned to see Castle, tall and graceful with her shoulder-length flaxen hair, embodying both beauty and competence, approaching him with arms outstretched. Heavens, such bliss arrived rather swiftly. Beck's heart raced, having lain dormant for nearly 20 years. In the past, he had pursued the tribe's jewel, Castle, with fervent ardor, only to be met with indifference. Yet now, she sought to embrace him, affectionately calling him darling. How utterly delightful! Surely, the chieftain's prior words had opened her heart to him. Though this sweetness came unexpectedly, Beck resolved to reciprocate her affection with equal fervor. As joyous thoughts raced through his mind, a radiant smile illuminated his face, arms wide open to welcome the approaching jewel of the tribe. Closer. Almost there. Happiness was within reach. Hey, why are you stretching your arms so wide? Move aside. Yet, as Castle reached him and noticed his outstretched arms, she wrinkled her brow slightly and brushed past him. What just happened? The abruptness of the situation left Beck momentarily stunned. However, as he turned to look behind him, he was astonished to discover his beloved Castle tightly embracing Sophia. Though, dear Sophia, the savage beast frenzy has passed. Finally passed. We can now enjoy a peaceful year ahead. How splendid. Castle and her dear friend Sophia celebrated their liberation from the relentless onslaught. Oblivious to Beck's presence, he reflected, how could such a fortunate event occur to him? Watching the tribe's jewel revel in her joy with her closest confidant, Beck silently lowered his arms, his heart steady, for he had long grown accustomed to being overlooked. Are you dazed? Such delusions, a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Ha! Shameless. Henry and Brown sauntered over, mocking him. Humph. Just wait, I shall rise in strength, and you will see. Beck silently vowed, having endured their taunts for far too long. Oh, by the way, Beck, I almost forgot. Earlier, you audaciously suggested that we both shut our mouths. I shall ensure that you repay this debt in due course. As Henry passed by Beck, his wolf-like gaze coldly swept over him, and he muttered these words in a low voice before walking away with a mocking smile. How infuriating. I have already backed down. Yet you persist relentlessly. This is truly intolerable. Beck believed that if he remained silent and endured, it would all pass. But to his dismay, Brown and Henry showed no signs of letting up. I must grow stronger. It is imperative that I become stronger. Otherwise, even if I am not slain by the onslaught of savage beasts, I will inevitably fall victim to these two wretched creatures. Beck clenched his fists tightly, silently resolving to strengthen himself. Following this, Castle, Beck, Sophia, and the others all gathered at the protective wall to meet the old chief, although Yuri appeared on the verge of collapse. His aged face radiated joy. Who would not feel elated upon surviving when they believed death was certain? After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, the old chief instructed that while a few should remain vigilant at the protective wall, the rest should return and recuperate. Furthermore, he announced to the younger generation of the tribe to return to him in 2 days for magical instruction. Chief Yuri had consistently dedicated time almost daily to teach the youth of the tribe magic for many years. However, due to the severe injuries sustained during this wave of savage beasts, he was compelled to pause for 2 days. The crowd readily agreed, and then, dragging their weary bodies yet filled with excitement, they hastened back to their homes. The Gobenum tribe is situated in a remote area with limited resources. The houses are mostly rudimentary constructions of stone, lacking in aesthetic appeal, yet quite comfortable to reside in. Chief Yuri's house stands at the center of the tribe, adjacent to which are the small stone homes of his daughter Castle and several orphans, including Beck, arranged in a split manner, boys on one side, girls on the other. As Beck watched Castle and her sisters head to the opposite side, He continued to gaze longingly until they entered their stone house, and only then did he reluctantly make his way into his own castle. I am determined to win your heart. Beck was a person who would spare no effort to achieve his goals, despite the growing improbability of mastering magic as he aged and the widening gap between his abilities and Castle's prodigious talent. Beck never gave up. Now, having fortuitously acquired a super magic farm system, his confidence in pursuing Castle surged. By the way, system, what effects does the eagle eye magic possess? Does it wield formidable offensive power? The magical plants cultivated by the system are crucial to Beck's enhancement and are the very source of his pursuit of Castle. So he was naturally eager to inquire. Once the magical plants mature, the host will instinctively know. Can't you provide me a hint in advance? Beck pressed, unwilling to give up. No, the system replied curtly. Fine, I shall take a nap and refrain from further inquiries. Initially excited to learn about the eagle eye magic maturing in 2 days, Beck was left dejected by the system's unyielding refusal. As his excitement waned, fatigue washed over him. He lay down on his bed and, scarcely resting his head on the pillow, slipped into a deep slumber. After a month of tense nerves battling the savage beast tide, and having faced life-threatening dangers that day, the overwhelming weariness of both mind and body filled Beck with an intense longing for sleep. He fell into a deep, sound, and sweet slumber. It was not until noon the following day that the sound of knocking on the door roused the slumbering Beck. Who is it? I was sleeping so soundly, can't it wait until later? Disturbed from his dreams. Beck was understandably irked. However, as a swift whooshing sound echoed from outside, Beck sprang from his bed, the intense pain from his injuries momentarily forgotten, his face lighting up with surprise. Beck, have you gotten too bold? Do you dare to speak to me like that? Believe me, I could kick you to death. Castle, who usually paid little heed to Beck, unexpectedly knocked on his door today, filling him with euphoric excitement. Chapter 15. A conversation. Although Beck was gravely injured, he disregarded his pain and leaped from his bed, taking swift strides to the door, flinging it open. Suddenly, a striking figure stood before him, tall and statuesque. With short flaxen hair and mesmerizing amber eyes that sparkled with vitality, Castle, a warrior embodying both beauty and competence, stood at his threshold. Castle, what brings you here? You could have given me a heads up so I could prepare. Instead of this unexpected intrusion, Beck exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight at the arrival of the tribe's jewel, who had never before stepped foot in his humble abode. Humph, had it not been for your injuries, I would have surely kicked you for your earlier attitude. Now, stop dawdling and let me in. Castle shot an exasperated glare at Beck, whose disheveled appearance was anything but presentable. Castle, please, come in. Despite being chastised by Castle, Beck felt an indescribable joy and hurriedly stepped aside to allow her entrance. As Castle gracefully crossed the threshold, Beck's heart raced uncontrollably. In his memory, this was indeed the first time she had taken the initiative to visit him. I cannot fathom how you can live in such disarray, Castle remarked disdainfully upon entering and surveying the messy surroundings. Cough. Cough. I've been preoccupied with fending off the savage beast tide lately, so I haven't had the energy to tidy up, Beck lamented internally, feeling disheartened that the goddess had chosen to visit only to find his room in such a chaotic state. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly took a few steps toward the bed and hastily arranged the crumpled blankets, then pulled on his outer garment. He could not appear half-dressed before her. Why bother putting that on? Just take it off. Castle, what do you mean? Her words left Beck momentarily bewildered, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he wondered if Castle intended to. For a goddess to suggest he strip upon entering his room was enough to send his thoughts spiraling. Stop dawdling and just take it off. Sit there while I apply the medicine. Castle's straightforwardness quelled most of Beck's earlier excitement, but the image of being treated by her while bare-chested lingered in his mind, stirring feelings anew. Castle, naturally unreserved and now focused on treating the wounded, wasted no time in producing a vial of medicine and began to apply it to Beck's injuries. See, Castle, how is the chief's injury faring? Initially, Beck had intended to take advantage of her attention to revel in the moment. Yet the silence of the room caused his courage to falter, prompting him to seek a topic to break the stillness. Well, you know that my father has had lingering injuries, this time being gravely wounded by the half-beast golden lion. While we've managed to keep his condition from worsening, it remains grim. As she spoke, Castle's usually radiant face took on a somber shade. Castle, you need not worry too much. The Dark Holy City is home to many high-level magicians skilled in healing arts. If the chief were to go there for treatment, it would surely be effective. Seeing the goddess's despondency weighed heavily on Beck's heart, prompting him to speak out in comfort. Humph, you may not know, but my father has mentioned this countless times. Not only is the journey from here to the Dark Holy City perilous and fraught with challenges, but even if we manage to arrive, securing the help of a high-level magician is exceedingly difficult, especially with our meager resources. With these words, Castle's expression darkened further. Beck was acutely aware of the hardships involved in traveling to the heart of the Dark Realm. The Dark Holy City, which was said to take months and was rife with bandits, thieves, and savage beasts along the way. Additionally, Castle referred to Jean Talle, the largest currency unit traded in the Dark Holy City. A concept foreign to the tribe, where transactions were often barter-based and knowledge of such currency was scarce. Beck understood these challenges all too well, yet he encouraged her, while difficulties abound. Castle, if you grasp the fifth magic before turning 20, many of these problems will become significantly easier. I have faith in you. Beck remarked that within the tribe, it was well known that the prodigious Castle was a beacon of hope for the community. If she were to master 5 spells and become an apprentice magician before turning 20, she could join the crimson-armored army of the Dark Holy City. With her firmly established there, the entire tribe would reap significant benefits. Castle, possessing a bright and forthright disposition, quickly rebounded from a brief moment of despondency upon hearing Beck's words. She couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, "You think understanding magic is as easy as you make it sound? As one learns more spells, the difficulty of comprehension increases exponentially. Who knows when I'll grasp this 5th spell? Let us not dwell on such vexing matters. By the way, Beck, tell me the truth, just like my father said. Do you have a powerful magician backing you?" Castle's piercing gaze made Beck feel slightly uneasy. Cough, cough. Castle, the old chief merely speculated. Even he doesn't know the truth, so how could I? That's fair enough, but I can't shake the feeling that since the bear demon incident, you've been acting rather strange. Are you hiding something from me? Castle scrutinized Beck with a look akin to that of a thief eyeing a target. There's nothing to hide. You know I wouldn't conceal anything from you. Before acquiring the super magical farm system, Beck had indeed been transparent with Castle, fervently pursuing her affections. A mere glance from her would compel him to reveal everything. However, the matter of the system was a notable exception. Don't think you can keep anything from me. Despite Castle's usual candor, she felt a twinge of awkwardness upon witnessing the infatuated look in Beck's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Beck, to be frank, you should abandon any notions regarding us. It's simply impossible. You're not a child anymore. It's high time you found a suitable girl in the tribe and settled down." Chapter 16. A task that drove Beck to despair. Castle, are you trying to dismiss me with such platitudes? I'll say it again. My feelings for you will not waver. One day, I shall win your heart and have you agree to my proposal. Beck, having heard her countless rejections, reflexively stiffened his neck and repeated his sentiments, which he had expressed ad infinitum. Don't you tire of this? Fine, the medicine is applied. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Noticing Beck's indifference to her refusals, Castle rolled her eyes in exasperation, packed away her medicine bottle, and gracefully strode away. Stay a while longer. Can't you at least have dinner before leaving? Don't be silly. With your cooking skills, I'd rather not risk poisoning myself. Then allow me to escort you. Why bother? We see each other every day. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just idle anyway. Beck, undeterred by Castle's dismissive attitude, donned his clothes and hurried after her. Castle, take care. Remember to come back tomorrow for my treatment. He continued waving goodbye until Castle's figure was nearly out of sight. Today is indeed fortunate. Having Castle here to tend to my wounds feels absolutely wonderful. Relishing the brief, intimate moment with Castle, Beck turned to head back, but after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted. The smile vanishing from his face. 2 figures were approaching him directly, and they were none other than his most troublesome adversaries in the tribe, Henry and Brown. Beck felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. For just yesterday, he had insulted these two, who had threatened to retaliate. Now, fate had conspired to bring them face to face, and with no one around, it was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Damn it, it's just a beating. What's the big deal? Once I improve my skills, I'll settle the score. With that thought in mind, Beck strode confidently toward Henry and Brown. Hey, I see that, Beck? What a stroke of bad luck, Brown sneered, eyeing Beck as if searching for a vulnerable spot. Get on with it. I need to rest. Accepting the impending confrontation, Beck decided to face it with bravado. Huh, kid, do you think you're a big shot just because you saved the old chief? You're nothing special. Brown cracked his knuckles ominously as he approached Beck with ill intent. Enough, Brown. We can deal with him later. We have other matters to attend to. Let us go. Beck, just you wait. I'll settle the score with you later. To Beck's surprise, instead of delivering the expected beating, Henry beckoned Brown, and they both walked past him, heading off into the distance. What's going on? Beck blinked in confusion, watching them for a while without deducing the reason behind their sudden departure. However, he noticed that they seemed to be in quite a hurry, with an air of sneakiness about them. Where were they off to, and what mischief were they planning? Oh well, even if they are up to no good, it's not my concern right now, Beck muttered to himself as he hurried back to his humble abode. Regardless, the fact that he avoided a beating today was certainly a cause for celebration. Once inside his room, Beck collapsed onto his bed, grimacing in pain as the wounds ached, when Castle was present. His focus had been solely on her, but now that the tribe's jewel had departed, his hormones returned to normal levels, and he felt the sharp sting of his injuries, just as Castle had said. Despite the application of medicine, the severity of his wounds was beyond what mere healing salves could remedy. System, is there any way to expedite my healing? Beck inquired. Not only out of concern for his own pain, but also motivated by the melancholic expression Castle had worn due to the old chief's grave injuries. He yearned to mend the old man's wounds to impress Castle, and out of gratitude for the old chief's kindness, he genuinely wished to see him restored to health. Host, there exists a healing spell that could assist you. The system replied calmly. Quickly, provide it to me. Both the old chief and I require effective treatment. Beck exclaimed with excitement. Think you can just take it for free? Not a chance. The spell is not yours to claim. The system retorted irritably. Then how can I obtain this healing spell? Beck's face flushed at the system's rebuke. Ding. To acquire the widely adored healing spell, you must first exert effort. System task. Find and tame a half-beast, allowing the system to claim it. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a water therapy spell seed. What? A half-beast, and I must tame it? System, are you trying to get me killed? The task library does not contain this mission. Get lost. If the system were a person, Beck would have relished the opportunity to pummel it into submission. The task was utterly ridiculous. The thought of the ferocious golden lion, which had nearly claimed the old chief's life, loomed in his mind. Was he, a novice, capable of taming such a beast? He would likely be dispatched with a single swipe of its paw. Moreover, with the beast tide having subsided, finding a half-beast was no easy feat. Host, the system has laid out the path to obtaining the healing spell. Whether to pursue it is entirely your choice. The system's unhurried tone only served to heighten Beck's frustration. Subsequently, he chose to ignore the insufferable system, flopping onto his bed to indulge in much-needed sleep. Fatigue and pain had rendered him quite fond of slumber. The following day, Castle arrived as expected to continue tending to his wounds. And undoubtedly, Beck's hormones surged once more at her presence. Thus, 2 days of respite passed in a haze of sleep and medical treatment. On the third day, Beck dared not linger in bed any longer. For today marked the day the old chief would resume teaching magic, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Additionally, Beck felt a strong desire to learn magic himself, eager to discover whether his newly acquired system would yield surprising results in his studies. Furthermore, he was particularly excited because the eagle eye magical plant he had sown 2 days prior was set to mature today. Chapter 17. The Maturation of Magic. The location for the magic instruction was a spacious area in front of the stone dwelling of the old chief, where Beck found a gathering of people, including the chief and Castle. He quickened his pace, hoping to blend into the crowd unnoticed, but to his dismay, the old chief spotted him immediately. Beck, come here, the old chieftain called out. The gazes of dozens of individuals in the clearing immediately converged upon him. There stood the dashing Castle, the delicate and graceful Sophia, the fiercely formidable Henry, the subtly mocking Brown, alongside Harris, Peter, and others, each displaying expressions ranging from amusement to resignation, disdain to derision, or merely casting a fleeting glance at Baker. The chieftain's beckoning. Baker, though apprehensive, felt compelled to comply. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd and bowed slightly to the visibly unwell Yuri. Inquiring, Old chieftain, have you summoned me for a matter of importance? In previous instances, Baker had arrived late, and the chieftain had turned a blind eye, But today, he wondered what significance lay behind this solemn summons. Yuri remained silent, his expression grave as he grasped Baker's hand firmly, initiating a probing examination. Baker felt a warm energy emanate from the palm, coursing into his body. The chieftain was investigating my magical potential. In the past, the chieftain had repeatedly scrutinized their bodies during their magical training to discern any signs of magical comprehension. However, as time passed, the chieftain's examinations of Baker had diminished significantly, for if one had not grasped magic by the age of 20, the likelihood of ever doing so was nearly non-existent. With age, Baker's potential had dwindled almost to nothing, and the chieftain had not assessed him for over half a year. Although the chieftain did not overtly express disappointment, Baker could perceive the growing disillusionment from the elderly man who had nurtured him. The weight of this realization weighed heavily on Baker's heart. Now, after several months had elapsed, the chieftain once again sought to assess him, and an indescribable feeling enveloped Baker's heart. Old chieftain, I vow not to disappoint you. With the super magic farm system at my disposal, I shall undoubtedly rise to become a formidable force. Baker silently resolved. The onlookers were equally perceptive of the chieftain's actions, their curiosity piqued by Baker's earlier peculiar behavior. As they witnessed the chieftain probing Baker publicly, their attention intensified. Before long, Chieftain Yuri withdrew his hand, pondering for a moment before stating, Baker, in the past 2 days of your rest, have you encountered anyone of note? Does Castle count? Additionally, I have seen Henry and Brown over the past 2 days, Baker replied, his tone unassumingly truthful. In truth, he was aware of the chieftain's inquiry, yet he had steadfastly resolved not to disclose the matters concerning the super magic farm system. You may return, the chieftain sighed, waving dismissively at Baker. The crowd, having maintained their focus on this interaction, could discern the chieftain's expression and immediately recognize the outcome, their faces shifting in response, most dawning looks of as I expected. I told you. How could this useless fellow possibly comprehend magic? If Baker were to grasp magic, pigs would fly. Brown and Henry jeered in hushed tones, audible only to Baker, who could only suppress his disdain. Humph, let them revel in their delight for now. Once my eagle-eye magic plant matures, I shall have my vengeance. Externally composed, Baker seethed internally, yearning for retribution against these 2 scoundrels who had tormented him for years. All right, let us continue our magical studies. However, due to my physical condition, my demonstration frequency will be reduced. So pay close attention. The old chieftain had sustained severe injuries from the half-beast golden lion, and recovering to this extent in just 2 days was remarkable. Even while unwell, he persisted in instructing the youth in magic, stirring deep emotions within them. First, the flame spear spell, observe closely. As he spoke, the chieftain slowly extended his palm, turning it upward, whereupon dark red points of light began to converge upon his hand. The chieftain's method of teaching involved gradually demonstrating each spell, allowing the students to experience and eventually gain the ability to conjure magic themselves. Yet, over the years, despite countless demonstrations, only a scant few had managed to grasp magic. For instance, in the case of the flame spear spell currently being demonstrated, only Castle had successfully comprehended it, while others had failed to master such a potent attack spell. The throng of youthful onlookers scrutinized the chieftain's magical display, with Baker particularly fixated, his eyes unblinking. His earnestness stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether, after acquiring the super magic farm system, he could transform his fortunes and comprehend magic like Castle and the others. Though aspirations may be grand, reality often proves harsh. After over an hour of diligent effort, Baker despondently realized his capacity for magical comprehension remained as mediocre as ever. He found himself unable to grasp even a fragment of the spells the chieftain demonstrated. Baker sighed, recognizing that even with the system, his ability to understand magic had not improved in the slightest. However, after a moment of reflection, he found solace in the fact that the formidable super magic farm system far surpassed the elusive notion of comprehension ability. By fulfilling the tasks set forth by the system, he could continuously acquire magic, while comprehending magic remained an arduous endeavor. Even for someone as gifted as Castle, she had only mastered 4 spells over the years. Baker understood that with this system, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly reach heights beyond ordinary imagination. Having grasped this insight, Baker ceased to dwell on his limitations and began to approach the chieftain's demonstrations with a more relaxed demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed in his mind, bringing him immense joy. Beep! Congratulations to the host. The plant has matured, and you have obtained the eagle-eye magic. Matured? I possess a permanent magic now. I can become an apprentice of magic? Haha. This is fantastic, truly fantastic. Upon hearing the news of his magical plant's maturity, Baker was elated and swiftly directed his focus to his consciousness space. There, on the dark soil, the previous magical plant had withered away, replaced by a faintly visible small orb, floating delicately. The eagle-eye magic. Could this be it? I must ascertain its effects. As his first permanent magic, Baker naturally held high expectations for it, immediately concentrating on the nearly invisible orb. Instantly, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Eagle-eye magic, capable of detecting movements within a 10-meter radius. As the mage's level increases, the detection capabilities will enhance. It is not an offensive spell. Upon reading the description of the magic's effects, Baker felt a twinge of disappointment. He had eagerly anticipated using his first matured spell to confront Henry and Brown, naturally favoring an offensive magic. Thus, discovering that this spell merely allowed for observation of surrounding movements left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, Baker was not one to ruminate on setbacks. After a brief moment of discontent, he shifted his mindset. Regardless, he had now acquired his first permanent magic, a remarkable achievement after nearly 20 years of absence. Well then, let me personally test this magic's effects. If it enables me to observe Castle more effectively, then it shall prove to be an extraordinary spell. At that moment, a mischievous glint flickered in Baker's eyes, revealing his less than wholesome intentions. System. How do I release this magic? Previously, the one-time experiential spells Baker had obtained were released by the system, allowing him merely to indulge in fleeting glimpses. Now, as he prepared to cast magic himself, he naturally sought guidance from the system. Project the spell model of the eagle eye outward, allowing it to communicate with the elements of nature, and the magic will manifest. Oh, similar to what our old chieftain mentioned. Wait, the spell model? Are you saying that orb is the spell model? At this moment, Baker scrutinized the nearly invisible orb with newfound attention. Well, what else would you think it to be? Did the old chieftain not mention that magical comprehension is essentially the process of constructing a spell model within one's consciousness space? And you, foolish host, are unable to comprehend magic precisely because you cannot construct a spell model in your consciousness. This system exists to provide that service for foolish hosts. Oh, I see. Baker finally understood. The maturation of the super magic farm system's plant produced the spell model, the ultimate product of others' magical comprehension. For instance, Castle's flame spear magic was derived from her observing the chieftain's repeated casting of the spell, gradually forming the spell model of the flame spear in her consciousness space, enabling her to wield the magic. The process of perceiving magic is exceedingly arduous. For many years, the most formidable individual in the entire tribe, Castle, has only managed to comprehend 4 spells. Even the exceptionally confident Henry Brown and his companions have grasped merely 1 or 2 spells, while the majority of ordinary folk, like Baker, have failed to perceive even a single spell. Now, the super magic farm system that Baker has obtained is instrumental in facilitating this process of perception. Each instance of magical crop maturation upon the dark soil signifies a successful comprehension. By merging the long-standing chief's teachings regarding the essence of magic with the core of the system, Baker experiences a remarkable sense of enlightenment that in this state of excitement, he attempts to unleash magic. Specifically projecting the spell model of the eagle's eye outward. I cast. Oh, why is there not a hint of response, despite Baker's efforts, having tried 6 or 7 times? He finds that the spell model within his consciousness remains utterly unchanged. System, why is there no response whatsoever? Foolish host, you lack magical power and mental strength. With what will you cast spells? What? Then why did you instruct me to release magic? Are you just messing with me? Baker's frustration knows no bounds. Upon hearing the system mention magical power and mental strength, he recalls that the old chief had repeatedly spoken of these concepts, but in his earlier excitement, he had overlooked them. The one-time spells he had previously cast were all executed by the system on his behalf. Now that it is his turn, he finds himself at a loss. With this realization, Baker's resentment towards the system deepens. You scoundrel! You knew I couldn't cast spells, yet you watched me toil in futility. Is that not downright cruel? Host, it was you who insisted on casting spells. I merely provided you with the method. As for whether you can cast or not, that is beyond my concern. The system replies languidly. You Fine, then help me cast a spell once. And let me see what the effect is. Impossible. Why not? It's the master setting. Then what about in the future? Host, aside from the previous experience spells I cast for you, this system is programmed not to release any further spells on your behalf. Alright. Then I will analyze magic, generate magical power and mental strength, and then I will cast spells myself. Is that acceptable? Baker, feeling resigned, mutters. The method to generate magical power and mental strength is something Baker had noted while listening to the old chief instruct Castle and others. And now it proves to be quite useful. Analyzing magic sounds simple. It involves continuously simulating the casting process of the spell model within the realm of consciousness. For instance, the casting of the Flame Spear spell involves gathering fire elements, condensing them, and ultimately forming a spear that embodies both sharpness and fierce flames. Thus, the analysis consists of repetitively executing this series of actions in the realm of consciousness. In fact, analyzing magic not only generates magical power and mental strength but also enhances the mage's proficiency with the spell. Much like how one must practice with a new tool to become adept at using it. In summary, the process of magic analysis is essential for every mage after they have comprehended a new spell. Otherwise, they will not be able to cast it effectively. If those who have grasped multiple spells must undergo this process, Baker is no exception. Consequently, he begins analyzing the eagle's eye magic. With fervor, Baker repeats the analysis time and again, unaware of how many iterations he has completed, until suddenly, a droplet of silvery gray liquid appears atop the transparent sphere in his realm of consciousness. Whoosh! As the droplet becomes saturated and falls, the consciousness space begins to tremble violently. Chapter 19. Breakthrough. Magic Apprentice. Booming. The consciousness space seems to be boiling over, as the chaotic and hazy gas floating within condenses and descends rapidly in an instant. A colossal depression forms beneath the consciousness space. Drip. The droplet of silvery white liquid that fell from the spell model merely moistens the surface of the vast depression. The sea of consciousness. I have finally ascended from an ordinary person to a magic apprentice. Witnessing the monumental change within his consciousness space, Baker is overwhelmed with joy, for the Great Depression below is precisely what the old chief often referred to as the sea of consciousness, a hallmark of becoming a magic apprentice. And that droplet of silvery white liquid is the amalgamation of magical power and mental strength generated during his magic analysis. The Great Depression below serves as a reservoir for these energies, which, as his abilities continue to grow, will increasingly fill this depression, accumulating until it resembles a magnificent ocean, hence the name Sea of Consciousness. This sensation is simply exquisite. Once the Sea of Consciousness forms, Baker feels an indescribable comfort enveloping him, as if he has returned to his childhood, cradled gently in his mother's embrace, every pore of his skin opening up in bliss. However, this delightful feeling does not last long before it begins to fade. Reluctantly, Baker soon discovers that his vision, hearing, smell, and touch, among other senses, have significantly heightened. Even the severe injuries he sustained have markedly improved, providing him with a comprehensive rejuvenation, both mentally and physically. Is this the benefit of becoming a magic apprentice? Truly marvelous. Baker recalls the old chief mentioning that each transition from an ordinary person to a magic apprentice, from a magic apprentice to a novice mage, and then to an intermediate mage. With each advancement, one enjoys a set of benefits that improve with each level attained. Having experienced the exhilaration of leveling up, Baker feels an even greater urgency to advance. Hey, regardless of anything else, let me cast a spell and see how it feels. With that, Baker excitedly begins to cast magic, but to his dismay, after several attempts, the spell model of the eagle's eye within his consciousness shows no signs of change. System, why can't I cast magic? Baker asks, a bit exasperated. Foolish host. Have you ever seen a drop of oil sustain a flame for 3 days and nights? Ugh, just tell me that my magical power and mental strength are insufficient, instead of these useless analogies. Baker, already frustrated, feels even more vexed by the system's irritating remarks. Foolish host, is that all it takes to make you flustered? Let me inform you, mental strength and magical power serve more functions than merely casting spells. The system's words are laced with temptation. What else could they possibly do? Baker rolls his eyes. Did you not wish to learn the magic of the old chief? In truth, does acquiring mental strength and magical power grant me the ability to learn it? Upon hearing this, Baker's eyes brighten. One significant reason for his earnest study of magic today is his desire to perceive magic for himself. Host, as long as you possess sufficient mental strength and magical power, this system can scan the spells being cast externally and has a certain probability of acquiring those spells. It's a probabilistic acquisition, not a guarantee. Host, consider how arduous it is for others to obtain a spell. Now you have a direct avenue to acquire external magic, and you are not satisfied. Fine, probability it is. Baker realizes he has been somewhat greedy compared to others. His access to magic is already extraordinarily powerful, with the super magic farm system generating its own magic and the ability to scan external magic. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly become envious to the point of madness. Magical power and mental strength come forth. Realizing the tremendous potential of these two elements, Baker is filled with vigor, tirelessly continuing to analyze magic. Drip, drip. As Baker persists in his magic analysis, droplets of silvery white liquid fall into the enormous depression below, gradually forming a small puddle. Why has the magical power and mental strength ceased to manifest? Engrossed in his passionate analysis, Baker suddenly realizes that after numerous attempts, not a single droplet of magical power or mental strength has emerged, leaving him perplexed. Host, did you think that merely analyzing one spell could fill the entire ocean? The system's slightly mocking tone brings Baker to a moment of clarity. Indeed, the magical power and mental strength that can be derived from a single spell has its limits. Upon reaching this limit, no further output will occur. If he wishes to elevate this limit, he must acquire more spells. Of course, after using the magical power and mental strength, he can still analyze the same spell again to replenish them. Now that I possess magical power and mental strength, can I cast the eagle's eye magic? Of course. Can I scan the old chief's magic? Absolutely. Then I'll experiment with each one by one. Host. A friendly reminder, the psychic energy you currently possess can only be used to cast the eagle eye spell once, or to scan another's magic once. Oh, I see. The psychic energy is indeed a bit insufficient. Which should I try first? I think I'll go with the eagle eye spell. Scanning someone else's magic is probabilistic. It's not guaranteed to succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Beck made his decision. He projected the spell model, communicated with the elements of nature, and conjured magic. Beck silently recited the steps to release the spell, focusing all his attention on the faint spherical form in his consciousness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An astonishing scene unfolded. The silver liquid in the small puddle suddenly surged upward, enveloping the ethereal sphere floating in midair, and then a hazy shadow emerged from within. In the next moment, a sharply defined eye, so faint it was nearly invisible, appeared. Beck felt as if he had gained an additional sight, the images within this view appearing slightly lower. Through it, Beck could observe the elderly chieftain performing magic not far away, while a group of young people diligently watched and learned. Adjusting his gaze downward, it swept over numerous figures, and suddenly, Beck noticed two purple collars materializing before him. Isn't that Castle's attire? What's that? So white. Chapter 20. Supreme Magic. In the center of the Gobenum tribe, on an open space in front of a large house, dozens of young people stood, intently watching the various spells slowly cast by the elderly chieftain. Yuri, among them, was a tall, striking figure clad in purple, drawing particular attention. She was the tribe's jewel, Castle. However, as Castle earnestly observed the chieftain's spellcasting, she was utterly unaware that a faintly discernible eye had suddenly appeared just above her collar. At that moment, the peculiar eye reflected a mesmerizing expanse of snow white. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, a young man with brown curly hair, possessing a somewhat lewd appearance, stared wide-eyed with black pupils that resembled buns. See, Castle. The eagle eye spell. I adore you. You truly are a supreme magic. This young man was none other than Beck, who had just broken through to become a magic apprentice and was casting the eagle eye spell for the first time. He never imagined that the very first time he cast the eagle eye spell, its eye would be positioned right above the collar of the goddess Castle. Although Castle, as a warrior, was dressed in tight-fitting attire, the angle was simply perfect. From above the collar, looking down, that breathtaking view. You understand. It's worth noting that typically, Castle would treat Beck with indifference, and in most instances, he could only admire his goddess from a distance. Even during the past few days when Castle had been applying medicine to him, he had dared not overstep and could only sneak a few glances. But now, with the aid of the eagle eye spell, Beck was able to scrutinize the goddess of his heart from a close distance, with an ideal angle, freely indulging in his gaze. While it was true that Castle's tight attire prevented him from seeing crucial areas, the beautiful scenery at her collar was enough to make Beck's mouth water. Struggling to suppress the urge to bleed from his nose, Beck clumsily controlled the eye, slowly adjusting the angle. A little further in, a little further in. Wow, castle is quite the sight. Lost in the allure of the beautiful view. Beck failed to notice Castle suddenly raise an eyebrow, then glance around as if sensing something, before lowering her head to look down. Huh, why do I feel like someone is staring at me? Beck suddenly realized that a hostile gaze was directed at him, and in a panic, he instinctively turned the eagle eye upward. Ah, see, Castle, she noticed me. As the eye's gaze rotated, Beck found himself staring into a pair of cold eyes that were fixed upon him. He had long held a deep respect, even fear, for the owner of those amber eyes, for he had been taught a lesson by her more than once. She was the very Castle he had just been sneaking a look at. The sudden panic jolted Beck, causing the eye hovering above Castle's collar to disperse, and the additional sight in his mind vanished instantaneously. Castle, is something the matter? Seeing his precious daughter behaving oddly, Chieftain Yuri immediately inquired. His concern for Castle stemmed not only from her being his daughter, but also from her exceptional talents. If Castle could comprehend 5 spells before turning 20 and become a trainee mage, she would qualify to join the Crimson Arm of the Dark Holy City. With this heavenly opportunity, he and the tribe could follow her into the Dark Holy City, thus escaping the annual onslaught of the savage beast tide. Given such reasons, Chieftain Yuri naturally paid special attention to Castle during magic training, upon seeing her looking around instead of focusing on her studies. He promptly asked her about it. Oh, father, I'm fine. Castle had just felt someone spying on her. However, after a quick scan, she found nothing amiss, and that feeling of being watched faded rapidly, just as she was pondering this. Her father's voice pulled her back, prompting her to set the matter aside and continue her dedicated study of magic. Phew, thank goodness I wasn't discovered. At the back of the crowd, feeling guilty, Beck breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that Castle had not caught on to his lecherous antics. Just moments ago, when his third eye had locked eyes with Castle, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. After a while, as everything returned to normal, Beck's mood relaxed completely, and with this relaxation came the involuntary resurgence of the stunning images he had just witnessed. Ah. The eagle eye spell is splendid. The eagle eye spell is marvelous. The eagle eye spell is simply extraordinary. Over there, and there, it's breathtakingly white, so beautifully exquisite, truly a peak experience. Hey, Beck, what are you doing? My father just announced that the magic lesson is over. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Just as Beck was lost in thought, a voice of inquiry rang in his ear, startling him into a jolt, causing him to nearly lose composure. Chapter 21. The frustrated Beck in the past. If Castle had initiated a conversation with Beck, he would have been overjoyed. However, Beck had just been sneaking peeks at her for quite a while. And after getting lost in his thoughts, the sudden sound of Castle's voice near him left him terrified. See, Castle, what do you need? After calming his racing heart, Beck asked her with a bewildered expression. What do you mean? What do I need? Don't you know? What? Could it be that my earlier peeping has been exposed? Is she here to accuse me? This would be disastrous. Castle's casual remark sent Beck into a panic. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go home. Huh? Go home? You want to come to my house? Of course. What do you want to do at my house? Normally, if Castle had voluntarily expressed a desire to visit Beck's home, he would have been thrilled to the point of rolling on the ground. Yet now, with her suddenly proposing to come over, Beck felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Are you still half asleep? I'm going to your house to apply medicine for you. Aren't you going to treat your injury? Castle shot him an exasperated glare, thinking to herself that if it weren't for Beck's earlier eagerness to save her father, she wouldn't even bother with this conversation. Oh, applying medicine. Castle, you can just give me the medicine, and I can apply it myself. Humph, as if. My medicine is precious. If you waste it, I'll be at a great loss. Though Castle said this, she was filled with suspicion that in the past, Beck had persistently invited her to his home, and she had never agreed. Now, however, when she took the initiative to offer to apply medicine, he seemed to be trying to avoid her presence. What could be behind this? With such thoughts, Castle became even more curious. She was determined to visit Beck's home today. Castle, I won't waste it. Or maybe I won't apply the medicine today. Faced with the goddess he had just gazed upon, the exceedingly self-conscious Becker found himself hesitant to confront her. Enough of this nonsense. If you don't leave now, I'll kick you to Kingdom Come. Castle glared, and Becker, immediately deflated, had no choice but to step forward timidly. The scene of Becker being scolded by Castle as he made his way home was witnessed by several onlookers. While most were indifferent, Three individuals took particular notice. The first was the old chief, Yuri, who, upon seeing his daughter Castle fiercely driving Becker away towards his home, could not help but display a flicker of a knowing smile, one that hinted at deeper meanings. The other two were Henry and Brown, both fervent admirers of Castle. Witnessing Castle and Becker heading home together, they felt a surge of displeasure, despite being aware that this was merely a superficial remedy. Damn. If I had known, I would have feigned an injury as well. What a stroke of luck for Becker. Enough, Brown. We have more pressing matters at hand. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with that useless Becker later. For now, Henry trailed off, abruptly halting his words. Clearly hesitant. Right. Let's focus on the task at hand, that if we succeed, Miss Castle might just be inclined to pursue me. Hey, Brown, while we share a good relationship, I won't be yielding when it comes to Miss Castle. In the end, who she chooses will depend on her own merits. Henry, I am confident I can win her favor. Soon, Miss Castle will surely be mine. Enough with the talk. Words mean little. Let's see who truly has the skills when the time comes. As Henry and Brown whispered conspiratorially, they stealthily made their way behind the tribe. Should Becker have caught sight of their clandestine actions, he would have harbored significant doubts, especially since he had encountered them just the day before. However, Becker had returned home, sitting on his bed, while the tall and striking Castle tended to his wounds. Logically, having such a beautiful presence nearby should have filled Becker with joy. Yet, his heart raced. Breaths quickened, and he could not bring himself to meet Castle's gaze. Are you ill? Why are you panting? It's not as if you've engaged in any strenuous activity. The proximity of the two meant Castle easily noticed Becker's unusual demeanor. In truth, Castle was equally perplexed. Initially, she had thought there was something amiss at Becker's home, which was why he had been reluctant to invite her. But upon arrival, she found no cause for concern. Just as she dismissed her earlier worries, she noticed Becker panting like a bellows. Becker had no words to express his predicament. Earlier, he had utilized the eagle's eye spell to observe the captivating view before Castle in great detail. Now, the very subject of his secret admiration stood before him, rendering it astonishing that he could maintain any semblance of composure. When alone, visions of that beautiful scenery flooded Becker's mind, and now, with the object of his infatuation so close, he felt utterly tormented. At this moment, Becker yearned to frolic with this goddess. But could he dare? Who was Castle? She was the jewel of the tribe, not only stunning but also strikingly efficient in her endeavors. Previously, Becker had endured a harsh reprimand from her for his relentless pursuit. If he dared act inappropriately now, would he not be courting disaster? With tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, Becker struggled to suppress these reckless urges, the resulting frustration nearly driving him to madness. Castle. What? Speak up. If you have something to say, say it. Stop stammering like a coward. I like you, Castle. Chapter 22. Castle's response overwhelmed. Becker could no longer contain himself. Unable to act upon his feelings physically, he resorted to words, expressing his deep affection for the goddess as a means of release, alleviating the pent-up tension that threatened to consume him. Enough. Spare me these useless declarations. How many times must I tell you that we are impossible? If it weren't for your injuries, I would have kicked you for such nonsense. The greatest tragedy in the world may well be the plight Becker currently faced. He had earnestly declared his feelings with the words, I like you, only to be met with Castle's nonchalant rejection, her tone betraying a sense of immunity to his advances. Indeed, over the years, Becker had persistently pursued Castle, expressing his affection countless times, leaving them both desensitized to the other's words. Accustomed to rejection, Becker quickly regained his composure. Yet, in a bid to further alleviate his own frustration, he pressed on. Castle, after all these years of you rejecting my declarations and insisting we are impossible, I must ask, what makes it so? Is it because I have yet to master a single spell and am deemed a failure? In the past, Becker would never have dared to voice such bold questions before Castle. But the weight of his pent-up frustration, coupled with the empowerment he felt from acquiring the super magic farm system and recently becoming a magic apprentice, emboldened him to finally voice the words he had long hidden. Of course not. If that's the case, then what is it? For a moment, Castle was taken aback by Becker's sudden audacity. Typically straightforward and assertive, she found herself responding to Becker's unexpected inquiry. After a brief pause, Castle, as if unfamiliar with Becker, scrutinized him thoroughly before narrowing her beautiful eyes, gazing at him with a hint of danger. Becker, have you suddenly grown the courage of a bear? Realizing his words had strayed, Becker, feeling both physically and emotionally constrained, resolved to press on. Castle, regardless of whether I possess the courage of a bear, my feelings for you are sincere. I simply wish to understand why you have consistently rejected my affections over the years. I have someone I like. Taken aback by Becker's newfound boldness and perhaps touched by his sincere feelings, Castle paused to reflect before locking her gaze onto Becker and declaring resolutely, I have someone I like. Is it Henry or Brown? Becker eagerly pressed for clarification. Those two scoundrels, you think I would ever look their way? Castle's response relieved Becker, yet he quickly inquired further. Then is it Harris, Peter, or perhaps the chicken farmer Agon at the foot of the mountain? Or, Becker listed nearly all the eligible young men in the tribe, knowing full well that none were immune to the allure of the tribe's jewel, Castle, and thus could potentially be his rivals. If not for her upbringing under the chief's guidance, Castle might have lost her temper at Becker's rambling. You better watch your mouth, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. I see. It must be someone from another tribe, right? As one of the strongest among the younger generation, Castle had accompanied the chief on numerous excursions, naturally having visited various tribes. These tribes housed a plethora of young talents, including humans, elves, dwarves, giants, and even undead and gnoll clans. It was entirely plausible that Castle had taken a liking to some fortunate soul. That hurts. Castle, I won't ask any more, I promise. As soon as Becker's ill-fated inquiry left his lips, he felt a sharp pain in his ear, realizing that Castle had seized it and twisted it nearly 180 degrees. Don't think just because you're injured that I won't dare to discipline you. If you utter another word, I might just take your ear. Yes, I won't say another word. Castle, please let go. I don't want to become a dumpling. Amidst Becker's pig-like squeals, Castle finally released him with a huff, swiftly attending to his wounds without sparing him another glance, turning on her heel to leave. Hey, wait, Castle, let me walk you home. Even though Castle remained indifferent to him, and even uttered the hurtful words, I already have someone I like, Baker showed no intention of surrendering. He embodied the spirit of a persistent adhesive, quickly donning his clothes and chasing after her. In response, Castle paid him no mind, striding forward with her long legs, swiftly leaving Baker far behind. Miss Castle, why are you walking so fast? Is there something urgent? Brown and Henry, who had just returned from their errands, encountered Castle and, observing her impassive expression as she hastily walked by, quickly greeted her. Make way. Don't block the road. Castle, who had just been infuriated by Baker, immediately directed her wrath at the unfortunate duo, unleashing a powerful aura that forced them to stagger back a few steps, nearly losing their balance. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. It's truly deserved. You two brats have been so full of yourselves. Watching this scene from a distance, Baker couldn't help but laugh heartily, finding immense satisfaction in Henry and Brown's discomfiture. However, there is a saying, joy often turns to sorrow. At that moment, Baker truly grasped this sentiment, for after his laughter subsided, he suddenly noticed that Henry and Brown, both possessing formidable magical abilities, were now standing directly in front of him, arms crossed, their gazes filled with ill intent. It dawned on Baker that, with Castle having gracefully entered her small dwelling in the distance, he was now left alone with Brown and Henry on the street. Faced with their menacing smiles, Baker couldn't suppress a shiver, every hair on his body standing on end. Chapter 23. Magical Restraint. Crack. Crack. Henry and Brown clenched their knuckles, grinning wickedly as they approached Baker. Baker, you tread the path to heaven yet refuse to walk it, barging into hell without invitation. We've been watching you flaunt yourself these past few days. Did you think that just because Miss Castle helped you, you could soar to the skies? Today, I shall make you realize that, no matter what, you are merely a lump of mud on the ground. You dare to insult us. You mutt? You'll find out soon enough who the real mud is. Having completed their business, Henry and Brown now had ample time to deal with the insufferable Baker. You two better not get carried away. This place is not far from Castle and the old chief's residence. Old chief, you're out. Look at these two trying to harm me. Baker suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs, startling Henry and Brown. They immediately turned pale and glanced toward the old chief's large house not far away, only to find it devoid of any sign of life. Realizing they had been tricked, the two turned back, only to discover that Baker had already made a hasty escape. Do you think you can run away? Henry and Brown gritted their teeth and launched into a furious chase. However, after a brief pursuit, they soon realized that Baker was running faster than a rabbit today. Although they were closing the distance, they had yet to catch him, which only fueled their frustration, unbeknownst to them. The reason for Baker's remarkable speed was his recent advancement to a magical apprentice, which had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to run much faster than before. Nevertheless, despite Baker's swiftness, he was still gravely injured. And Henry, possessing mastery over two powerful spells, was considerably stronger than Baker. Thus, it wasn't long before Henry caught up to Baker and knocked him to the ground with a punch. "Run, will you? Keep running." Henry's wolf-like eyes fixated on Baker, who lay in the dirt, threateningly. "Damn it, today, you'll see how I deal with you." Shortly after, Brown, who had only mastered one spell and was thoroughly exhausted from the intense running, kicked Baker with all his might. Yet, just as Brown's foot was about to land on Baker, it suddenly halted mid-air. The grimace on Brown's face indicated that it wasn't a sudden change of heart, but rather he had been stopped by an external force. At that moment, Henry, Brown, and even Baker, who was still on the ground, noticed a pale moonlight aura binding Brown's lower leg, preventing him from moving forward even an inch. Magical restraint. This the old chief, upon seeing that pale moonlight. Brown and the others immediately recognized that only the chief, a quasi-mage, could wield such a technique in their tribe. The so-called magical restraint was not magic in itself, but a means of combat through the manipulation of one's own magical energy. A feat that required considerable strength and could only be executed by a powerful quasi-mage. Sure enough, they soon spotted the old chief, dressed in rough linen robes, standing behind them with a cold expression. Old chief upon witnessing the sudden appearance of their tribe leader. Both Brown and Henry turned pale, while Baker let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he would not have to endure a beating this time. "What are you two doing?" The old chief's icy voice made Henry and Brown's faces turn ashen. "Lord Uri, we were just having a friendly spar with Baker, right, Baker?" "Humph." Brown was about to coerce Baker into corroborating his story when a cold snort from the chief silenced him instantly. "If you two treat your fellow tribesmen like this again, don't blame me for being rude." As the chief spoke, a powerful wave of magical energy emanated from him, causing Henry and Brown to pale further. After a brief admonishment, the old chief paid them no further mind and instructed Baker to follow me, then turned and walked away. Having already picked himself up from the ground, Baker flashed a grin at the frightened Henry and Brown before eagerly following the chief. Inside the old chief's dwelling, Uri gestured for Baker to take a seat on a stone chair and scrutinized him from head to toe until Baker began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke. "Baker, over the years, I have refrained from intervening excessively in the matters of Henry and the others bullying you. Do you harbor any resentment?" "No, not at all, huh? You little rascal, trying to pull that on me. I've watched you grow up. How could I not know your character?" The old chief was amused by Baker's pretenses. If he were to claim that he had no thoughts about the chief's leniency towards his tormentors, it would be a lie. Baker had often contemplated that if the chief were determined to protect him, Henry and Brown would never have been so brazen in their bullying. Noticing Baker's silence, the old chief smiled and shook his head. "Baker, do you think a young eagle can grow into a mighty eagle while always sheltered under the wings?" Casting a glance at Baker's slightly altered expression, he continued, "Since you have chosen to pursue castle, you must be prepared to endure the thorns along that path. Henry and Brown are but one set of thorns, are they not?" Seeing Baker frown slightly, the old chief spoke again. "Baker, do you think, with my daughter's disposition, she would take a liking to a flower that has grown in a greenhouse, shielded from the elements?" Uri's words left Baker momentarily bewildered, but he quickly regained clarity, nodding earnestly. "Chief, I understand now. Thank you." The chief's words had dispelled the lingering doubts in Baker's heart. As he grew older, the absence of any magical mastery left Baker feeling increasingly undervalued. The chief's prolonged neglect in conducting magical assessments was a significant indication of this, leaving Baker with a profound sense of disappointment, coupled with the chief's apparent lack of strict regulation over those who frequently bullied him. Such as Henry and Brown, Baker felt as though the chief had deemed him devoid of potential, abandoning him to fend for himself. However, upon hearing the chief's remarks, Baker felt a surge of emotion. He realized that it was that the chief didn't care for him or had given up on him, but rather the chief was employing a seemingly harsh method to encourage him to grow stronger. "You little rascal." Now, setting aside these trivial matters, I am more concerned about your situation with Castle, observing Baker's grateful gaze. The old chief waved his hand and donned a smirk, addressing Baker. Me and Castle? We there's nothing going on, really? Baker, who had previously observed Castle intently using the Hawk SI spell, now felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as the chief inquired about it. Chapter 24. The peculiar chief, you little rascal. Never a straight answer when you're in front of me. You say there's nothing going on. If that's the case, why are you so eager to deny it? Yuri's wise eyes sparkled with curiosity. I caught off guard by the chief's probing. Baker found himself at a loss for words. He realized he had overreacted. However, the reason for his overreaction stemmed from his guilty conscience regarding his feelings for the chief's daughter, not from any actual relationship with Castle, as the chief seemed to believe. Look, it seems I was right, Becker, that I have watched you grow from a bare-bottomed little brat. How could I be unaware of your character? Now, come clean with me. What stage have you reached with Castle? The old chief, seeing Becker at a loss for words, felt even more confident in his judgment. What stage, indeed? If I were truly at any stage with Castle, I would be overjoyed. Becker inwardly rolled his eyes, noticing Becker's silence. Yuri pressed on directly. Have you held her hand? Kissed her? Confessed your feelings? Did she agree? Hurry up and tell me, if you dare deceive me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Becker chose to ignore the old chief's prying into his daughter's affairs, but upon hearing those questions, he nearly burst into tears. Oh, old chief. Do you not understand your daughter's temperament? Hold hands. Kiss? If I were to do that, she would surely make my life miserable. Observing Becker's expression of anguish and indignation, the old chief was taken aback. Becker, you haven't held Castle's hand. No kiss. Then, what about your confession? Did she not agree? Yuri's inquiry struck Becker with a wave of despair. Old chief, I've confessed to Castle at least 1,000 times, if not 800, yet she has never taken a single one of my confessions seriously. Memories of his tragic experiences over the years surfaced in Becker's mind, culminating in today's scene where he confessed to Castle and was predictably rejected. To be honest, just now, while Castle was applying medicine to my wounds, I confessed to her once more. Such a child who understands the value of time and seizes opportunities. What did she say? The old chief inquired eagerly. She simply dismissed me with, "It's impossible for the two of us," and then added, "What else did she say?" She said she already has someone she likes. By the way, old chief, as her father, you must know who she has feelings for, right? Please tell me. I need to know who this scoundrel is that has stolen Castle's heart. Well, cough. I don't really know. The old chief's response to Becker's inquiry was immediate, but the fleeting hint of embarrassment on his face revealed something. It seems this fellow is hiding his identity quite well. Even you don't know who he is. Humph. One day when I uncover his identity, I will make him pay. Becker gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Yes, we must capture this person and punish him severely. Now, Becker, do not lose heart, though Castle is somewhat headstrong. If your intentions are true and you approach her with sincerity, you still have a substantial chance to win her over. This old man is not sick. Does he have a problem? As a father, why does he support me, a wastrel, in pursuing his daughter? Upon hearing the old chief's words, Becker recalled a few days prior when the old chief entrusted Castle to him, as if preparing for his own demise, leaving him perplexed. Old chief, why do you support me in pursuing Castle? I believe I am among the least impressive in our tribe, let alone compared to the talents of other tribes. Well, Becker, don't underestimate yourself. In truth, you possess quite a few merits, and what girls like in a man doesn't necessarily mean he must be extraordinary as long as a man is considerate and devoted to her. Eventually, she will be touched and willingly give her heart. Yes, Becker, it is precisely this that I appreciate about you. After all these years of storms and trials, although Castle has rejected you multiple times, you have not given up and have persistently pursued her and treated her well. I, as her father, have witnessed all of this. Moreover, you are someone I have watched grow up, possessing a decent character and no ill intentions. Thus I have high hopes for you. Becker, keep it up. Yes, old chief. I understand. No matter what, I will not give up. Becker replied, though he felt a twinge of doubt with his intelligence. He could tell that the old chief was somewhat insincere. Good job, Becker. I wish you success. Now, let's leave it at that for today. Go back and recuperate, and also think about how to present your best self to Castle, so that she may be captivated by you. Never give up, understand? Yes, Yes, old chief. I will remember. Now, please rest well. I shall take my leave. Although Becker felt perplexed by Uri's insistence on encouraging him to pursue his daughter, he realized that even if he asked, he would not extract any further information, so he took his leave. Watching Becker depart into the distance, the old chief let out a faint sigh, whispering to himself, I wonder if this boy, who hasn't grasped a single spell, can win back Castle's heart. What he did not know was that Becker was no ordinary individual. At this moment, he was undeniably a magic apprentice. Had he, just earlier, probed Becker as he did in the morning, he would have discovered this truth. Unfortunately, after the morning's attempt, the old chief had lost hope in Becker's ability to comprehend magic. Setting aside the old chief, let us focus on Becker, who returned to his small dwelling, closed the door, and began to reflect on the events of the day. Naturally, when Becker contemplated using Eagle Eye to spy on Castle, his hormones surged once more. Summarizing the day's events, there were both joys and sorrows, the most joyous occasion being his breakthrough to become a magic apprentice, while his concerns stemmed from Castle's declaration that she already has someone she likes, although he did not know who it was. Becker could only imagine that the individual capable of capturing the heart of the tribe's jewel, Castle, must be extraordinary. Besides this, two other matters left Becker feeling uncertain: the old chief's strange attitude and Henry Brown's recent clandestine activities. There was no need to elaborate on the old chief. Becker could sense that he likely knew who Castle's preferred person was, yet for some reason, he refrained from revealing it. For Brown and Henry, Becker could easily deduce from the direction the two had returned that they had probably gone to the back mountain again today, just as they had the day before. He was left wondering what nefarious deeds these two were scheming in secrecy. After pondering for a while and arriving at no conclusions, Becker decided to put it aside, muttering to himself, regardless of the circumstances, as long as I enhance my strength, I will be able to handle whatever arises. With this thought, Becker sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing on replenishing his exhausted mental and magical energies. A night passed in silence. In the following morning, Becker rose early, hastily consumed some food, and made his way to the old chief's large dwelling. His eagerness stemmed from his intent to have the system scan the magic employed by the old chief, hoping to acquire new spells. Chapter 25. Scanning magic in a world where magic reigns supreme. Possessing more spells equates to greater strength. Thus, Becker set out with the aim of having the system scan for magic today, hoping for a stroke of luck to acquire new spells. The reason he referred to it as luck was that the success rate of scanning another's magic was uncertain. Although Becker had never attempted it, he had interacted with the system enough to suspect that the chances of success might not be high. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, given that the system could produce magic itself, coupled with the opportunity to acquire it externally, it was a rather humane approach. As Becker contemplated these matters, he arrived at the open area in front of the old chief's dwelling, where he found Castle, Henry, Brown, and Sophia, among others who had grasped magic, already waiting. As the tribe's rare fortunate few who had comprehended magic, their enthusiasm for it was unparalleled, making them among the earliest to arrive each day. While others were comparatively less eager, before acquiring the system, Becker had also been one of those unenthusiastic individuals. Therefore, upon seeing Becker arrive so early, Castle and the others cast curious glances in his direction. Castle, good morning. Despite having been tormented by her countless times, Becker still greeted the tribe's jewel with unrestrained cheerfulness. Oh, what day is it today? You actually didn't sleep in. How rare. Clearly, Castle was not particularly impressed by Becker's greeting. Perhaps still holding a grudge over his previous offenses, her remark made Becker feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Castle, I plan to align myself with you starting today, diligently learning magic to honor the old chief's hard work. Oh, please. Given your laziness, alternating between fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, I am well aware of your tendencies. If you could persist for 3 days, it would truly be a cause for celebration. Castle, if I can manage to endure for 3 days, would you agree to go on a date with me? Get lost, continue with your nonsense, and I'll kick you to the curb. The exchange between Becker and Castle left several bystanders astonished. For in their minds, Becker was merely a pushover, someone who always complied, and it was his infatuation with Castle that led him to persistently pursue her. Now, however, he boldly declared his affections in public. A rare sight indeed. Beside Castle, Sophia stifled a laugh while her gentle gaze continuously scrutinized Becker. So what if he arrived early? He remains a worthless fool. A piece of mud on the ground is ultimately still just mud. even if it clings to someone's foot. It remains a lump of filth. Henry and Brown, who had always regarded Becker with disdain, were even more displeased to witness him teasing their object of affection in front of everyone. They immediately launched into sarcastic remarks. Although the previous day they had received a reprimand from the chief, they had grown accustomed to belittling Becker over the years, especially since he relentlessly pursued Castle, providing them with ample justification to continue their mockery. Mud can be transformed into bricks through fire. And even a wild lily can bloom in spring. This world is full of wonders. Who can truly predict the future? While these words may seem innocuous, the impact lies in who uttered them and to whom they were directed. Becker had always been akin to a yellow flower fish, slipping by the edges, particularly when it came to the bullying Henry and Brown. Yet today, he audaciously retorted against them in public, although his words were not overtly confrontational. They carried an underlying sharpness that it must be said that Becker's performance today garnered the attention and respect of those present. Henry and Brown were clearly taken aback by Becker's boldness, after a moment of stunned silence. They finally reacted, their faces flushed with rage. "Becker, you must be tired of living." As they spoke, Henry and Brown approached Becker menacingly. Castle, unwilling to stand idly by, prepared to intervene, but just then, the door to the hall creaked open, and the chief stepped out. Although the chief said nothing and made no move, his past authority caused Henry and Brown to halt in their tracks at the mere sound of the door opening. "Did you two think my words from yesterday fell on deaf ears?" The chief's light remark turned Henry and Brown's faces pale, and they hurriedly professed their apologies. "If you dare not, then get back." "Yes, yes, yes, chief." The two retreated to their places without uttering another word. Following this, the chief said no more and commenced today's lesson on magic. Observing Henry and Brown's disheveled demeanor brought great satisfaction to Becker. Simultaneously, his desire to enhance his abilities intensified. Had he possessed sufficient strength, would Henry and Brown have dared to treat him so? The mere sound of the chief opening the door had terrified them into submission. Why? It was because the chief wielded 9 powerful spells, making him the mightiest in the tribe. Thus, it all boiled down to strength. To avoid being bullied, one must elevate their own power. System, quickly scan and help me acquire new magic. The most direct means of improving strength was to master more magic, and now, requesting the system to scan for magical pathways was undoubtedly the quickest approach. Understood. Host, initiating extraction of mental and magical energy, commencing external magic scan. The system's crisp voice resonated in Becker's mind, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. Chapter 26. Success. As the system's voice faded, Becker saw within his consciousness ripples emanating from the dark earth, expanding outward like waves. Upon leaving his body, these ripples became invisible, yet, remarkably, Becker could still sense them. The wave-like ripples surged forth, swiftly traversing the crowd until they reached the chief. At that moment, Chief Yuri was demonstrating the giant axe spell, gripping a massive stone axe forged from condensed magical energy that exuded an imposing presence. Just then, in Becker's perception, the ripples made contact with the enormous stone axe. The moment they touched, the transparent ripples enveloped the entire axe, and within Becker's awareness, a curious interaction seemed to occur between the two. Ding. Scan failed. The system was unable to acquire the genetic blueprint for the giant axe spell. What? This can fail just like that. System, are you jesting with me? Becker was momentarily speechless at the system's rapid failure rate, akin to flipping a pancake. However, shortly thereafter, he felt a wave of dizziness and pain wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse, while the severe injury to his torso flared up once more. System, why didn't you inform me beforehand that scanning external magic would deplete my mental and magical energy? Becker was on the verge of tears, realizing that his small puddle in the ocean of consciousness had completely dried up, leaving nothing behind. This was all the mental and magical energy he had painstakingly gathered from deciphering magic when they had come into existence. Becker had felt invigorated, but now, having been entirely drained in an instant, it was no wonder he felt so miserable. Furthermore, the presence of mental and magical energy had provided some suppression against his severe injury. And now that they had vanished, the pain surged forth uncontrollably, leaving Becker in agony. Host, the system is solely responsible for scanning magic, not for prior notifications. Moreover, even if you were aware that scanning magic would deplete your mental and magical energy, would you have refrained from scanning? Becker seethed at the system's salt in the wound response, but he had no time to deal with it now. Instead, He focused on deciphering magic to quickly replenish his mental and magical energy. Under Becker's relentless efforts to analyze magic, he finally managed to restore both his mental and magical energy before the chief concluded the magic lesson, although the injury in his torso still throbbed slightly. At that moment, Becker recalled the task that had driven him to despair issued by the system, finding and taming a half-beast, after which the system would reward him with a water therapy spell seed. If he possessed the water therapy healing magic, his severe injuries could be treated. However, this task was beyond his current capabilities. As for negotiating with the system to lower the task's difficulty, Becker had attempted that before, but the obstinate system had shown no willingness to compromise, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Host, your mental and magical energy can once again scan for external magic. Do you wish to proceed with the scan? Damn it, scan for what? You just nearly killed me. And I didn't even acquire a single strand. Becker rolled his eyes in exasperation. Host, I have already informed you that scanning external magic does not guarantee a 100 success rate. The previous failure was entirely normal. Besides, do you not desire to obtain another new spell to enhance your strength? The system had deftly seized upon Becker's deepest desire. What he craved most was to acquire new magic and bolster his abilities. Even if scanning magic came with excruciating headaches and intensified pain from his injuries, yet Becker found it impossible to refuse this opportunity to gain magic. Thus, he steeled himself and once more instructed the system to initiate the scan. It hurts. Castle, be gentler. After enduring the scanning process, Becker was once again plagued by a splitting headache, and the pain from his injury flared up anew. Moreover, another failed scan compounded his suffering, both physically and mentally. Just then, the chief declared the magic lesson concluded, and Castle approached to assist Becker with his wounds. The movement exacerbated his pain, prompting Becker to cry out in distress. Are you even a man? Yelling so loudly in front of so many people. I'm embarrassed for you. Castle hadn't anticipated that Becker would scream at the slightest touch, and her frustration boiled over. How could he not cry out when it felt like torture? Becker grumbled internally but dared not voice his thoughts, merely gasping in pain. I barely pulled you, and you act as if it's the end of the world. Is that really necessary? Castle found Becker's theatrics utterly absurd. Castle, Becker sustained his injuries to protect our tribe. You should treat him with more kindness. Chief Yuri interjected, prompting Castle to roll her eyes discreetly before shooting a fierce glare at Becker and gingerly leading him towards his home. Witnessing this scene, many in the crowd felt envious of Becker. Having the tribe's jewel care for him so tenderly was indeed a fortunate thing. Yet, more young people harbored resentment towards Becker, particularly Henry and Brown, who seethed with jealousy. After cursing Becker under their breath, they headed towards the back mountain, just as they had done in previous days. Becker, enduring both pain and pleasure, applied the medicine to Castle. After hastily completing this task, he returned to his humble abode, seizing the moment to decipher magic, striving to restore his mental and magical energies. Thus, Becker bore the excruciating pain daily, scanning the spells cast by the old chief. Due to the nature of the failed scans, he could not attempt them again. Consequently, Becker could only wait for the old chief to cast new spells, leading to 3 fruitless days without a single successful scan. Finally, after painstakingly restoring his depleted mental and magical powers, the system inquired if he wished to continue scanning spells. In a fit of frustration, Becker exclaimed, "System, are you mocking me? This scanning nonsense is utterly futile." It was no wonder he was irked. After enduring relentless agony, he had nothing to show for it. Host, you may choose not to scan spells, but in the short term, acquiring new magic will be impossible. Fine. You've got me there. Scan away. After all, the old chief has 9 spells, at worst. I'll endure the pain 9 times. Driven by the temptation of acquiring new magic, Becker gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Ding. Extracting mental and magical energy, commencing external magic scan. Thereafter, Becker awaited the familiar arrival of pain and failure notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. Scan successful. Acquired Iron Spike Armor Magic Gene. Now commencing gene recombination to synthesize magic seed. I knew it. This scanning is utterly... Wait, what? Successful. Just as Becker was about to launch into a tirade against the system, he suddenly realized that the system's announcement was different this time. It had declared a successful scan. Chapter 27. Pursuit. The immense joy of the successful scan caused Becker to momentarily forget the intense pain brought on by the depletion of his mental and magical energies. Redirecting his focus into his consciousness space, to his astonishment, he discovered a gray vortex swirling above the dark soil, which had appeared unbeknownst to him and was now churning and twisting, its center fluctuating as if undergoing a significant transformation. Ding! Iron Spike Armor Magic Seed Synthesis complete. Would the host like to plant it now? Of course, plant it. Ha ha ha. Another spell. This is fantastic. For Baker, who was currently in a magic drought, the emergence of another spell brought him unparalleled joy. He urged the system to plant the newly synthesized magic seed. Next, he observed a round, protruding seed emerge from the vortex's center, which then plunged into the soil below as the gray vortex gradually dissipated. Before long, a small gray sprout broke through the dark earth. Eagerly, Baker examined the sprout, which was accompanied by a line of small text. Iron Spike Armor Magic will mature in 3 days. Ha ha ha. Another permanent spell. How wonderful. Having learned from the previous experience with dozens of one-time spells, Baker promptly checked the description upon seeing the magic seed sprout. Relieved that it bore no mention of trial version, he felt a wave of joy wash over him. The permanent spell equated to a spell model that others struggled to comprehend, significantly enhancing Baker's abilities. How could he not be elated? Wait. Hold on, system. Why does this spell take 3 days to mature? Baker distinctly remembered that his first permanent spell, the Eye of the Falcon, only required 2 days to mature, while the Iron Spike Armor Magic now demanded 3. Host, haven't you heard that as one's comprehension of magic increases, so does the difficulty of understanding it? Of course I've heard that, but does that mean your system also? Just days prior, he had overheard Castle lamenting how, after mastering 4 spells, grasping the 5th had become exceedingly challenging, far from the ease of initial comprehension. Now, upon hearing the system's words, Baker suspected that his own system might be subject to the same principle. Host, it's good that you understand that in this world, there are no free lunches. Others find it increasingly difficult to comprehend magic. So must you. However, thanks to my extraordinary system, your challenges are merely extended in duration. Take solace in this fortunate arrangement. Well, thank you. Although Baker had reservations about this unpredictable system, he recognized the immense advantages it conferred compared to others. For instance, the wait time for him to comprehend a second spell was merely 1 day longer than for the first. While others toiled far harder, the Iron Spike Armor Magic was an exceptionally powerful spell. When the old chief battled the half-beast Golden Lion, it was the Iron Spike Armor Magic that sustained him. Without it, he might have faltered. Despite being on the defensive, the Golden Lion was also grievously wounded by the sharp spikes of the armor. Having witnessed its might, the anticipation of possessing this spell in 3 days filled Baker with uncontainable excitement. He lingered in this blissful reverie for a while before contentedly returning to the task of deciphering magic, replenishing his mental and magical energies. Having tasted success, Baker was determined to scan the old chief's remaining spells, hoping for the stroke of luck that might yield another spell. Unbeknownst to the old chief, Castle, Sophia, Henry, Brown, and numerous others, Baker quietly acquired the Iron Spike Armor Magic amid their lessons. Over the next 2 days, Baker diligently analyzed magic, scanning the spells released by the old chief whenever his mental and magical energies were replenished. However, to his dismay, he found himself devoid of the previous stroke of luck. After 2 days of scanning the old chief's remaining spells, he had not acquired a single new one. Since the system prohibited further scans of spells that had failed, Baker, having exhausted all 9 spells the old chief possessed, found himself lacking any further targets to pursue. Consequently, with his mental and magical energies once again brimming, Baker felt a sense of ennui settle in, just as he pondered whether to employ the Eye of the Falcon to surreptitiously observe the goddess Castle once more. The old chief announced the conclusion of the day's instruction, leaving Baker with a tinge of disappointment. Watching Castle depart hand in hand with Sophia, Baker couldn't help but wish to be in Sophia's place. Over the past few days, Castle had treated Baker's superficial injuries with healing ointments, but as anticipated, the severe internal wounds remained beyond the ointment's efficacy. Thus, Castle ceased her daily visits to Baker's home to administer medicine. Consequently, Baker could no longer enjoy those fleeting yet blissful moments spent returning home with Castle as he had in the preceding days. Sighing at Castle's retreat, Baker prepared to head home, but at that moment, he caught sight of Henry and Brown sneaking off toward the back mountain. What mischief were these two up to? Having a deeper connection with Henry, Baker had always kept a closer eye on him. Ever since he first spotted the two sneaking toward the back mountain, he had noticed their clandestine excursions almost daily, which piqued his curiosity. However, due to his preoccupation with Castle's medicine and scanning magic. He had not delved deeper into their peculiar behavior. Now, with time on his hands, Baker found himself intrigued by Henry and Brown's odd antics. Observing their swiftly departing figures, Baker squinted, clenched his fists, and decided to follow them. In the past, even if Baker was curious, he would not have dared to tail Henry and Brown. However, now that he had become a magic apprentice, armed with the Eye of the Falcon, the perfect tool for observation, he resolved to pursue them. Chapter 28. Significant discovery. The Gobenum tribe was nestled against the mountains, with part of the settlement adjoining the back mountain. This area, situated near the foot of the mountain, had few torches, rendering it the dimmest part of the entire tribe, rarely frequented by visitors. That, of course, there were exceptions, such as Akin, who, in his pursuit of a chicken farming venture, resided here, finding companionship with his flock of chickens in this open, undisturbed space. Beck trailed closely behind Henry and Brown as they arrived at this location, soon observing the two young men stealthily approaching the area where Akin resided. Ultimately, they concealed themselves outside a fence that enclosed a chicken coop. The pungent aroma of chicken manure and the clucking of the fowls caused Beck, even from a considerable distance, to furrow his brow. Could it be that Henry and his companion have gone to such lengths merely to steal chickens? This seems rather excessive, he pondered. Although Akin held a certain status within the tribe, he paled in comparison to the magically adept Henry and Brown. If they wished to improve their rations, they could easily confront Akin without fear of repercussions. Yet now, they were sneaking about, clearly intent on thievery. What transpired next unfolded as Beck had anticipated. Henry and Brown took turns, one keeping watch while the other stealthily snatched two plump hens from the enclosure. Beck felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all his efforts to follow them, he had merely uncovered a pair of chicken thieves. However, a sudden thought struck him. Something felt amiss. The proficiency displayed by Henry and Brown suggested that they had been visiting this spot regularly in recent days, repeatedly engaging in such lowly acts. It seemed rather peculiar for two empowered individuals to engage in such petty theft. Their subsequent actions confirmed Beck's suspicions. Each of them carried a chicken, not returning to the tribe but instead glancing around cautiously before making their way up the mountain. There must be some ulterior motive. Otherwise, these two would not be so secretive. With this realization, Beck decided to follow them. As the saying goes, good deeds do not go unnoticed, and ill deeds are rarely without consequence. Beck felt a keen interest in exposing the misdeeds of his two rivals. As they climbed further up the mountain, the distance from the tribe increased, and the surrounding light quickly faded. Despite having become a magic apprentice, Beck found it increasingly difficult to keep pace, as Henry and Brown navigated the terrain with ease. Of course, he could exert himself to keep up, but in doing so, he would risk revealing his presence, necessitating cautious movement and maintaining a safe distance. Yet Beck felt no despondency in this situation. Just as he sensed he might lose sight of the two ahead, he concentrated, and a faint magical aura emanated from him. In the air, an almost imperceptible eye materialized, reflecting the figures of Henry and Brown as they moved forward. Though Beck could no longer see them clearly, their every action was vividly imprinted in his mind, for he had cast the Eagle Eye spell. With this enchantment, his ability to scout was greatly enhanced. With the aid of the Eagle Eye, Beck continued his pursuit with ease. Even as Henry and Brown moved swiftly up the mountain, they were unaware that an eye hung above them, constantly monitoring their movements. Thus, Beck followed diligently until they reached a flat area midway up the slope, where the two finally slowed their pace. Upon arriving at a clearing, Beck observed them exchange a few boisterous words before one of them ignited a campfire, while the other conjured flames to begin roasting the very hens they had pilfered. Though Beck was too far away to hear their conversation clearly, he gleaned enough from their intermittent voices and the shapes of their mouths to deduce that they were competing over whose roast chicken was superior, hoping to win someone's favor. This revelation deepened Beck's confusion. Why would they go through such lengths to roast stolen chickens? Were they attempting to curry favor with someone? Could it be Castle? She certainly had a penchant for savory meats. However, Beck quickly dismissed that possibility as he had witnessed Castle enter her dwelling earlier, and he had seen no sign of her presence along the way. If not Castle, then who could possibly warrant such dedication from Henry and Brown? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps it was a high-ranking sorcerer. Earlier, the old chief had expressed suspicion that Beck was under the protection of a powerful wizard, and now Beck entertained that notion himself. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Henry and Brown had not gained new magical insights for years. if they encountered a sorcerer more formidable than the old chief willing to teach them. It was conceivable they would be eager to learn. But why would such a powerful figure hide away in the mountains? While Beck was lost in thought, Henry and Brown had completed their roasting and seemed to be racing towards a nearby cave. As if vying for glory, through the eagle eye, Beck saw them arrive at the cave and start calling out excitedly. Just when Beck expected to witness the emergence of a formidable sorcerer, a golden figure suddenly leaped from the cave. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Beck was left in shock, frozen in place. To his astonishment, the figure that emerged was a small golden lion, both familiar and unfamiliar. It was familiar because a few days prior, a half-beast golden lion had nearly killed the old chief, leaving a lasting impression on Beck. Yet it was unfamiliar as this golden lion was significantly smaller. Resembling a miniature golden lion, could it be the offspring of that great golden lion? Or perhaps a descendant of another golden lion? Beck instinctively contemplated the origins of this young golden lion, but quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Understanding its lineage would hold no significance for him. What truly mattered was another pressing issue. System, does this little golden lion meet the requirements of your task? Beck immediately recalled the frustrating task issued by the system, which required him to find and tame a half-beast for retrieval. The golden lion that had almost killed the old chief was indeed a true half-beast, and if this miniature lion was its progeny, it might fulfill the system's criteria. Too far away to investigate, the system replied succinctly. Are you not an omnipotent system? Beck retorted playfully. Host, how can you say that, if your abilities weren't so abysmally low? Restricting this super system's potential, I wouldn't be in this predicament. All right, I'll get closer, Beck interjected. Amused by the system's predicament, he had no desire to hear a lengthy explanation, especially with important matters at hand. Thus, he carefully approached the miniature golden lion. Despite being a magic apprentice, he was still no match for the two skilled individuals, Henry and Brown. Moreover, his own magic was non-combat oriented, so if he were discovered now, it would spell disaster. Beck realized why Henry and Brown had opted to steal chickens rather than confront Agon openly. They wished to keep the existence of the young golden lion a secret. Even the slightest hint of discovery could jeopardize everything. As a creature likely to grow into a half-beast, its value was immeasurable. If Henry and Brown sensed someone was investigating, they would undoubtedly take drastic measures against Beck. Cautiously, Beck approached the golden lion, persistently inquiring whether the system could detect it. As the system repeatedly replied in the negative, he found himself within 5 or 6 meters of the golden lion. System, can you investigate now? Too far away to investigate. Still too far? I'm practically right next to it. If I go any closer, those two will notice. Just a little closer, and I will be able to investigate. In response to the system's reply, Beck silently muttered, bloody hell, and stealthily advanced another step. It became evident that the closer one drew to success, the more likely problems would arise. The darkness before dawn is indeed a profound darkness. As Beck took that step, he fortuitously stepped upon a round, slippery stone, causing him to nearly lose his balance. Fortunately, as a magic apprentice, he had significantly improved his bodily control compared to before, struggling to regain his balance. He managed to steady himself. His body was stable, but the noise he made immediately attracted attention. Both Henry and Brown turned their heads in unison, casting wary glances behind them. Who's there? Step out at once, or you shall not escape my wrath. Brown's voice was laced with a palpable threat. Damn, could I possibly meet my end at the hands of these two brats? This is it. Even after Beck steadied himself and ducked behind a massive rock, the years spent under the shadows of these two still left him vulnerable to the panic that surged within him upon hearing their icy inquiries. If you don't come out, I'll incinerate you with a fireball spell. This is your own doing. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Brown's chilling voice sent a shiver down Beck's spine. Should I confront them? Otherwise, if they strike first, I will be at a disadvantage. Hiding behind the boulder, Beck clenched his fists, ready to spring into action. But then he hesitated, lowering his raised foot back down. Although Beck had been taken in by the old chief after the passing of his parents, under the old chief's intentional oversight, he had received little protection. On the contrary, he had endured hardships, experienced the cruelty of human nature, and felt the warmth and coldness of relationships, all of which shaped him to be more mature than his peers. His grasp of human hearts surpassed that of ordinary individuals in a flash. Years of accumulated experience alerted him that something felt amiss. If Henry and Brown had truly discovered him, they likely would not be shouting, but would instead come at him directly. Yet, the more they screamed, the more it seemed they were merely testing the waters. Of course, Beck could not be entirely certain of these thoughts. It was merely a feeling that ultimately led him to remain hidden behind the boulder. Not coming out. Huh. Then don't blame me for being rude. Had he misjudged? Had they truly found him? Beck couldn't help but waver at Brown's unwavering confidence. Just then, a swift sound sliced through the air, and in the next moment, an intensely scorching wave enveloped Beck. With a thunderous roar, a massive stone not far from Beck was struck violently by a fireball, leaving it charred and blackened, and the explosive force sent shards of rock flying, with a couple even striking Beck. Though he found himself in a bit of a predicament, witnessing the scene only solidified his previous judgment, prompting him to remain motionless in his hiding spot. Brown, I told you. How could there possibly be anyone? We've been so cautious these past few days, keeping a close eye on those few magic users in the tribe. How could they even detect us? Furthermore, if someone were to follow us, wouldn't we notice? It's better to be cautious. The cub of the golden lion is exceedingly precious, even in a place as treacherous as the dark holy city. Many would covet it. We must remain vigilant. Then let's hurry and subdue it. Once it matures, even the old chief will have to look up to us. Castle, haha. Hey, why did you feed it first? No choice. You were just too slow. You bastard. I was just distracted by the commotion earlier. Following this, Henry and Brown vied to toss the roasted chicken to the miniature golden lion. Initially, the little lion showed some interest, pouncing toward a piece of roasted chicken. But after sniffing it with its tiny nose, it displayed a look of disdain, nibbling a couple of bites before shaking its head and losing interest entirely. The other piece of chicken, it didn't even bother to glance at. Hey, this little rascal has quite the discerning palate. It turns its nose up at even such a delicious roast chicken. At this rate, when will we ever manage to tame it? Haha. Henry, you're mistaken. It dislikes your chicken. Not mine. Didn't you see it didn't even spare a glance at yours? It seems to quite enjoy the food I prepared with fire magic. You're talking nonsense. If it liked it, why would it only take a couple of bites and then ignore it? Hey, at the very least, that shows my fire-roasted chicken is far more delectable than yours. I think if I adjust the cooking time and add some seasoning tomorrow, the little one will definitely enjoy it even more. Won't you, little buddy? As he spoke, Brown reached out his hand toward the miniature golden lion. However, to his dismay, the little lion turned away, presenting him with its backside before leisurely wandering back into the cave. Brown, how does it feel? Your roast chicken is so delicious, and yet it still ignores you. Humph, it's only been a few days. Just give me more time to build a rapport with the little lion, and it will surely choose me. Choose you? How could that be? With your mere grasp of a single spell, how could you possibly be worthy of a golden lion that could grow into a half-beast? Don't forget, I possess the fire magic that can create delicious meals for the little lion. Your jealousy is of no consequence. Fine. Let's hurry down the mountain. We don't want to arouse anyone's suspicions. Let's go. Oh right, Henry, let me tell you. Don't try any schemes to keep it all to yourself. If I see that little lion has vanished tomorrow, I will definitely inform Chief Yuri. Humph, do you think I'm like you? Resorting to schemes? Fair competition is fair competition. Whoever can win the little lion's favor and take it as a magical pet has the skill. All right, let us go. As Brown and Henry continued their bickering, they made their way down the mountain. Once Beck saw the two leave from his hiding spot behind the boulder, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to step out, he paused and controlled the eye of the falcon above him to float toward the direction of the two boys. Thankfully, Beck's caution paid off. Through the eye of the falcon spell, he observed that after walking a dozen meters, Henry and Brown unexpectedly halted. Following a devious suggestion from Brown, they stealthily turned back. Witnessing this, Beck felt an immense relief. Had he not had that flash of insight and recklessly stepped out, he would have undoubtedly been caught by their return. The returning Henry and Brown, of course, found nothing amiss and continued their grumbling as they headed further down the mountain. With this lesson learned, Beck was even less inclined to emerge. Thus, he remained hidden behind the boulder, focusing on deciphering magic and generating his mental and magical energy. After a period, Beck restored both his mental and magical energy to a full state before finally opening his eyes. Although the likelihood of Brown and Henry lurking in the shadows during such a lengthy duration was low, out of caution, Beck released the Eye of the Falcon spell to carefully survey his surroundings. Once he confirmed that the two had indeed departed, he cautiously emerged from behind the boulder. After a moment's contemplation, Beck headed toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the cave, he cast a few glances inside, then bent down to gather the two nearly untouched roasted chickens from the ground, along with the remnants of the previous day's leftovers, and carried them to a larger boulder a distance away to bury them. When Beck returned to the cave entrance, cleaning up the scattered bones and meat, he suddenly noticed a flash of golden light before him, and a miniature golden lion appeared not far away. Roar! The little golden lion scrutinized Beck before its gaze landed on the remnants of the roast chicken he was collecting, revealing its teeth and roaring at him. However, due to its small size, even its roar was irresistibly adorable. Hee hee, little buddy, what's wrong? Still feeling shy? Beck waved his hand, tossing the last few pieces of bone down the mountain, then clapped his hands and took a step closer to the little lion. Roar! Ow! Ow! The mini golden lion exhibited considerable hostility towards Beck, roaring incessantly as he approached. However, due to a hint of trepidation, this little creature involuntarily began to retreat. Hey, since you seem so shy, I'll come to see you tomorrow. Farewell, little lion. Beck waved dismissively at the mini golden lion and made his way down the mountain, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable joy. Little one, our time together may only last a couple of days. Tomorrow, you may very well be taken by the system. Chapter 31. The first among magic apprentices indeed. Previously, the system indicated after scanning the mini golden lion that this cub met the task's requirements. It was precisely this reason that brought forth Beck's uncontainable delight. Admittedly, the lion's current strength was far from that of a semi-beast, yet the system did not discriminate against this little fellow. Nor did it impose any undue difficulties on Beck. That IT clearly stated that as long as Beck tamed this little lion for the system's retrieval, he would have completed the task, and he would not be deprived of the water therapy magic seed. As for how to win over and tame the little lion, Beck had already conceived a plan during his brief time hiding behind the boulder. The essence of the plan was rather simple. It stemmed from a piece of advice he once heard from the chicken-raising expert. Akin, when taming a pet, one must not solely be benevolent. A combination of kindness and authority is the optimal approach. Of course, the mini golden lion was not comparable to common pets like cats or dogs. And whether this plan would be effective remained to be seen. Beck's recent action of clearing the ground of the roast chicken and its remnants was merely the preliminary work of this plan, while the main event would have to wait until tomorrow for implementation. As he pondered and refined his strategy, Beck descended the mountain, leaving the little lion in a state of bewilderment. Hey, you little rascal. Did you steal my chickens? Damn it. I've lost over 10 plump hens. Just as Beck was busy perfecting his plan on the way down the mountain, a thunderous voice suddenly startled him, nearly causing him to lose control. Looking up, he saw a burly man with a bushy beard blocking his path. Akin, you scared me. What is going on? This bearded giant was none other than the chicken-raising expert, Akin, a formidable figure in the tribe. Known as the first among magic apprentices. Damn it, why do you even ask? Chickens have been disappearing from my coop daily, and I've already lost a dozen. Tell me, did you steal them? Akin questioned Beck fiercely. Me? Steal? That's absurd. With my impeccable reputation, why would I stoop to such despicable acts? I haven't forgotten how you stole my eggs when you were a child. You just mentioned that was when I was a child. I was ignorant back then, thinking that taking a few eggs would lighten your burden of selling them. Get lost. Don't give me that nonsense. How could you conveniently appear right when I'm losing chickens? Speak up. Akin, furious over the recent losses, unleashed his wrath upon Beck, whom he deemed a suspect. Come on, that's an unreasonable accusation. Just because I happened to pass by, you think I'm a chicken thief? What kind of logic is that? Beck retorted defiantly, knowing the true thief's identity. Oh, so you dare to stand up to me. Today, I'm convinced you're the thief. Come, you're coming with me to see Chief Yuri. Akin, already incensed over the chicken thefts, was further enraged by Beck's audacity to challenge him, the first among magic apprentices. Without finishing his sentence, he reached out with his enormous hand to grab Beck by the collar. In the past, Beck's timid demeanor would have made him an easy target for Akin. However, now, having successfully mastered magic and risen to the status of a magic apprentice, he adeptly evaded Akin's grasp. Akin, must you be so unreasonable? Naturally displeased by the baseless accusation, Beck knew that had he not become a magic apprentice, he would have been captured and publicly humiliated as a chicken thief. Unreasonable? What does that matter? You're a chicken thief. Akin, still seething with anger, failed to notice Beck's deft maneuver and assumed it was merely luck. Now, hearing Beck refer to him as a brute made him even more furious. And he charged at Beck again. Swish, akin, in a fit of rage, lunged at Beck with all his might. But to his surprise, Beck stumbled backward just in time, causing Akin to miss entirely. Was this mere chance, or, as Akin pondered, he suddenly tripped, tumbling forward and landing face first into the ground. The hefty man, propelled by his momentum, crashed down, dazed and disoriented, stars dancing before his eyes and a ringing in his ears. At that moment, a calm voice echoed, "Akin, I advise you to clarify matters before making accusations next time. Otherwise, you might unjustly wrong a good person, and heaven will not look kindly upon it. Oh, and if you wish to catch me, feel free to come find me in the tribe. You." Akin exerted considerable effort to rise from the ground, gazing at the retreating Beck with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Had that stumble been an intentional act by the seemingly inept Beck, or merely coincidence? Under normal circumstances, as the first among magic apprentices, Akin would have sought to punish Beck in front of the tribe. But after this incident, he refrained from pursuing him. The next day, Beck arrived early at the clearing in front of the chief's residence. Much like the day before, on the surface, he appeared calm, yet beneath. A profound sense of anticipation brewed within him. For Chapter 32. Implementing the plan, the sight of Beck arriving early again surprised everyone, particularly Castle, who understood this persistent suitor well. His typically lazy demeanor had transformed. As he now arrived early, just like the other magic apprentices. "Hey, Castle, if I come even earlier tomorrow, will you finally agree to a date with me?" Recently becoming a magic apprentice and having found a solution to his previously frustrating task, Beck felt a surge of confidence, boldly teasing the jewel of the tribe. However, Castle's swift retort of "get lost" caused Beck's buoyant expression to collapse. "What's this? No longer content to be a useless fool. Trying to play the jester now? Being a jester isn't so bad. At least I can bring you some amusement every day. Ha ha ha. Watching the useless fool act tough is indeed amusing." For Beck, who had arrived early and stolen their thunder, Henry and Brown were not inclined to extend any goodwill. "Just wait, you two. Today, I shall reclaim some interest from you." Beck, though silent, harbored a smirk within, knowing that his plan to tame the little lion involved these two. Albeit as the most unfortunate pawns in his scheme, seeing Beck's silence only fueled Brown and Henry's eagerness, and they unleashed a barrage of mocking remarks upon him. Initially, Castle had been intrigued by Beck's unusual demeanor, her amber eyes keenly observing him. However, upon seeing him revert to his usual submissive self in the face of Brown and Henry's taunts, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet, within that disappointment lingered an air of as expected. She had grown immune to the timid nature of this man and held no hope for a sudden change in his character. After a lengthy session of magical instruction, Beck awaited the end with anticipation. When he saw Henry and Brown, as usual, pretentiously circling around before heading towards the back mountain, his fists clenched tightly, he then hastened to catch up with Castle, who was returning hand in hand with Sophia. "You're looking for trouble again, aren't you?" Castle remarked, raising an eyebrow as she confronted Beck, her voice laced with danger. Beside him, his dear friend Sophia, with her enchanting eyes, curiously examined the figure before her, a man with tousled brown hair and dark eyes, whose appearance bore a somewhat unsavory demeanor, often derided as a good-for-nothing by Henry and his companions. "Castle, come on, we need to talk. Hurry." In Baker's plan, Castle was an exceedingly crucial element, compelling Baker to disregard all else as he seized Castle's fair arm and pulled her along. Under normal circumstances, Castle's prowess would have allowed her to evade Baker's grasp effortlessly. However, she had never anticipated that Baker would audaciously reach out to take her hand, thus allowing this rascal to take advantage of the situation. Furious, Castle swiftly smacked Baker's hand away and shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Are you itching for a fight?" Perhaps due to Baker's indirect rescue of the old chief, or perhaps because it was her first experience of such blatant disrespect from a man, the fiery-tempered Castle chose not to retaliate immediately. Cough, cough. My apologies, Castle. I was just too hasty. Please, come with me. I truly have something important to discuss." At this juncture, Baker realized the recklessness of his prior actions but had little time to ponder his impertinence or the delightful sensation of the goddess's soft hand. "Speak quickly, or I and Sophia shall delve into our magical studies, with no time to spare for you." Castle replied impatiently, Baker glanced around, ensuring nobody was paying attention, before lowering his voice. Thieves, castle, I've discovered 2 thieves. And as the daughter of the old chief, you must take responsibility for such threats to our tribe's harmony. Are you speaking the truth? Upon hearing Baker's words, Castle's irritation dissipated, replaced by a growing seriousness. As a principled warrior, she harbored a deep disdain for such petty theft. When have I ever deceived you? Come now, let's not dawdle. If we linger, we may miss a valuable opportunity. Given the stakes involved in executing his plan and obtaining the precious spa magic seed, Baker's tone became unusually urgent. Castle, being a pragmatic individual, paid little heed to the nuances of politeness. Sensing that Baker was likely truthful, she nodded in agreement. Wait, I want to go too. Sophia chimed in with eager anticipation. All right, then we shall all go together. Without waiting for Baker's response, Castle readily acquiesced, leaving Baker, who had hoped for a private moment with Castle, feeling rather disgruntled. However, he had no choice but to accept this turn of events, and so, he led the 2 women toward the back mountain. Baker had waited until Henry and the others had ventured far away before broaching the subject with Castle, and as a result, most of the crowd had dispersed by then. Thus, their departure went unnoticed by the few remaining onlookers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the old chief, standing by the window, was intently observing the receding figures of the trio, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, while an unusual flush crept over his cheeks. Chapter 33, Capturing Thieves. Ah, are those 2 thieves? After a brisk walk, the 3 caught sight of Henry and Brown stealthily advancing ahead, prompting Sophia to exclaim softly, "Shoo, keep your voice down, dear, we mustn't alert them." The success of their plan hinged on discretion, and Sophia's sudden exclamation nearly caused Baker's heart to leap from his chest. Fortunately, they were far enough away that it did not draw the attention of the 2 men ahead. Hey, Baker, do you have some sort of scheme? How do you know those 2 are up to no good? Castle shot a suspicious glance at Baker. What? No scheme at all. I merely noticed those 2 sneaking in this direction, and guess they might be up to something, Baker stammered. If you don't tell me the truth, I'm not going. Seeing Baker's hesitance, Castle halted, feigning a desire to turn back. No, wait. I'll tell you. I've been keeping an eye on them for the past few days. After the old chief taught them magic, they ran toward the back mountain. So, yesterday, I quietly followed them and discovered they were stealing chickens. Today, seeing them head back there again, I thought to involve you. In truth, Baker had anticipated that Castle might doubt him when formulating his plan, so he had prepared this explanation in advance. Now, he recounted it smoothly, without betraying any signs of nervousness. What he had said was mostly true, though he conveniently omitted the most crucial details regarding their theft. Stealing chickens. With their abilities, they could simply ask Agon for better food, couldn't they? Plus, with your lack of skill, how could you follow them without being discovered? Castle's sharp intellect quickly pinpointed several inconsistencies in his story. Baker internally lamented Castle's perceptiveness, but he had done his homework, having spent the previous day refining his plan without distraction. Well, who knows why they're acting this way? Perhaps they have some unusual preferences for excitement. As for following them yesterday, I kept my distance and used the surroundings for cover, so it's normal they didn't notice me. Castle, let us put that aside for now and hurry to see what Henry and Brown are up to while stealing chickens. Sophia's enthusiasm was palpable as she urged Castle onward. All right. Fine, let us go. Although Castle still regarded Baker with some skepticism, she acquiesced to Sophia's insistence, and thus the 3 of them quietly resumed their pursuit, though they were 3 in number, with Sophia being a magic apprentice. Baker familiar with the terrain, and Castle nearly as powerful as the chief, they followed seamlessly without alerting Henry and Brown. Especially with Baker's guidance, their stealth was impeccable. He often warned the 2 women of potential pitfalls, ensuring their tracking remained uneventful. Castle and Sophia, though slightly surprised by Baker's adeptness, attributed it to his prior reconnaissance. Little did they know that Baker was not merely a seasoned guide. Rather, he was aided by a keen eye, thanks to the Falcon's Eye spell he had cast discreetly. Given the importance of today's plan, he could not afford any mistakes. Thus he had prudently employed this scouting magic. With the assistance of the Falcon's Eye spell, Baker gained a new perspective, clearly observing the fierce countenance of Henry and the effeminate features of Brown, their every move now within Baker's grasp. In that moment, he silently commended the first spell he had mastered. While not a combat spell, it proved invaluable in certain situations. Without it, he would never have discovered the mini golden lion unnoticed by Henry and Brown. Nor could he have completed that task that had nearly driven him to despair. In summary, the trio encountered no obstacles as they trailed the two men to Aegon's chicken coop, where they witnessed Henry and Brown lurking outside a fence, concealed from view, just as Baker had observed the previous day. After waiting patiently for a moment without disturbance, one took watch while the other commenced the theft. Henry, with a conspicuous posture, climbed into the coop. And before the startled chickens could squawk, he unleashed a plume of moon-white smoke that enveloped them. The moment the chickens, wide-eyed and agape, were engulfed in the mist, they staggered as if intoxicated, soon collapsing to the ground. With ease, Henry grabbed 2 chickens and made his escape. The moon-white smoke was indeed magical. Although Henry's magical prowess paled in comparison to the chief's formidable abilities, his mastery of 2 spells granted him sufficient power to incapacitate the flock. It was this very skill that allowed him to steal chickens repeatedly without detection. A few individuals, concealed not far from the chicken coop, were astonished by Henry's technique, particularly Sophia. Her delicate eyes widened in sheer excitement, as if she had just stumbled upon a new world. Upon seeing Henry emerge, carrying 2 unconscious chickens, Sophia immediately lowered her voice and said to Castle, "Hey, we should hurry and catch those chicken thieves. It's a perfect opportunity to seize them red-handed." However, Castle gently shook her head, whispering, "There's no rush. I believe their intentions are more than just simple theft. There must be a larger scheme at play. Let us wait a bit longer. Hey, Beck, what are you doing?" Unbeknownst to Castle, at that very moment, Beck unexpectedly stepped out, and to the astonishment of both women, he boldly shouted at Henry and his companion, "Hey, what are you two doing over there? Why are you carrying 2 chickens? Goodness, you can't possibly be stealing chickens, can you?" Chapter 34. Beck's performance as Castle insisted on not alarming the thieves, and while observing Henry and Brown's subsequent actions, Beck, like a reckless fool, burst forth, pointing at the chicken thieves and loudly questioning them. This sudden turn of events left not only Henry and Brown, but also Castle and Sophia, momentarily stunned. However, in an instant, Castle regained her composure, her teeth clenched as she glared at Beck, wishing she could kick him into the next realm. She had already discerned that Henry and his companion were after more than just a couple of chickens, which is why she had advised Sophia against acting recklessly. Yet, she had not anticipated that this imbecile Beck would ruin everything. After a brief moment of surprise, Sophia stifled a laugh upon witnessing the usually timid Beck suddenly charging out like a headstrong youth, confronting the forces of evil. The stark contrast between his usual demeanor and this bold act was simply too amusing for her to contain akin. That moment, Henry and Brown were likewise struck with fear. Though they were both powerful magic users, the notion of being caught in the act of theft left them feeling anxious, especially as they harbored even greater secrets. However, the moment they recognized that it was Beck who had jumped out, their anger surged. "Oh, Beck, you useless waste of space. Do you want to die? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" With Henry's furious shout, both he and Brown charged towards Beck. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, startling the hens in the coop awake. "You chicken thieves, I've been waiting for you for days. Stealing today, stealing tomorrow. Are you addicted to it? If I don't beat you so badly that your parents won't recognize you, then I'll have wasted my title as the best magic apprentice." Amidst a series of furious shouts, a burly man with a thick beard charged out, wielding a sturdy wooden club. "Where are the chicken thieves?" "Damn it, Beck, it's you again. Where are the thieves? I'll kill them." Aegon, the seasoned chicken farmer, rushed out, spotting Beck and immediately demanding answers. Beck, however, silently pointed towards the coop, prompting Aegon to turn his fierce gaze towards it, cursing under his breath, "You bastard, you've stolen over a dozen chickens already, and now you dare to come back." Yet, as Aegon spoke, his words faltered, as if his throat had been tightly gripped, and the bravado he had displayed moments before evaporated upon seeing Henry and Brown charging towards him. In an instant, the chicken farmer Aegon shuddered, as if doused with cold water, clutching his chest. "Henry, Brown, I believe. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Hehehe." Despite witnessing Henry carrying 2 plump hens, Aegon dared not provoke the 2 powerful magic users. Though he was known as the best apprentice, he understood all too well that in the presence of those who wielded magic, he was but a mere speck, even if these chickens were indeed stolen by them. He had no choice but to concede. "Damn it, I'll deal with you later." Henry and Brown had no time to deal with the reckless Aegon. Their primary concern was to confront Beck, whose meddling had jeopardized their covert operation. "Beck, you are in for it. With Henry and Brown's menacing tones echoing, they charged at Beck, determined to make him pay for disrupting their plans. However, at that perilous moment, Beck stood his ground, showing no intention of fleeing, resembling a mere wooden post, waiting for their approach. Yet, just as they closed in within a few meters, Beck suddenly reacted, sprinting towards a large rock while shouting, "Castle! Sophia, it's bad! It's bad! The chicken thieves are furious and coming for us!" Beck's panicked cries startled Henry and Brown momentarily, but in the next instant, they erupted into mocking laughter. "Oh, Beck, you think you can scare us with such a pathetic excuse? Miss Castle and Miss Sophia are too busy discussing magic together. They wouldn't come to help a useless fool like you. Beck, if I let you escape today, it will be on your head." Fuming with rage, Henry and Brown charged towards Beck. However, just as they reached the rock, two graceful figures emerged from behind it, one tall and spirited, the other delicate and charming, revealing the tribe's gem, Castle, and her friend Sophia. Both women wore expressions of exasperation, as they had been inadvertently exposed by Beck's reckless actions. While they were certainly inclined to join the fray, the manner in which they were forced into the open was far from ideal. Castle, particularly, seethed with anger towards Beck for alerting their quarry, as she could have potentially unraveled the greater plot behind Henry and Brown's actions. Now, even if she managed to capture them, extracting any useful information would prove challenging. With pent-up frustration, Castle was eager to unleash her wrath, and naturally, Henry and Brown, the chicken thieves, were the perfect targets. Miss Castle, before Henry and Brown could utter more than a few words, they were met with Castle's merciless onslaught. Magic surged around her, her shoulder-length flaxen hair billowing as she unleashed a flurry of strikes that sent Henry and Brown hurtling away. In an instant, she was before them, venting her frustration with a barrage of blows. Bang, slap, oucha! The cacophony of Henry and Brown's anguished cries echoed near the chicken coop, but those captivated by the unfolding scene failed to notice Beck standing nearby, wearing a sly smile, having successfully orchestrated this entire performance. Chapter 35. The beating indeed. Everything that had transpired was part of Beck's elaborate ruse. When Castle suggested waiting to see Henry and Brown's next move, Beck's heart sank. If they continued under Henry's guidance, the mini golden lion was almost certain to be exposed, rendering Beck's efforts futile. Thus, he jumped out from behind the rock, intentionally revealing their whereabouts, which was a clever way of signaling to Henry and Brown that they were being watched. Now, witnessing Henry and Brown being thoroughly thrashed by Castle filled Beck with satisfaction. For years, these two had mocked and belittled him, often even resorting to physical violence. Today, seeing them in such a pitiful state was a source of immense joy for Beck. This was merely a part of Beck's plan, a way to reclaim some interest from Henry and Brown. Now that this part had been successfully executed, Beck felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. "Speak, after stealing the chickens. What were you planning to do? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll kick you to death." Once the fiery anger ignited by Becker had been released to a considerable extent, Castle finally ceased her actions and proceeded to interrogate the two individuals. Upon hearing Castle's inquiries, Becker's expression slightly shifted. However, he quickly regained his composure, even adopting a rather relaxed demeanor. Was Becker not concerned that Henry and his companion would reveal the whereabouts of the miniature golden lion? Certainly not. If it pertained to anything else, Becker might have harbored some doubts, but as for the little lion, destined to evolve into a half-beast, he surmised that even if Henry and Brown were to be killed, they would remain silent. Once he had tamed the little lion, it would be akin to acquiring a half-beast level combatant, a formidable entity capable of nearly vanquishing the clan's strongest, Chief Fury. Would they dare to divulge information regarding such a rare miniature golden lion? Indeed, as Becker anticipated, despite the severe beating that Henry and his companion endured, they did not disclose a single hint about the miniature golden lion, merely insisting that their thievery was intended to enhance their meals. Castle, not believing the patently false excuses that even the brutish Agon could see through, unleashed another wave of fury upon the two, the scene's brutality causing visible trepidation among Becker, Sophia, and Agon, who were observing nearby. Yet, Henry and Brown, driven by their unparalleled ambition towards the miniature golden lion, gritted their teeth and refused to speak. Faced with such obstinacy, Castle found herself at a loss. She cast a fierce glare at Becker, standing nonchalantly to the side, contemplating that it was his reckless actions that had startled the snake. Otherwise, they might have unearthed the true motives behind Henry and Brown's actions by now. However, it was too late for regrets. She coldly surveyed the two on the ground and commanded, "You two, if you can still move, get up. Otherwise, I shall kick you to see my father." "Ah, we can move. We can move, Miss Castle. Please have mercy and allow us to walk on our own." Despite the severity of Castle's previous actions, both were seasoned magical apprentices with considerable physical resilience, and they managed to stand. Yet, as they rose, their hearts brimmed with resentment towards Castle. "You vile wretch, how dare you treat us this way? Just wait. Once I tame the golden lion and it matures, I shall defeat you and drag you into my quarters for a thorough reckoning of today's grievances." Of course, such retribution was not something they could exact in the immediate future, but there was one target they could readily blame: Becker. His earlier revelation of their thieving antics was indelibly etched in their minds. And at this moment, Henry and Brown had directed their deepest hatred towards Becker, attributing their exposure, brutal punishment, and near disclosure of the Golden Lion's secret to him. Thus, their venomous glares were fixed on Becker, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Although he currently basked in the glow of success, he had spent years overshadowed by these two, and now, being scrutinized with such malice, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no fear. Yet, Becker soon recalled the miraculous system. With its assistance, he had mastered the Eagle Eye spell and was poised to acquire the Iron Spike armor spell the following day, with 2 spells at his disposal. His strength was now nearly on par with Henry's. Furthermore, should he complete the task that drove him to despair, he would gain yet another spell. With all this in mind, he felt a surge of confidence. Meeting Henry and Brown's malevolent gazes without a hint of trepidation, causing them to be momentarily taken aback. "What are you staring at? Do you want me to kick you out?" Under Castle's scolding, Henry and Brown reluctantly averted their fierce glares and hobbled forward to tea that moment. Sophia, unable to contain her curiosity, remarked, "Castle, do you think that their sneaky arrival here was solely for thievery, or could they have ulterior motives for heading towards the back mountain?" Not knowing that her words sent shivers down the spines of Henry, Brown, and the ever-composed Becker, she continued to speculate. The back mountain held significant importance to the trio. Should the little lion's existence be discovered, all their efforts would be in vain. They could not help but silently berate Sophia's uncanny predictive abilities. Fortunately, Castle, glancing at the back mountain, sighed. "It is indeed a possibility, but given the mountain's vastness, it would be unrealistic for us to locate anything. Let us return and see if my father has any solutions." With no further discourse, Castle led the way, escorting Henry and Brown to the elder chief's abode, where they reported the incident. However, the elder chief had little recourse for the obstinate duo. After all, threats and intimidation proved ineffective. They simply refused to divulge their intentions. Ultimately, the chief resolved to treat the matter as a standard case of theft, ordering Henry and Brown to compensate Agon, the poultry farmer, for his losses and publicly apologize to him, bringing the affair to a close. Having witnessed the misfortunes of the two scoundrels, Becker felt a surge of delight. The frustrations he had harbored over the years had dissipated significantly, and he relished the satisfaction it brought him. After observing Henry and Brown's plight, Becker retreated to his humble abode to prepare, for, in his plan, he had only completed half of what was necessary. The crucial task of taming the little lion awaited him under the cover of night. However, just as he had begun to delve into his magical studies, he was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Who is it? Knock so hard that you might break the door. And you'll be the one to pay for it." Disturbed from his training, Becker was understandably irked. Bang! The door was struck with such force that the entire room trembled, followed by an indignant voice. "If you don't open this door, I shall dismantle it. I'm coming. I'm coming." "Castle, had I known it was you, even in my dreams, I would have rushed to open the door. Please, come in." Becker hurried to the door, flinging it open and graciously inviting the tribe's jewel into his quarters. He was overjoyed by her arrival, yet he harbored a nagging suspicion that her visit was somehow linked to Henry and his companion. Unbeknownst to both Becker and Castle, the elder chief stood at a distance. Peering through the window with keen eyes, observing the unfolding events, he saw his beloved daughter enter Becker's room and the door close. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. "I hope that rascal Becker can muster the courage to win Castle's heart. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not find peace." Cough, cough, cough. The elder chief muttered to himself before succumbing to a fit of severe coughing, his face flushed with a sickly hue. He hastily approached the table, grabbing a small vial and pouring some red powder into his mouth, followed by a sip of water to wash it down. After a brief moment, his cough and the flush on his face gradually subsided. The entire tribe, including his beloved daughter Castle, remained oblivious to the fact that since being gravely injured by the half-beast golden lion, although he appeared to be recovering, it was merely a fade orchestrated by Yuri. He was suppressing his ailment, unwilling for others to discover the truth. Yet, the elder chief had a foreboding feeling that his time in this world was limited. This very concern for his cherished daughter Castle motivated his intense interest in her affairs. It was precisely why, just 2 days after the beast rampage, he disregarded his own health to continue teaching magic, and why he had summoned Becker to have a heartfelt conversation with him. Nevertheless, these matters were unknown to the tribe. Each day, they observed the elder chief diligently instructing the community in magic and assumed that he had fully recovered. At this moment, the elder chief's most cherished concern, Castle, was in Becker's room, subjecting him to the strictest of interrogations. "Speak. Do you know anything about what Henry and his companions are up to?" Castle's dark brows arched dramatically, accentuating her fierce demeanor, yet at that moment, she was gritting her teeth as she pressed Becker for answers. Despite Castle's previous indifference towards Beck, upon returning to her room and reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Beck's persistent following of Henry Brown, she became increasingly convinced that something was amiss, prompting her to confront him. Henry and his crew? Is it merely thievery? Surely, there must be something more? Beck was taken aback by Castle's unexpected return, yet, having contemplated the plan extensively beforehand, he was not entirely flustered by this unforeseen turn of events. "Stop playing the fool with me, you scoundrel. If you were truly unaware, why did you suddenly emerge just when Henry and the others were about to make a significant move?" Castle glared fiercely at Beck, whose demeanor grew increasingly disreputable with each passing moment. "Oh dear, Castle, you are unfairly accusing me. At that time, my sole intention was to swiftly apprehend those 2 thieves to mitigate Aegon's losses and restore order to the Gobenum tribe. I had no ulterior motives. Do not attempt to deceive me with such nonsense. I had already suggested waiting, so why did you deliberately rush out? Castle, you must speak honestly. At that moment, you and Sophia were huddled together whispering. How could I possibly hear your orders? Get lost. You were practically glued to my side and claim you couldn't hear a thing. Cough cough. The situation was so tense that my full attention was on Henry and the others. How could I have heard what you were discussing? So, you're resolutely refusing to confess. What is there for me to confess? No please. Castle was not one to be trifled with. Upon realizing Beck's obstinacy, she promptly set about dealing with him, and soon the room was filled with Beck's agonizing cries. Ouch. Ugh. It hurts so much. Castle, be gentle. However, unbeknownst to the 2 engaged in this tumultuous exchange, outside the door stood an individual, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. This individual was none other than the elder chief, Yuri, who had earlier witnessed Castle entering Beck's room. Ironically, the chief had intended to eavesdrop, but a sudden bout of illness and subsequent medication had delayed his arrival that he missed the earlier conversation between Beck and Castle. But just as Beck was being dealt with and his cries grew more desperate, he fortuitously arrived at the door. The increasingly harrowing sounds emanating from within caused Yuri's expression to grow more peculiar. Yet the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes only intensified. Beck truly is commendable. His relationship with Castle has developed so rapidly. Perhaps, before I depart from this world, I might even witness the birth of my grandchild. Chapter 37. A beautiful misunderstanding. As the cries from within became increasingly desperate, Yuri's aged face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to consider leaving. However, he quickly reconsidered. If he departed, someone else might arrive and overhear things they ought not to. Thus, he stepped back a few paces, distancing himself from the door while contemplating his beloved daughter and Beck. As the commotion continued, Yuri was somewhat taken aback when, after merely a few minutes of chaos, silence enveloped the room that he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, Beck truly lacks resilience. To have succumbed so quickly is quite disappointing. However, it's only his first time. Perhaps he will improve in the future. Creak, bang. Just as the elder chief was lost in thought, the door suddenly swung open. Catching him completely off guard, he had assumed that the 2 would linger for a while after their business, taking time to compose themselves, thus providing him an opportunity to slip away and avoid any awkwardness. Instead, the moment the sound ceased, the door opened, leaving Yuri utterly unprepared. He turned to see his beloved daughter, Castle, standing at the threshold, her face a mask of fury. Naturally, this left Yuri feeling rather awkward, yet he soon found himself puzzled. for his daughter was impeccably attired, showing no signs of disarray, and her expression did not suggest. "Father, what are you doing here?" Despite having subjected Beck to intense interrogation, Castle was quite vexed that he refused to divulge anything, leading her to burst out of the room only to unexpectedly encounter her father. Cough, cough. "Castle, I was merely passing by. By the way, what brings you to see Beck? As far as I know, aside from administering his medication a few days ago, you haven't spent much time in his room. Have you?" The elder chief, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily redirected the conversation while subtly probing his daughter for answers. "I came to see Beck." Castle initially intended to recount the events to her father, but suddenly recalled that her suspicions regarding Beck's knowledge had yet to be substantiated. And he had remained tight-lipped. Would it be wise to share such vague thoughts with her father? However, unbeknownst to Castle, her moment of hesitation led Yuri to misinterpret the situation, believing his daughter was sneaking off to meet her lover, and upon being discovered, she was simply embarrassed. This realization alleviated much of his earlier suspicion, prompting him to chuckle. "Castle, I must say, you really ought to temper your temperament. Which man doesn't prefer a touch of gentleness? Wouldn't you agree?" "Nevertheless, you are already doing splendidly. At least you aren't with that. Instead, you are pursuing a relationship with Beck that I find it very gratifying indeed." Caught off guard by her father's unexpected comment, Castle's amber eyes widened in surprise as she finally processed the implications of his words. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she stomped her foot in exasperation, retorting, "What on earth are you talking about? I'm not listening to you." She then swiftly retreated to her own room. "Hey, Castle, it's only natural for a man and woman to marry. Why are you so shy?" The elder chief chuckled, preparing to check on his future son-in-law. Beck, however, he soon paused, gently rapping on the open door and speaking kindly. "Beck, it's me. Are you available? I'd like to have a word." Having experienced the nuances of human relationships, Yuri considered that Beck, having just engaged in something intimate, might need a moment to compose himself. And thus he allowed for some time before entering. "Absolutely. Come in. Chief, give me a hand. Oh dear." Beck's response left Yuri utterly astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped inside, only to be met with a shocking sight. Beck sprawled awkwardly on the floor, bruised and battered, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who beheld him. "Beck, what on earth happened? Why are you lying on the floor, and who did this to you?" The elder chief hurried over, helping Beck to his feet. "It's none other than your precious daughter." "Oh dear, it hurts, it hurts. Chief, be gentle." Beck winced in pain, causing Yuri to suspect he had misjudged the situation. However, he clung to a glimmer of hope and asked, "Did Castle come to your room not to meet with you?" The elder chief's inquiry nearly brought Beck to tears. "Chief, do I look like someone on a romantic rendezvous?" Beck pointed to his bruised face, lamenting, "Your daughter, the moment she entered, she subjected me to unspeakable torment. Look here, and here, all inflicted by her feet. Woe is me." Finally finding a sympathetic ear, Beck burst into tears. Witnessing Beck's distress, the elder chief realized he had gravely misinterpreted the situation. With a deep sigh, he discreetly produced a healing ointment from his pocket and handed it to Beck. Speaking earnestly, "Beck, there's an old saying. Hitting is a sign of affection, and harsh words are a form of love. When love runs deep, one may even kick." Beck nearly dropped the precious healing ointment in shock. Chapter 38. The net tightens. In truth, the elder chief had worried unnecessarily. Despite the recent harsh treatment Beck had endured, his desire to pursue Castle remained unwavering. Otherwise, after years of repeated rejections and mistreatment, he would not continue to be so tenacious. In brief, after a lengthy conversation of encouragement, the elder chief departed, relieved to see Beck's determination to court his daughter still burning strong. Once the room fell silent, Beck, with a woeful expression, suddenly felt invigorated. "Aha! I've finally passed this hurdle." Just moments ago, before the venerable chief, Beck's appearance of profound grievance was nothing but an act. In truth, his heart was brimming with joy, for the mere price of a minor beating. He had successfully misled Castle, safeguarding the secret of the little lion. One must admit, this was quite a lucrative trade. Although Castle had struck fiercely, her blows were remarkably gentle compared to how she treated Henry and Brown. It was as if she were merely tickling him. Moreover, having become a magical apprentice, Beck's physical prowess had significantly enhanced. Thus he sustained only superficial injuries, which posed no hindrance to his movements. understanding Castle's forthright nature. Beck reasoned that since she had failed to extract any information from him, she would not linger on the matter, at least not in the same sneaky manner he had employed to follow Henry and the others. Surviving this chaotic melee, Beck felt elated as he watched Castle storm off in a huff. As for the impending arrival of the old chief, he was merely concerned that the chief might perceive some inconsistency, prompting him to put on a show. Naturally, given that his scheme involved acquiring the precious spa magic seed and posed no threat to Yuri and Castle, Beck felt justified in deceiving them. Otherwise, he would never have treated the two most significant individuals in his life in such a manner. By the way, the old chief seems rather peculiar, doesn't he? Why suddenly is he so invested in the affairs between Castle and me? It appears he is impatient for me to win Castle's affection. Once Beck's excitement began to wane, he could not help but harbor suspicions about Chief Yuri's recent strange behavior. Just a few days prior, Chief Yuri had summoned him to the main hall for a private conversation. And now he had engaged in yet another discussion. The essence of their exchanges suggested that he was aware of whom Castle favored but was reluctant to disclose it. Moreover, it seemed that Chief Yuri held a disinclination towards that individual, encouraging Beck to rise to power and win Castle's heart, thereby sidelining that person. Alas, Beck found it baffling to comprehend the chief's thoughts, as his actions had become increasingly erratic. After pondering for an extended period, Beck decided to abandon his musings and redirect his focus towards his plan. Today's events were truly thanks to Castle. She had thoroughly thrashed Henry and Brown, even though they were magical apprentices. They would likely be unable to ascend the mountain for a couple of days. This meant that his plan could proceed without a hitch. In Beck's strategy, the temporary incapacitation of Henry and Brown was crucial. Otherwise, why would he not enlist the more formidable old chief and instead choose Castle? Of course, Castle's involvement was partially due to Beck's desire for personal interaction with her, but more significantly, it was a strategic decision. Castle, embodying the spirit of a female warrior with a strong sense of justice, would not hesitate to deliver a severe lesson to Henry and Brown for their petty thefts. Consequently, Castle did not disappoint, exceeding all expectations and leaving Henry and Brown in a lamentable state. Now, as he approached the final stages of his scheme, the success of the plan hinged upon the events of the night. After silently lauding Castle 108 times in his mind, Beck mentally reviewed the plan once more, suppressing his excitement as he settled cross-legged on his bed to delve into the intricacies of magic, channeling his mental and magical energy. In this shadowy world, the concept of time was inconsequential. The people merely adhered to the ancestral rhythms of life. As nightfall approached, the majority of the tribe's torches were extinguished, allowing everyone to rest. Shortly after the extinguishing of the torches, a shadow emerged from the dwelling, stealthily making its way toward the rear mountain. This figure was none other than Beck, who had been waiting for several hours. Although he knew that Castle, the old chief, and even Henry would be unlikely to detect his presence at this hour, his cautious nature led him to cast the eagle-eye spell above his head to monitor the surroundings. Proceeding with utmost care, Beck arrived at the foot of the rear mountain and meticulously surveyed the area. Seeing that all was well, he circumvented Agon's chicken coop and ascended the mountain. Having traversed this path the previous day, he was now familiar with it, and since he did not need to conceal himself as he had the day before, his ascent was markedly quicker. In no time, he had reached the midway point. However, while Beck remained on high alert, utilizing the eagle-eye spell to survey his surroundings, a sudden flash of light caught his attention, and a shadow materialized before him. The gleaming eyes of the figure startled Beck profoundly. His first instinct was to assume he was being followed, but he swiftly dismissed this notion, realizing that the creature before him was likely not human. Roar, roar, roar. With a series of growls, Beck felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he recognized the sound belonged to the mini golden lion he had encountered the previous day. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, he found a small lion, no larger than a puppy, standing proudly before him, its entire body aglow with golden hues. "Hey there, little one. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Did you know I was coming? Is this your way of welcoming me?" As Beck uttered this cheeky remark, the little lion darted forward, swiftly reaching his legs, and opened its tiny mouth full of sharp teeth to bite down. Chapter 39. The magic seed secured. Although this little creature was no bigger than a puppy, the memory of the adult golden lion that had nearly slain the old chief was etched vividly in Beck's mind. Thus, when the mini golden lion lunged to bite him, Beck's heart skipped a beat. Yet, as the lion's speed caught him off guard, he was swiftly bitten. With a low growl, the little lion clamped down, gnawing fiercely. Initially, its ferocity startled Beck, but he soon realized it did not hurt at all. In the next moment, he discovered that the mini golden lion was merely tugging at the hem of his pants. Crunch, crunch. The mini golden lion eagerly chewed, swiftly shredding the fabric of Beck's pant leg. With a powerful tug, the little lion tore a piece off, curling its tongue around it and chewing vigorously. However, after a brief period of gnawing, the little lion's face contorted in disgust as it spat out the thoroughly chewed remnants of fabric. Clearly repulsed by such an unappetizing treat. After a while of retching, the little lion, with a forlorn expression, scampered to Beck's feet, gazing up at him with big, pitiful eyes and emitting soft whimpers. Witnessing this scene, Beck momentarily forgot his dismay over his ruined pants, his heart swelling with joy as he raised his fist in triumph, unable to suppress his grin. "Ha! This is wonderful. I never anticipated the effectiveness of this plan would surpass my expectations. Come on, little buddy, let us go find you something to eat, shall we?" Beck flashed a grin reminiscent of the big bad wolf towards the forlorn little lion and headed towards the midway point. The little lion, with its short legs, kept pace behind Beck, eager not to miss out on a chance for a hearty meal. Beck's exuberance stemmed from observing the little lion's current state. Its recent actions clearly indicated it was starved. And this condition was precisely what Beck desired, the very crux of his plan. In truth, Beck had invited Castle to thoroughly thrash Henry and Brown, ensuring they would be bedridden for a day or two, preventing them from bringing food to the little lion. This strategy aimed to thoroughly starve the little creature, and witnessing the excellent results now filled Beck with elation. In short, Beck led the little lion to the spot where he had buried the roasted chickens the day before, promptly excavating them. Originally, Beck had intended to recook the chickens with some fire-starting materials, but the famished little lion, unable to contain itself, lunged at the roasted chickens, devouring them voraciously. Observing the little lion's pitifully insatiable state, Beck felt somewhat embarrassed. The mini golden lion swiftly dispatched one of the plump roasted chickens, but upon eyeing another, its swollen belly prevented it from consuming more than a few bites, licking the grease from the corners of its mouth. It cast a longing glance at the remaining chicken before trotting over to Beck and affectionately nudging its head against his leg, its big eyes filled with gratitude. Haha, it worked, truly effective. Upon witnessing this scene, Becker was overjoyed, for it embodied the very essence of the plan he had devised. It echoed the wisdom imparted to him by the poultry expert, Akin, who had once stated that to swiftly tame small creatures like kittens and puppies, mere kindness was insufficient. One must employ a blend of benevolence and authority. This principle was aptly demonstrated in the case of the mini golden lion. Unlike Henry and Brown, who had spoiled the little lion by showering it with treats for several consecutive days, Becker, through some cunning stratagems, had allowed the cub to experience genuine hunger. Consequently, when he extended even the smallest gestures of kindness, the mini golden lion was filled with gratitude. This aligned perfectly with Agon's assertion: the more it suffers from hunger, the more grateful and loyal it will be once you feed it. Ding! The golden lion has been tamed. Commencing retrieval. As the crisp voice resonated in Becker's mind, a peculiar wave swept forth, enveloping the playful little lion that had been rolling about. In the next instant, the mini golden lion vanished from sight. Wait, hold on, Becker lamented, wishing to frolic a bit longer with the adorable creature. However, the system's retrieval was swift, and before he could voice his desire to delay the process, the lion had already been taken away, leaving behind only the remnants of the scattered roast chicken. Hey, system, you certainly act quickly. I hadn't even bid farewell to the little lion before you whisked it away. Becker expressed his displeasure with the system. Despite their brief interaction, he had grown fond of the little lion, especially after it had transitioned from being hostile and roaring at him to nipping at his pant leg out of hunger, and finally, rolling about in gratitude after receiving the roast chicken. Thus, the system's hasty retrieval left him quite dissatisfied. Yet, the system paid no heed to his grievances and instead announced a message that immediately shifted Becker's focus away from his irritation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of finding and taming a semi-beast, or a creature with the potential to become a semi-beast, allowing the system to collect it. Reward: 1 water therapy magic seed. Chapter 40. The elusive water therapy magic seed finally acquired. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Becker's grin widened, nearly reaching his ears. This magical seed, which he had long coveted, was finally within his grasp. With its acquisition, not only did it signify that he would soon possess a third magical ability, but it was also a coveted and exceedingly rare healing magic. Becker had been inundated with tales from the old chief about healing magic. He had claimed that even within the dark holy city, it was a highly sought-after skill among mages. Anyone fortunate enough to comprehend healing magic would find their status elevated significantly. Of course, the dark holy city felt a distant dream for Becker at this moment, but the healing magic would be immensely valuable to him. The old chief, and others in the tribe. During the last beast frenzy, Becker had sustained severe injuries that continued to pose a significant risk each time he attempted to analyze or cast magic. The pain from his wounds would stab through him like needles, leaving him feeling as though he were choking. However, with the healing magic seed now in his possession, there was newfound hope for his recovery. Besides Becker, the old chief bore his own share of wounds, and the water therapy magic could aid in his healing as well. Furthermore, many others in the tribe had suffered injuries or disabilities during the years of fending off the beast frenzy, making the emergence of the water therapy magic seed a boon for them. I, Becker, shall become the most sought-after healer in the tribe. I wonder who will dare to look down on me now. Those who once scorned, mocked, and bullied me will rue the day they come seeking my healing services, as I shall make them pay dearly. The days of hardship are finally over. With this extraordinary magic, I shall amass great wealth. After earning money from healing, I'll buy myself a couple of pounds of eggs to fry up and indulge in. Envisioning a bright future, Becker couldn't help but become increasingly animated. Minutes later, after wiping away the drool from his mouth, he cast his eyes upon the remaining roast chicken on the ground. I shall indulge in this delectable treat first. I worked up quite the appetite. As an orphan who had long struggled without the ability to harness magic, Becker's life had been one of extreme austerity. The previous day, the sight of 2 enticing roast chickens had nearly driven him to distraction, but he had restrained himself for the sake of taming the golden lion. Now that the task was complete and the little lion had been retrieved, he would not let the remaining, plump roast chicken go to waste. Though the chicken was slightly soiled, Becker, accustomed to a life of scarcity, cared little for such trivialities. He seized the hefty roast chicken and made his way to the spot where Henry and his companion had previously grilled, quickly constructing a makeshift grill from the wooden blocks and lighting a fire, after which he cleaned the chicken of any dirt and set it to cook. I haven't yet taken a good look at my water therapy magic seed. In his earlier excitement, Becker had neglected to examine the precious magic seed he had obtained. Now, while leisurely grilling, he turned his attention inward to his consciousness space. There, hovering above the dark soil, was a beautifully shaped pea-like seed, emanating a faint blue glow, clearly a rare treasure. System, why not plant it? After observing the water therapy seed for some time, Becker inquired of the system, recalling how it had promptly planted the eagle-eye magic seed he had previously acquired. There are still immature plants in the soil. It cannot be planted yet. Would you like to remove them to sow the new seed? Absolutely not. I have worked tirelessly to scan for the iron thorn armor magic, which is about to mature tomorrow. If you dare to remove it, I will not take it lightly. Becker exclaimed urgently upon seeing a shiny shovel appear beside the iron thorn armor plant. This was the culmination of his efforts, achieved despite enduring excruciating pain over several days. To lose it now would be utterly demoralizing, since it cannot be removed. The water therapy magic seed cannot be planted at this time, the system declared matter-of-factly. If it can't be sown, then so be it. That we can wait until the iron thorn armor magic matures tomorrow, can't we? Of course. Additionally, once you become a male tier mage, you will receive an additional plot of land, allowing you to plant 2 magic seeds simultaneously. Fine, we'll discuss that later. Becker wiped the sweat from his brow, musing that the system was rather audacious to mention becoming a male tier mage. After all, that was a level above even the golden lion, and he was still far from achieving that status. By the way, system, where did you relocate the little lion? I find myself missing it. Although he had spent little time with the mini golden lion, Becker had already formed a bond with the charming creature. Host's level is too low. You have no authority to inquire about such matters, the system replied bluntly, leaving Becker feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fine. If you won't answer, can I at least enjoy my roast chicken in peace? Dejected, Becker picked up the golden, crispy roast chicken and took a hearty bite, having relished a delicious roast chicken at the halfway point of the mountain. Becker descended leisurely, lost in thought, and returned to his small dwelling to commence his training. Early the next morning, Becker awoke with excitement, feeling buoyant, for not only had he acquired a precious healing magic the previous day, but today his iron thorn armor magic was also set to mature. Chapter 41. Harvesting the Second Magic. Having risen so early for 3 consecutive days, Castle began to regard Becker with newfound respect. Previously, she had viewed him as a clever yet reckless youth who had resigned himself to mediocrity upon realizing he could not harness magic. However, his recent behavior had begun to alter her rather dismissive perception of him. Humph, whether he changes or not has nothing to do with me. Moreover, this scoundrel ruined my plans yesterday. Infuriating. Clearly, Castle remained vexed by Becker's antics from the previous day. As she coldly scoffed and ignored his attempts at greeting her, Beck has grown accustomed to Castle's indifference. Therefore, he remains utterly unconcerned by her aloofness. He makes his way to the spot where she is daily found. Standing resolutely, glancing around, he notices the absence of Henry and Brown, which fills him with immense satisfaction. He had anticipated this outcome. After being thoroughly beaten by Castle yesterday, it would be quite extraordinary for the two of them to show up today to learn magic. The thought of those two bullies, who have tormented him for so long, now lying in bed in torment, brings a wave of relief to Beck's heart. One should not blame Beck for such small triumphs. He has long been a humble orphan. Bereft of parental guidance, devoid of any innate magical talent, and singularly fixated on pursuing the tribal jewel. These factors have contributed to the tragic existence he has endured over the years, and now, having finally gained a small measure of success, he is naturally overjoyed. As the old chieftain instructs the class in magic, Beck finds himself devoid of any desire to learn, even if he wished to. His lack of aptitude renders him incapable of grasping the magic being taught. Instead, his thoughts are entirely consumed by the magical plan in his consciousness space. Why isn't it maturing yet? Hurry up and mature. Today marks the day for the second magic to mature, and Beck has been eagerly anticipating this moment since the crack of dawn. However, as he repeatedly checks, the once promising plant remains unchanged. Standing tall and elegant, yet showing no signs of ripening. Can he help but feel anxious? Just as he contemplates sneaking a glance at the goddess Castle to alleviate his impatience, a melodious voice resonates. Ding! The plant has matured, and you have acquired ironthorn armor magic. Ha! It has finally matured. The system's voice releases the tension that has gripped Beck's heart, and he quickly inspects his consciousness space. There, on the once dark soil, the previously grayish plant has withered, and hovering above it is a mini armor adorned with spikes. The ironthorn armor magic is finally his. The sight of this miniature armor conjures memories of the old chieftain wielding this very magic in a life-or-death situation. To be honest, had it not been for this ironthorn armor magic, the chieftain might have fallen victim to that golden lion. It is no wonder that Beck holds such a deep appreciation for this formidable defensive magic. Host. Now that the land has been enriched, shall we plant the water therapy magic seed? While Beck marvels at the floating mini armor in his consciousness space, the system's voice jolts him back to reality. Yes, plant it, of course. Hurry up, I'm eagerly awaiting the water therapy magic to heal my injuries. With Beck's consent, a large shovel materializes from the dark soil, swiftly uprooting the withered plant. Subsequently, the pea-shaped water therapy magic seed descends into the dark earth. With a soft hiss, moments later, a light blue plant bursts forth from the dark soil, exuding a refreshing fragrance that instantly revitalizes Beck. What splendid magic! Truly magnificent magic! Just having emerged from the soil. It showcases such delightful potential. One can only imagine the efficacy of the water therapy magic upon its maturation. Indeed, it requires 4 days to mature. After joyfully inspecting the water therapy magic seedling, Beck checks its status and learns that this seedling will take 4 days to mature. In the super magic farm system, as the number of acquired spells increases, so too does the time required for growth. Beck's first magic, Eagle Eye, matured in 2 days. The second, Ironthorn Armor, took 3 days. And now this third magic, water therapy, will require 4 days. Beck had anticipated this and is not overly surprised. 4 days from now, my injuries will finally have hope for healing. Beck has endured enough of the needle-like pain that occasionally flares in his chest and abdomen. The mere thought that he can remedy this affliction in 4 days fills his heart with uncontainable joy. Were it not for the throng of people around him, he would have erupted into cheers. Now, it's time to focus on training and enhance my strength. Reluctantly tearing his gaze from the water therapy magic plant, Beck redirects his attention to the mini armor. Examining its attributes. As expected, just like the old chieftain had demonstrated, this Ironthorn armor magic not only boasts formidable defensive capabilities but also features a passive attack effect when an enemy strikes it. The spikes on the armor inflict significant damage. Next, Beck immerses himself in the analysis of the water therapy magic. His purpose for this analysis is twofold. First, to familiarize himself with this new magic through the process of simulation, enabling him to eventually cast it, and second, to generate mental and magical energy. Naturally, the mental and magical energy that can be derived from each magic is limited, and to elevate this ceiling, one must analyze other magics. At present, Beck is focused on dissecting the second magic to enhance this limit. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. As Beck continues his analysis, the sound of water droplets hitting the ground resonates in his consciousness space. At this moment, the small puddle formed from the mental and magical energy obtained through the analysis of Eagle Eye begins to expand gradually. Chapter 42. Seeking the goddess for extra lessons. That small puddle was created by Beck through analyzing the Eagle Eye magic. For several days, it had remained a mere trickle, but today, as Beck analyzes the second magic, it finally begins to grow. The enhancement of his strength has also significantly boosted Beck's courage. Although the improvement is not as pronounced as during his first experience, he still feels exhilarated by the overall progress. This process brings both mental and physical pleasure, far surpassing the delight of indulging in roasted chicken. It is no wonder that those who master magic are so fervently devoted to training over the years. The earliest and most enthusiastic individuals gathering before the old chieftain's residence have always been those who have comprehended the art of magic. After countless analyses, at last, the Irethorn armor magic ceases to yield new mental and magical energy. Beck realizes he has reached its limit. At this juncture, the area of the small puddle has expanded more than twice its original size, a testament to the fruits of his recent labors. Who could have imagined that Beck, standing among the crowd and regarded as a mere waste, has now acquired two powerful magics, positioning him alongside Henry as a formidable individual? Beck, stay behind. The rest may leave. Just as Beck revels in his triumph, the old chieftain's voice pulls him back to reality. He notices the surrounding crowd gazing at him with expressions of schadenfreude, some even displaying disdain. Father, you should teach this fellow a lesson for not paying attention in class. It would be even better if you could give him a good thrashing. Castle glares fiercely at Beck before taking her daughter Sophia's hand and departing, clearly still harboring resentment over Beck's vexing antics from the previous day. Upon hearing this, Beck cannot help but grimace, and the onlookers' expressions of mischief grow ever more pronounced. Once the crowd has dispersed, Beck approaches the old chieftain, standing there dejectedly, awaiting reprimand. Beck, you come so early each day, hoping to win Castle's favor. It's a decent strategy. However, while I am instructing magic, even if you pretend to pay attention, at least make it convincing. Especially during this time, your lethargic demeanor makes it impossible for me to overlook. When Castle sees you in such a half-dead state, how could she possibly take a liking to you? You know she favors those who are proactive. Even if you may never comprehend magic in your lifetime, you should at least retain some theoretical knowledge about it, so that when you spend time with Castle, you will have more common topics to discuss, right? Beck is taken aback. The old chieftain, instead of scolding him as he usually does for daydreaming, is offering him earnest counsel, which warms Beck's heart. Recently, he has indeed been rather inattentive, as he has been preoccupied with managing the magic produced by the system, often diving directly into training Tio the chieftain and others. This behavior naturally appears as drowsiness and distraction during lessons. Old chieftain, I understand. I won't let it happen again. Good. It's important to recognize one's mistakes. Beck, you must strive to be more proactive. Moreover, you should pursue Castle earnestly. Otherwise, if I happen to leave one day, your pursuit of Castle will become even more challenging. The old chieftain's earnest words send a chill down Beck's spine. Old chieftain, what do you mean? Are you leaving the tribe? Oh no, I merely used that as a metaphor to encourage you to seize the moment. For instance, when Castle and Sophia are studying magic, you could join them. Although you may not wield magic, you can still learn with an open mind. You understand what I mean. Esteemed chieftain, regarding what you mentioned, I have already attempted that, but they are engrossed in their magical studies within the room, and simply allow me entreat. If I persist, Castle will make my life miserable. Baker lamented pitifully. Over the years, Baker had employed every conceivable tactic in his pursuit of Castle, yet, alas, it was as if a formidable barrier had been erected around her, rendering him utterly powerless. Ahem, Baker, I have anticipated this. Earlier, I took the liberty of speaking with Castle and arranged for you to sit in on their magical studies. Perhaps they might assist you as well. The chieftain, somewhat exasperated by Baker's woeful tone, was nevertheless prepared and conveyed his intentions. "Oh, esteemed chieftain, you are truly too kind to me. I shall repay your generosity, even if it means toiling like a beast." Whoa. The chieftain's words nearly sent Baker into fits of joy. For years, he had sought an opportunity to draw closer to the goddess castle, and now, unexpectedly, the chieftain had presented him with a monumental chance. It was well known that both Castle and Sophia were engaged in their magical studies within that very room. For someone like Baker, who had never even set foot in Castle's private quarters, this was undoubtedly exhilarating news. The prospect of merely catching a glimpse of Castle was enough to satisfy him. "Enough of your theatrics. Lad, your heart has already taken flight, hasn't it? Go on, and remember, make me proud and win Castle over." Yes, I understand, esteemed chieftain, that I shall make my way there now." Eagerly, Baker dashed towards Castle's chamber, propelled by anticipation. Observing Baker's swift departure, the chieftain shook his head slightly and muttered under his breath, audible only to himself, "Baker, I have done my utmost, that I hope you can capture Castle's heart and rescue her from that man before I depart this world, so I may witness your happiness together." Blissfully unaware of the chieftain's quiet words, Baker hurriedly arrived at the doorstep of his long-desired Castle's abode. However, standing at the threshold, an unexpected wave of nervousness washed over him. After a moment of self-composure, he gently knocked on the door, timidly announcing, "Castle, I've come at the chieftain's behest to study magic with you." Chapter 43. A prank. The door isn't locked. "Come in." "Oh, all right." Upon hearing Castle's response, Baker felt his heart race. The place he had longed to enter was finally within reach. To create a favorable impression on the goddess, he quickly tidied his attire, brushing off any specks of dust, and after a deep breath, he gently pushed the door open. The door creaked open. A peculiar sound accompanied it, and an instinctual sense of danger surged through Baker, causing his hair to stand on end. Almost reflexively, he leaped into the room. Bang! Crash! Yet, just as Baker's feet touched the ground, a series of strange sounds erupted behind him. Startled, he turned to see that a basin of water had fallen at the entrance, splashing its contents everywhere. "Ha! Castle, you truly have a knack for pranks." He's soaked now. "Humph, it's his own fault for being careless. Wait, are you all right?" As Baker entered, the sight of the basin toppling over sent both Castle and Sophia into fits of laughter. They had expected Baker's uncoordinated nature would leave him unable to dodge such an unexpected downpour. However, they were taken aback when Baker, for reasons unbeknownst to them, had managed to evade the deluge, causing their smiles to falter. "Hey, Castle, your unique way of welcoming me on my first visit is quite special." Realizing the situation, Baker chuckled, scratching his nose playfully. Had he been his former self, he would have been thoroughly drenched. But now, as a master of two formidable spells, dodging such an ambush was a trivial feat. "Stop with your banter. That basin was meant to deter intruders, and you've made quite the mess that I won't hold it against you this time. But do clean it up." Castle shot a glance at Baker, her curiosity piqued by his unexpected agility. Yet, she refrained from further inquiries. Her intention to prank Baker stemmed from her annoyance at her father, Yuri, for insisting that Baker come to her for magical tutoring. Thus, she devised this little trick to unsettle him, thinking that a drenching would force him to leave her space. Little did she expect him to evade it. "Wow, Castle, you're truly remarkable. Not only did you prank him, but now you're making him clean up. How clever." Sophia gushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Castle. "Indeed, Castle, it is an honor to serve you. I shall clean up right away." Having been accustomed to Castle's playful torment over the years, Baker took the incident in stride. In fact, he felt a strange thrill at being pranked by the goddess, wondering if this was what they referred to as a superior quality, being a bit of a masochist. "Sophia, let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. Let us continue discussing the fireball spell." Castle, accustomed to Baker's antics, chose to ignore him as she turned back to her magical discussions with Sophia. "All right, Castle, let us proceed," Sophia responded, though her gaze frequently drifted towards Baker, intrigued by how this so-called useless fellow had managed to avoid the water. Meanwhile, Baker, brimming with joy and purpose, reveled in the fact that today marked his inaugural visit to the goddess's home. As for working here, he considered it a stroke of good fortune. In the past, he had yearned to be in Castle's presence, yet had never been granted such an opportunity. As he cleaned, his eyes wandered over the decor of the room, which, while simple, was impeccably tidy. complementing Castle's striking appearance. This sight filled Baker with admiration for the goddess deesse. For the discussion of the fireball spell, it hardly registered in his ears. His focus remained firmly on Castle's private quarters. As he gradually completed his cleaning, he playfully strolled in, his eyes darting around with curiosity. Castle, unfazed by Baker's antics, continued her discourse on magic with Sophia, while Sophia herself seemed somewhat distracted with the unexpected presence of a man in their midst. She felt a bit out of sorts. Castle, there aren't any extra chairs here, so I suppose I'll sit on your bed, Baker remarked after searching fruitlessly for a seat, making his way toward Castle's neatly arranged bedding. If you wish to be kicked out, be my guest. Castle's words startled Baker, who was poised to sit. Then, where should I sit? Baker replied innocently, raising his hands in surrender. Who cares? But if you dare sit on my bed, I will kick you out. And mind you, if you speak out of turn again, I will kick you for that too. Castle's stern tone left Baker at a loss for words, and rather than risk her wrath, he dejectedly plopped down onto the floor. His actions nearly sent Sophia into fits of laughter, while Castle maintained a serious demeanor, continuing her magical discourse. Although seated on the floor, Baker found a unique perspective as he looked up at Castle, reveling in the view. Sophia, let us now discuss the cast iron armor spell. This spell shares quite a few similarities with the iron shield spell that you are familiar with. What? The cast iron armor spell? I assent that what I just learned. Oh, I must pay close attention now. Initially, Baker had intended to focus solely on Castle, but once he heard the mention of a spell he had already modeled in his mind, his attention was fully captured. Chapter 44. Insights of Becker. Sophia, the iron stone shield magic you have mastered is quite akin to the cast iron armor magic in terms of elemental arrangement, in essence, the foundational composition of both spells is remarkably similar. The distinction lies in the fact that the cast iron armor magic envelopes the entire body, while the iron stone shield magic serves as a handheld defensive tool. That I believe you could glean valuable insights from their similarities, which may facilitate your understanding, Castle remarked. Although the two were ostensibly engaged in the study of magic, it was Castle who was imparting her knowledge to Sophia, having mastered a total of 4 spells. Castle's comprehension of magic far surpassed that of her peers. Her guidance to Sophia was comparable to that of the elder chieftain. In truth, it was precisely because Castle had been providing Sophia with personalized instruction over the years that the latter, despite her modest aptitude, had managed to grasp the iron shield magic and become a magic apprentice. Castle, I understand your point, but when I attempt to construct the cast iron armor spell model, I consistently fall short, only managing to condense a small portion, while the majority remains elusive, Sophia lamented, her pretty face etched with frustration. After some time, Sophia had grown somewhat accustomed to Becker, who was sitting on the ground like a rogue, and her attention had shifted back to the magic at hand. Oh, then perhaps you should consider altering your approach. The iron stone shield magic focuses on condensing elements to create a partial barrier in front of you, whereas the cast iron armor magic requires the formation of a complete protective covering that shields the entire body, Castle said, her brows furrowing slightly. It was evident that she was genuinely invested in the progress of her dear friend, eager for Sophia to grasp another spell. Yes, I previously attempted your suggestion, but knowing the theory is one thing, while constructing the spell model is another. I aim to create a whole, yet in practice, I struggle to even form a section. Sigh, Castle, am I simply too foolish? Sophia's face was filled with dismay. Of course not, Sophia, do not underestimate yourself. In fact, you are more capable than the vast majority in the tribe. Take that fellow sitting on the ground for example. He's older than you and hasn't even managed to comprehend a single spell. Castle encouraged, using Becker, whom she found exceedingly irksome, as a contrasting example. Castle, must you speak so unkindly? If I had spent every day with you these past few years, perhaps I would have. Shut your mouth. Didn't I just tell you not to speak out of turn? Or I'll kick you. Castle's beautiful eyes widened in indignation at Becker's audacity to retort. Sophia, he actually has a point. These past few years, I've relied entirely on your after-school guidance. Otherwise, with my aptitude, I doubt I would have grasped even a single spell, Sophia said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Do not think like that. The fact that you can understand magic indicates that your aptitude is quite commendable. Ignore that insufferable brat, Castle reassured her friend, casting a fierce glare at Becker, wishing she could kick him out of sight. Sophia, as for the cast iron armor magic, you might start by condensing a few key points, and then supplementing the other parts that it's like building a house. First, You construct the framework, and then you fill in the rest. Becker, didn't I tell you to stop talking? Wait, what did you just say? Castle instinctively reprimanded Becker for his incessant chatter, but paused, intrigued by his words. As someone who had mastered 4 spells, she recognized that he was not merely speaking nonsense. Did you hear that from my father? Castle asked skeptically, scrutinizing Becker. Old chieftain. Hey, do you usually listen to him? And don't tell me you think he would give me special treatment. Becker beamed, realizing his words had struck a chord. Humph, that may well be. Otherwise, how did you convince my father to pressure me into giving you magic tutoring? Castle said, her tone laced with frustration. Castle, do you really think the chieftain would show me such favoritism and share this information with me rather than with his own daughter? Becker's comment made Castle waver in her belief. Then, enlighten me. Where are the key points in the spell model for the cast iron armor magic? Well, for instance, the head, shoulders, waist, arms, and legs. These are the fundamental areas that comprise the armor's basic shape. By condensing the supporting points of these regions, you can outline the armor's silhouette, making it significantly easier to construct the other parts. Sophia's attempt to condense an entire model at once was akin to trying to grasp all aspects at once, leaving her overwhelmed. Then why was I able to instantly condense that spell model? Castle, who in our tribe could compare to you? With your extraordinary aptitude, I'd wager you could condense 2 sets of armor simultaneously. Castle refrained from chastising Becker, as he had made a valid point. The difficulty in comprehending magic often lay in the fact that a method might work for one individual but not for another. It truly varied from person to person. Castle, I find Becker's reasoning quite compelling. Perhaps I should give it a try? Sophia, having been inspired by Becker's initial explanation of the model construction, had been listening intently to the exchange between Castle and Becker, growing increasingly intrigued. Yes, Sophia, why not give it a shot? Castle glanced at Becker, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Sophia closed her fluttering eyes and fell silent, evidently embarking on the process of constructing the spell model in her mind. Following Becker's advice, Sophia immersed herself in her practice. Castle and Becker exchanged glances, locked in a silent standoff. Castle was surprised that Becker, whom she had long disdained, had suddenly demonstrated such insightful understanding of magic. As for Becker, well, he certainly would not squander the opportunity to gaze upon the goddess in front of him. Chapter 45, The Silent War. Castle regarded Becker for a long moment before shifting her gaze away. However, her mind remained preoccupied with the puzzling notion of how this nearly 20-year-old individual, who had yet to grasp a single spell, could articulate the construction method of the cast iron armor magic so convincingly. Just as Becker had mentioned, it was improbable that her father, Chief Yuri, would divulge such intricate details to Becker while withholding them from her. Thus, apart from her father, no one else in the tribe could possibly possess such knowledge. Wait, could it be? Castle's thoughts raced, recalling her father's earlier speculation about a certain master behind Becker. Although recent events had caused everyone to forget this possibility, it now seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Castle, who typically was straightforward and seldom pondered the finer details, found herself breaking this pattern in relation to Becker. With no clear resolution in mind, Castle's attention returned to the present, where she discovered Becker sitting on the ground, staring at her with an intensity that was almost predatory, his mouth slightly agape, drool escaping his lips. Furious at this brazen display, Castle seethed. Over the years, any impudent boy who dared to disrespect her had faced her wrath. But this impertinent Becker had the audacity to drool while gazing at her. Castle's anger boiled over, and just as she was about to scold him, she remembered that her friend Sophia was in the midst of her practice and could not be disturbed. Instead, she directed her furious glare at Becker, making her intentions painfully clear. Are you looking for trouble? Becker, feeling the weight of Castle's fierce glare, was taken aback. Yet, emboldened by his 2 magical foundations, he felt a surge of courage. Besides, he relished the opportunity to behold the goddess before him. Recognizing that Castle was keen to protect Sophia, he brazenly maintained his unabashed gaze. Becker's eyes conveyed a message that was unmistakable. Castle, my goddess. Let me gaze upon you once more, and no matter how I look, I can never get enough. Witnessing this, Castle's fury escalated. Who dared to be so openly brazen with her, especially after she had warned him? In an instant, Castle's teeth ground together, her unspoken words echoing. Dare to look at me again, and I'll kick you to death. Baker's gaze did not waver. He continued to look at Castle with deep affection, asserting, as long as I don't die from the kick, Go ahead and try. Castle raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with menace. Have you forgotten that I pummeled you yesterday? I wouldn't mind doing it again today. Baker's gaze remained resolute, still locked onto hers. I've grown accustomed to your beatings over the years. Another one wouldn't matter. Castle's fist clenched, a glint of cold light flickering in her amber eyes. Aren't you afraid that I might beat you as badly as I did Henry, leaving you bedridden for days? Baker's breath quickened, a hint of determination in his eyes. Even if I had to lie down for half my life, it would be worth it. Castle's eyes gleamed like a sword. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Baker, unrepentant, retorted, better to die beneath the blossoms than to live as a ghost. Hey, what are you two up to? Your gazes are terrifying. Just then, Sophia's voice, tinged with surprise, shattered the silent standoff. Sophia, you're finally awake. I was about to burst. Baker, watch your feet. With a sudden crash, Baker saw a purple figure dart towards him like lightning, and in the next moment, a delicate foot loomed large in his vision. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh, and his body soared through the air like a startled bird. Crash, clatter, splash. Baker had indeed chosen a fine spot to land. He plummeted directly into the basin of water he had previously set up, his impact splitting it into 8 pieces. However, this was merely the beginning of Baker's misfortunes. Next, under Sophia's astonished gaze, Castle unleashed a series of powerful strikes upon Baker, turning him into a rolling gourd. Hey, stop, I was wrong. Castle, have mercy, you'll kill me. Baker's cries, filled with despair, nearly shook the roof off. It was unclear whether Castle had beaten him for half an hour or a full hour. But to Sophia, it felt like an eternity. Finally, Castle ceased her assault, huffing as she slumped into a chair. Though it seemed she was still somewhat unsatisfied, Sophia gazed at Baker, now bruised and battered, assuming he would finally be subdued. To her surprise, however, he rolled over and sat up, immediately extending a hand towards Castle. Pass me the healing potion. Get lost. Just surviving the kick is a blessing. Now, hurry up and clean this place, if it's not tidied up. I'll give you another beating. Castle, even if you don't say it, I was going to help you clean anyway. Such a messy room doesn't suit a gem of your stature. With that, Baker leaped up from the ground, bouncing around to start tidying up the room. Despite Castle's earlier ferocity and Baker's lamentations, she hadn't truly exerted herself. She knew Baker's reclusive nature, and if she applied too much force, he might fall apart. However, she was unaware that Baker, having grasped 2 magic spells, found her earlier onslaught to be little more than a tickle, far lighter than she had imagined. Sophia, let us continue our study of magic, and ignore him. Castle shot a fierce glare at Baker, then turned to her friend. Upon mentioning the study of magic, Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Castle, you won't believe it. Just now, based on what Baker said, I constructed a spell model and actually made substantial progress. Hey, Baker, thanks. Chapter 46. Investigating the old chief's secret. Sophia was positively elated. If her earlier success in constructing the Iron Spike armor spell model was a mere 10%, now her proficiency had soared to 30%. The impetus behind her remarkable improvement was undoubtedly Baker's previous words, warranting her gratitude. No need for thanks. I was just speaking nonsense, and I can't believe it actually worked. While cleaning, Baker feigned humility, though his demeanor was rather smug. Nonsense, you big-headed fool. Hurry up and confess how you came to know all this. Hearing her friend's significant advancement, Castle was equally delighted, so her tone softened a bit when addressing Baker. Baker, however, misinterpreted this as admiration for his sudden flash of brilliance, grinning as he declared, "Of course, I attentively listened to the old chief's teachings on magic and diligently studied them at home." Naturally, Baker would not disclose the existence of the super magic farm system, so he fabricated a story instead. Get out of here. If you had truly listened, you wouldn't have been left alone by my father. Now tell me, is there a powerful figure guiding you? Castle, unconvinced by Baker's tall tales, voiced her suspicions. Yes, the old chief did mention that. Baker, if you don't have a powerful master behind you, you wouldn't have been able to come up with these ideas? Oh no. With your talent, it's unlikely you could have figured this out. Sophia's delicate eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by this mysterious, powerful figure. What's wrong with my talent? I can't come up with these ideas. That's quite discriminatory. Baker inwardly grumbled at the evident disbelief from both Castle and Sophia. Oh dear, In this day and age, no one believes the truth. Ladies, if I had a great master behind me, how come I haven't grasped a single spell by now? The old chief personally tested my abilities just a few days ago. To validate himself, Baker invoked the old chief, grateful that the chief had publicly assessed him before the magic system matured, providing him with the perfect shield. Upon hearing this, both women began to waver in their skepticism. For Baker's reasoning held some merit. All right, let us not dwell on him anymore, but let's continue our study of magic. Sophia, let us talk about the iron spike armor spell. Perhaps, striking while the iron is hot. You might comprehend it directly. Castle shot a disdainful glance at the self-satisfied Baker before turning back to her friend. Seeing that they could not extract any more information from Baker, Sophia nodded and resumed her magical studies with Castle. Due to Sophia's substantial progress with the iron spike armor spell, the two continued their discussions, occasionally seeking Baker's input. Clearly, despite Castle's verbal disdain for him, she still acknowledged his earlier contributions. Thus, for 3 consecutive days. After the old chief concluded his teachings, Baker returned home with Castle and Sophia to delve deeper into the iron spike armor spell. During this time, Sophia's insights into the spell accelerated remarkably. Naturally, many young people in the tribe were envious of Baker's privileged opportunity to study magic alongside the goddess Castle. Some even discreetly approached Baker for tips. However, he merely smiled and deflected their inquiries, as he couldn't possibly reveal the system's secrets. Notably, on the second day of Baker's stay at Castle's home, Henry and Brown, looking disheveled, arrived at the main house to study magic. Their injuries had mostly healed, yet by the third day, everyone noticed that the two had somehow acquired numerous new wounds and seemed to harbor mutual animosity, keeping their distance from each other. Others were puzzled by this development, but Baker surmised that it was likely due to the disappearance of the mini golden lion, leading to mutual suspicion and a subsequent brawl. Such a precious golden lion, known only to them, suddenly vanishing would naturally prompt distrust. Observing Henry and Brown's predicament brought Baker immense satisfaction, and he silently reveled in their misfortune. At that moment, Baker couldn't help but appreciate the Eye of the Falcon spell he had acquired. Although it wasn't the combat-type magic he had hoped for, its utility was unparalleled. Without it, he would never have discovered the little lion, nor would he have orchestrated the misfortunes that befell his enemies. Henry and Brown, or obtained the water therapy spell seed. Of course, while he relished the sight of the two fighting, he soon pushed it from his mind, as his primary focus was on the warm interactions with his goddess. Castle, during their magical studies. Thus, on the 4th day of the old chief's teachings, Baker found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the magical discussions that would follow, paying little attention to the lessons at hand. However, what transpired next would significantly diminish his enthusiasm for those thoughts. After a while, the old chief announced that everyone should practice the magic spells individually, as he had something to attend to. And then he entered the main house. However, after a full 10 minutes had elapsed, the old chieftain still had not returned, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Yet, they did not dwell on the matter too deeply, continuing to practice their magic while awaiting his return. Originally, Beck had not given it much thought, but he noticed that the goddess Kaiser, whom he was most concerned about, kept glancing towards the main hall, her demeanor betraying a sense of unease. This prompted Beck to feel an urge to ascertain what the old chieftain was up to. While this might have been inconvenient for others, Beck was different. He possessed the eagle eye magic, excelling in the art of detection, and could do so without being noticed. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Beck unleashed the eagle eye magic that a faint, almost imperceptible sharp eye floated gently towards the main hall, pausing at the slightly ajar window. Oh, let me see what sort of trick the old chieftain is up to. Why on earth is he taking so long? Beck mused, controlling the eagle eye, adjusting its angle to peer inside. In his mind's eye, the additional perspective shifted continuously, revealing an elderly man clad in rough cloth, none other than the old chieftain. Yet, as Beck scrutinized closely, he bore witness to an astonishing scene that nearly caused him to gasp aloud. Chapter 47. Discovery. Beck's astonishment stemmed from the sight he beheld through the eagle eye magic. Chieftain Yuri sat there, his complexion ashen, his chest heaving rapidly with evident difficulty in breathing, indicating that he was in considerable pain. Witnessing this, Beck felt a surge of alarm and was about to rush toward the main hall when he noticed the chieftain laboriously reaching for a small vial on the table. He then poured out some red powder, swallowed it, and chased it down with water. Moments later, the chieftain's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his breathing eased. Was the old chieftain still suffering from an old injury? Or had a previous ailment resurfaced? Beck recalled the golden lion that had nearly taken the chieftain's life. At that time, the old man had been on the brink of death, causing great concern among everyone. Yet, just 2 days later, he had been perfectly well, teaching the magic as if nothing had happened. Thus, everyone believed his severe injuries had fully healed. Moreover, Beck was aware that the chieftain bore old wounds. It was said that he had been forced to withdraw from the crimson-armored army of the dark holy city due to these injuries, which had led him to their tribe. Consequently, witnessing the chieftain's pain brought these thoughts to Beck's mind. Discovered, however, just as Beck was lost in thought, he suddenly felt 2 piercing gazes, sharp as blades, directed at him. Instantly, the additional perspective in his mind revealed the old chieftain's aged yet strikingly bright eyes. Beck was startled into dispelling the eagle-eye magic. The chieftain was indeed formidable. Beck silently admired him. Previously, he had cast the eagle-eye magic multiple times without anyone in the tribe noticing. It had only been when the eagle-eye had fortuitously drifted close to Kaiser that she had detected it. Yet now, the eagle-eye was positioned at the windowsill, a considerable distance from Chieftain Yuri, and he had still managed to discern it. Creak. As Beck's anxiety mounted, the door to the main hall opened, and the old chieftain emerged. Initially, Beck was apprehensive about whether the chieftain would recognize him, but seeing the old man's calm demeanor, who did not cast a glance in his direction, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Let us continue our study of magic," the chieftain said calmly, resuming his teaching as if nothing had transpired. Chieftain Yuri was deliberately concealing his condition from us. Upon witnessing this scene, Beck quickly understood. It seemed the old chieftain had been suffering from a severe illness for some time, but he had chosen to keep it hidden from everyone, not wanting to cause alarm or instability within the tribe. In an instant, Beck's mind raced with thoughts. He recalled how the chieftain had been acting strangely lately, trying to orchestrate matters between him and Kaiser. Perhaps for this very reason, he even remembered the chieftain's cryptic remark one day: "If the day comes when I am no longer here, pursuing Kaiser will be much more difficult for you." Could it be that the chieftain's condition was worse than he had imagined? Beck felt a wave of panic wash over him. So consumed by thoughts of the old chieftain was Beck that he failed to notice when the chieftain concluded the lesson and Kaiser and Sophia approached him, calling his name. Smack. Suddenly, a sharp tap struck the back of Beck's head, jolting him from his reverie. He turned to see an irate Kaiser glaring at him. "You blockhead, are you going or not? Why are you just sitting there in silence? Sophia, let us go." No wonder Kaiser was upset. Beck, who usually would go to great lengths to visit her, was now being invited to her place to study magic, yet he was acting aloof, ignoring her calls, which infuriated the tribe's jewel. "Hey, wait! I'm coming, Kaiser, just a moment." Seizing the opportunity to go to the goddess's home, Beck hurriedly chased after her, only to receive a scolding from Kaiser, while Sophia stifled a laugh nearby. "Humph! What a fool! I must find an opportunity to teach this brat a lesson. Damn it, I haven't given this kid a beating in days. My hands are itching." Henry and Brown, watching Beck follow Kaiser, spoke in unison. Afterward, they exchanged glances before both snorted heavily and departed, evidently harboring significant grievances after the incident with the mini golden lion. "Sister Kaiser, you seem a bit preoccupied today?" Upon returning home to study magic together, Sophia noticed Kaiser's distracted demeanor and inquired. Her questions often met with vague responses. Thus, she pressed on. "Oh, sorry, Sophia. I was just lost in thought," Kaiser replied apologetically, glancing at her friend. "What is it, Sister Kaiser? Can you share it with me?" "Actually, it's nothing much, just thinking about my father." "Sophia, you think? He has been in the house for so long today. Could something be wrong? He has never done this before." The usually straightforward tribe jewel now revealed a rare look of concern. Kaiser's question caused Beck's heart to leap. It was evident that the bond between father and daughter was strong, and Kaiser had sensed something amiss. Should he disclose the old chieftain's condition to her? Chapter 48. Kaiser's vulnerability. After much contemplation, Beck ultimately decided against informing Kaiser of Chieftain Yuri's grave condition. The reason was clear. The old chieftain clearly did not want anyone to know of his illness, not even his own daughter. To prevent panic within the tribe that if Beck were to reveal this information to Kaiser, it would undermine the old chieftain's intentions. Moreover, even if he were to disclose the matter now, it would be of little use. If the chieftain himself was at a loss for a remedy, what could others possibly do? Nevertheless, Beck harbored a plan in his heart. Once his water therapy magic matured, He would treat the old chieftain as soon as possible. Even if this revelation of his magical abilities posed a risk, Beck could not afford to hesitate any longer. The old chieftain had raised him during his most vulnerable times. He could not stand by and watch the chieftain's condition deteriorate. Beck, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Kaiser, frustrated, found it disheartening that this was the first time she had opened up to him, only for him to stare blankly ahead, seemingly disregarding her words. Oh, I'm here. Don't worry, the chieftain will be fine. Beck blurted out, still preoccupied with thoughts of healing the old chieftain, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken. We'll be fine? What good will that do? Are you looking for trouble again? Kaiser was nearly amused by Beck's remark. How could a boy who couldn't even perform magic claim to provide assurance? Sister Kaiser, I think Beck means that if something happens to the chieftain, he will do everything he can to help. Right, Beck? Sophia's remarkable improvement in recent days is largely attributable to Becker, and thus, she couldn't help but express her gratitude towards him. Yes. What Sophia said is precisely what I was thinking. It's just that my ability to articulate is somewhat lacking. Ha. Becker said, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow. Sister Castle, you mustn't frighten yourself. Chief Yuri teaches us magic every day. There's nothing to worry about. As the most powerful individual in our tribe, if anyone were to encounter problems, it certainly wouldn't be him. Sophia immediately reassured Castle. Indeed, Chief Yuri is in robust health. Do not overthink it. Your primary focus should be to study magic diligently and strive to break through to the rank of apprentice magician as soon as possible. Becker spoke. Though inwardly, he was deeply concerned about the chief's condition, uncertain if the water therapy magic could indeed heal Chief Yuri's grave ailment. Sigh. I understand what you both are saying, but for some reason, I can't shake this feeling of unease, as if something dreadful is about to occur. The usually forthright Castle rarely displayed such vulnerability. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Becker and Sophia hurriedly offered comfort. Why don't we take a break from studying magic today and just chat with me? The incredibly strong Castle, at that moment, revealed a vulnerability that seemed unimaginable to outsiders. Of course, that's no problem. Castle, I could talk with you all night. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, Becker could hardly let it slip away. Upon hearing Becker's somewhat foolish remark, Sophia couldn't help but burst into laughter, though she quickly offered an apologetic smile to her friend, recognizing that it was inappropriate to jest while Castle was feeling down. It's all right, Sophia. Thanks to your unwavering companionship over the years, I can't imagine what I would have become without you. When I was a child, I was always attached to my mother, but that year, she suddenly left during the beast rampage. At that time, I had no comprehension of what was happening. I simply couldn't see her and longed for her so intensely, I begged my father to take me to find her. At this point, Castle forced a bitter smile. Now that I think back, I truly wonder how my father managed through that period. I lost count of how many times I cried, how many times I threw tantrums. All because I couldn't see my mother. I felt abandoned by her, abandoned by this world. I felt so lonely, so utterly alone. Hearing this, both Becker and Sophia were deeply moved, as their own parents had also perished during the beast rampage. And they could fully empathize with Castle's current emotions. Thus, a heavy silence fell upon the trio, the air in the room tinged with sorrow. My father was a great man. During those years, he cared for me as both a father and a mother, nurturing and protecting me. He never scolded or resented me for my cries, and gradually, I emerged from the shadows, and then there was you, Sophia. You entered my life afterward, enriching it in ways I never imagined. Therefore, you and my father are the two people I hold dearest in this world. After a long pause, Castle exhaled deeply, a gentle warmth spreading across her face. And what about me? Castle, did you forget about me? Becker interjected. Inching closer with a grin to Becker's surprise, Castle refrained from scolding him and instead smiled back. If you didn't pester me all the time, I think I would remember you. Castle's remark embarrassed Becker and sent Sophia into fits of laughter. Although the trio had not studied magic that day, Becker and Sophia spent the longest time at Castle's home, and Becker was thrilled to have savored Castle's exquisite culinary skills, nearly soaring with joy. However, upon returning to his own small dwelling, a heaviness weighed upon Becker's heart. The image of the chief's pale face and labored breathing lingered in his mind. If something were to happen to Chief Yuri, not only would it affect Castle, but the stability of their entire tribe could be at stake. Water therapy magic, please mature quickly. Chapter 49, Water Therapy Magic, Maturity. Baker longed to use the water therapy magic on Chief Yuri immediately to heal his grave illness. However, the magic had yet to mature, leaving him anxious with no choice but to wait. Yet, based on Baker's understanding of the system, it had a tendency to prolong maturation periods beyond expectations. For instance, the previously anticipated Eagle Eye Magic and Iron Spike Armor Magic were expected to mature in 2 and 3 days, respectively, but in reality, they matured on the 3rd and 4th days. By that reasoning, the water therapy magic he currently craved was supposed to mature in 4 days. Yet today was already the 4th day, and there were no signs of it being ready. It was most certainly going to take until some point tomorrow to mature. I haven't even tested the second magic I obtained. Feeling somewhat downcast, Baker recalled the Iron Spike Armor Magic, which had left a profound impression on him due to its power. Had Chief Yuri not possessed this magic, he likely wouldn't have lasted long against the half-beast Golden Lion. Earlier, Baker had thoroughly analyzed this magic, and thus, casting it was second nature to him. With a thought, a surge of magical energy enveloped him. In the next moment, Baker felt a tightening sensation all over his body, and he soon discovered himself encased in a thick, spiked armor. Although the armor appeared quite substantial, Baker felt no heaviness as he donned it. He waved his arms, kicked his legs, and even jumped a few times, finding himself remarkably agile, unaffected by the armor's presence. What a powerful magic, and it looked so majestic and imposing. Overjoyed, Baker examined himself in the mirror, delighting in the sight of his body covered in fearsome, spiked armor. His excitement was palpable, and he struck several poses before the mirror, imagining that if he had mastered the image-capturing magic, he would have taken numerous photos of himself. With this magic, I wonder who would dare to bully me in the future. Can you even touch me? I'll pierce you. After toying around for a while, Baker's excitement finally subsided, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. He plopped down onto his bed to rest, but the next moment, he let out a horrified scream. My bed. It turned out that in his excitement, he had forgotten to dispel the Iron Spike Armor Magic when he sat down, and the spikes on his backside tore through the bed as if it were tofu. As Baker's power grew, so did his confidence, filling him with hope for the future, and no longer did he toss and turn at night, burdened by worries about a bleak future. Now, he slept more soundly than ever. Even though he had ruined his bed, he managed to tidy it up and collapsed onto it, sinking into a deep, refreshing slumber. However, someone had other plans for Baker's peaceful rest, such as, ding, congratulations to the host. The plant has matured, and you have acquired the water therapy magic. Just as Baker was enjoying his sleep, he was abruptly jolted awake by a ding that rang in his ears like a loud bell. Still groggy, he mumbled angrily, "Damn system, why are you making such a racket, ruining my wonderful dream?" Ding, congratulations to the host. The plant has matured, and you have acquired the water therapy magic. The system, unfazed by Baker's ire, calmly repeated the announcement. Water? What the hell? If you keep bothering me, I swear. Ding, congratulations to the host. The plant has matured, and you have acquired the water therapy magic. The system continued its monotonous delivery, unbothered. What? It's matured. The water therapy magic has matured. Where is it? Where is it? Finally realizing what the system was saying, Baker shook off his sleepiness and focused intently on his consciousness space. There, he saw that the plant in the dark soil had withered, and above it floated an object resembling a blue crystal, causing Baker to feel invigorated merely by glancing at it. It's matured. Finally matured. System, you've finally done something right. Baker quickly glanced at the time, noting it was merely around 3 or 4 in the morning. This magic had indeed matured much earlier than the previous 2, prompting him to offer the system a rare compliment. However, before the system could respond, Baker hurriedly leaped out of bed and rushed to the door. With this healing magic, Chief Yuri's severe injuries should be no problem. I must hurry to treat him. Baker didn't even take the time to heal his own injuries before dashing off to help Chief Yuri. However, as soon as he opened the door, a chill morning breeze brushed against Beck's face, causing him to shiver and regain his composure. Oh dear, I almost forgot. The magic has yet to be analyzed. I won't be able to unleash it when I reach the old chief. Beck couldn't help but knock on his own head, closing the door behind him and returning to his bedside. The new spell required a process of analysis to be successfully cast, and since the spa magic was only just coming into maturity, Beck could not release it without this crucial step. Thus, he sat on the bed and began earnestly analyzing the spa magic. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As Beck continued his analysis, droplets of silvery liquid began to fall from the sapphire-like spell model, further expanding the small puddle beneath it. During this process, the enhancement of his mental and magical capacities made Beck's body grow stronger. Nevertheless, he was oblivious to these changes, focusing all his attention on deciphering the magic. He wished to complete the analysis as swiftly as possible so he could hasten to heal the old chief. However, Rome was not built in a day. As eager as Beck was, the analysis could not be completed in an instant. Time slipped away, moment by moment. Ha ha ha. At last, I finally finished. I can go heal the old chief now. When Beck completed the analysis and reached the level of casting, he joyfully jumped from the bed and dashed toward the door. Ah, the sun is up. Upon opening the door, Beck discovered that the torches in the tribe had been lit, illuminating the surroundings, indicating that it was indeed daylight. At that moment, he paid no heed to why he had not been called to study magic at such an hour. Instead, he hurriedly made his way toward the old chief's grand dwelling. Chapter 50. Is the old chief in trouble? Old chief, your suffering will soon ease. Wait for me. I am on my way. With quick strides, Beck envisioned the old chief receiving the magic he would cast. Picturing the alleviation of pain, even the potential for recovery, filling him with immense excitement. Old chief, after all these years as a useless lad, I can finally do something for you. I won't let you down any longer. Just wait for me. I am coming to perform the spa magic and heal your ailments. Beneath Beck's exuberant expression lay a heart laden with complexity, encompassing both the yearning to repay his benefactor and the guilt for not mastering magic over the years. Along with the apprehension regarding how others would regard him once he revealed his magical prowess. Lost in these thoughts, Beck swiftly approached the grand dwelling, but when his gaze fell upon the vacant space before it, he paused, slightly taken aback. Normally, at this hour, the old chief would have already begun teaching magic, yet now, he saw that the area was entirely deserted. What was happening? Were they taking a break from teaching magic today? But why had no one come to inform him? Moreover, why had no one sought him out despite his tardiness? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as Beck's eyes shifted from the empty space to the grand dwelling, only to be taken aback to find the door ajar, and within, it appeared, to be filled with people. What was going on? Why was everyone gathered around the old chief? Suddenly, a wave of foreboding washed over Beck, propelling him to sprint toward the grand dwelling. He seized the downcast Agon, a poultry farmer who reeked of chicken droppings, and inquired urgently, how could you arrive so late, being so close to the old chief? How could he have raised you, only for you to become such an ungrateful wretch? The burly Agon, upon recognizing Beck, unleashed a torrent of anger, and those crowded around turned their disdainful gazes toward him. What happened? What is going on? Speak. Beck had no time to engage in a debate with Agon, gripping his collar and demanding answers. What do you mean what happened? The old chief. He is not well? You worthless brat. How could you come so late, so close to the old chief? Do you even consider the kindness he bestowed upon you? Agon, heartbroken over the sudden turn of events regarding Chief Yuri, vented his frustration, aggravated further by the incident of his lost chickens a few days prior. After venting, he forcefully shook off Beck's grip, but was astonished to find that Beck's hold was surprisingly strong, preventing him from breaking free. Ouch, what are you doing? To Agon's astonishment, Beck's wrist flicked slightly, and a tremendous force propelled him aside, leaving him no chance to resist. Agon watched as Beck strode confidently toward the dwelling, effortlessly parting the throng of people as he forged a path through the crowd. Everyone, please step aside, let me through. Beck called out, his hands moving deftly to clear the way as he hastened forward. The crowd, initially engulfed in sorrow over the old chief's impending demise, now found their mood further darkened by the thought of their tribe's potential collapse without him. Consequently, Beck's forceful entrance elicited complaints, especially since he was the one disrupting the somber atmosphere. Beck, you're courting death. How dare you push me aside? You dare to make a scene in front of the old chief. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Naturally. The first to confront him were the early arriving magic apprentices, while others remained relatively calm. When Beck shoved past Henry and Brown, they were far from pleased. The incident of the stolen chickens had already caused a rift. And now, Beck's recent behavior, acting as a sycophant to Castle, had only fueled their disdain. They had long been waiting for a chance to reprimand him, and now, with Beck provoking them, they had no intention of holding back. Ignoring the menacing duo, Beck pressed forward, his eyes fixed on the old chief lying on the bed, beside whom Castle knelt, gripping his frail arm, his face devoid of color, his gaze unfocused as it rested on Chief Yuri. Suddenly, Beck's heart skipped a beat as he noticed a shattered vial scattered beneath the bed, remnants of red powder still visible within. Useless fool, are you deaf? Brown, filled with pent-up rage, saw that Beck was ignoring him and, in a fit of fury, lunged toward him. However, neither he, Henry, nor the crowd expected Beck to sidestep the attack effortlessly, then leap toward the bed. Beck, the old chief has no more words to leave behind. What chaos are you trying to create? Henry bellowed in anger, yet even he dared not cause a ruckus before the dying chief. Otherwise, Castle might kick him out. Indeed, Beck, how can you be so inconsiderate? The old chief is about to depart, and you come here to create a commotion. All those years of care were in vain. You ungrateful wretch, Chief Yuri has nurtured you all these years. And now he wishes to depart in peace, and you dare to disrupt. Hey, are you apprentices really going to let Beck act like this? Yes, hurry up and throw this ungrateful brat out. The esteemed old chief held an unparalleled status in the hearts of the tribe's people. And with his imminent passing, Beck's sudden intrusion was utterly unacceptable. The crowd voiced their condemnation, aiming their ire at Beck. Beck, you should step back. Let me talk to my father. Castle, his voice hoarse, glanced at Beck and spoke softly. Beck, you should retreat. Sophia, who held some affection for Beck for aiding her in grasping magic, stepped forward, attempting to pull him back. However, Beck merely shook off her grasp, extending his arm toward the old chief amidst her astonished gaze. Beck, enough. I know you wish to do something for my father and show off before me, but this is not the time for your antics. After a sharp reprimand from Castle, the tears that shimmered in her beautiful eyes could no longer be restrained and began to flow freely. However, at that very moment, her teary gaze was drawn to a faint blue light. It was not just her. Everyone around widened their eyes in astonishment, for they beheld a nebulous blue glow suddenly emanating from Becker's hand, enveloping the ailing Chief Yuri, who lay on the hospital bed. In its embrace, Chapter 51. Healing. Suddenly, a stream of pale blue light cascaded from Becker's palm, shrouding the frail body of the old chief. This unexpected spectacle caused the agitated crowd, including Sophia, who sought to seize Becker, and the tearful Castle, to halt in their tracks, their gazes fixed upon the ethereal blue radiance. Becker, you worthless fool, where did you learn such nefarious practices to harm the old chief? You better put it away at once. Do you wish to bring about his demise? Indeed, if the old chief succumbs without leaving a final word, you, Becker, shall be forever remembered as the eternal sinner of our Gobenum tribe. After a moment of astonishment, Henry and Brown, who had long regarded Becker as a thorn in their side, began to vociferously berate him. Inspired by their fervor, many tribesmen echoed their condemnation of Becker. It was no wonder, as they instinctively felt a sense of aversion toward this unfamiliar blue light. Witnessing it envelop the critically ill chief naturally led them to harbor ill thoughts. Miss Castle, allow me to deal with this scheming scoundrel, lest he brings harm to the old chief, Brown declared, striding purposefully toward Becker, who stood unmoving. Miss Castle, I shall assist as well. This rascal Becker is truly despicable. Determined not to be outdone in front of his beloved, Henry's eyes glinted with resolve as he approached Becker from the opposite side. In the face of such a scene, Sophia, standing by, was at a loss for how to proceed. Becker had once aided her, and she did not wish for him to be persecuted. Yet, the bewildering actions he had taken left her uncertain whether to pull him back or to restrain Henry and Brown. You two, do not approach, else, do not blame Castle for being unkind. The firm admonition from the tribe's jewel rendered Henry and Brown as if petrified, rooted in place, and unwilling to advance any further. They dared not provoke this formidable figure, second only to the old chief. Yet, in their hearts, they felt a twinge of discontent, pondering whether the chief's own daughter would allow this good-for-nothing to endanger her father. Henry and Brown instinctively turned their gazes to the old chief. Now enveloped in the blue light, to their astonishment, they witnessed a miraculous transformation. The previously pale and dying chief now appeared significantly improved. Even his once vacant eyes regained focus. Could it be? Am I imagining things? Not only Henry and Brown, but many tribesmen pressed at the front rubbed their eyes vigorously, only to find the same miraculous sight. Indeed, within this brief moment, the chief's complexion had brightened considerably, the pallor of his face touched by hints of color. Could it be that the blue aura Becker conjured was the fabled healing magic coveted by countless sorcerers? At this juncture, even the dimmest among them could discern that the pale blue light Becker had released held tremendous healing potential for the chief's condition. Just moments ago, Agon, who had been among the loudest in denouncing Becker, now stared incredulously at the blue glow, his wide eyes resembling bells as he gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the one he had always looked down upon possessed such miraculous abilities. Standing before the bed, Sophia, who had reached out in an attempt to pull Becker away, now gazed at him with an intensity that almost seemed unfamiliar, as if seeking to discern the source of his newfound magical prowess. Kneeling beside the bed, Castle's tears continued to flow, yet her beautiful amber eyes sparkled with an unprecedented glimmer of hope. Fixated on her father's visibly improving complexion, her breath growing heavier with each passing moment. She had never imagined that, just as she witnessed her father's decline, his eyes growing dim, and his pulse weakening, with the impending thought of losing the one who cherished her most, Becker's sudden spell would bring about a miraculous change in her father. As she observed her father's vitality swiftly returning, Castle's heart, once plunged into icy despair, began to thaw. She longed to witness her father's health improve, yet her tears flowed uncontrollably, blurring her vision and obscuring her father's face. After what felt like an eternity, Castle's tumultuous heart gradually calmed, allowing her to reflect on the one who had pulled her from hell to paradise. Becker, the humble youth, amidst a barrage of accusations, approached the bedside. Undeterred by the crowd's vitriol and scorn, he simply cast a blue light, focusing entirely on healing the old chief. Oblivious to the external derision and mockery, Castle couldn't help but lift her head slightly. Peering through her tear-streaked vision at the young man she had so often disdainfully dismissed, who she had summoned and scolded without regard. There, illuminated by the pale blue light, his face appeared charmingly appealing. His tousled brown hair and mischievous expression rendering him unexpectedly endearing. Chapter 52. A smiling face with a heart full of frustration as Castle gazed at Becker, who was casting the healing spell to save her father. She found herself inexplicably drawn to the very person she had once detested, who had elicited her ire and exasperation. Now, however, he appeared remarkably agreeable, even charming. Even Becker's previously off-putting features now exuded an unusual allure in Castle's eyes, leaving the tribe's jewel momentarily entranced. Castle, at last, you have recognized Becker's worth. Ha ha ha. Perhaps you should consider getting to know him better. An elderly voice pulled Castle back from her reverie. If such teasing had come from anyone else, Castle would have surely retaliated fiercely. Yet now, this voice was music to her ears, for not long ago, she had yearned to hear it but could not. And now her wish had been fulfilled. Father, you are awake. I was so worried, Castle exclaimed, seeing the familiar, gentle face smiling at her from the bed. In an instant, she collapsed into the old man's embrace, her shoulders trembling as she wept. This tribe's jewel had experienced a whirlwind of emotions that morning. A roller coaster from hell to heaven. First, she discovered her beloved father's precarious state, plunging her heart into despair. Yet, just as hope seemed lost, Becker's arrival and his unimaginable healing magic lifted her spirits, creating such a tumultuous emotional shift that even Castle, with her strong will, found it challenging to bear. The old chief has awakened. The old chief has returned to us. How wonderful. Oh, it's so moving, truly moving. I thought the old chief, I told you, our tribe's pillar, Chief Yuri, is blessed and will surely overcome this. Indeed, it is said that good fortune favors the virtuous. Although the old chief is fortunate, he also requires the assistance of noble souls. Our brother Becker is that noble soul. Yes, young Becker is the benefactor of Chief Yuri, the benefactor of our entire tribe. Well said. I have long perceived young Becker's promising demeanor. He is destined for greatness, and indeed, it has come to pass. As the tribesmen congratulated the old chief on his awakening, many began to extol Becker as well. That moment, having just concluded his healing spell and wiping the sweat from his brow. Becker scoffed internally. Benefactors, you say? Just a moment ago, you were the loudest in berating me, and now you shower me with praise. You think I'm oblivious? You all just want me to heal your injuries. Don't you? Rest assured, unless you are willing to part with your fortunes, I won't be called Becker. Over the years, Beck, who has endured the trials and tribulations of the lower strata, possesses a profound understanding of the intricacies of human relationships. Surpassing that of many, he internally weighs the motives behind the flattery directed at him by those around him. However, he maintains a facade of humility, bowing slightly to his sycophants with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "You all flatter me excessively indeed. I am but a man lacking in virtue and capability, unworthy of such profound affection from you all, ha ha ha. Yet, within his heart, he could not help but curse them repeatedly, thinking, what nonsense, these fickle-minded sycophants. Not at all. We are merely being honest here. With the talents of young Beck, he shall undoubtedly become the rightful successor of the old chieftain in the days to come. Hey, you underestimate Brother Beck. He is a rare gem among men. In the shadows of the dark holy city, he shall surely carve out a place for himself. Lord Beck shall etch his name into the annals of the entire dark world. Etch my name into what? Damn it. Just a moment ago, they were calling me a treacherous wolf, wanting to cast me aside, and now they all speak as if their tongues are coated in honey. To hell with you all. As Beck surveyed the obsequious, condescending individuals before him, he could not suppress a cold laugh, mentally marking each of them with a resounding X. Brother Beck, I have a hidden ailment. I wonder if you could assist me in treating it. Rest assured, I shall offer the finest treasures from my home as compensation for your services. Brother Beck, not long ago, during the beast frenzy, I was attacked by a savage beast. Lord Beck, I too have a matter to discuss. As anticipated, those who had previously lavished praise upon Beck soon approached him one after another, seeking his aid in healing their ailments. Beck, however, chose not to expose their insincerity, continuing to greet them with a cheerful demeanor. No need for concern. We are all from the same tribe, and I, Beck, shall undoubtedly shoulder the responsibility of treating your ailments. Rest easy, rest easy. Yet, internally Beck thought, damn, I won't let you off so easily. Unbeknownst to those around him, they were oblivious to Beck's true sentiments. Seeing him so accommodating, they each began to express their gratitude with exuberance, as if croaking like frogs in a swamp. Everyone, please, quiet down for a moment and allow me to speak. At that moment, the voice of the old chieftain echoed through the room, instantly silencing the raucous atmosphere. First and foremost, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your concern for this old man. Thanks to Beck's treatment, I am nearly recovered, so please do not worry. Following this, Chief Yuli did not wait for the crowd to utter pleasantries and continued. Beck has worked tirelessly to treat me today. Your ailments are not urgent. I propose we reconvene tomorrow for further treatment. Additionally, today's magical instruction will have to be postponed until tomorrow. Very well, everyone. I have some matters to discuss with Beck and my daughter if there is nothing else. I suggest we disperse for now. I, Yuli, shall prepare a feast to express my gratitude on another occasion. Initially, many wished to linger, whether to seek Beck's healing, witness the spectacle, or simply chat. However, with the old chieftain's decree, they had no choice but to take their leave, bidding farewell to him, Beck, and Castle, notably those like the poultry farmer Agon, who had previously looked down upon Beck and even offended him, now wore somber expressions, as if mourning a great loss. Meanwhile, formidable figures like Henry and Brown exhibited a tumultuous mix of emotions as they departed, their thoughts inscrutable. Father, Sophia is not an outsider. Why not let her stay? Upon seeing her dear friend Sophia preparing to leave, Castle turned to her father. The old chieftain glanced at his beloved daughter and replied, Do not worry. I won't take long and won't hinder your magical studies. Reassured by his words, Castle fell silent, and Sophia took her leave. Once only three remained in the room, the old chieftain fixed a piercing gaze upon Beck, teasingly remarking, Now, young man, it is time for you to speak the truth, isn't it? Chapter 53. Inquiry. Not just the old chieftain, but also Castle regarded Beck with keen interest. In any other context, Beck would have reveled in being looked at so adoringly by the goddess. Yet now he felt a prickling unease at their scrutinizing gazes. The reason Beck had managed to grasp 3 magical spells while intending to keep it a secret was that he wished to prevent the revelation of the super magic farm system, as even the slightest chance of exposure was a risk he did not want to take. However, the sudden severe illness of the old chieftain disrupted Beck's plans. He could not allow the man who had once supported him in his most vulnerable moments to suffer. Even if it meant risking exposure of his system, Beck felt compelled to act. Yet, he never anticipated that things would turn out worse than expected. He had initially intended to discreetly treat the old chieftain in private, thus limiting the number of people who could witness his magical abilities. However, the old chieftain's acute condition forced him to publicly demonstrate his water therapy spell, revealing his powers to the entire tribe. Now, with Chief Yuli and Castle gazing at him with knowing smiles, Beck could only lament, Old chieftain, even if I refuse to admit it, it seems futile now. So, you mean to say, behind your back? Yes, indeed, there is a powerful sorcerer who has been secretly teaching me magic. Fortunately, the old chieftain had already provided Beck with a plausible excuse, allowing him to admit this without exposing the super magic farm system. "Ah, you rascal, just the other day, I was asking if you had such a mentor. And you vehemently denied it. Do you believe I won't kick you to death? Well, you infuriate me." Upon Beck's affirmation, Castle erupted, though she hesitated to unleash her wrath, considering her father's savior. "Hey, Castle, think about it. If a powerful sorcerer were to suddenly teach you magic, would you blab about it to everyone?" Beck was right. He understood the principle that a man without guilt may suffer for possessing something valuable. The old chieftain showed no objection to Beck's reasoning. However, he kept it from us. What a heartless scoundrel. It infuriates me. Though Chief Yuli had spoken, the fiery Castle still felt discontent. "Hey, why can't we keep it a secret? What are you to Beck? His girlfriend? Or perhaps his wife?" The old chieftain's remark caused Castle, typically so spirited, to flush slightly. "But, father, you raised him since childhood. This boy kept secrets even from you, and you nearly, he is certainly not a good person." "Castle, your words are unjust. Beck had no knowledge of my grave illness. Look, upon learning of it, he still treated me. But, if this boy had confessed his magical abilities earlier, wouldn't you have, cough. Castle, to be frank, the esteemed mentor forbade me from revealing his identity. And my water therapy spell was only comprehended today. The reason for my late arrival was to decipher it after grasping its essence. Had I been able to treat the old chieftain earlier, I would have done so." Hearing the exchange between Chief Yuli and Castle, Beck felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment that in truth, he had known of the old chieftain's grave condition since yesterday through the eagle eye spell, but out of respect for the old man's privacy, he had refrained from informing Castle, leading to this precarious situation. However, being well-versed in the nuances of human relations, Beck recognized that revealing this now would likely result in Castle's wrath. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the truth and instead sought to mitigate his unfavorable impression in front of the goddess. Even if you hadn't mastered the healing spell, couldn't you have called upon your powerful mentor?" Though she knew her words might put Beck in a difficult position, Castle, accustomed to berating him over the years, could not resist a final jab. "You little girl, don't be foolish. High-level sorcerers are not so easily summoned. Additionally, Beck had no knowledge of my illness." Having received a reprimand from the old chieftain, Castle refrained from retorting, casting a fierce glare at Beck to vent her frustration. Speaking of which, old chieftain, what caused this sudden decline in your health? Was there no prior indication?" Under the intense gaze of the goddess, Beck felt a twinge of guilt. Additionally, he worried that the father and daughter duo might delve deeper into the matter of the so-called mentor, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "My father's ailment manifests intermittently, on ordinary days. It is somewhat subdued by medication, allowing him to manage. However, this morning, without warning, his condition escalated dramatically. In his desperation to take his prescribed medication, he accidentally dropped it, delaying the critical treatment that could have alleviated his suffering." "Oh, father, such a significant matter. Why did you conceal it from me until now? Do you not see how perilous this situation is?" Castle spoke, his eyes moistening, clearly recalling the dire predicament in which Chief Yuri found himself. Filled with concern, "It truly does sound quite dangerous." The young Beck feigned nonchalance while glancing at the shattered vial beneath the bed, his voice tinged with apprehension. In truth, Beck had seen that vial the day before and recognized that it contained the red powder the old chief used for his treatment. When he first arrived, the sight of the broken vial had already led him to suspect the worst. "Beck, regardless of the circumstances, I owe you my life this time. Without your intervention, I might have perished. Although the root of my illness remains unaddressed, your assistance has significantly improved my condition. Young man, the wisest decision I ever made was to raise you. Otherwise, I would be in grave danger now." The old chief's candid words filled Beck with warmth. He had often berated himself, believing he had failed to honor the old chief's nurturing, but now, those words made him feel worthy to finally repay some of that kindness. "As for the matter of that esteemed individual, since he has requested discretion, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I only hope you take care and learn well from him, so you might become a formidable force among our people in the future." After shifting the conversation, Chief Yuri cast a knowing glance at Beck, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "I see you, young man, appear to be here before ensuring your own wounds are treated. Have you rushed to me in haste?" Upon hearing this, Beck instinctively touched his nose and nodded. Truth be told, He had expended considerable mental and magical energy treating the old chief's severe injuries, and the pain in his chest felt like a searing fire. Yet, he had been too preoccupied with the chief's crisis to care about his own suffering. Castle's eyes flickered with concern as she regarded Beck, sensing something amiss. Enough of this. You need not linger here with me. In the future, when you have time, please perform the water therapy for me again. My condition should revert to what it was before the Golden Lion's attack. Now, hurry back and tend to your injuries. Castle, accompany Beck home and ensure he is not disturbed. As the old chief spoke, he slyly winked at Beck when Castle was not looking. Chapter 54. A Proposition of Devotion. Chief Yuri, you truly are a remarkable gentleman. Beck felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. The old chief's intentions were unmistakable. He was creating an opportunity for Beck and Castle to spend time alone together. Why had he just sent Sophia away? Why now instruct Castle to guard him? It was all part of the chief's clever scheme to foster their budding relationship, realizing the old chief's purpose. Beck felt an immense gratitude. Father, why would he need someone to guard the door while he tends to his wounds? His dwelling is rarely visited. I would prefer to stay and care for you. Castle clearly did not wish to leave. I am perfectly fine now. Just look at my improved condition. You need not worry. Beck has rushed here, neglecting his own injuries to assist me. We ought to show our gratitude. Daughter, consider this a way to thank Beck by ensuring his safety. The old chief's words made Beck wish to rush over and give him a heartfelt hug. What an endearing old man he was, going to such lengths to facilitate a connection between himself and his daughter. With such support, how could Beck fail to win Castle's heart? What are you laughing at? Hurry and leave. Castle, unable to refuse her father's request, was internally frustrated, especially upon seeing Beck's mischievous grin. All right, I'll take my leave. Chief, please rest well. I shall return tomorrow for your treatment. Beck awkwardly smiled, then scurried towards the door, with Castle reluctantly following. However, as Beck opened the door, he was nearly overwhelmed by a throng of people. A crowd had gathered, eagerly converging upon Beck as soon as he emerged. Young Beck, you out. May I discuss my ailment with you? Brother, we've prepared a feast for you at home. Come, let us have a proper chat. Beck, look here. I've brought you 2 plump hens, if you cure my hemorrhoids. They are yours. Young Beck, this scar has plagued me for years. If you can remove it, I promise you anything. It turned out that these individuals, despite having exited the main hall, had not dispersed but were waiting to solicit Beck's healing services. To treat them? Wouldn't that ruin his chance to spend time with Castle? What were they thinking? Most of these people had previously clashed with Beck, openly challenging him in the chief's hall, particularly Agon, the poultry farmer with hemorrhoids, whose presence made Beck want to kick him. Besides, Beck was about to embark on a date with Castle. How could he possibly treat these individuals? Oh dear, you all are far too enthusiastic. Waiting out here for so long, it truly makes me feel guilty. And look at all the gifts you've brought. Agon, you even brought your prized hens. I'm quite flattered. However, I must be honest. I just grasped the healing magic today and have yet to treat my own severe illness. If I were to perish, who would treat your ailments? Beck, with a facade of sincerity, quickly had the crowd in a flurry. In that case, hurry back to treat yourself first. Yes, our ailments can wait, no rush. Young Beck, perhaps tomorrow morning. I need to study magic in the morning. Well, after studying, you can surely treat us, right? Oh, I'm truly sorry. Miss Castle insists on having dinner with me after our magic discussions. At this, the crowd looked as if they might weep. When will you find the time? I understand your ailments are urgent, and I will do my best to squeeze in time for everyone as treatments. Please await good news. Beck offered a regretful smile, weaving through a path that the crowd reluctantly made for him. Castle shot him an exasperated but amused glare as she followed behind, leaving a group of bewildered patients behind, each exchanging glances filled with resignation. They wished to stop him, but who dared to confront him now? Beck was no longer the easy target he once was. He was a powerful healer, and these individuals needed his help. Thus, they could only disperse with sighs, regretting their past grievances against him. Otherwise, like the old chief, who had shown him kindness, they would have eagerly sought his help. You're becoming increasingly cunning. Once away from the crowd, Castle remarked, shooting a glance at Beck. Cunning? I assure you, my severe illness remains untreated. Beck feigned pain, clutching his chest. Yeah, right, who would believe you? After a brief silence, Castle continued. Hey, Beck, truly, thank you for today. Otherwise, my father, despite being unable to express her gratitude in front of others. Castle felt a genuine appreciation for Beck, and now that they were alone, she finally voiced it. Seeing the goddess look at him with such gratitude made Beck feel light as air, prompting him to blurt out, "Since you're so grateful, how about offering yourself in return? I'll grant you nothing of the sort." Castle playfully struck Beck on the back of the head, causing him to wince. "Why do you find me so unappealing? I've learned magic and am no longer useless. I want to be a burden to you. Why do you still view me the same way?" Beck rubbed the back of his head, feeling disheartened as he asked. Chapter 55, Pursuing. Castle gazed at Becker's indignant face, unable to suppress a sigh within his heart. In truth, at the moment when Becker had miraculously saved his dying father, there had been a fleeting sensation of excitement within Castle, perhaps stemming from immense gratitude, perhaps from years of familiarity, or perhaps for some other reason altogether. However, in the next instant, Castle promptly cast that thought from his mind. If it weren't for the fact that I am already involved with someone, perhaps, Becker, you would have had a chance, but now, it is simply impossible. I've already told you, I have someone I like." After a brief moment of distraction, Castle responded to Becker. "What kind of person could this be? Are they superior to me?" Becker, accustomed to setbacks, felt little shock at Castle's reasoning. Does that even relate to excellence?" Castle shot Becker an exasperated glance and continued. "You'll find out who this person is soon enough. I cannot divulge their identity now." "Why not? Let me know who they are so I can have a target to surpass." Becker exclaimed, though inwardly he vowed, "If I find out who that person is, I will not let them off easily." Seeing Becker's relentless determination to pry an answer, Castle rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, "We haven't established our relationship yet. Once I pursue this person successfully, I will tell you." "What? You're pursuing them? What a surprise." Becker nearly fainted, 1,000 bewildered thoughts racing through his mind. He could hardly believe that the goddess he had tirelessly pursued for years was now being pursued by another. This revelation struck Becker hard. Castle excelled in every aspect: talent, appearance, physique, truly the epitome of a celestial being. Becker had initially thought that Castle's admission of liking someone meant that this individual was more persistent than he was, thus winning the goddess's heart. Yet now, it was as if a thunderclap had shattered his world, learning that Castle was pursuing someone else. How far behind am I compared to that guy? Becker felt tears welling up. However, over the years, he had grown accustomed to this torment, and his character had been tempered by it. Despite the apparent lack of any chance, Becker showed no sign of surrender. "Damn it, so what if you're impressive? With my system, I will surely surpass you one day." "Well, I haven't received an answer yet, but I feel that success is near. I will strive for it." When Castle mentioned this person, a peculiar light sparkled in her amber eyes. Making Becker seethe with jealousy, he thought to himself, "No matter who you are, I will defeat you and win over the goddess. Castle, I will not give up on pursuing you, no matter who he is or how formidable he may be. I will prove that I, Becker, am the one most suited for you." Becker expressed his unwavering affection once more before the goddess. Suit yourself. After all these years, you have never listened to my advice. Pursue as you like. But I will not agree. Castle had long grown accustomed to Becker's repeated declarations of love, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. Similarly, Becker was used to being rebuffed, and upon hearing Castle's unambiguous rejection, he felt a momentary pang of sadness before quickly regaining his composure. He hurried a few steps to his door, opened it, and awkwardly performed a gentlemanly gesture. "Miss Castle, my warrior, welcome. Please, come in." Castle, being a lady of refinement, could not overlook Becker's courteous gesture. Thus, she gently lifted her right hand, curling her fingers slightly, and playfully tapped his head with her raised knuckle, saying with feigned gentleness, "Stop dawdling and hurry up with the treatment. I need to rest." Becker winced in pain, but dared not protest against Castle. He could only wear a mournful expression as he followed her into the room. "Castle, please have a seat. After a long day, you must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you." Becker was determined not to waste this rare opportunity to be alone with the tribe's jewel. "However, no need. I'm not hungry. Hurry up and use your water therapy magic to treat me. I want to see this powerful magic in action." Castle did not give Becker a moment's respite to play the host. Well, all right, but my mental and magical energy are quite depleted. I need to analyze the magic first to gather enough energy," Becker replied. Having failed one plan, he quickly devised another. Although he possessed 3 powerful magics, He had enough mental and magical energy in his sea of consciousness and did not truly need to analyze the magic. He simply wished to spend more time with the tribe's jewel. Moreover, in front of the chieftain and castle, Becker refrained from revealing his mastery of 3 magics. If he exhibited too much mental or magical energy, it would undoubtedly draw Castle's attention. For now, Becker preferred to keep his full strength concealed. Of course, he felt no burden in hiding this from Castle, as she was neither his girlfriend nor his wife. All right, you analyze the magic. I will protect you while you do so. Castle accepted Becker's proposal without suspicion, as she believed he only possessed 1 magic, and thus his mental and magical energies were understandably low after treating the chieftain. Then I must trouble our warrior. Thank you. Becker started to joke, but quickly changed his words upon catching Castle's glare. Subsequently, Becker sat cross-legged on the bed, earnestly practicing. Castle stood a short distance away, her beautiful eyes curiously observing him, seemingly puzzled as to why someone of Becker's caliber had caught the attention of a great master who was teaching him magic. Yet, as she watched, a strange feeling welled up within her, for she noticed that the otherwise composed Becker wore a rather lecherous grin upon his face. Unbeknownst to Castle, just above her head, a faint, ethereal eye was scrutinizing her every move. Chapter 56. Treatment with ample mental and magical energy. Becker had no need to analyze the magic further, seizing this splendid opportunity to be alone with the goddess. He thought it only fitting to take advantage of it. Thus, while feigning earnestness in his practice, Becker secretly cast the eagle-eye magic, allowing him to surreptitiously observe the tribe's jewel, with them so close together and his vantage point from above. The angles were remarkably advantageous to eye in mere moments. Becker switched perspectives multiple times, indulging in the sight of the goddess from various angles. Throughout the years of pursuing Castle, he had rarely been close to her. Each time he approached, he would be met with a severe reprimand from her. Now that he had mastered the eagle-eye magic, he was determined to reclaim all that he had lost over the years. Thus, after casting the eagle-eye magic, he began a thorough 360-degree observation of the tribe's jewel until Castle, growing impatient, finally prompted, "Hurry up and treat yourself." "Phew. Finally, I can tend to my injuries." Becker feigned relief. "Then get on with it. Stop wasting time." Castle, growing increasingly irritated by Becker's dawdling, urged him on. Cough. "All right, I'll start now." After having observed her for quite some time, Becker felt a tinge of guilt and quickly began to remove his outer garments upon hearing Castle's command. "Hey, what are you doing?" Castle shot him a glare. "Of course, I'm treating my injuries," Becker replied nonchalantly. "When you treated my father, why didn't you take off your clothes?" Castle questioned suspiciously. "The chieftain had internal injuries. Mine are external," Becker replied confidently. "Is that so? When you treat the elders in the tribe, will you do the same?" Castle inquired with genuine curiosity. Well, actually, for treating external injuries, if one can see the wound clearly, focusing the magic on that area will yield much better results. Of course, if it's inconvenient, one can remove a portion of clothing or even none at all, but then the process becomes more troublesome and the efficacy may be diminished. Becker's explanation was a blend of truth and fabrication. Mostly the latter, as his primary aim was to show off in front of the goddess and, well, you know. "Oh, I see. All right, then proceed with the treatment." To Becker's surprise, Castle's inquiry did not seem like mere teasing. She genuinely wished to understand the treatment process. Although puzzled by her curiosity, Becker dismissed it from his mind that he removed his shirt, revealing a gruesome scar across his abdomen. While it is true that Castle had previously administered some medicine to him and witnessed his unveiled form, the fact that Baker now laid bare his heart before the goddess still rendered him slightly bashful, accompanied by an undercurrent of excitement. "Why are you staring at me? Why not cast your magic?" Castle remarked, irritated, as she caught Baker gazing at her after he had removed his shirt. I'll cast my magic right away," Baker replied somewhat sheepishly, hastily connecting to the water therapy spell in his consciousness and beginning to cast the magic. As faint magical waves emanated, a pale blue light screen materialized, enveloping Baker's body. Initially, the light screen covered him entirely, but under Baker's control, it began to shrink, ultimately condensing into a beam of light the width of a bowl, projecting directly onto the grotesque scar on his chest and abdomen. What a powerful magic! This lad is indeed fortunate to have comprehended it. The moment the pale blue light screen appeared, Castle, standing opposite Baker, felt an immense sense of tranquility wash over her. dissipating much of the anger she had previously harbored towards him. This left Castle in awe and filled with envy at Baker's ability to grasp such a formidable spell. However, what transpired next left Castle in utter disbelief. Her eyes widening in shock as the pale blue light screen focused into a beam and illuminated Baker. The inflamed areas surrounding the grotesque scar rapidly began to dissolve, and the scar itself visibly shrank, contracting piece by piece. As time passed, the scar diminished further until it finally formed a scab. To Castle's astonishment, she then witnessed the scab darkening in color under the pale blue light. And moments later, it actually lifted at one corner, ultimately detaching itself in a miraculous fashion. Castle's surprise persisted as she observed that, upon the scab's removal, the slightly reddened skin beneath quickly lightened under the pale blue glow, soon matching the surrounding skin tone quite closely. Such remarkable efficacy. This powerful female warrior displayed an uncommon reaction, exclaiming like a young girl. "The effect of this magic is quite decent, I suppose," Baker replied nonchalantly, though the smug expression on his face betrayed his true feelings of satisfaction with the water therapy spell. The persistent dull ache in his body had astonishingly vanished under the treatment of the pale blue light screen. And moreover, the area treated felt remarkably cool and soothing. His severe injury had finally healed. In the past, after expending his mental and magical energy to cast spells, he would endure excruciating pain at the site of his injury. However, after using the water therapy spell this time, he felt no pain whatsoever, save for a slight fatigue, which made Baker's heart soar with joy. "TCH, so full of yourself." Observing the smug expression on Baker's face, Castle couldn't help but chide him. Having been a useless and inept person for over a decade, Baker had never seen the tribal Peril display such a playful demeanor. In an instant, he felt the blood rushing through his veins, and his heartbeat quickened significantly. "Baker, I have something to tell you." Yes, whatever you say, I'm all ears." In a state of exhilaration, Baker, even if Castle asked him to climb a mountain of knives, would likely not bat an eyelid. "Given your demeanor, are you itching for a beating again?" Castle, go ahead. What is it?" However, when Baker attempted to conceal his lewd expression and inquired seriously, the striking tribal Peril became somewhat bashful. "Me, Baker, I have a scar on my body. It's quite unsightly. Could you possibly help me heal it as well?" "What, you have a scar?" After a moment of astonishment and disbelief, Baker's eyes filled with overwhelming joy. "The goddess has a scar. Ha ha ha. What a fortuitous opportunity. How could he let such a splendid chance slip by?" "Yes, there is a scar. Can you help me treat it?" "Of course. Why don't we start the treatment right now?" Baker then realized why Castle had asked so many questions while he was healing. It turned out that the tribal Peril also bore a hidden ailment. No wonder. The thought of being able to assist the goddess in her healing sent waves of excitement through Baker. Castle, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Baker, excitedly rubbing his hands together, suddenly noticed Castle's peculiar expression, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "Are you ready to treat it now? Do you still have mental and magical energy left?" "Ahem, I completely forgot. Castle, hearing that you have a scar has me worried sick. And in my haste, I forgot about that detail. I just cast the water therapy spell, so indeed, my mental and magical energy is depleted. I will recover it right away." In truth, Baker was not worried at all. He was merely thrilled at the prospect of possibly having a chance to be close to her. He momentarily forgot that he had claimed to only know one spell. If he were to cast another spell immediately after using the water therapy, Castle would certainly notice something amiss. The tribal Peril scrutinized Baker, whose eyes gleamed with excitement, and huffed. "Let me tell you, if you attempt anything foolish, I'll kick you to death." No way. "Castle, you're underestimating me. I am solely focused on treating your scar. I have no ulterior motives," Baker declared with righteous indignation. "Then hurry up and recover your energy instead of babbling here," Castle snapped, her annoyance growing as she observed Baker's lewd expression. All right, I'm on it," Baker exclaimed, leaping back onto the bed to sit cross-legged and began to recover his mental and magical energy. Castle shot a fierce glare at this individual, who exuded a sordid aura even while sitting with his eyes closed, before reluctantly assuming a protective stance around him. Initially, Castle had no intention of allowing Baker to treat her, but witnessing the miraculous recovery of his grotesque scar had changed her mind. Confronted with such effective healing magic, she too felt tempted. As a girl, particularly one of striking beauty and figure, her desire for physical perfection was naturally higher than that of most. Thus, years ago, after sustaining an injury during a feral beast frenzy. She had been left with an unsightly scar, which had become an issue she had long pondered. Furthermore, considering her future with that person, the presence of such a flaw would undoubtedly mar the scenery. Consequently, her desire to heal this scar intensified. Upon learning of Baker's healing magic, Castle's interest was piqued. However, she was unsure of the efficacy of the water therapy spell on scars. Thus, she decided to wait and see. Little did she expect that upon arriving at Baker's place and witnessing the rapid recovery of his grotesque scar, she would immediately resolve to seek treatment. That in short. While Castle was beginning to grow impatient, Baker finally concluded his meditation and announced that he had replenished his mental and magical energy, ready to cast the water therapy spell for her treatment. Since you're ready, let us begin. Castle expressed her eagerness to rid herself of the scar, standing before Baker as she spoke. No. Castle, have you forgotten how I treated it earlier? Seeing her look of confusion, Baker made a gesture to remove his shirt. In the next moment, Castle's confusion was replaced by anger. You little brat, I've already seen through your intentions. You want me, a girl, to do the same as you. I'll kick you. Castle immediately extended her foot, poised to strike Baker. Spare me. Castle, you've misunderstood my intentions. I previously mentioned that for external injuries like yours, a direct treatment is the best approach. Otherwise, not only will the treatment be troublesome, but the effectiveness will also be compromised. Even so, that doesn't mean I should stand there like that in front of you. If it were any other time, Castle would have kicked him by now, but considering her own scar, even this straightforward tribal Peril found herself reconsidering. Hey, Castle, you've completely misinterpreted my words. How could I possibly make such an indecent request? If you were to remove your clothing, I would naturally turn away. Noticing Castle's lingering doubt, Baker continued, if you still don't trust me, we can hang a curtain between us. Then you can rest assured, can't you? Do not be deceived by the fervent declarations of this lad. Baker, beneath his confident facade, lurks a rather unsavory thought. He believes that even through 10 layers of fabric, as long as my eagle eye soars forth, I can perceive everything with crystal clarity. Huh? Just look at you, my boy. I can tell you harbor no good intentions. Spare me your tricks. Did you not previously assert that when treating those uncles and aunties for their wounds, one might remove a portion of their clothing? Then I shall do the same. Observing Baker's eagerness, Castle surmised that he was likely concocting some scheme and had no intention of complying with his wishes. However, considering the unsightly scar marring his own body, Castle did not wish to diminish the efficacy of the treatment and thus opted for a compromise. Oh, fine. At that moment, Baker wished he could retract his earlier words, regretting the loophole he had unwittingly revealed. Seeing Castle's resolute demeanor, he understood that further persuasion would be futile. Turn your back, Castle commanded, wary as though guarding against a thief. Do I need to turn away if I'm not fully disrobing? Less chatter. Under the reprimand of the tribal jewel, Baker complied without protest. Then, amidst a rustling sound, Castle shed her outer garment. It was no wonder she had instructed Baker to turn. Underneath, she wore a fitted light purple top that accentuated her voluptuous figure to perfection. If Baker were to gaze upon her with unabashed astonishment, Castle would be at a disadvantage. You may begin the treatment. The scar lies before me, quite akin to the one upon your own body. Castle held her outer garment in hand, her gaze fixed upon Baker. She had already resolved that should Baker, in his lewdness, attempt to turn around, she would quickly use her outer garment to shield herself. Castle was confident that with her mastery of the 4 elemental magics, she would prevent Baker from stealing a glance. Chapter 58, A Fleeting Glimpse. Baker, why do you tremble without casting any magic? Castle, clutching her outer garment and watching Baker intently, suddenly noticed that his body was convulsing as though afflicted with a seizure, leaving her puzzled as to what had come over him. Ah, I was just preparing to cast magic. Now I shall, Baker proclaimed. Yet his hand subconsciously wiped away non-existent nasal blood. This gesture inadvertently revealed the true meaning behind his earlier tremors, which were far from the noble pretense he had attempted to convey. In reality, having already unleashed the eagle eye spell, Baker's mind was filled with the image of the tribal jewel clad only in her snug attire, vividly displayed within his enhanced vision. Such a fortunate opportunity would be a disservice to his lecherous reputation if he did not take advantage of it. Though Castle was indeed clothed, her enticing form was on full display, rendering Baker, who had been starved for over a decade, utterly defenseless against the allure. In his foggy mind, a singular thought echoed, Castle was truly a sight to behold. Despite his reluctance, Baker knew that if he maintained the eagle eye spell while treating Castle, he would be unable to perform the procedure effectively. Thus, with a resigned sigh, he dispelled the magic, and the enticing vision faded from his mind. Without the stimulus of that provocative figure, Baker's heart gradually calmed, and he took a deep breath, focusing his thoughts to connect with the spell model within his consciousness. In an instant, a pale blue light curtain materialized between him and Castle. With a soft hissing sound, under Baker's control, the expansive light curtain began to contract, ultimately forming a pale blue beam, the size of a bowl. Castle, I can no longer see. Please guide me regarding the direction. Regardless of whether he had truly dispelled the eagle eye, Baker feigned ignorance of the movements behind him to avoid raising Castle's suspicions. Oh. Shift slightly to the left. Yes, good. Now a touch lower. Seeing Baker's obedient compliance, Castle had no doubts and readily provided her guidance that in truth, Baker's claim that wearing clothing would impede the treatment was indeed valid. However, the impact was minimal, especially considering Castle's thinly woven top, which rendered any hindrance to the healing process negligible at that moment. As the water therapy spell concentrated upon her, Castle felt a cool sensation at the sight of her scar. Immensely comforting. Moreover, she experienced a sensation akin to being immersed in a crystal-clear stream, her body enveloped in soothing moisture, prompting her to commend Baker's water therapy magic even further. This feeling of comfort persisted for a while until Castle began to sense a tingling itch emanating from her scar, indicating that it was likely beginning to scab over, filling her with joy. As time passed, the tingling sensation at the small scar intensified, combined with the refreshing, moisturized feeling, causing her to become slightly entranced. Castle, has your scar healed yet? A few minutes later, Baker's voice pulled Castle from her reverie of bliss. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward him with caution, relieved to find him still facing away. The tribal jewel breathed a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging Baker's unexpected compliance. Just a moment. Let me take a look. Once she was certain Baker would not turn, Castle cautiously lifted her top and lowered her gaze to her astonishment as she pulled the fabric aside. Something fell from within. Quick as a flash, she caught it, discovering it to be a darkened scab, likely shed from her wound. This sight heightened her anticipation regarding the scar, prompting her to lift her top once more and peer down. Upon doing so, Castle's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. The area where the scar had once marred her skin was now smooth and flawless, so much so that unless one looked closely, it would be impossible to discern any difference from the surrounding skin. Of course, Castle understood that a freshly healed area could not perfectly match the surrounding skin. However, with the passage of time, it would surely become immaculate. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Castle exclaimed joyfully, "Ha! It's healed. It truly is healed. Baker, I cannot thank you enough." "Oh, Baker, why is there blood on your hand? Were you wiping your nose? Is it bleeding? What on earth happened to you?" Castle suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Baker's hand as he wiped his nose, startling her. Grateful, she quickly donned her outer garment and approached him. "No, it's nothing. I merely feel a bit dizzy around women." No, I'm just feeling overheated." Baker, in this predicament, was entirely to blame for himself, as prior to inquiring about Castle's healing, this scoundrel had once again activated the eagle eye spell. Thus, while Castle lifted her top to examine her scar, Baker, well, though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, it was sufficient to cause Baker's nose to bleed profusely. "Look at you. Even as a magic apprentice, your physique is so frail, truly useless," Castle remarked, though she promptly retrieved some tissues to help Baker stem the flow of blood from his nose. "Wow, this is sheer bliss. I am utterly elated." The sight of the goddess personally attending to his nosebleed sent Baker into a euphoric stupor. Chapter 59. Baker rising to prominence. "Just how much blood do you intend to lose?" Castle asked exasperatedly, holding tissues as she dabbed at Baker's nose, only to find that the more she wiped, the more blood flowed, even staining her slender fingers crimson. "And you still find reason to smile?" The tribal jewel was at her wit's end. Baker's nostrils were gushing blood, yet he remained unfazed, grinning foolishly. No, I just thought that with you, a young lady of high standing, willingly attending to my nosebleed, I feel so fortunate." Baker unabashedly expressed his affection in front of the goddess. "Get away. If you keep spouting such nonsense, I shan't bother with you any longer." Although Castle had grown immune to Baker's incessant flattery, the solitude of the room, coupled with their recent unique treatment and her current act of tending to him, created an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Even the typically composed Castle felt a flutter of emotions. All right, I shall refrain from speaking further. Baker, unwilling to let his newfound happiness be compromised by a nosebleed, forced himself to regain his composure and dismiss any nonsensical thoughts. As anticipated, once Baker focused on his dantian and ceased his wandering thoughts, the nosebleed quickly subsided. After several tissues, Castle finally managed to staunch the flow. All right, take these few tissues. If it begins to bleed again, use them to stop it. I shall take my leave now. Castle tossed Baker a few tissues and prepared to depart. It's rather late. Want you stay for dinner before leaving? With your culinary skills? I think not. Then shall I come to your place for a meal? Not welcome. Shall we then go and mooch a meal from the old chief? Get lost. Keep babbling, and I'll kick you out. Originally, Beck had aided her in healing her scars today, for which Castle felt immense gratitude. However, Beck's whimsical nature incited Castle's urge to reprimand him once more, before this impulse could materialize. Castle flung open the door and strode out, with the lecherous Beck trailing behind him. Yet, just as Beck was about to step outside, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Had it not been for Beck's quick reflexes as a magic apprentice, he might have been left disfigured. Hey, Castle is as fiery as ever. I like it, Beck muttered to himself before rushing to the window, bellowing, Castle, take care. Do come again next time as expected. Castle offered no reply. This did not dishearten Beck in the slightest. He hummed a little tune as he sauntered back and plopped down onto the bed. Old Chief, I am truly grateful to you. Reflecting on this delightful experience, Beck felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Chief Yuri, who had created this ideal environment for him. The thought of this wonderful experience triggered Beck's inclination to enter his fantasy mode once more. However, before succumbing to such indulgence, he took a deep breath, focused his mind on his core, and dispelled all distractions. It was not that Beck was unwilling to revisit the romantic interactions with the goddess in his fantasies. Rather, he understood the importance of moderation, that if he were to lose himself in daydreams without restraint, even with a magical system at his disposal, he would achieve nothing. This was the essence of Beck's character. Despite his playful demeanor, he had drawn a line for himself, ensuring that he never succumbed to excess in any endeavor. Thus, he settled cross-legged on his bed, adjusting his state to its optimum before commencing his meditation. The consecutive casting of spells had nearly depleted his mental and magical energies, and it was imperative that he replenish them. Moreover, the 3 spells Beck had mastered were not offensive in nature. In contrast to Castle's Flame Spear magic, Henry's Giant Axe magic, and Brown's Fireball technique, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage in terms of offensive capabilities, that he needed to contemplate how to effectively combine these 3 spells to maximize their efficacy. Beck harbored a sense of foreboding. He was certain that Henry and Brown would not let him off easily, and he had to prepare himself accordingly. The next day, when Beck arrived early at the open space in front of the main house, he was taken aback. Hey, Brother Beck, good morning. Beck, you're here bright and early. Oh, isn't that Beck? Come over here. It's been ages since we chatted. Little brother, you look radiant. Have you come into some good fortune? Previously, when Beck had first arrived here, he was met with disdain and mockery, a group of people laughing at his expense. However, today, everything had changed. These individuals greeted Beck with beaming smiles, as if they were siblings who had shared the closest of bonds. The transformation brought about by the healing magic. After a brief moment of daze, Beck quickly realized that the reason for this abrupt change in attitude was their newfound respect for him, courtesy of his powerful healing magic. How exceedingly pragmatic! Beck couldn't help but exclaim in genuine astonishment. With a modicum of cleverness, Beck understood how to navigate this situation. Indeed, it was that crossed proverb, smiling on the outside, cursing on the inside. Of course, among the crowd, there were still those who chose not to engage with Beck. One was Castle, who found his mere presence irksome, and the other 2 were Henry and Brown. Upon Beck's arrival, they refrained from their customary taunts, opting for silence. Yet their glances towards him were rife with malice. Chapter 60. A lesson for Beck in a world where magic reigns supreme and power is revered. Beck was now acutely aware of this unassailable truth. The very apprentices who had once ridiculed him were now overly courteous upon learning of his mastery of healing magic. This sudden shift left Beck, who had lived in their shadows for over a decade, feeling somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, his years of navigating the lower rungs of society had honed his understanding of human relations. allowing him to quickly recover from his initial surprise and engage jovially with the crowd. After a lively exchange with the others, Chief Yuri emerged from the house, prompting everyone to quiet down. The old chief first smiled and nodded at Beck, expressing gratitude for the concern shown by the others following his perilous experience the day prior, before proceeding to teach magic. To everyone's amusement. Scarcely had the magic instruction begun when a host of tribal natives arrived, each bearing offerings, chickens, ducks, and various rare items. They craned their necks and widened their eyes, collectively gazing at Beck, who was learning magic. Clearly, these individuals had come seeking Beck's healing abilities. Although Beck had explained that he had various matters to attend to the previous day, their persistence was unparalleled. Their arrival undoubtedly distracted those learning magic. But this disturbance had no effect on Beck himself, for with his superior system, he did not require the study of magic. Instead, the incessant clucking and quacking of the poultry disrupted the focus of the others, making it difficult for them to concentrate. It was only when the old chief intervened that these people finally dispersed, albeit not before standing at a distance, collectively fixated on Beck, paying him their respects. With so many fans accompanying him in his pursuit of magic, Beck felt not a hint of discomfort. Rather, he reveled in the attention. Humph, all these years, you found amusement in mocking and belittling me. Haven to you? Now, it's time for me to collect some interest. Beck was no altruist. He was clear about his grievances. If you were kind to him, he would reciprocate, but if you wronged him, he would not let it slide without consequence. Under the watchful gaze of these onlookers, the magic lesson finally concluded. As they eagerly approached Beck to discuss healing, he waved cheerfully at everyone, then retreated into the main house to attend to the chief's ailments. Leaving them in suspense, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, the crowd finally saw Beck emerge from Chief Yuri's quarters, only for him to play the sycophant, trailing behind Castle and Sophia, apologetically stating that he needed to catch up on his magic studies. Consequently, the crowd, burdened with chickens and ducks, found themselves once again waiting outside Castle's dwelling, only to be met with disappointment as time dragged on. It wasn't until evening, after Castle had shoved Beck out following a shared meal, that the weary crowd finally surrounded him. Now you must attend to our ailments, they implored. However, when they beseeched Beck for assistance, he merely yawned, stretched, and lethargically replied, "Sorry, I'm just too exhausted today. I need to rest. Perhaps tomorrow, after I've recharged, I can find some time to help everyone." Damn it, Beck's words nearly brought them to tears. They had trailed after him all day, only to stand in discomfort, and now he was saying he needed to rest. What? Tomorrow? Healing? With such a lazy demeanor, if he had time to help them tomorrow, it would be a miracle. At this moment, the crowd saw through Beck's ruse. They realized he was deliberately toying with them. Each one of them harbored resentment towards this once derided figure who had now risen to prominence. Yet none dared to confront him outright, as they were in desperate need of his help. Just as Beck nonchalantly began to weave through the crowd, preparing to return home for a good night's sleep, two figures suddenly blocked his path. One was fierce, the other effeminate. Both regarded Beck with mocking eyes, their knuckles cracking ominously. "Beck, you are so selfish. Everyone seeks your healing because they acknowledge your worthlessness. Yet you shamelessly waste their time without offering any assistance. Truly despicable. Humph, I suppose you think having grasped a healing magic makes you something special." The two who confronted Beck were none other than Henry and Brown. In truth, they had long sought an opportunity to settle scores with Beck. However, the presence of those seeking his healing had hindered their actions. Now, emboldened by the crowd's growing discontent, they seized the moment to confront Beck, believing that in the wake of the crowd's frustrations, their reprimand would go unchallenged and perhaps even earn them some favor from the onlookers. Despicable? What obligation do I, Beck, have to heal them? It is their business if they are willing to wait. Whether I choose to heal or not is my own affair. Do you not think it rather childish to engage in such moral coercion? With these words, Baker rendered the two speechless. However, they were not there to defend these individuals. Rather, they sought to use this pretext to severely reprimand Baker. Thus, regardless of how reasonable Baker's arguments might be, they would not cease their efforts to subdue him. "Kid, since you selfishly refuse to heal everyone, I will beat you until you do, even if Chief Yuri punishes me for it. I will accept the consequences." The sinister Brown exploited the resentment of the surrounding crowd towards Baker, leveraging their collective ire to suppress him. He not only aimed to deliver a thorough beating to Baker, but also sought to tarnish his reputation within the tribe, ensuring he would never hold his head high again. Chapter 61. A turnaround, revenge, and vindication. As expected, when Brown and Henry aggressively pressured Baker, the crowd did not speak up for him. Rather, their gazes were laced with a hint of delight, secretly wishing for Henry and his cohorts to teach the insufferable Baker a lesson. Are you planning to deal with me? Huh? Faced with the menacing duo, a mocking smile curled at the corners of Baker's mouth. With your feeble grasp of a non-combat spell, taking you down will be a walk in the park that I will show you that mud will always remain mud. Henry, lacking the cunning of Brown, nonetheless approached with fierce intent, in a swift motion. He lunged at Baker, his fists, enveloped in magical energy, poised to strike with devastating force. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, instead of cowering in fear, Baker charged towards Henry at an astonishing speed, as if itching for a confrontation. In the face of Baker's bizarre behavior, Henry hesitated slightly. However, he quickly dismissed it, thinking Baker merely possessed a non-combat healing spell. Undeterred, he surged forward. Meanwhile, the scheming Brown furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the reason behind Baker's odd actions. Just then, bang! As Henry closed in on Baker, he delivered a lightning-fast punch, aimed squarely at his target. Yet, what followed was a bone-chilling scream, shocking everyone as the one who cried out was not Baker, but Henry himself. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as they processed the scene. Henry remained mid-punch, but his massive fist was dripping with crimson blood, revealing several gruesome puncture wounds. In contrast, Baker was encased in a layer of formidable armor, iron spike armor. Those who had witnessed the old chief wield this spell recognized it immediately. They could hardly fathom that Baker had also donned such powerful armor. This means he had mastered 2 spells, placing him on par with Henry. Caught off guard by this revelation, Henry was bound to suffer the consequences. Having just pushed Baker out of her room, Castle intended to return when the commotion escalated. As she learned of the escalating conflict between Henry, Brown, and Baker, she hurried over to mediate. Castle assumed that Baker, having only mastered the healing spell, would be at a disadvantage. As Henry unleashed a punch, she readied herself to intervene. However, to her astonishment, Baker suddenly activated the iron spike armor, severely injuring Henry, leaving Castle utterly bewildered. Beside her, the graceful Sophia gaped in shock, unable to comprehend how Baker could wield the iron spike armor, a spell she had long desired but never mastered. Baker, I will kill you. Suddenly, a hoarse, furious roar erupted from the crowd. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the recently wounded Henry summoned a massive, sharp axe that materialized in his hands. The giant axe spell was one of the 2 spells Henry had mastered. Known for its immense destructive power, it was precisely this combat spell that had made Henry a fearsome figure in the tribe, with few daring to provoke him. Infuriated by his grievous injuries, Henry was hell-bent on cleaving Baker in 2. You want to kill me? You'd better have the ability to back that up. Baker retorted coldly, charging at Henry like a bolt of lightning before Henry could react, their bodies colliding with force that a scream echoed once more, and once again, it was Henry who cried out in pain, as the iron spike armor had left him with several gaping wounds. The excruciating agony caused Henry's recently conjured giant axe spell to dissipate. Baker, seizing the initiative, leaped into the air and, in a moment of sheer audacity, landed squarely on top of Henry, with each sharp spike of Baker's armor embedding into Henry's body. The once dominant figure of the tribe let out a wretched scream, succumbing to unconsciousness. Just then, a large fireball, radiating intense heat, hurtled toward Baker, striking him with a resounding thud. The explosion sent shockwaves through the crowd, making it feel as if they were engulfed in flames, let alone the impact on Baker himself. Brown, since you are so eager, I shall fulfill your wish to be utterly beaten. Remarkably, despite being struck by the fireball, Baker staggered back only a few steps, sustaining no significant injuries. He pushed off the ground with his feet, launching himself toward Brown like a cannonball. The absurdity of it all left Brown flabbergasted. He had intended to ambush Baker from behind, but his usually invincible fireball spell could not penetrate the defenses of the iron spike armor. Terrified as Baker charged toward him, Brown turned and fled. Could he escape? Even if Baker only showcased these 2 spells, he was far beyond the capabilities of Brown, who had only mastered 1. Thus, the unfortunate Brown found himself quickly caught up to by Baker, who treated him just as he had Henry, by knocking him down and then sitting squarely upon him. Take that. This is for all the years you mocked me, for all the times you bullied me, for the torment you caused me. I sit. I sit. I sit. With each proclamation, Baker sat down hard on Brown, bending years of pent-up resentment as Brown howled in pain. Although Baker had previously employed Castle's assistants to deal with these two, now he reveled in exacting his revenge through his own strength, finding it immensely satisfying. Good heavens, Baker has mastered 2 spells. How is this even possible? Despite witnessing Baker's healing spell and now seeing him clad in iron spike armor, the crowd found it hard to accept this reality. What is magic? It is the extraordinary gift that everyone in the dark world yearns to possess, yet it remains tantalizingly out of reach for ordinary people. For every 100 individuals, only one might grasp the essence of magic, making it a rare achievement. Chief Yuri had taught for many years, and only a handful had managed to comprehend magic. Castle had mastered 4 spells, Henry 2, while Brown, Sophia, Harris, and Peter had only attained 1 each. Yet, Baker, once scorned and labeled a waste, had unveiled not 1, but 2 spells in a remarkably short time, leaving everyone astounded. They say a salted fish can turn over, yet Baker's transformation seemed utterly extraordinary. From a mere underdog, he had risen to become a formidable presence, rivaling Castle among the younger generation, having just bested both Henry and Brown, who had previously mastered 2 and 1 spells, respectively. This astonishing feat left everyone speechless. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere was broken by the sound of clucking, as 2 plump hens dashed away in a panic, while the poultry farmer, akin, stood aghast, seemingly oblivious to the fleeing chickens. Alas, it seems I am finished. Just a moment ago, I was bellowing at that rascal for not treating my hemorrhoids while he laughed heartily that I hope he gets a thorough beating from Henry and Brown, but instead, he has transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix, vanquishing Henry and his companions. Am I not just asking for trouble by pulling the fire cupping on my backside? At this moment, not only was Akin uneasy, but the very people who, moments ago, wished for Baker to be thoroughly thrashed by Henry and Brown, now stood in fearful silence, hardly daring to breathe. Goodness gracious, not only am I unable to seek his treatment, but what if Baker, like he did to Henry and Brown, decides to pummel us instead? Even the 2 tyrants of the tribe are no match for him, let alone us, mere novices. Hey, everyone, who just called me to treat their ailments? I feel a bit better now and could lend a hand. After thoroughly thrashing Henry and Brown, leaving them gasping for breath, Baker clapped his hands and grinned at the surrounding crowd. No, 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 I don't need treatment anymore. I also have no need for it. Had this been earlier, Baker's offer for treatment would have drawn a swarm of eager participants. However, after witnessing Baker's prowess in so utterly defeating Brown and Henry, who among them dared to seek his help? Observing their fearful demeanor, Baker felt an indescribable satisfaction. He had always been the timid one in front of others, and now the roles had reversed. The stark contrast between the past and present filled him with an exhilarating sense of triumph. If you don't need treatment, then scram. Why are you all surrounding me? Do you wish for me to escort you back? Baker's commanding presence returned with a fierce shout, causing the onlookers to shudder in fear, and they quickly began to scatter like frightened rabbits. After the earlier incident, Baker saw no need to maintain a facade of friendliness and decided to assert his authority. Akin, you lot who laughed the loudest when I was being besieged, stay here. His authoritative tone sent chills down the spines of Akin and the others, yet, faced with Baker, who was even more tyrannical than Henry, they dared not defy him, grimacing as they awaited their fate. You lot, carry Henry and Brown far away. Don't linger here to obstruct matters. Furthermore, I entrust these 2 to you. Should they bleed excessively and meet their end, it will be on your heads. Now, take them and scram. For heaven's sake, you beat them up, possess healing magic, and still expect us to deal with it. How utterly unreasonable. Akin and the others felt wronged but dared not express it, immediately complying and hastily hauling Henry and Brown away, anxious to distance themselves from the newly crowned super bully. What a delight! This feeling is unparalleled. No wonder Henry and his ilk enjoy bullying others. This sensation is simply intoxicating. Having unleashed his dominance, Baker reveled in the moment. Hey, Baker, impressive, you've bested Henry and the others. Hee, it's nothing extraordinary, they were simply lacking. Baker relished the compliments from Castle. Indeed, with just a word, you scared away all those nuisances. Quite the skill you possess. Haha, it's merely average, really. You could do it too. Me, nonsense. You rascal, Baker, you kept this second spell from me, hiding it away. Truly remarkable. Castle's sharp retort startled Baker, causing his earlier bravado to dissipate in the presence of the goddess Castle. Uh, Castle, the truth is, I only just grasped this spell not long ago and hadn't the chance to tell you. Haha. Castle, stop frightening Baker. Isn't it a good thing he has learned a second spell? At that moment, a venerable voice interrupted, and Chief Yuri appeared before them. Father, why do you favor this rascal? Look at him, keeping the water healing spell a secret from us, and now the iron thorn armor spell too. Who knows what else he has hiding? It's infuriating. As I've said before, Castle, you are not Baker's keeper. Why should he disclose his magical discoveries to you? The elder chief's words left no room for Castle's retorts as he glanced at her close friend and continued. Sophia, it's late. You should return to rest. I have matters to discuss with these two. With this, Sophia took her leave after bidding farewell to the group. Once Sophia had departed, the elder chief regarded Baker with a knowing smirk and teased. Now, young man, care to share how things stand with my daughter? Chapter 63, A First Blood. Father, why are you asking such absurd questions? I have no interest in this. I'm leaving. Castle was taken aback by her father's inquiry about her relationship with Baker. Especially with both of them present, even her forthright nature could hardly bear it. Discussing marriage is no trivial matter. Why treat it as such? Castle, you cannot leave today. We must settle this. Faced with her father's insistence, Castle was left with no choice but to stay. However, when she noticed Baker's smug demeanor, her irritation flared, and she shot him a fierce glare. Speak up. My father is asking you. Did you not hear him? Ahem. Of course, I heard him. Chief, the truth is, I and Castle. Baker faltered as he spoke, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although he had surreptitiously observed Castle's more private areas with his keen sight, their relationship had made no progress, leaving him with a rather humiliating record that was difficult to articulate. Finding it hard to speak. Are we? That's understandable. Youth often comes with a certain shyness that I can relate. But you've surprised me. Just days ago, you were in such a dire state, and now you've won my daughter's heart. Quite impressive. Just as Baker struggled to respond, the elder chief began to speak again, leaving both Baker and Castle perplexed. Father, what do you mean by that? What do you mean he has won my heart? This fellow, who has merely grasped 2 spells, is no match for me, Castle exclaimed. Her confusion spilling forth, Baker rolled his eyes at the chief's insinuations, equally baffled by the elder's peculiar remarks. Castle, do I need to spell it out for you? I witnessed it firsthand. Come on. Admitting it will only cause you to blush. The elder chief squinted at Baker and then at his daughter, grinning like a sly fox. Chief, what exactly did you see? Why so cryptic? Baker could no longer contain his curiosity. Indeed. Father, what did you see? Speak freely. You know my personality. I lack any of those silly traits. Castle, the warrior maiden, was unreserved, showing no signs of bashfulness regarding her marriage. Oh, you truly want this old man to state it outright. The chief was taken aback by their boldness. Of course, the young couple responded in unison. Very well. Then, I shall divulge. Hurry up, we're dying of anticipation. Castle urged impatiently. The elder chief looked at his daughter, who possessed a boyish demeanor, and hesitated. Castle, did you not ask Baker to claim his first blood last night? What? The elder chief's revelation left both Castle and Baker in utter shock, nearly unleashing their pent-up powers. First blood? How could that possibly be? Hey, are you two still in denial? I, the old man, saw it clearly, late at night. Castle emerged from Baker's room, and the bloodstains on her, could they be fake? Bloodstains. Indeed, you were the one most stained. You young people really ought to be more discreet when engaging in such acts. Leaving traces all over. Oh dear. Father, what nonsense are you spouting? That was Baker's nosebleed. After a long wait, the two finally understood. The elder chief's reference to first blood was simply about Baker's unfortunate nosebleed from the previous night. At that moment, due to the unsavory actions of Beck, who had gazed upon something he should not have, blood flowed profusely from his nose. Kaiser promptly assisted him in wiping it away, the crimson droplets seeping through the thin tissue and staining Kaiser's slender fingers, with some even trickling onto her attire. Neither of them paid heed to these occurrences at the time, unaware that the old chieftain had fortuitously witnessed the scene, which led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. It's not blood, but nosebleed. What on earth is happening? At this juncture, the old chieftain realized he might have misinterpreted the situation once again. Damn Beck, you created this mess, so explain it yourself. Kaiser exclaimed sharply at Beck. All right, old chieftain, here's the thing. After tending to my own injuries yesterday, I helped Kaiser with her scars, and then, Following this, a dejected Beck recounted the interaction that had transpired between him and Kaiser in the room the previous day. Naturally, when it came to the nosebleed, he refrained from disclosing the true cause, merely attributing it to being overheated. Upon hearing this, the old chieftain, observing that Beck and Kaiser did not appear to be lying, let out a sigh. I thought you two had already. Alas, what a disappointment. Oh, come on, father, don't concern yourself with such matters. The younger generation will find their own fortune, Kaiser promptly reassured him. How can I not worry? If it weren't for your infatuation with that person, I wouldn't be fretting over your marital affairs. Observing the old chieftain's unmistakable frustration, Beck grew increasingly curious about the object of Kaiser's affection. Old chieftain. Who exactly is that person? He must be quite remarkable to have captivated Kaiser so completely. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Humph, I want to tell you. Father, if you disclose it, then I shall ignore you. Kaiser seemed intent on preserving the mystery of this individual, refusing to divulge any details. Oh, why must you fancy someone so peculiar? Father, let me choose my own partner for life. I will take responsibility for it, so please do not worry. At this point, Kaiser displayed a gentle smile, her gaze softening as she looked ahead, quietly stating, that person is nearly ready to accept my pursuit, and once we are together, I hope to receive everyone's blessings. Good heavens! Who is this wretch? I must make him pay. Witnessing the goddess express such tender affection for another man before him, even Beck's heart, accustomed to torment, could not bear it, and he immediately clenched his teeth in frustration at this unseen rival. Chapter 64. A brief discussion on hydrotherapy system. Hurry up and issue a task. I need to rapidly enhance my strength to defeat that brat and reclaim Kaiser. After a rather awkward conversation, the trio parted ways, and Beck returned home, promptly communicating with the system. Seeing the goddess express such warmth towards another man had provoked his determination to swiftly improve his abilities. Ding, there are currently no suitable tasks available for the host. The system responded in its usual monotonous tone. Why are you so obstinate? You re the one in control. Can't you devise a task for me? Or simply reward me with a few spells to boost my strength? Host, upon hearing your words, I feel as though I am gazing at the ocean. What do you mean? I get seasick and feel like vomiting when I see the ocean. For goodness sake. Just tell me directly if you can't do it. Stop spinning tales that hold no value. Beck's frustration was palpable. This unfortunate system seemed to possess an innate talent for aggravation. Deep down, Beck was aware that his earlier demands were unrealistic. Previously, he had inquired whether the system could release permanent magic on his behalf, but the system had firmly declined, attributing this limitation to the master. This master, of course, was not Beck, but rather the mysterious individual who had bestowed the system upon him. Beck sensed that the system bound to him had already been meticulously programmed by this mysterious person, functioning strictly within certain rules rather than freely. After concluding his disheartening dialogue with the system, Beck could not help but reflect on the events of the day, which had starkly illustrated the significant transformations that accompany the enhancement of one's power. Just imagine, had Beck not possessed formidable strength, it would have been he, rather than Henry and Brown, who was carried away today. Following his display of immense power, even the petty thugs, like Agon's cohorts, dared not utter a word, slinking away in defeat. That is the profound change brought about by formidable strength. Having personally experienced such a transformation, Beck's desire for power intensified. Speaking of power enhancement, the provision of magic by the system was one aspect, however. Through today's battle, Beck had further solidified his belief that, under certain conditions of cultivation, the clever application of mastered magic constituted another avenue for strength enhancement. Although Beck had mastered 3 types of magic, none were combat-oriented. If Henry managed to unleash Giant magic, it would not be an easy feat for Beck to subdue him, especially with Brown lurking nearby, capable of casting Fireball. By ingeniously employing Iron Spike armor magic and converting its passive attack attribute into an active one, Beck was able to interrupt Henry's Giant Axe magic at the first opportunity, which ultimately led to his victory. Thus, after acquiring magic from the system, how to maximize its effects would require Beck to invest considerable effort in study and practice. The following day, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that not only had Henry and Brown failed to arrive, but also the raucous crowd that had previously disrupted their magic lessons had not shown up either. At last, they could attend a magic class in peace. However, upon concluding the lesson, the group learned that Beck had single-handedly defeated both Henry and Brown, They then understood why neither Henry nor Brown had shown up today, and why Aegon's entourage, who typically surrounded Beck, had not come for treatment. Goodness, who would dare approach the new bully of the Gobenum tribe? Seeking treatment from him might result in old injuries being exacerbated into new ones. Naturally, Beck relished the tranquility of not being disturbed. After completing his magic studies, he turned his attention to treating the old chieftain's severe injuries. Of course, while Beck treated Chief Yuri, Kaiser and her close friend Sophia were also present. The ethereal, pale blue glow of the hydrotherapy magic gradually faded. Both Kaiser and Sophia were left in awe of this wondrous magic, even though they stood to the side. Merely being in the presence of the residual energy from the hydrotherapy magic left them feeling invigorated and uplifted. Beck, you are truly my lucky star. After this treatment, my wounds from the Golden Lion are nearly healed. All that remains are merely old injuries. However, to treat those, with your current strength, it will certainly be insufficient. You will need to reach at least the level of apprentice mage. This is based on the understanding that your hydrotherapy magic is significantly more potent than standard healing magic. Otherwise, with your current capabilities, your treatment would be quite limited. Chief Yuri's words resonated deeply with Beck. After several applications, Beck had discovered that the efficacy of his hydrotherapy magic not only correlated with the severity of the recipient's injuries but also significantly depended on the levels of both himself and the individual receiving the spell. For instance, whether Beck was treating himself or helping Kaiser, both instances involved a mage apprentice treating another mage apprentice, resulting in quite favorable healing effects. A single application of hydrotherapy magic sufficed to cure both. In contrast, Beck's treatment of Chief Yuri involved a mage apprentice treating a trainee mage. This was akin to out-leveling treatment, which naturally diminished the effectiveness considerably. Consequently, it took Beck several days of treatment to finally stabilize the old chieftain's severe injuries. Of course, the old injuries sustained by Chief Yuri were evidently more troublesome than those inflicted by the Golden Lion, which was beyond Beck's current capabilities. Sigh, must I once again seek to elevate my level? The limitations imposed by insufficient cultivation in the realm of healing left Beck lamenting the truth of the saying, magic is paramount. Strength is paramount. Chapter 65. To be revealed, Kaiser's object of affection. After treating the old chieftain, Beck initially intended to join Kaiser and Sophia in their magical studies. However, at that moment, several indigenous tribesmen approached him, seeking his assistance to alleviate their injuries. Consequently, Beck reluctantly halted his pursuit of the goddess and remained to attend to them. It should be noted that Beck had refrained from treating those individuals yesterday primarily because they had previously mocked him. However, these few tribesmen displayed kindness toward him during his misfortunes, so he felt compelled to assist them. Thus, Kaiser and Sophia returned to their magical studies, while Beck stubbornly insisted that he would join them as soon as he finished treating the tribesmen. Requesting Kaiser to keep the door open for him, in a moment of inspiration, Baker devised a swift method to treat the tribe's indigenous people. He instructed two individuals to stand together, and he simultaneously cast the water therapy spell upon them, resulting in a delightful surprise. Both individuals' injuries were completely healed with a single incantation, significantly enhancing the efficiency of his healing. This remarkable success was attributed to the fact that the treatment was a downgraded form of healing from a magic apprentice to ordinary people, which naturally yielded excellent results. Thus, it became feasible to heal two individuals at once with a single application of the water therapy spell. Furthermore, during his subsequent casting of the spell, he managed to heal three individuals with relatively minor injuries in one fell swoop, restoring his mental and magical energy just once while achieving astonishing efficiency. Even the elderly chief nearby was left in awe. Oh, Aunt Nisa, you needn't be so courteous. You've even brought me gifts. When I was a child and faced bullying, you helped me more than once, he exclaimed. Uncle Victor, you were too modest. There were times I went hungry, and it was you who helped me through those difficulties. Just for treating your ailments, you bestow upon me such generous gifts. How could I possibly accept? The healed indigenous individuals were brimming with joy, eagerly presenting Baker with an assortment of valuable items. Although he repeatedly declined, under their overwhelming hospitality, he ultimately selected a small wild chicken and a bag of mushrooms as his reward. Tonight promises a delightful feast. Let Castle prepare a wild chicken stew with mushrooms. The aroma will be divine. Baker chose these items to enhance their meals. In recent days, he and Castle had been delving into the study of magic together, and his comprehension of magic was greatly aided by his insights into Sophia's abilities. Gradually, he began to integrate into their circle, and Castle's initial reluctance towards him had diminished. This young man had shamelessly shared a few meals with the tribe's prized cook, whose culinary skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Thus, Baker selected these two ingredients, hoping to elevate their dinner as he approached Castle's home, holding the wild chicken in his left hand and the bag of mushrooms in his right. Baker hummed a cheerful tune. Why is the door closed? And what of the windows? Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to find the door firmly shut. This was surprising, as Castle had always left the door open for him on the occasions he arrived late, especially after he had previously mentioned it. Yet now, not only was the door locked tight, but even the windows were drawn shut, with the curtains drawn tight. Could it be that Castle and Sophia have not returned? Just as Baker pondered this, he suddenly heard what seemed to be voices coming from within. The closed door and windows muffled the sounds, rendering them inaudible. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Could Castle be up to something nefarious inside? Yet, in an instant, a realization struck him. Castle had mentioned more than once in recent days her affection for someone. According to the tribe's jewel, she had been pursuing him these past few days, suggesting that the young man must be from their tribe. So, with the room sealed so tightly, could it be that Castle was in a clandestine meeting with her beloved? With this thought, Baker hesitated to knock and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to employ the eagle's eye spell. A keen eye floated upward, hovering before the window. Although the window was closed and the curtains drawn, it was impossible for it to be completely airtight. There were bound to be small gaps along the edges of the curtains. The sharp eye chose a slightly larger gap to peer through, swiftly scanning for its target. Castle. In the enhanced vision, Baker was greeted by the sight of a tall, beautiful figure, none other than his goddess. Castle.at that moment, a jolt ran through his body as he observed Castle holding a vibrant bouquet of red roses, extending them towards someone in front of her. Oh, I was right, Baker thought to himself. Realizing Castle had indeed created such an intimate setting for a rendezvous with her romantic interest. Who dares to pursue my goddess Castle? I shall make him pay dearly. Ever since Baker learned that his beloved had someone special, he had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards this unseen rival. Now, he was determined to uncover the identity of this man. Was he from the tribe of Gobenum, or an outsider from another clan? Surely it couldn't be Peter or Harris, those rascals, or perhaps Brown or Henry. Could it even be the poultry enthusiast Agon? Though rationally, Baker dismissed the likelihood of these suspects. The anticipation of unveiling this mystery consumed him. Darn it, I need to adjust my angle. Due to the small gap between the curtains, the view of Castle was clear, yet the other figure was largely obscured. Baker hastily maneuvered the eagle's eye for a better perspective. Moments later, the view shifted from Castle to the individual before her, and when Baker finally recognized the person, he was left utterly dumbfounded. There, standing before Castle, was a familiar figure, none other than the enchanting Sophia, with whom he had been discussing magic these past few days. Chapter 66. Baker's crushing blow upon realizing who stood before Castle. Baker felt as though the ground had been swept from beneath him. Even in his wildest imagination, he could never have anticipated that Castle's affection was directed towards this very person, shattering his preconceived notions. In no way could there possibly be others in the room. Or did I simply mistake my eyes? His thoughts had deviated too far from his established worldview, prompting him to fervently deny the implications of what he had just witnessed. He controlled the eagle's eye to conduct a thorough search of the room. Sophia, it's Sophia? No one else, no one at all. The sharp eye spun in the air, tirelessly scanning the entirety of the room multiple times. However, aside from Sophia, he could find no other presence in front of Castle. Perhaps Castle and Sophia are merely jesting with one another? He desperately sought a rational explanation, igniting a flicker of hope within him. But the unfolding scene before him extinguished that hope completely. Castle, with deep affection, presented the bouquet of red roses to Sophia. After a moment's hesitation, Sophia bashfully accepted the flowers. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Seeing her accept the roses ignited a sparkle in Castle's eyes. As a warrior, she elegantly extended her hand to clasp Sophia's, which had momentarily retreated in shyness. This gesture intensified Sophia's embarrassment, her delicate face nearly buried in her fluffy attire. By the gods, Castle's beloved is none other than Sophia. Baker's heart endured a staggering blow, as if struck for 10,000 points of damage. Even his resilient heart, accustomed to the trials inflicted by Castle, felt thoroughly devastated by this fatal strike. He could never have fathomed that the rival he had loathed so intensely these past days was, in fact, the woman Sophia. Damn it. How could it be a woman? A woman. A woman. Baker's mind surged with overwhelming emotions, rendering him nearly unable to compose himself. This revelation was utterly transformative. No wonder Castle has been so exceptionally kind to Sophia. No wonder Chief Yuri, despite knowing whom Castle favored, was too shy to speak it. No wonder he had encouraged me to pursue his daughter. No wonder he kept Sophia away when discussing matters between his daughter and me. In an instant, Baker connected the dots of the recent events, and suddenly, all the puzzling occurrences fell into place. Though heavens, I have unwittingly lost the pursuit of my goddess to another woman. Baker's thoughts spiraled into chaos, overwhelming him with disbelief and despair. As he stood lost in his thoughts, the wild chicken he had been holding slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the ground with a squawk. However, sensing a chance for escape, the little chicken sprang to life, scuttling away with all its might, oblivious to Baker's turmoil. Someone else here. Castle, please don't do this. I'm worried. Ah, is that Baker approaching? The series of clucking sounds startled both Castle and Sophia, who had just solidified their connection through a romantic exchange. Sophia, alarmed, quickly withdrew her hand from Castle's grasp, her voice trembling as she spoke. Baker? That lad is bound to attend to several patients, likely to be occupied until the wee hours of the night. How could he possibly come here? Sophia, if you doubt this, we may as well go take a look. That it's surely just a chicken from someone's home that has wandered off. Observing Sophia's panicked demeanor, the warrior Castle promptly pulled her to the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. Sophia, see for yourself. How could that rascal Baker possibly be here? This cannot be. The ones he treated earlier were all quite close to him. How could he abandon them to come here? Initially, Castle was steadfast in her conviction, but upon drawing back the curtain, she beheld a young man with curly brown hair and dark eyes, possessing a rather unsavory appearance, standing outside. Who else could it be but Baker? Yet, Castle could not fathom why he had suddenly arrived here. Unbeknownst to her, Baker had devised a method of group treatment to enhance efficiency, allowing him to heal those individuals swiftly, hence his presence here. See, Castle, Baker has come. What if he discovers our secret? If he finds out and tells others, then what shall we do? Upon seeing Baker standing there like a wooden post, Sophia's face paled in fright, nearly bringing her to tears. Sophia, what are you so afraid of? Look, the door is shut, the windows are closed, and even the curtains are drawn. How could that little rascal possibly see us? Moreover, even if he were to find out, what of it? If that insufferable brat dares to speak out of turn, I'll kick him to kingdom come. Castle's words provided Sophia with a measure of comfort, yet she still felt somewhat at a loss. Then, what should we do now? Let's ignore him. That he'll likely see the closed door and windows, and the drawn curtains, and leave soon enough. Though Castle spoke with bravado, her words were meant to reassure Sophia that in truth, the clandestine affair between the two left her feeling somewhat unsettled. If Baker were to confront her, she would struggle to justify why the room was arranged in such a manner. Hey, what the hell? Why are you running away? I still want to enjoy my chicken stew with mushrooms tonight. Suddenly, Baker, who had been as still as a post, sprang to life, clutching a large bag of mushrooms and pursuing another ingredient, a wild chicken. Having mastered 3 major spells, Baker's speed was unmatched by that of a mere chicken. In an instant, he caught up, seizing the flailing wild chicken and striding toward Castle's door. Knock, knock, knock. After a few raps on the door, Baker's voice rang out. Castle, are you and Sophia together, studying the properties of fireball magic? Why else would you seal the room so tightly? Open the door quickly. You won't believe what delicious treats I've brought. Chapter 67. Baker's thoughts with a creak. The door swung open, revealing Castle's tall and striking silhouette. She shot Baker an irritated glance and retorted, every time Sophia and I delve into crucial magic studies, you're the one who interrupts. It's infuriating. If you do this again, I swear I'll kick you. Castle had initially intended to let Baker feel unwelcome enough to leave, yet now he had unwittingly provided her with a reason to keep the curtains drawn and the windows shut. Moreover, she worried that even if Baker left this time, he might grow suspicious that it was better to use his own reasoning to her advantage. The notion of studying the properties of fireball magic served as a perfect explanation for their peculiar behavior of sealing themselves in. In the dark world they inhabited, the yearning for light was exceptionally intense. There was even an ancient rumor that those who comprehended light magic, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, could potentially harness the powers of light to overcome the forces of darkness and escape to the radiant world of their ancestors. Consequently, the study of light magic became a widespread pursuit among practitioners. However, in this dark realm, those who could grasp light magic were far rarer than those who could master healing magic, leading most wizards to lament their fate. In this context, fire magic and lightning magic, both related to light, became sources of consolation, as many could attain understanding of these two schools of magic. They believed that through exploring the light elements within these magics, they might eventually grasp light magic itself. Therefore, Baker's assertion that Castle and Sophia were studying the properties of fireball magic provided an excellent rationale for their closed-off room, prompting Castle to change her mind and open the door for him. Guess what? Castle, look at the delightful ingredients I've brought. Wahahaha. Tonight, you shall prepare a nutritious feast of wild chicken stew with mushrooms, which I received as a reward for healing Aunt Nessa and Uncle Victor. As he spoke, Baker waved the wild chicken and bag of mushrooms before Castle's eyes, eager for recognition. Truly, Baker was remarkable. His inner strength was astonishing. Imagine if you were in his position, discovering that the goddess you had admired for years favored women. Would you be able to move on so swiftly? Yet Baker could. Perhaps it was the years of torment by Castle or the ridicule he endured from others that forged his resilient spirit, allowing him to quickly recover from a momentary daze. His mindset was simple. Regardless of whether this tribal goddess preferred men or women, his feelings for her would remain unchanged, despite having seen their affectionate gestures through the eagle's eye spell, indicating that they might have established a certain relationship, which put him at a disadvantage. Baker remained steadfast in his belief that he could straighten out Castle, fueled by his determination to pursue her and his mission to turn her straight. Baker's enthusiasm for the goddess intensified. He presented the wild chicken and mushrooms with fervent devotion. You just bring me trouble. Castle shot Baker an exasperated glare, then discreetly inquired, Hey, weren't you supposed to be treating Aunt Nessa and the others? How did you manage to get here so quickly? Given Baker's unexpected arrival, which nearly disrupted her and Sophia's plans, Castle felt compelled to inquire about the reason, lest she remain uneasy, uncertain whether her father had spilled the beans to Baker. Hee. Castle, you won't believe it. Our powerful healing magic can treat 2 or 3 people at once. Baker then animatedly recounted his experience of using the water therapy spell for group treatment. His enthusiastic embellishment of the healing process was not only to show off in front of the goddess, but also meant for Sophia, who remained hidden in the room, too afraid to emerge. The implication was clear. With such brilliance, it would be impossible for her to compete with him for Castle's affections. All right, enough with the boasting. It was just a matter of treating a few more people. Why are you so full of yourself? Hey, are you coming in? If not, I might just close the door. Baker, who had just been brimming with confidence, suddenly wilted at Castle's words, dejectedly saying, If I weren't coming in, why would I bother? Say one more word, and I'll kick you out. Fine, I won't say another word. In their usual banter of teasing and retorting, Castle and Baker both entered the room. Sophia, come. You should tell this fellow about the issues you've encountered while comprehending the Iron Spike armor spell, and see if he can help. Baker, if you can't come up with a good solution to assist Sophia, I'll toss you out. What a predicament. Inviting him in was precisely to resolve Sophia's issues. Had it been any other time, Baker might not have thought much of Castle's words, but now, aware of the situation between her and Sophia, he became instinctively sensitive. See, Castle, I think I should just go back. I don't really feel like studying magic today. Upon seeing Baker enter, Sophia instinctively felt a surge of panic, fearing that her relationship with Castle would be uncovered, and she chose to retreat. Observing her best friend and girlfriend's flustered demeanor, Castle understood immediately. She offered Sophia an encouraging glance and continued, Sophia, since you don't wish to study magic, it works out perfectly. Look, Baker has brought us some wonderful ingredients. Let us prepare a sumptuous dinner to reward ourselves for our hard work these past few days. What do you say? Sophia had initially wanted to leave hastily, but upon witnessing Castle's warm invitation, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Chapter 68. Rivalry Unleashed. Castle, just look at Sophia. She clearly appears unwell. You should let her go back. This suggestion from Beck stemmed from his desire to eliminate Sophia, his rival in affection, and enjoy some quality time with Castle alone. Mind your own business. The jewel of the tribe paid no heed to Beck's remarks, persistently encouraging Sophia to stay. Castle, I truly am feeling a bit under the weather. So, I think I should leave. A hint of apprehension colored Sophia's voice, as she feared lingering might reveal something to Beck, prompting her desire to depart. What is this? She is not feeling well. After all, take care on your way home, Sophia, and recuperate well. Beck's delight was palpable upon hearing the rival's insistence on leaving. In his mind, this moment was a resounding victory in his competition against Castle. However, an age-old adage warns that joy can lead to sorrow. Beck's exuberance was evident on his face, his glee and slightly lascivious demeanor betraying his true emotions to Sophia. This provoked an unsettling sensation. By nature, Sophia was more timid and fragile. The situation with Beck made her instinctively want to flee. Yet, witnessing Beck's exuberant expression, she was struck by the thought that if she left, Castle would be alone with this insufferable fellow. Having just established a connection with Castle, an uncomfortable feeling surged within her. Castle, Sophia, please don't leave. Try my cooking. Perhaps it will alleviate your discomfort. Castle made one last effort to retain her dear friend and companion. Well, Castle, if that is the case, I'll stay. I've never tasted your wild chicken stew with mushrooms. Castle's heart soared at Sophia's sudden change of heart, while Beck, on the other hand, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Hey, Sophia, weren't you feeling unwell? Why stay? Besides, many ailments stem from what we eat. That wild chicken stew is quite greasy. It might worsen your condition. Don't you have that water therapy magic? I'm feeling unwell. So why not treat me? Sophia replied with a slyness reminiscent of a little fox. Indeed, we were searching high and low for a healer, and here we have one. Beck, hurry up, and use your water therapy to help Sophia. If you can't, then there'll be no wild chicken stew for you. What the hell? How did this happen? Beck felt like crying. He had intended to send Sophia away, yet the outcome was the opposite. Now, he found himself reluctantly obliged to administer water therapy to her, a predicament akin to having a pimple on the sole of one's foot, too lowly to bear. What are you waiting for? Cast your spell at once. Castle, noticing Beck's inertia, expressed her discontent. Having just established a connection with Sophia, who had agreed to her pursuit, this was a moment of intimacy, and Beck, the unwelcome third wheel, had unwittingly become the scapegoat. Damn, the disparity in treatment is glaring. Beck silently cursed, yet outwardly he dared not show the slightest sign of dissent. With a forced smile, he replied, Castle, I'll come to you after I finish treating Aunt Nisa and the others. My mental and magical energy is depleted, and I can't cast water therapy right now. Then hurry up and recuperate. Stop wasting time. Castle snapped at the unhelpful Beck. Fine, I'll recover. Beck acquiesced verbally, though his heart brimmed with discontent. Nevertheless, to maintain a favorable image before his goddess, he dared not act out. Sophia, since you're feeling unwell, just wait here. I'll prepare dinner for you. There's ale and snacks. If you feel thirsty or hungry, help yourself. Once this guy has recovered, he can treat you. I can't believe I'm saying this. Beck felt tears welling up, as Castle's guest. Why was there such a stark contrast? Sophia was being lavished with care, while he was left to suffer, trying to restore his mental and magical energy, only to later play nurse, overwhelmed with frustration. Beck, under Castle's watchful gaze, begrudgingly sat down to recuperate, while Sophia gleefully observed him. With 3 magical abilities at his disposal, Beck's recovery was swift compared to when he had only 1 or 2 spells. Thus, within a short span, he had mostly restored his mental and magical energy. However, Beck clearly had no intention of treating his rival without some form of retribution. Competing with me for Castle and expecting me to treat you for free? Make sure to take a peek. The combination of Beck's slyness and the eagle eye spell was a match made in heaven. Sophia, being somewhat of a beauty, was an enticing sight to behold. As she indulged in the snacks and ale, she remained blissfully unaware of the lecherous gaze that hovered above her. While she may not have matched Castle's striking beauty, her flowing locks and gentle allure were pleasing enough. In truth, Sophia was a delicately featured beauty, but when compared to Castle, she fell short. Moreover, in a world where magic reigned supreme, Castle had mastered 4 spells, making her the strongest in the Gobenum tribe, second only to the old chief. Consequently, the youth of the tribe held a far greater admiration for Castle than for Sophia. Now, under the cover of the eagle eye spell, Beck shamelessly indulged in the view. Although he found Sophia quite appealing, his gaze was far less dreamy compared to how he gazed at Castle. His interest in Sophia was more about vengeance and a sense of release. Oh dear, how can Beck, With 2 spells, take longer to recover than I. With just 1. Is something wrong? Perhaps I should consult Castle. Noticing Beck sitting idly for so long, Sophia blinked her lovely eyes and pretended to seek out Castle. Phew. Finally, I'm back to normal. I was really drained from the earlier treatment. As soon as Beck realized Sophia was about to seek Castle, he could no longer afford to remain seated. Although he internally resented his rival, he knew better than to provoke the wrath of Castle. Chapter 69. A Matter of Roses. Oh, Beck, you look rather worn out. How about I speak to Castle and let you rest a bit before treating me? Noticing Beck's reluctance to rise, Sophia blinked her enchanting eyes, inquiring sweetly, "What the hell? Asking Castle for permission to let me rest?" ISNT that just asking for a kick. Despite 1,000 protests in his heart, the thought of Castle's formidable foot made him submit. Fine. Let us get it over with. Though he spoke those words, his mind seethed with resentment, wishing nothing more than for Sophia to suffer from excessive treatment, leaving her nauseous. Oh dear, Beck, you've really had a hard time. Sophia elegantly sipped her ale before addressing him with a calm demeanor. You think you can make me treat you after putting me through this? Beck grumbled inwardly while outwardly he had no choice but to cast water therapy, enveloping his begrudging rival in a soft blue glow. Oh, this feels wonderful. No wonder everyone wants to master healing magic. It's truly powerful. Bathed in the healing light of the water therapy spell, Sophia stretched luxuriously, her graceful figure on full display. Although Beck's gaze was lecherous, it was primarily driven by a desire for revenge rather than the dreamy longing he felt for Castle. The water therapy spell, even if cast on someone without any ailments, still bolstered one's health and lifted spirits. Thus, the spell Beck cast provided Sophia with a delightful experience, to the point where, when Castle brought out the wild chicken stew with mushrooms, Sophia remained blissfully lost in her enjoyment. Seeing her friend and companion so content brought Castle immense joy, causing her gaze towards Beck to soften. This only served to deepen Beck's sense of frustration. Castle, this feels incredible. You should have Beck cast another one for you. It was only after Beck's spell had faded that Sophia emerged from her state of bliss. Addressing the smiling Castle, "Oh please, do you treat my water therapy like a spa day?" While he had no qualms about casting it for the goddess Castle, Beck felt somewhat miffed that Sophia was leveraging his powerful magic for favors. Hee, I think I'll pass. Did you not see how stingy this guy looks? Previously, in an effort to avoid treating Akin and the others, Lulu not only allowed them to fly kites for an entire day, but also ended up in a fierce brawl with Henry Brown. You, feeling unwell, could simply ask him for assistance, but as for me, I have no ailments, so I shall not trouble the lad, lest he feel distressed. Upon hearing the words of the tribe's Peril, Baker couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly exclaiming, "Are you not plagued by guilt? Was it not I who treated that scar of yours? Did I feel any distress over it? However, that treatment was indeed quite a bargain." The lecherous Baker's mind instantly conjured up that fleeting moment of beauty, even after all this time. Recalling it still sent a rush of blood to his head. Hey, you there, standing like a wooden post, what are you doing? If you don't wish to eat, then your portion can be saved. Castle bellowed at Baker, who stood there with a silly grin plastered on his face, gazing blankly ahead. Eat, of course. Why else would I come here? Serve me generously, I intend to feast. Baker, having returned to reality, exclaimed eagerly. TCH, as if, serve yourself. Castle scoffed, filling his and Sophia's bowls with food and tossing Baker a disdainful glance along with a spoon, before ignoring him altogether. Fine, if I must serve myself, then so be it. One must earn their keep. Baker, accustomed to such treatment, paid it no mind and took up the spoon to serve himself. Compared to the years gone by, when he couldn't even cross the threshold of Castle's home, his current situation filled him with immense satisfaction, though he would have been even more content had Sophia, his rival, not been present. As the meal progressed, Baker's frustration mounted. Castle lavished attention on Sophia while treating him with indifference, as though he were no more than a piece of wood. This simply wouldn't do. After the meal, Baker's sense of urgency regarding his predicament intensified. If this continued, he stood no chance against his rival. Sophia. Well, Baker's use of the term duel was merely a self-aggrandizing embellishment. In reality, he lacked any qualification for such a contest, for Castle's heart was almost entirely devoted to Sophia, but a plan must be devised to reverse the tide. With this thought, Baker's shifty eyes began to scan Castle's room. Suddenly, they lit up, focusing on a hint of red peeking out from behind a small cabinet, none other than the bouquet of roses that Castle had previously gifted to Sophia. It seemed that in their haste upon his unexpected arrival, they had hidden the bouquet behind the cabinet. Upon seeing the roses, a cunning smile spread across Baker's face. "Ah, Castle, you think so little of me. Do you? Then allow me to administer a potent dose of surprise and see how you respond." With that, Baker stealthily approached the cabinet and feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this? Aha, roses. 9 red roses, a symbol of enduring love between lovers. Castle, how could such a thing be found in your abode? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to some handsome fellow and accepted his roses?" As he spoke, Baker swiftly yanked the bouquet from behind the cabinet. "Hey, don't touch that." Castle and Sophia, who were deeply engrossed in their Tinder exchange, exclaimed in unison, alarmed by Baker's actions. The bouquet of red roses served as a testament to the bond between Castle and Sophia. Should their affair be revealed due to these roses, it would certainly not be the outcome they desired. Thus, the moment Baker revealed the bouquet, they both gasped in unison. "Hey, Sophia, this bouquet was found in Castle's home. While she may justifiably worry about her clandestine romance being exposed, why are you so anxious? Could it be that these roses have something to do with you as well?" Baker relished the sight of the two women, who had previously been feeding him romantic tidbits, now appearing flustered. However, this was merely the beginning. Baker's mischievous intentions were only just unfolding. "And no, how could these roses possibly be related to me? Baker, you mustn't speak such nonsense." At this moment, Sophia had lost her earlier composure of leisurely enjoying pastries and ale while Baker unleashed his healing powers. The fear of their forbidden relationship weighed heavily on her, and the potential exposure of their secret made her heart race. "Stupid Baker. If you keep this up, I will kick you." Castle, feeling a twinge of guilt, found her words lacking the earlier firmness. "Haha, did you not notice? Sophia's speech is rather disjointed, suggesting these roses might indeed have some connection to her." Witnessing Castle, who had treated him with disdain throughout the years, now displaying signs of nervousness, brought Baker immense joy. It was evident that knowing where to apply pressure would yield fruitful results, and he reveled in his newfound leverage. You little rascal, stop making wild claims. What connection could Sophia possibly have with this bouquet?" Castle, realizing her friend and lover was flustered, rushed to shield her from Baker's probing questions. "Then why did she become so agitated upon seeing me pull out these roses? Is it not a sign of a guilty conscience?" Baker seized the opportunity, feeling a surge of confidence. "You brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just hit you. This bouquet has no relation whatsoever to Sophia." Over the years, Castle had never spoken to Baker with such a lack of conviction. Seeing her flustered demeanor filled Baker with exhilaration. "Hey, Castle, if that is the case, why don't you explain how this bouquet ended up in your home? Why should I explain anything to you?" "It's none of your business," Castle retorted, her bravado wavering. Ha ha ha. "Castle, so you too have moments of uncertainty when speaking to me. Heh, watch this. Oh, if you cannot clarify its origins, I shall simply ask everyone in the tribe about this bouquet's provenance tomorrow. After all, wisdom lies among the people, and I am sure someone will provide me with a satisfactory answer. You dare? I will kick you." "Ugh, Baker, why must you be like this? It's merely a bouquet of roses. Is it really worth such a fuss?" Baker's words struck a nerve with Castle and Sophia, who wished to keep their relationship hidden. If Baker were to inquire of everyone, the entire tribe would soon be privy to their secret. Although initially no one might deduce the truth, it was likely that, as rumors spread, someone would connect the dots, certainly not what Castle wanted. Goodness, today has proven to be fortuitous. Castle did not threaten to kick me to death but instead spoke with such softness. Truly, I am fortunate beyond measure. At this moment, Baker felt immensely proud of his earlier decision. He had not merely sought to appease Castle, but had instead taken a contrarian approach, yielding unexpectedly positive results. Oh, how similar this situation is to a mini golden lion. If you continuously offer it treats, it will not only fail to appreciate your efforts, but may even grow tired of the offerings. However, if you let it go hungry for a day and then offer it something delectable, it will regard you quite differently. Castle, my little lion, I have found the trick, the secret. No wonder my pursuit of Castle has been fruitless all these years. It was a matter of method. With this thought, Baker's heart soared with joy, and he pressed on. Not worth making a fuss? Then enlighten me about the origins of this beautiful bouquet of roses. Would you? Let me broaden my horizons. This. What origins? I don't know. Under Baker's relentless questioning, Castle found herself at a loss for words that in truth, had it been just Baker alone facing Castle, she would not have faltered so easily. However, with her friend and lover Sophia at her side, who was in a state of disarray over the roses, Castle's composure began to crumble. Don't know. So you're saying this bouquet is without an owner? Without an owner? If you say so, then so be it. Castle attempted to maintain her calm demeanor in response. Well, if it is indeed ownerless, then since I discovered it first, it belongs to me. A sly smile crept across Baker's face. Why should it belong to you? It was found in my room, so it rightfully belongs to me. Castle was unwilling to let this token of affection slip into Baker's hands. Oh dear, Castle, your words leave me speechless. Just because it is in your room does not mean it belongs to you. I am also in your room. Does that mean I belong to you as well? Beck's words left Castle momentarily speechless. She clenched her teeth inwardly, pondering why Beck's wit was so sharp today. However, outwardly, it was unwise to confront him directly. Beck, this rose is of no use to you. Perhaps it would be better left in my possession. Of no use? How can you say that? I intend to present it to someone special. To the girl I admire. Indeed, I am about to offer it to the one I cherish. At this juncture, a mischievous smile played at the corners of Beck's mouth, for his devious plan was finally ready to be unveiled. Chapter 71. A surprising turn of events enough. You insufferable Beck. Hand it over. I shall reluctantly accept it. Castle was at a loss for words. It turned out that Beck had circled around just to gift the rose. To whom could he possibly give it? Was there anyone other than her? After all these years, she had heard Beck express his affection for her countless times. One more bouquet would hardly matter. This particular rose was a testament to the bond she shared with Sophia, and naturally, she intended to reclaim it. Thus, upon hearing Beck declare his intention to present it to his beloved, Castle instinctively reached out her hand towards Beck. Oh, Sophia, during these past few days spent with you, I have realized what a remarkable young woman you are. Might I be your devoted knight for a lifetime? Please accept my heartfelt affection, Miss Sophia. To the astonishment of both women present, Beck, holding the rose, did not offer it to the tribe's jewel, whom he had relentlessly pursued, but instead directed it towards the unprepared Sophia. Both Castle and Sophia had been utterly convinced that Beck's rose would undoubtedly be given to Castle. After all, it had become a tradition that he pursued her for years. Yet, they were completely unprepared for Beck's unexpected deviation from the norm. As Beck extended the rose, Sophia stood frozen, while Castle's outstretched arm to receive the flowers also became motionless. Beck, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Where is my sister Castle? After a long moment, Sophia finally emerged from her stupor, immediately believing that Beck had muddled his intentions, mistakenly offering the bouquet meant for her friend to herself. Hearing this, Castle, who had been somewhat stiff, finally relaxed a little, yet Beck's next words clouded her expression once more. Oh, I have not erred, Sophia. It is indeed you. I wish to present this rose to you. As for Castle, I have come to terms with the fact that she harbors no feelings for me after all these years. It would be wiser to pursue a happiness that may yet be attainable. Sophia, during these days of studying magic, I have discovered your gentle beauty and delightful character, which represent the happiness I seek. Therefore, I intend to give you this rose. Will you accept my heartfelt affection? As Beck spoke earnestly, he tenderly extended the rose towards Sophia, yet deep within his gaze lay a glint of mischief. This, Beck, I cannot. At this moment, Sophia had lost the composure she had earlier displayed at the dining table. Replaced instead by overwhelming panic, as Beck's flowers brushed against her delicate hand. She finally remembered her desire to refuse him, but the words that escaped her lips were soft and feeble, akin to a hesitant welcome. Sophia, please do not be shy. Here is a devoted warrior, moved by your kindness and beauty, earnestly pursuing you. Please accept this rose, my dear Miss Sophia. In that instant, Beck shoved the red rose into her grasp. Overwhelmed and confused, Sophia found herself grasping the bouquet under Beck's insistence, which to an outsider appeared as though she had graciously accepted his gift. Ah, Beck, you scoundrel, I shall kill you. Suddenly, a furious shriek echoed through the room, followed by a resounding thud as Castle's kick sent Beck flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Although Beck rose from the floor in a disheveled state, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he was filled with excitement. One might wonder, is Beck not exceedingly shameless to be so gleeful after such a brutal beating? Not at all. This was the very essence of Beck's cunning scheme, For years, he had relentlessly pursued Castle. Yet she had persistently ignored him. Today, he discovered that Castle had swerved and established a relationship with Sophia, which spurred him into action that he then devised a plan to take an unconventional route, retreating to advance. Attempting a different approach, given Castle's extreme focus on Sophia, Beck thought to target her through Sophia, to attract Castle's attention. Thus, the idea of presenting the rose was born. It was indeed proving effective. The more fervently Castle reacted, the more it indicated her keen interest in the matter, consequently drawing her attention to Beck. The greatest form of rejection a girl can express towards a boy is not hate, but utter indifference. In Castle's case, she treated Beck as if he were air, preferring to align herself with Sophia rather than engage with him, an awkward predicament that left Beck with no opportunities. Therefore, spurred by the significant provocation of Castle and Sophia's relationship, Beck suddenly awoke and administered a potent dose of audacity. Now that he saw it was yielding results, he was overjoyed, yet he continued to feign innocence. "Hey, Castle, what is the meaning of this? I have not wronged you nor expressed my affections. Why do you kick me? You nearly sent my little wild mushroom stew flying. Is that not a bit excessive?" Beck clutched his stomach in mock agony. I simply wish to put an end to you." Castle's response to Beck's accusation was tinged with insecurity, despite her attempts to sound resolute. Anyone could discern her lack of conviction. Such a situation was indeed rare on Castle's path of kicking over the years. "Castle, your reaction is so exaggerated. Could it be that my declaration to Sophia has made you envious?" Beck wore a look of feigned realization, all the while inwardly stifling laughter. Chapter 72. To the bitter end I envy you, you big-headed fool. If you do not behave, I shall kick you again. The tribe's jewel, despite her bravado, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Castle, if you are not jealous, then why do you obstruct my pursuit of Sophia? Surely you have heard the ancient saying, better to dismantle 10 temples than to regret a good marriage. Seeing Castle's faltering demeanor, Beck found it hard to contain his amusement, though he maintained his act. "You, pursuing Sophia? Humph, it is unacceptable to do so in my room." Castle hesitated for a long while before finally articulating a flimsy justification. "Oh, I see. Then I shall refrain from pursuing her in your room, and instead court her outside. Sophia, do you not wish to master the Iron Shield magic? If you become my girlfriend, I shall teach you every day. And I assure you, you will grasp it. You dare, you wretched Beck. If you pursue Sophia, I shall kick you to death." Noticing her close friend and girlfriend seemed swayed, Castle became furious, gritting her teeth as she threatened Beck. "Oh dear. If I am not pursuing Sophia in your room, why do you still obstruct me? That is quite unreasonable." Beck inwardly chuckled, maintaining an outward appearance of profound grievance. "I care not. You are forbidden from pursuing Sophia, or else I shall kick you to death." Castle, having run out of words, decided to take a more aggressive stance. "Very well. If you are such a tribe's jewel, I shall inform the elder chief." "You. Go ahead. Tell away. Get out of here and stop vexing me, you insufferable scoundrel, stinky rascal, useless brat." Castle, overwhelmed by Beck's relentless teasing, found herself at her wits' end. In a fit of anger, she unleashed her powerful magic, forcefully pushing the chuckling Beck out the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving the tribe's jewel, Castle, in a state of agitation, her 2 prominent assets heaving up and down rapidly. "Sister Castle, please do not be angry. He was merely speaking nonsense earlier." Sophia hurriedly approached the tribe's jewel to offer comfort. After hearing her close friend and girlfriend's soothing words, Castle's tumultuous emotions began to settle. "Sophia, thank you. I am all right." "Yes, that is good. Sister Sophia, it is growing late. You should rest well. Tomorrow will bring no troubles." Sophia reassured her friend, though she herself was not free from turmoil. After experiencing so much that day, she too longed to return and restore her composure. Castle nodded slightly. "Very well, Sophia, you should return and rest early. Alas, today was supposed to be our most joyous day, yet that fellow has disrupted it. Oh, by the way, you haven't let that rascal Baker sway you, have you?" "No, of course not, Sister Castle, that I'm not well acquainted with Baker. So how could his mere words sway me?" "That's good to hear, Sophia, once I comprehend the 5th spell and become a trainee sorceress. Joining the Crimson Armored Army in the Dark Holy City will elevate my status. Then, I will no longer fear others' gossip about our relationship. We sisters will be able to remain together, unbothered by those insufferable men." Yes. Sister Castle, I understand. Make sure to rest well. I shall take my leave now. Sophia said this, yet a flicker of concern lingered in her eyes. Exiting her friend's room, Sophia walked towards her small abode, her heart heavy with thoughts. However, after only a few steps, a lecherous figure suddenly approached. Distracted by her worries, her reaction was delayed, and she collided with the person. "Ah, Baker, what do you want?" Upon realizing she had bumped into Baker, Sophia's anxiety intensified. This collision was rather pleasant. Were it not for my heart already set on Castle, I might have pursued this beautiful girl. Baker, having just been unceremoniously thrown out, felt no trace of disappointment and instead wore a grin that nearly caused him to drool. What a reversal. That scene earlier was a tremendous turnaround. Castle, the jewel of the tribe, that exalted, goddess-like figure, was so flustered and helpless in her concern for me. It felt utterly delightful. After lingering outside for a moment, Baker had intended to return, but upon seeing Sophia emerge, he cunningly decided to follow her, leading to their earlier comfortable encounter. Regarding his opportunistic actions, Baker conveniently dismissed them as mere recompense for previously treating Sophia without charge, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Castle, in such a beautiful setting, of course, I seek to woo you. Bang! Just as Baker approached Sophia, feigning a romantic advance, he felt a familiar little foot strike him forcefully in the rear, sending him flying. Ouch! Castle, what is your problem? I didn't provoke you. Scram, if you dare to harass Castle again, I will kick you. I'll kick you into oblivion. Castle growled fiercely, escorting Sophia away, as if to prevent Baker from seizing any opportunity. As the two retreated, the frustration on Baker's face was quickly replaced by a smug grin. Castle, look at you today, it's hilarious, absolutely hilarious, slap. Ouch, who did that? Why hit me? Just as Baker was reveling in his mockery, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head, causing him to grimace in pain. Turning around, he was astonished to find an elderly man in ragged clothes glaring at him with fury. Chief, what brings you here? And what with that anger? Who has upset you? Humph, who else could it be? It's you? You little rascal, I misjudged you. I put my old face on the line to try and matchmake you with Castle. Yet you've already changed your heart. What a disappointment. The elder's face was contorted with anger, his wrinkles almost bursting. Chapter 73, Guarding the Tribe, Part 1. Changed my heart. Chief, you've misunderstood. Hearing the chief's furious accusations, Baker blinked in confusion, then suddenly exclaimed, Misunderstood? I just saw you, that lecherous scoundrel, trying to flirt with Sophia. How could I be mistaken about you? Chief Yuri paused slightly, but then continued to berate Baker. It's a strategy of allure. Old Chief, why would I waste my time flirting with Sophia at Castle's door unless I aim to provoke your daughter's interest, to draw her attention towards me? Baker explained with a grimace. In truth, while his bad idea had indeed succeeded in catching Castle's attention, stirring her emotions, it was still uncertain whether she would ever consider him, or if she might break up with Sophia for his sake. What on earth is going on? You need to explain yourself. If you betray Castle, I swear I will thrash you. Betray Castle, as if I have the right. Her heart has long belonged to Sophia. Baker thought indignantly, yet he dared not voice this. Knowing Castle's fiery temper was inherited from the chief, who could easily send him flying with a single kick. Thus, taken to a secluded spot by the chief, Baker recounted the recent events and the essence of his dubious strategy. Are you serious? Of course. You've watched me grow up. Do you not know my intentions? I am desperate to become your son-in-law. I believe that. However, don't chase after her only to lose patience halfway. Chief Yuri, while skeptical of Baker's supposed change of heart, nonetheless felt reassured upon hearing Baker's recounting. How could I? Chief, do you not see how long I have pursued your daughter, despite the torment she has put me through? Have I ever backed down? Have I ever given up? Have I ever shied away? Indeed, you have not. Chief Yuri thought to himself, believing Baker's persistence in pursuing Castle was commendable, given all the humiliation he had endured. I must admit, Yuri quite clever, coming up with a strategy of allure. I think it's a good idea. Perhaps it will change Castle's perception of you. Hearing the chief's encouragement, Baker's shoulders sagged, and he slumped. Oh, Chief, before today, I was confident that I could win your daughter's heart. But, sob, but your daughter, she doesn't like men. At the utterance of those final words, the chief's expression stiffened. And in a flash, he clamped a hand over Baker's mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before he cautiously released him. You know about this. At that moment, Chief Yuri no longer cared how Baker had come to know about Castle and Sophia's tight defenses. His primary concern was that his daughter's unconventional orientation remained concealed from the tribe. Yes, Chief, you really ought to be more forthright. How could you keep such matters from me? Baker lamented. Cough. I wasn't hiding it from you. I just felt the timing wasn't right that I wanted to clarify things once you and Castle had grown closer. Yuri felt a tinge of embarrassment at the admission. Humph. Now I understand why you supported my pursuit of your daughter. You already knew about Castle's situation, Baker thought, harboring his grievances but knowing he could use this to seek assistance from Chief Yuri. You see, if I want to win your daughter over, it's quite a daunting task that I could really use your help. Otherwise, I feel utterly lost. Baker, a resourceful individual, recognized the opportunity presented by Chief Yuri's willingness to assist and seized it. Oh, you have a point. Very well, rest assured, as long as you remain loyal, I will be your staunchest ally. I shall think carefully on how to assist you. Thank you, Chief. With the collaboration of the Chief, Baker felt his chances of winning Castle's heart had significantly increased. The two reached an agreement, and after Chief Yuri cautioned Baker not to divulge the matter of Castle and Sophia, they parted ways. Back home, Baker hardly slept a wink, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to win Castle's affections. The following day, Beck, bearing the weight of 2 dark circles beneath his eyes, arrived at the open space in front of the grand dwelling. From the very beginning, during the old chief's lessons in magic, Castle had been as vigilant as a guard against thieves, fearing that Beck might engage in some improper conduct towards Sophia, which left Beck rather speechless. After the old chief concluded his magical instruction, he summoned both Beck and Castle to his side. To Castle's surprise, but to Beck's foresight, the old chief announced that they were to take turns on guard duty that night. Jointly Safeguarding the Tribe. Chapter 74. Guarding the Tribe, Part 2. Father, isn't it customary for only one magic apprentice to guard the tribe? Furthermore, even if you assign me a partner, I refuse to share the watch with Beck. Castle shot a fierce glare at the disgruntled Beck as she spoke. Although the frenzy of the beast tide had passed, the vicinity of the Gobenum tribe was not entirely secure, as there was always the possibility of wild beasts, or even marauding creatures, making an appearance. Thus, it was essential to have vigilant watchmen. While day patrols were manageable, nighttime defenses required a robust presence. Consequently, in the night watch, in addition to a team of strong-bodied commoners, at least one magic apprentice was necessary. Since Beck had recently advanced to become a magic apprentice, it was only reasonable for him to be assigned night duty. However, Castle was puzzled by the fact that typically only one magic apprentice would suffice. Yet today, her father had dispatched 2, with the other being none other than Beck, whom she held in disdain. Ahem. Castle, the thing is, I have been feeling rather restless these past few days, as if something is about to transpire. Therefore, it is prudent to have 2 magic apprentices on guard duty tonight. In truth, the old chief's reasoning was sheer nonsense. His true intention was to create an opportunity for Beck to be close to his daughter. Of course, if a wild beast were to attack during the night, the two would have to fight side by side, thus fostering their bond. Father, are you serious? Do you truly sense that something is amiss? Castle cast a suspicious glance at the old chief. Of course. I am serious. You know that my instincts have always been accurate, Chief Yuri replied with a straight face, uttering a falsehood to his daughter. Regardless, I will not keep watch with that scoundrel Beck. The tribe's precious gem declared haughtily, clearly still harboring resentment from the previous day's events. Castle, Beck is a newly minted magic apprentice and requires guidance from a seasoned warrior like yourself. Please, do this for the tribe's sake. The old chief was at his wit's end, despite his efforts to bring his daughter and Beck together. Castle remained utterly indifferent towards him. I refuse. You can swap me with anyone else, even the likes of Henry Brown, but I will not stand guard with that insufferable Beck. Castle's resolve was unwavering. Much to the old chief's frustration, he had finally concocted this plan, only to discover that his daughter held such animosity towards Beck. As he contemplated persuading Castle further, Beck interjected, It's better if I don't keep watch tonight. I can instead join Sophia to explore the iron spike armor magic. Yes, Chief, let us settle it that way. You dare, just watch me kick you to the ground. Beck's remark struck a nerve with Castle, causing her to erupt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Castle, you are overstepping. Since I shall not be on watch, I have the right to utilize my free time to discuss magic and enhance my skills. What is wrong with that? Why do you object? Father, I agree. Tonight, I will stand guard with Beck. Castle's words were almost spat out through clenched teeth, her disdain for Beck palpable. In that case, prepare yourselves, and tonight, you will lead the Night Watch team to protect the tribe. Your efforts are much appreciated, the old chief said, while secretly winking at Beck when Castle was not looking, clearly indicating his approval of Beck's potential. After acknowledging Chief Yuri's gesture with a cheeky grin, Beck followed Castle, who was clearly irritated. Why are you following me? After yesterday's incident, Castle was not in the mood for Beck's company and scolded him as soon as she noticed him trailing behind like a shadow. Just taking the same route. Just taking the same route, hee. Beck replied with a mischievous smile. Taking the same route, my foot. I am heading to Sophia's place, while your home is over there. Castle rolled her eyes in annoyance. I am also going to find Sophia. Beck continued to respond playfully. Do you believe I won't kick you to the curb? Why are you so fixated on Sophia? As she spoke, Castle abruptly turned around, glaring at Beck with anger. Upon noticing Castle's sudden movement, Beck instinctively leapt several meters away, creating a significant distance between them to avoid any potential assault. He then grinned and said, I find that my understanding of magic greatly improves when discussing it with Sophia. I don't care. From now on, you are forbidden from approaching Sophia, even for magic discussions. Castle declared sternly before turning on her heel and hastily making her way to Sophia's cottage. You are infringing on my personal freedom. This is blatant feminism. I oppose this, Beck complained playfully, yet his steps did not falter as he followed Castle from a distance. Castle, feeling a bit exasperated, reflected on how, when Beck was merely an ordinary person, she could easily manipulate him. But now that he had grasped 2 spells, he was no longer so easily swayed. Thus, the two of them continued along, and soon arrived at the entrance of Sophia's cottage. Knock, knock, knock. After a few raps on the door, Sophia emerged from within. Her face brightened upon seeing Castle, but her expression shifted to surprise when she noticed Beck lurking behind her like an annoying shadow. However, Castle swiftly pulled Sophia inside and closed the door with a bang. Haha. Does closing the door really matter? Beck, ever the mischievous one, approached Sophia's cottage and conjured the eagle eye spell. Soon, a rather voyeuristic eye flew to the window to sneak a peek inside. Goodness. They actually, I can't bear it. It's simply intolerable. Upon witnessing the scene within, Beck felt as if flames were igniting beneath him, and he sprang up in alarm. Chapter 75. Guarding the Tribe, Part 3. Sophia. After I finish guarding the tribe tonight, let us study magic together tomorrow. Also, I will prepare some delicious food for you, Castle said, her earlier irritation fading as she spent time with her dear friend and confidant. Castle, you are simply too kind to me, Sophia responded, her eyes narrowing in delight. You little glutton, if I do not treat you well, who else would I treat kindly? Ever since my mother passed away, you have been the one by my side, playing and learning magic with me, more than my father ever has. How could I not think of you during good times? Castle reflected on the bond they shared, having weathered the most lonely times together. Castle, I feel the same. You are the closest person to me in the entire tribe. A warm light of affection graced Sophia's gentle features. Therefore, Sophia, in this world, it is just the two of us who are truly close. It would be wonderful for us to always be together and keep those obnoxious men out of our lives. Castle gently grasped her friend's hand as she spoke. I understand. Oh, by the way, Castle, why is Beck following you? What does he want? Sophia seemed reluctant to delve into the nuances of their relationship, opting instead to shift the topic. That scoundrel? Humph, it's not like he has a choice. My father insists that he accompany me on guard duty, which is why he is trailing behind. Castle refrained from mentioning Beck's intentions, concerned that her dear friend might overthink it. Using 2 magic apprentices for the night watch, isn't that a bit excessive of the old chief? Alas, you should have noticed, my father has always wanted me to be with that scoundrel Beck, which is why he made such arrangements that I am left with no choice. In truth, Castle harbored another thought. If I don't take this watch with him, he might come to steal you away. Indeed, I can empathize with the old chief's feelings. After all, few can accept the nature of our relationship. A shadow of melancholy crossed Sophia's face. Look at you, becoming all sentimental again. While our situation is indeed challenging at the moment, as my strength continues to grow, Even if I reach the level of our tribe's strongest warrior, Solon, who would dare to criticize our bond? Castle's words brought a glimmer of hope to Sophia's expression. Yes, that's right. You've finally come to your senses. All right, it's about time. I must prepare myself for the night watch. As they spoke, Castle gently released Sophia's hand, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Sophia suddenly stepped forward and gently embraced the tribal gem, her voice tinged with worry as she called out, "Sister Castle." "What is it, you dear girl?" "Sister Castle, please be cautious while guarding the tribe this time. I don't know why, but I feel an unsettling heaviness in my heart, as if something ominous is about to occur." At this point, Sophia's eyes began to redden. "What? You feel that way too?" Hearing the words of her dear friend and girlfriend, the tribal gem was momentarily taken aback. For just moments ago, her father had expressed the same sentiment, though she believed her father's words were merely to persuade her to guard the tribe alongside Beck. The coincidence of hearing the same words in such a short span left Castle feeling rather uneasy. Suddenly, just as Sophia and Castle were about to engage in a heartfelt conversation, a loud and urgent knock resounded at the door. "Who is it? Why are you banging on the door?" the tribal gem exclaimed, her irritation palpable. "Castle, hurry up, it's almost time. We need to guard the tribe, or else the old chief will hold us accountable." Beck shouted from outside, his voice akin to a screeching gong. All right, stop knocking, I understand." Castle was seething with frustration, wishing she could kick Beck out with a single blow. Hurry, I don't want to be late for my first time guarding the tribe because of a companion's folly. Get lost. Knock again, and I'll kick you to death." Initially, Castle had intended to share a few more whispers with Sophia, but Beck's incessant interruptions had robbed her of the moment. Gently pushing Sophia away, she cast an apologetic glance at her before turning towards the door. "Sister Castle, be careful. I will." Those two simple, yet warm exchanges marked the end of their meeting. Castle opened the door, turned back to give Sophia a gentle smile, and stepped outside. "Beck, have you lost your mind? Why are you making such a racket?" Inside and outside the room, the tribal gem was a stark contrast. Upon seeing Beck, her warmth instantly transformed into a fierce roar. "I was just worried about being late, so I came to call you," Beck replied sheepishly, relieved to see Castle emerge from the room of his romantic rival. Moments ago, through the eagle eye spell, he had witnessed a scene that he could hardly endure: Castle and Sophia embracing. If this had occurred previously, Beck would not have thought much of it. But now, knowing their relationship, he could not simply stand by. Thus, upon seeing the two women in each other's arms, he had rushed out and knocked vehemently on the door, disrupting their tender moment. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up." Castle, seeing Beck, was infuriated and muttered angrily before striding away without acknowledging him. Beck, however, paid no mind to her ire, grinning foolishly as he followed behind like a devoted follower. Chapter 76, Embracing the Goddess. You all know the drill. Spread out as usual and guard your respective positions. If anything unusual occurs, raise the alarm promptly. On the outer protective wall of the Gobenum tribe, Castle, dressed in a striking purple ensemble, commanded the team of guards before her. "Yes, Miss Castle." The group responded in unison, dispersing to their posts. Of course, as everyone separated, several individuals cast envious and resentful glances at Beck. For not long ago, he had been one of them. Now, he had transformed into a magic apprentice capable of leading them, much like Miss Castle. This remarkable change left everyone somewhat bewildered. After all, the notion of a commoner turning into a phoenix was a dream most wished for, but deemed impossible to achieve. The thrill of being envied and resented, truly delightful. Though Beck had encountered this gaze numerous times in recent days, he never tired of it. Every time someone directed such glances at him, he felt as though he were basking in a rejuvenating spa. His spirit lifted and his heart aglow. Such was Beck's nature. He was easily satisfied and quick to find joy, embodying the spirit of a certain optimistic character. Perhaps this was why, despite enduring harsh circumstances over the years, he still maintained an optimistic outlook. After savoring the envious glances from others, this cheeky fellow quietly cast the eagle eye spell, letting his mischievous gaze drift towards Castle, who stood not far away, observing her in all her poised and striking glory during this moment of vigilance. However, just as he was drooling over the sight, Castle unexpectedly turned and strode toward him, her gaze locked onto him, sending Beck into a panic. Could it be that Castle had noticed the eagle eye? Surely not. He had been so careful. At that moment, Castle stood before him, her unwavering gaze intensifying Beck's unease. "Castle, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Beck's words went unanswered as Castle continued to stare at him intently. After a long silence, do you know about my relationship with Sophia? The sudden question from the tribal gem startled Beck, and he instinctively replied, no, I don't know, the moment the words escaped his lips. He cursed himself internally, realizing how transparent he had been. Upon hearing his response, Castle's expression shifted to one of realization. I knew it. You must have known, and no wonder you became so insufferable since yesterday. I should have guessed. Insufferable? Seriously, Castle, couldn't you find a better descriptor for me? Beck silently lamented. Hey, can we discuss something? Castle said with an unusually serious tone. What is it? Please don't interfere in my relationship with Sophia, that we genuinely want to be together. Castle implored, revealing a rare hint of vulnerability. My pursuit of you has also been sincere. Since Castle had already figured things out, Beck decided to abandon his act of ignorance and responded candidly. It's impossible for us. Castle had intended to discuss this matter with Beck thoroughly today, but his retort ignited her anger. If two losers can't be together, then I refuse to believe I can't win you over. You insufferable Beck. I swear I'll kick you to death. Castle was infuriated by Beck's crude remarks, raising her foot to deliver a blow. Don't move, something's off. Suddenly, Beck's demeanor shifted, and he spoke in a hushed tone, taken aback by Beck's rare seriousness. Castle paused momentarily, but soon, her foot resumed its advance. You, of all people, should find a more credible excuse for your lies. However, at that moment, Beck was oblivious to Castle's words. His expression had turned grave. In his mind, a new vision emerged, revealing a shadow stealthily approaching. Had it not been for the eagle eye hovering in the air, with its broad field of view, Beck might have remained oblivious. At that instant, Castle's foot swung towards him, and instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Due to the urgency, he grasped her foot perfectly. Sensing the looming danger, Beck lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Castle, and with the force of inertia. They both tumbled off the protective wall. You little brat, what are you doing? Do you dare to believe I won't kick you to death? Castle never anticipated that Beck, who had been a complete nuisance for nearly 20 years, would suddenly act with such boldness. This left her feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, as she had never been embraced by a man other than her father, the old chief. Yet, at that moment, Castle's keen hearing detected a rush of wind, and from the corner of her eye, she spotted a shadow hurtling toward the protective wall with lightning speed. Its sharp claws glinted ominously in the flickering light of the torches, clearly aimed at the very spot where they had just been standing. A beast, a wolf demon. How could it have suddenly appeared near the tribe? Had it not been for Beck's timely intervention, she might have sustained injuries. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Castle's mind. However, the wolf demon, upon realizing its prey had evaded capture, clawed at the protective wall and decisively leaped away, retreating into the distance. Have you had enough of holding me? Will you let go already? Seeing the beast attempt to flee, Castle was determined to stop it. If it escaped, it would surely endanger the tribe. Yet, as she prepared to pursue, she found herself tightly embraced by Beck, unable to move. Very well. Though reluctant to part, Beck understood that this was not the time for weakness, and thus released the goddess from his embrace. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and pursue her. Had it not been for Beck's earlier achievements, Castle would have considered kicking him away. She spoke curtly to Beck before darting off ahead. I'm coming. Beck, suppressing the fleeting, exquisite sensation of holding the goddess tightly in his mind with immense effort, responded and charged toward the treacherous wolf demon. Chapter 77. The onslaught of the super savage beasts. Damn it. You wretched wolf demon, do you only prey on the weak? I'll skewer you. Confronted by the wolf demon lunging at him. Propelled by Castle's flaming spear, Beck summoned the iron-spiked armor magic. Instantly, he transformed into a spiny iron hedgehog. The wolf demon sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Its speed was too great, and it could not evade in time. With its two fearful wolf eyes wide open, it crashed headfirst into Beck. With a howl of agony, Beck was certainly knocked back several steps, yet the wolf demon was far worse off. Impaled and bleeding profusely from the iron spikes, having lost a significant portion of its combat strength. Beast perish. Castle, arriving shortly thereafter, thrust her flaming spear, piercing through the already weakened wolf demon, sending it to meet its demise. With a powerful heave, she hurled the several hundred-pound wolf demon far away, where it landed heavily on the ground. The fierce actions of the female warrior made Beck, who was watching from the side, instinctively shrink his neck. Beck, let's return and see if there are any other savage beasts. Castle, impressed by Beck's earlier performances, regarded him with newfound respect and no longer spoke to him with the same brusqueness as before. Yes. All right, I'll follow your lead. Beck was elated by the change in the goddess's demeanor, secretly thinking that indeed, fighting side by side was the best way to deepen their bond. Old chief, your strategy has truly worked wonders. However, just then, a series of chilling roars erupted, followed by alarmed cries from many of the guards on the protective wall, and soon after, several piercing screams rang out. Not good. It seems there is more than one savage beast. We must hurry to provide support. Understood. At this moment, Beck set aside all other emotions, a serious expression crossing his face as he raced back alongside Castle. Upon their return to the protective wall, they were stunned to find dozens of savage beasts appearing. Their eyes crimson as they began attacking the guards on the wall. Many were injured, and some would never leave this world again. The dark brown wall was now stained with shocking splatters of crimson. Quick! Send a message. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Castle urgently commanded, brandishing her flaming spear as she charged at the multitude of savage beasts. Beck, not to be outdone, followed suit, reckless and determined, crashing into the savage beasts, causing several to bleed profusely and roar in anger. Seizing the opportunity, Castle unleashed her flaming spear, the spearhead raining down like a storm upon the injured savage beasts, swiftly dispatching them. Their teamwork proved remarkably effective. A harmonious and striking collaboration. Haha, I shall skewer you all, skewer you all. Fighting alongside the goddess and coordinating so seamlessly, Beck felt a surge of exhilaration, attacking the savage beasts with even greater fervor. Castle, benefiting from Beck's assistance, greatly increased her efficiency in slaying the beasts that in no time. They had taken down nearly 10 savage beasts together. Waha, this is absolutely exhilarating. I skewer, I skewer, I skewer, skewer, skewer. Beck's enthusiasm grew with each strike. Spinning through the throng of savage beasts like a spiked top, stabbing here and jabbing there, attacking and then retreating, never lingering in battle. Roar, howl, roar. The savage beasts, previously assaulting the guards on the protective wall, were now left bloodied by Beck's relentless strikes, yet found that he was quicker than a rabbit, their furious roars echoing in frustration. Little did they know, waiting for them was the swift and formidable flaming spear. Beck, well done. I'll commend you to my father. Even Castle, who had previously held a low opinion of Beck, could not help but cheer him on upon witnessing his valiant actions. To fight by your side is the greatest reward for me. I must go. In his eagerness to impress the goddess, Beck's emotions surged, causing him to lose control of the iron-spiked armor magic he had just mastered. It dissipated in an instant, leaving him vulnerable as he barreled toward a massive tiger demon. The tiger demon, initially intending to flee, suddenly spotted Beck's unprotected form and roared, lunging at him with its sharp claws aimed directly at his heart. In the past, such a sight would have paralyzed Beck with fear, leaving him to await his doom. However, now that he had mastered 3 powerful magics, he was no longer the same. Just as the tiger demon's claws grazed his skin, he kicked out with all his might, striking the demon's claws with tremendous force. His strength was astonishing. Not only did he repel the tiger demon's claws, but he also delivered a powerful kick to its head, leaving an unmistakable shoe print the size of a size 42 on its face. Hey, Castle, did you see that? My kick has about 30% of your strength now, right? Just look at how similar this is to the time you kicked me. Oh no. Just as Beck was reveling in his display, he suddenly felt a fierce wind at his side. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a cunning leopard demon charging at him, its gaping maw filled with menacing fangs mere feet away. However, just then, a wave of scorching heat washed over him, and a sharp, dark red spear plunged into the leopard demon's abdomen, burying itself to the hilt. The creature let out a wretched howl before being flung away. The spear then arced gracefully through the air, precisely piercing the mouth of the tiger demon that bore the size 42 shoe print, ensuring its demise. You little rascal, could you not make things so troublesome? Even in battle, you're still so reckless. It seems I haven't kicked you enough in the past. The tribe's jewel was left speechless by Beck's reckless behavior. Yes, Castle, you are absolutely right. I certainly deserved more kicks. I hope you will kick me for the rest of my life. Although the leopard demon's attack would not claim Beck's life, he was bound to suffer injuries. Fortunately, Castle's quick reflexes prevented him from being harmed, which made Beck feel an even deeper affection for her. Just as Castle was about to chastise the shameless Beck, her expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. She looked toward the darkened distance. Initially, Beck thought Castle was merely upset by his words, but upon following her gaze, the lewd smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a pallor of dread, for with his keen eyesight, he discerned a dense mass of powerful savage beasts emerging from the shadows. Their eyes glinting with malice, their numbers were unfathomable, far exceeding any previous savage beast onslaught. Chapter 78. The brutal battle. How could this be? How could another savage beast onslaught occur? This is impossible. Even Castle, the resolute warrior, found herself momentarily dazed upon witnessing such a multitude of beasts. In the history of fending off savage beast onslaughts, while arduous and often requiring heavy sacrifices, these waves typically erupted during the brightest month of the year. After this month passed, the world returned to darkness, and the onslaught would recede, allowing nearly a year of peaceful days to follow, a cycle that had persisted for centuries without exception. Yet now, merely 10 days after the last savage beast onslaught, the world remained shrouded in darkness, and yet another wave of savage beasts surged forth, larger than any previous onslaught, verging on a super savage beast tide. Quickly, send the signal, notify everyone, hurry. Roused from her momentary stupor, Castle immediately began issuing commands to the guards. Miss Castle, we already sent the signal earlier. One of the ordinary guards, still unaware of the impending doom, responded. Send it, resend it, send the highest level of tribal emergency signal. Now, Castle's voice was filled with urgency, causing the guards' faces to pale in fear. In the sky above, a crimson firework burst forth, resembling fresh blood, signaling the direst moment for the tribe, a harbinger of imminent peril. Rumbling, to the astonishment of Castle, Beck, and numerous guards, they soon discerned that in the distant horizon, not just one, but several places were ablaze with this sanguine pyrotechnic display. What? Other surrounding tribes were also facing grave crises. Had they too encountered a horde of savage beasts like themselves? This was disastrous. The very act of igniting such a high-level firework indicated that their tribe was on the brink of life and death. And typically, neighboring tribes would dispatch aid. However, to their dismay, other tribes were equally signaling their own peril. Swish, swish, swish. As the relentless army of savage beasts closed in, the air was filled with the chilling sounds of their movement, sending waves of terror through the hearts of all present. Everyone, let us hold our ground for as long as we can, to buy precious time for our families, friends, and comrades. Faced with an overwhelming tide of beasts, Castle understood that resistance would be futile, thus issuing this command. Yes, Miss Castle, we understand. Everyone, let us strive to hold on a little longer. Even a second could save a life. Defend. We shall guard with our lives. The sight of the dark mass of savage beasts made it evident to all that this defense might well be their final battle. Nevertheless, for the sake of their families, friends, and companions behind them, each warrior cast aside thoughts of their own mortality. Roar, roar, roar. The vanguard of the beastly horde had now reached the protective wall, charging forward with a deafening roar. Archers, fire. At Castle's command, the guards released their taut bowstrings, and a hail of arrows flew like locusts towards the advancing beasts. Even Beck, a magical apprentice, joined the fray, unleashing arrows from his hands alongside Castle. Put down your bows, grab stones, crush them. Without a moment to assess the effectiveness of their arrows, Castle issued her second command as the beastly vanguard approached the wall. Instantly, everyone, including Castle and Beck, discarded their bows, hurling the massive stones from the protective wall down upon the beasts below. Roar, howl. As the stones rained down, the savage beasts were struck, blood splattering as they roared in agony. Beck, now a magical apprentice having mastered 3 spells, wielded his strength far beyond his former self, tossing large boulders like mere toys. And before long, a small mountain of beastly corpses lay at the foot of the wall. I crush, I shall slay you. Beck shouted to rally himself as he swung his arms like windmills, flinging stone after stone. But soon he halted, for the stones upon the wall had been exhausted by his tempestuous onslaught. This was not a time of beastly frenzy, and thus the wall was not as well stocked as it would be during such a period. Consequently, not only Beck, but also Castle and many guards found themselves at a loss for weaponry. Everyone, pick up your weapons and fight these brutes. Someone shouted, prompting an immediate response from the others. who gathered whatever remained on the wall, wooden stakes, bricks, short swords, and spears, and plunged into battle against the merciless beasts. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Castle, wielding a flaming spear, desperately struck at the ferocious beasts, while Beck unleashed his ironclad magical armor, charging towards the beasts assaulting the wall. The cacophony of screams, roars, curses, and the sounds of weapons meeting flesh melded into a horrific symphony of life and death. Boom! Suddenly, Beck, Castle, and the others felt the protective wall tremble violently beneath their feet. And to their horror, they beheld a massive beast resembling a small mountain crashing into a nearby section of the wall, creating a gaping breach through which countless savage beasts surged forth. Chapter 79. The heroic jewel of the tribe. Retreat. Everyone, fall back. As the ferocious beasts poured through the massive gap, Castle's eyes turned crimson as she dashed towards the breach. Though Beck remained silent, he followed closely behind her. Miss Castle. She intends to halt that iron torrent of beasts. This. Witnessing Castle's determined charge towards the horde, the guards still clinging to the fight were invigorated. If their tribe's jewel could risk her life, they had no reason not to persist. Instantly, their morale surged as they fought fiercely against the encroaching beasts. Dressed in purple, Castle, the tribe's jewel, reached her top speed, her shoulder-length flaxen hair billowing wildly as she ran. Showcasing her valiant spirit, in mere breaths, she arrived near the oncoming horde of beasts, and with a fierce thrust of her spear, she launched a massive fireball, 1/2 meter in diameter, hurtling towards them. Hiss boom! The colossal fireball accurately struck the horde, incinerating the unfortunate beasts in the front line, while the explosion's force and light halted many more behind them, though it was merely a fireball spell. In Castle's hands, a top-tier magical apprentice proficient in 4 spells, it was exponentially more potent than in Brown's. Under Castle's spell, the leading beasts were momentarily stunned, forgetting their charge. Roar! Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the earth beneath them. The massive elephant-like beast that had breached the wall charged forward, its colossal legs thundering like pillars. Roar! Howl! Roar! 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 Led by this giant, the previously intimidated beasts regained their vigor, following the elephant into the fray. Damn that elephant beast! Castle muttered under her breath. And in a flash, a brilliant light surged along her spear, coalescing into another massive fireball. With a forceful thrust, she hurled the fireball directly at the approaching giant. Boom! Boom! The moment the enormous fireball exploded upon the beast's leg, the shockwave sent smaller beasts tumbling. Roar! Yet, facing such a powerful magical attack, the giant merely roared in defiance, swiping its trunk to clear the blood from its leg before continuing its advance, followed by the horde of beasts. Cursed! That elephant beast must have reached the strength of a junior magical apprentice. Even if my father were here, it would not be easy to slay it. Castle whispered, but faced with such a formidable adversary, the tribe's jewel felt no fear. Rather, a fierce battle spirit ignited within her amber eyes. Behind me are my tribe, my kin, my friends, and my Sophia, but I cannot. I must not let these savage beasts harm them. Not at all. The battle spirit surged within Castle, emanating a powerful aura as her purple garments fluttered in the wind. With her flaming spear in hand, she propelled herself forward, charging headlong at the giant beast. Castle! Beck called out, but receiving no response, he raised an eyebrow and dashed after her without a second thought. At that moment, as the horde of beasts surged towards the massive breach, the pressure on other sections of the wall lessened, granting the guards a brief respite to gaze in astonishment at the tall figure sprinting towards the giant. Castle's stature paled in comparison to the mountain-like beast, yet she pressed on with unwavering determination to intercept it. Her actions ignited a fire within all who witnessed, their blood coursing with fervor. To witness their tribe's jewel display such valor in the face of death was a moment of profound honor, a testament to their undying spirit. Amidst the astonished gazes of a multitude, including many ferocious beasts, Castle sprinted at a remarkable speed, drawing near the colossal creature known as the elephant demon, merely 7 or 8 meters away. Suddenly, the flaming spear, which he had been holding aloft behind him, was raised. With both hands firmly gripping the shaft, he thrust the sharp tip of the spear downward into the ground, harnessing the immense inertia. He launched himself into the air, soaring nearly 10 meters high. As the airborne warrior, Castle brandished the flaming spear in midair, the spearhead pointed forward while the shaft angled back, creating a straight line aimed directly at the diminutive eye of the elephant demon. Initially, the gigantic beast paid little heed to the insignificant castle. However, when castle, akin to a powerful arrow released from a bow, thrust the spear towards its eye, the creature finally sensed the imminent danger. Instantly, it jerked its massive head to the side in an attempt to evade the spear's assault. Yet, castle, descending from above, maneuvered the flaming spear with the precision of a viper, following the movement of the elephant demon's head. With a soft yet sharp sound, a profound silence enveloped the chaotic battlefield, for both humans and beasts alike witnessed the piercing of the spear into the eye of the elephant demon. Resembling a small mountain, the stillness lasted but a moment before it was shattered by a chilling, agonized roar that reverberated across the field, so intense that some smaller beasts nearby bled from their orifices and collapsed in a puddle of fear and excrement. In the midst of this harrowing wail, the elephant demon swung its trunk with unparalleled speed, aiming to strike down Castle, the one who had blinded it. With a crack, the elephant demon's trunk, moving with an unimaginable swiftness, sent Castle hurtling through the air before he could even raise the flaming spear in defense. The force of the elephant's trunk was so tremendous that it shattered the spear. While Castle, propelled like a cannonball, spewed forth a horrifying gush of crimson blood, the elephant demon, evidently irate, did not relent after striking Castle away but charged forward with its pillar-like legs, pursuing the direction in which Castle had been flung. Castle, my lady. On the protective wall, a throng of guards gasped at the sight. They surmised that the tribe's jewel had sustained grave injuries from the previous blow, and now, faced with the relentless charge of the beast, how could she possibly escape unscathed? Damn it, I wish to save Castle, but my strength is too feeble. How could I not grasp the art of magic? In that moment, confronted with the perilous plight of their beloved leader, not a single guard did not yearn to rush to her aid. Yet their meager abilities rendered them incapable of even handling the smaller beasts around them, let alone confronting the colossal elephant demon to rescue Castle. Suddenly, one of the guards thought of the young man named Beck, who had mastered not one, but 2 spells. Had he not accompanied Castle earlier? Where could he be now? Surely he had not fled in fear. At that moment, the guards could not help but remember Beck, whom they had scorned, suspecting he had cowardly escaped. Yet, just then, the furious roars of the elephant demon echoed louder than when Castle had plunged the spear into its eye. Drawing everyone's attention back to the beast, to their astonishment, they observed the once-bounding elephant demon standing upright, its enormous hind legs tightly pressed together, hopping about in evident agony. The sight was both bewildering and tragic, as blood gushed forth from between its legs. Could it be that the creature's testicles have been destroyed? As the realization dawned upon the guards, they felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively tightened their own legs. In that moment, a diminutive figure darted from the vicinity of the elephant demon, racing towards the direction Castle had been propelled. The speed was astonishing. It was Beck, clad in iron-spiked armor. Had he truly been the one to incapacitate the elephant demon? With a rush of exhilaration, Beck continued his frenzied sprint, even retching as he shed the blood-stained armor that reeked of foulness. After several quick leaps, he caught up with the tribe's jewel, who was descending in a parabolic arc, and deftly secured her in his arms just before she could meet a fatal fall. Well done. The guards on the protective wall silently cheered, astonished at Beck's unexpected prowess. The one they had previously derided as cowardly had seized the opportunity to strike the elephant demon and then save Castle in one fluid motion, executing the maneuver with remarkable finesse. Yet, in that moment of triumph, Beck had no time to bask in his glory. Although he had dealt a significant blow to the elephant demon, numerous other ferocious beasts still surrounded him. Thus, clutching Castle tightly, he employed his agility to swiftly escape to a secluded area devoid of beasts. After a perilous flight, Beck finally brought Castle to a tranquil spot, free from the threat of marauding creatures. Beck, do not worry about me. Go save Sophia and the others, quickly. Castle, utterly drained, implored Beck with urgency. You should first concern yourself with your own well-being. For the first time, Beck spoke with such assertiveness to the tribe's jewel, leaving her momentarily speechless. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, enveloping Castle in a soft blue light. As the healing magic took effect, Castle's pallor began to fade, her complexion regaining a hint of color, and the once dim spark in her beautiful eyes was rekindled. Observing this transformation, Beck's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He had been deeply unsettled by Castle's earlier state, and now, witnessing her recovery, he let out a sigh of relief. Is it that you have become addicted to being held? Castle, having fully recovered, was taken aback when Beck did not release her. Though she could tolerate a brief embrace, the fact that he continued to hold her even after the healing spell had dissipated irked her, prompting her to voice her displeasure. With a mischievous grin, Beck, still armored and ready for action, playfully extended his hand towards the others. Such a splendid performance deserves a token of appreciation, does it not? Where are the rewards? He. Indeed, I wish I could remain like this forever. Beck, recalling the earlier tumultuous events, felt emboldened by Castle's words. Rather than releasing her, he tightened his grip, relishing the moment. Castle, unaccustomed to such treatment, blushed with indignation and forcefully pushed Beck away, performing a graceful spin in midair to regain her balance. If it weren't for your earlier heroics, I would certainly kick you to the ground. Very well. You may kick me for eternity. With a disdainful remark, Beck managed to infuriate Castle, the female warrior, beyond measure. Roar, howl. At that moment, several ferocious beasts in the distance discovered the two and let out a couple of roars before swiftly charging towards them. The beasts. Sophia, and my father, and the others. As Castle witnessed the approaching beasts, her complexion turned pale, recalling the earlier incident when the tribe was overwhelmed and the beasts flooded in like a tide. Due to her previous severe injuries, she had been in a daze while Beck performed the water healing technique on her, and only now, seeing the beasts rushing towards them, did she remember the looming crisis. I must go save them. Though her heart was ablaze with urgency, Castle spoke patiently to Beck, the one who had rescued her. Let's go together. Beck replied without hesitation, then let's move. Both understood that charging into the horde of beasts with just the two of them was a perilous endeavor. Yet their light-hearted exchange moments ago had solidified this grave decision. Castle extended her hand, conjuring a dark red spear of flame, radiating a sharp aura in her palm, while Beck summoned his ironclad armor. Whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, Castle and Beck executed their movements, heading towards the direction of the tribe, disregarding the beasts rushing towards them. They would not waste their stamina on such futile skirmishes. The jewel of the tribe and Beck advanced in swift succession, soon arriving beneath the protective wall, leaping inside, and continuing deeper into the tribe. Roar, roar, howl. Upon crossing the protective wall, their expressions grew increasingly grave, as the sounds of the beasts' roars and the faint cries of humans echoed in their ears, casting a heavy pall over their spirits. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beast resembling a wild boar leaped out from the side, its sharp tusks aimed directly at them. Whoosh! Bang! Without even glancing at the sudden assailant, Castle swung her spear, sending it flying away. This encounter marked the beginning of their fierce battle against the encroaching beasts. One by one, the beasts charged at them, forcing them to slow their pace and engage in combat. Castle, a master of the four great magics, and Beck, wielding 3 magical arts, were among the strongest in the tribe, second only to Chief Yuri. Thus, these ordinary beasts posed little threat to them, and they fought their way forward as they battled. Beasts, I will fight you to the end. Outside a small cottage, a robust woman wielding 2 kitchen knives engaged in a fierce struggle against 2 wolf demons. Initially, fueled by adrenaline, she managed to hold her ground for a while. However, it wasn't long before she began to tire. Meanwhile, an elderly man armed with a rolling pin grappled with a beast sporting sharp horns. After just a few exchanges, he was overpowered, bloodied, and battered by the beast's vicious assault. At the foot of the back mountain, Akin, a poultry farmer, swung a shovel against several ferocious beasts. After a fierce struggle, he was gravely injured, blood pouring from his wounds, and his movements grew sluggish in the Gobenum tribe. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner, as the indigenous people faced the brutal onslaught of numerous beasts, blood staining the ground as one after another fell. They could hardly comprehend why the tide of beasts, which they had previously resisted, had erupted once more, shattering their hopes of a peaceful year. Aunt Nisa, Uncle Victor, I will avenge you. As Castle and Beck rushed in, they encountered familiar tribesmen lying in pools of blood, their eyes reddening with fury as they unleashed their magic, slaughtering the nearby beasts. Thus, they fought their way toward the heart of the tribe. Sophia, you must be safe. You must be safe. Wait for me. I will join you. Witnessing the dire fates of Aunt Nisa, Uncle Victor, and others, Castle's heart grew heavier. Although her dear friend and girlfriend was a magic apprentice, she only possessed a low-defense iron shield spell. and Castle genuinely feared for her safety. Consequently, she began to wield her flaming spear with increasing fervor, her expression growing more somber, though Castle did not voice her thoughts. Beck understood her feelings simply by observing her expression and the direction they were heading. He said nothing, focusing on supporting Castle while striking down as many beasts as possible with minimal effort. However, after a flurry of combat, Castle suddenly began to swing her flaming spear wildly, obliterating the beasts in her path. Her pace quickening, her face turned an alarming shade of pale, for she could see a colossal beast resembling a mountain wreaking havoc ahead, each of its steps causing the ground to tremble. An elephant demon, the very same elephant demon that had smashed through the protective wall and had one of its eyes pierced by Castle, was rampaging ahead, and that direction happened to be where Sophia's cottage was located. Chapter 82. Is Sophia dead? Perhaps due to the elephant demon's severe injuries, it was in a frenzied rage, its massive form wreaking havoc everywhere, toppling houses with each collision. Sophia, you cannot be harmed. You must be unharmed. You cannot be harmed. As Castle sprinted forward, she repeatedly chanted these words in her mind, her countenance taut with anxiety. Observing the goddess in such a state over arrival, Beck remained silent, dutifully following her side. Assisting in vanquishing the beasts. Roar. The enormous elephant demon let out a deafening roar, its massive foot crashing down, creating a gaping hole in a nearby cottage. Then, with its pillar-like legs, it flattened the structure, before turning its attention to another building. Sophia, Sophia, are you there? I'm here to get you. Approaching Sophia's cottage, Castle noticed it remained undamaged by the giant elephant, allowing her a brief sigh of relief, and she called out loudly. Yet, her calls went unanswered, causing her brow to furrow once more. She continued battling the beasts while shouting towards Sophia's cottage. As Castle drew closer to Sophia's abode, her heart grew heavier. When she finally reached the front of the cottage, she could no longer contain her emotions, gasping as she sprinted forward. The door of Sophia's cottage stood ajar. Just as she was about to step inside, she paused abruptly, then swiftly walked towards a certain spot. Not far from the cottage, a massive footprint was deeply imprinted in the ground, and a puddle of almost dried blood bore a blood-stained red rose, standing out strikingly, though the rose had wilted. The vivid red of its petals, stained with blood, made it all the more eye-catching. Soft Sophia. Upon seeing this, Castle staggered, nearly losing her balance, and she rushed toward the footprint, bending down to pick up the bloodied rose with trembling hands. Sophia, tell me this isn't true. It can't be true. Sophia, speak to me. Sophia. Cradling the bloodied rose in her hands, Castle cried out frantically, her voice filled with such sorrow that it brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Receiving no response from Sophia, Castle suddenly remembered something. Gripping the bloodied rose tightly, she hurried into the cottage. Sophia, are you in there? You must be playing a trick on me, hiding somewhere, right? Sophia, Sophia. Castle's actions elicited a sympathetic expression from Beck, who followed closely behind her. While fending off the occasional beast that lunged at them, he made his way to the entrance of the cottage. Castle, please don't do this. Perhaps Sophia has joined the chief and the others. Beck's words pulled Castle back from the brink of despair. A glimmer of hope flickered in her amber eyes. Yes, Beck, you're right. Sophia must have joined my father and the others. She must be safe. Let us go find them. With that, Castle cautiously tucked the bloodied rose away, gripping her flaming spear as she exited the cottage. Castle. Beck, there you are. The chief was just looking for you. Hurry. The chief has ordered everyone to gather in front of his big house. Soon we will charge out. Harris, a young man drenched in blood, exclaimed with joyful relief upon spotting Castle and Beck in front of the cottage. Harris, did you see Sophia? Castle quickly approached him, her voice tense with urgency. We have all been searching for her earlier, but we haven't seen her at all. Oh dear. Could that pool of blood possibly belong to Sophia? Initially, when Harris spotted the giant elephant footprints, Baker had given him a knowing glance. However, the fellow seemed to be in a daze, completely oblivious to Baker's signal, and blurted out those words that very moment. Castle, who had just managed to regain her composure, was suddenly thrown into chaos again. You haven't seen Sophia? You haven't seen her? How could this be? How could it be? Castle's wretched shrieks startled Harris, who couldn't comprehend why the tribe's illustrious jewel, always so poised and gallant, had suddenly transformed into such a state. Roar, boom, boom, boom. Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. As the colossal elephant, resembling a small mountain, charged towards them with alarming speed, its remaining eye, filled with hatred, reflected the figures of Castle and Baker. They were already quite close to the elephant, and the recent commotion caused by Castle's shrieks had undoubtedly captured the attention of the furious beast. Upon recognizing that it was Castle and Baker, an inferno of rage ignited within the giant elephant's heart. Castle, needless to say, had blinded one of its eyes, and on the other hand, Baker had previously ambushed it during its fury, causing it excruciating pain by smashing its most sensitive area. How could the elephant possibly let go of its two great foes, the one who had turned it into a one-eyed monster and the one who had robbed it of its pleasures? Thus, it abandoned all restraint and charged madly towards Castle and Baker. Castle, run! This mad elephant is beyond our capabilities. Hurry, run! Seeing that the giant elephant had spotted them, Baker was taken aback and urgently urged his companion. Despite the earlier success of having incapacitated its sensitive area, that was only because the elephant had been recklessly pursuing Castle after losing one eye. Now, faced with this frenzied giant, Baker had no confidence whatsoever. On the other side, Harris was also hastily urging them on. Against such a formidable creature, he, being merely an apprentice who had mastered a single spell, felt utterly inadequate. Castle, Castle, move! Baker called out twice, but received no response. He turned to look and found Castle's gaze fixated on the bloodied elephant footprint for a moment before shifting to the identical footprints left by the charging giant nearby. Suddenly, a surge of violent magical energy coursed through Castle's body. As the giant elephant charged forward, Castle slowly raised her flaming spear, aiming directly at the beast. Chapter 83. Battle with the Elephant Demon. Baker, this is my fight. You need not involve yourself, Castle said coolly as Baker approached, ready to fight alongside her against the colossal creature. Your battle is my battle, Baker replied succinctly, expressing his resolve. He understood that Castle's words were meant to protect him from danger. Then, suit yourself, Castle said lightly. And with that, she brandished her flaming spear and charged towards the thundering giant. Without hesitation, Baker donned his iron-spiked armor and followed suit, though he chose a different path, heading straight for the lower part of the elephant, where he had previously struck its sensitive area. Baker knew he lacked the strength to confront the elephant head-on. Engaging it directly like Castle would be a certain death wish. Furthermore, by choosing a combat route entirely different from Castle's, he hoped to distract the elephant, maximizing their efficiency in battle. The tribe's jewel and Baker both surged forward to confront the mountainous elephant. Harris anxiously rubbed his hands together, utterly perplexed. Why would these two, with such deep-seated grudges against the giant, insist on risking their lives in a fight to the death? With only a single spell under his belt, he knew he stood no chance against the elephant, and his involvement could potentially hinder their efforts. After pondering for a moment, Harris decisively turned and hurried towards the main hut, realizing it was better to inform the others than to stand by helplessly. As their adversaries met, the elephant, seeing its two sworn enemies, the one who had blinded it and the one who had caused it such pain, let out an enraged roar. Its trunk, as thick as a tree, lashed out violently at the two. With a nimble leap, Castle propelled herself off the ground, soaring several meters into the air to evade the incoming strike. Meanwhile, Baker quickly rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping the trunk's violent assault. Though he appeared quite clumsy, he managed to evade the ferocious blow. Soaring in midair, Castle twisted her body to change direction, aiming straight for the elephant's eye. On the other hand, Baker rolled back to his feet, quickly dashing toward the lower part of the elephant, where he began to circle around its sensitive area. The enraged elephant, upon spotting its two adversaries targeting its most painful spot once more, roared in fury. Its trunk lunged towards Castle, while its massive legs stomped down menacingly toward Baker. Despite its enormous size, the elephant's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, both attacks were upon Castle and Baker. Even as Castle did her utmost to evade, she could not completely escape. She had to brace herself with her spear, only to be struck forcefully, leaving her face flushed with pain. Although injured, the fire of battle and vengeance burned brighter in her eyes. Utilizing the rebound from her spear, she leaped high into the air again, continuing her assault on the giant. Baker, however, fared far worse. Despite rolling away multiple times, he was still caught by the elephant's leg, shattering several spikes on his armor and leaving him bloodied and battered. This accursed beast was proving to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Though dread filled Baker's heart, he couldn't ignore Castle's perilous situation against the elephant. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, determined to keep the elephant distracted, knowing that if it focused solely on Castle, her danger would exponentially increase. Thus, the battle raged on between the three. And any onlooker would clearly see that Baker and Castle were at a significant disadvantage compared to the elephant. They remained in a perilous position, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before they faced defeat, a defeat that needed no elaboration on its implications. Damn beast, I will slay you and avenge Sophia. Fool, why must you involve yourself in this? You truly are a source of worry. Castle, locked in fierce combat with the elephant, gritted her teeth in determination to bring it down. Yet, she realized the difficulty of her task. On the other hand, seeing Baker, bloodied and battered, filled her with guilt. The conflict of emotions churned within her like an impending volcanic eruption. In front of the main hut, have you seen Castle, Baker, or Sophia? Chief Yuli, drenched in blood after scouring most of the tribe, returned to the gathering and inquired of the others. No, we haven't seen Miss Castle. I haven't seen her either. Neither have I. If Miss Castle and Baker went to protect the tribe and got separated. That could be understandable. But what about Sophia? Could it be? Oh, don't speak such ominous words. As for others, I have no doubt Baker has fled the moment trouble arose. How could we possibly find him? You speak nonsense. Though Baker is somewhat slippery, he would never abandon our tribe to escape alone. Humph, if you were outside, without facing the beast's attacks, would you still be foolish enough to return? In the clearing before the main hut, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Enough! Silence! Is there no end to this chaos? Since we cannot find them and the beasts are growing in number, we shall charge out together. As he uttered those final words, the old chief felt his heart wrench in agony, for charging out meant abandoning his daughter, who had been by his side since childhood. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a breathless figure shouting, "Everyone, the old chief, I have seen Miss Castle and Baker. What, Harris, where are they now?" Upon hearing this, the old chief's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. "Miss Castle, they are at Sophia's residence, and they are locked in a desperate battle with that elephant demon." Harris, panting heavily, exclaimed, "In combat with the elephant demon? This is dire." Upon hearing this, Chief Yuri's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, hastening towards that direction with all his might. Chapter 84. Castle's breakthrough. Sophia's residence, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the elephant demon. As Chief Yuri raced forward, the words Harris had just uttered flashed rapidly through his mind, and he quickly pieced together the situation that it was likely that something had gone awry at Sophia's location, prompting Castle to fight desperately against the massive creature. And it was no surprise that Baker, infatuated with Castle, would remain there to face the giant elephant as well. Truly, they were two foolish souls. How could the two of them hope to match the strength of that elephant demon? Even my intervention would not guarantee a simple resolution, as he contemplated the peril his daughter and Baker faced against that formidable foe. The chief's heart sank further. He pushed his speed to the limit, striving to reach the scene as swiftly as possible. Soon after, Harris, Peter, Henry, Brown, and others followed suit, though they harbored fear of the colossal elephant. The presence of Chief Yuri leading the charge, along with Castle and Baker holding their ground, provided them with a measure of confidence. Whoosh! Castle leaped into the air, fiercely thrusting a fiery spear towards the elephant demon's unscathed eye. In response to this attack, the elephant's long trunk arced through the air, aiming to strike Castle with such force that it could surely break her bones before she could land a hit. However, at that moment, Castle's spear suddenly altered its course, striking the elephant's face with a decisive blow. Her entire body spun like a top, darting to the opposite side. The massive creature, caught off guard, missed her entirely, its trunk brushing against her in an almost mystical manner, leaving her unscathed. Observing this turn of events, a flicker of joy illuminated Castle's eyes. This was the outcome she had hoped for. Now positioned on the opposite side of the elephant's head, Castle swung her fiery spear and thrust it forward, targeting the beast's blinded eye. Although that I was already lost, a successful strike would surely be enough to send the elephant demon reeling, and with a stroke of luck, it might even lead to its demise. Roar. In response to Castle's sudden assault, a look of panic finally crossed the elephant's face. At this moment, its trunk had been deceived to the other side, leaving it unable to defend itself in time. Sizzle. Amidst the cacophony of battle, a subtle sound emerged as Castle's fiery spear pierced the elephant demon's eye. The tribe's jewel could hardly believe how smoothly this blow had landed. An overwhelming surge of joy flooding her heart. Sophia, at last, I can avenge you. With all her might, Castle drove the fiery spear deeper into the eye of the colossal beast. However, in the next instant, she suddenly realized that the spear, which had previously penetrated so effortlessly, had now become sluggish, its advance turning laborious. At that same moment, Castle felt a chill of dread as she recognized the strange silence from the elephant demon despite the excruciating pain she had inflicted. It was indeed eerie, and a sense of impending crisis washed over her. Then, the tribe's jewel was horrified to discover that her fiery spear had become ensnared by the elephant's thick eyelid. At that moment, the creature's face bore an unervingly human-like, sinister smile. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, Castle's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Just as she contemplated a way to escape this precarious situation, she suddenly felt a tightening sensation across her body to her alarm. The trunk she had previously deceived had now returned, wrapping around her in a constricting embrace. Even at this dire moment, Castle refused to yield. She summoned her magical energy, striving to break free. Yet, the cunning elephant demon had been prepared, its trunk coiling around her like a serpent, binding her tightly and rendering her escape impossible. Only then did Castle comprehend that the treacherous elephant had anticipated her scheme, intentionally luring her to the other side. And to keep her in check, the demon had even allowed her spear to strike its already blinded eye once more, seizing the opportunity created by Castle's hubris. The sinister creature ensnared her firmly with its trunk. Throughout the battle with the elephant demon, although it had always held the upper hand, Castle's agility had prevented it from delivering a fatal blow. However, now that she was ensnared, Castle had finally become the prey. Creak, creak, creak. The trunk tightened around Castle, constraining her body with relentless pressure in the elephant's single, unblemished eye. A gleam of vengeful satisfaction shone that eye in truth. Given its strength, it could easily end Castle's life in an instant. Yet, for this audacious human who dared to blind it, how could it not take the time to relish her torment? Is this how it ends? Alas, my strength is simply insufficient. Sophia, I cannot avenge you, and now I am destined to perish at the hands of this elephant demon. How utterly disheartening. And you, that foolish boy, you too have thrown away your life alongside mine. Tell me, are you not foolish? Are you not ridiculous? Castle's vision began to blur, her body growing increasingly weary. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, suddenly, puff, a sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible rang out. And then, Castle's clothing before her ruptured under the constricting grip of the elephant's trunk, revealing a bouquet of blood-stained roses. Though tattered and torn, this seemingly insignificant bouquet ignited a spark of recognition in Castle's dimming eyes. Sophia, Sophia, it was you who entered my life during my darkest hours. You who accompanied me through the childhood marked by the loss of my mother. You who urged me to be strong, to be independent, to be powerful, insisting that I must never give up. For all these years, I have adhered to this creed. But now, why should I surrender? And that foolish boy, enduring countless rejections, scorn, and even violence in pursuit of me. Despite knowing my preference for women, he never gave up. If he can persist with such determination, then why should I relinquish my own resolve? No. I will not give up. I will never concede, even if death awaits. I shall not succumb passively. I will not give up. Roar. In an instant, a faint yet colossal lion's head materialized above Castle, and with it came a fearsome roar that shook the very foundation of the battlefield, silencing the chaos around. Meanwhile, Chief Yuri, racing to the scene, beheld the massive lion's head and heard that earth-shattering roar, his eyes sparkling with excitement. She has broken through. Castle has finally grasped her fifth magic. Chapter 85, Slaying the Elephant Demon. The Roar of the Raging Lion. This was one of the 9 great magics mastered by Chief Yuri, and it was also a magic that Castle had not previously comprehended. Now, witnessing his daughter unleash this power from afar, the chief's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. With Castle's mastery of her fifth magic, she had achieved a breakthrough, becoming a probationary mage of the same caliber as him. How could the chief not rejoice at that moment? However, Castle, having suddenly comprehended the roar of the raging lion, was oblivious to these thoughts. She was consumed by the desire to break free from the elephant's grasp, the fury of being unable to avenge Sophia, and the guilt of endangering the foolish baker. All these complex emotions collided within her, culminating in a defiant roar, a declaration of her unwillingness to yield. After that unparalleled sound erupted, even the colossal elephant demon, akin to a small mountain, found itself momentarily stunned upon hearing such a resonant noise that a flicker of terror glinted in its single remaining eye, and for a fleeting moment, this rampaging creature fell into a daze. Instantly, its trunk, which had been tightly constricting Castle, began to relax. This was the effect of the roaring lion magic. It was a soundwave spell that, when unleashed, emitted a powerful roar capable of instilling fear and astonishment in its foes, rendering them momentarily disoriented. With a sudden release of pressure, Castle felt her body free from the trunk's grip and leaped forth. At that moment, having just ascended to the rank of an apprentice mage. Her inner magical energy surged vigorously, transforming her into a blade unsheathed. Beast, perish. The tribe's jewel uttered a low growl, her shoulder-length flaxen hair billowing as she summoned a newly formed flame spear, with a swift rotation of her arm. She aimed the sharp tip directly at the elephant demon's eye, channeling all her might into the thrust. Having evolved into an apprentice mage, the tribe's jewel experienced a fundamental enhancement in her abilities. The flame spear she conjured was far more lethal than before, and the force of her strike was truly formidable. Roar! At that moment, the elephant demon finally emitted a sound of fear, for it sensed a threat of death looming from Castle's significantly enhanced flame spear. However, Castle, now an apprentice mage, moved with a swiftness that surpassed her previous capabilities. Even if the demon attempted to evade her lethal strike, it was too late. Yet, the elephant demon would not resign itself to fate. A fierce light suddenly glimmered in its single eye, and with all its strength, its trunk swung violently towards Castle. Even as Castle's flame spear pierced its flesh, the subsequent moment saw her facing a potentially fatal blow from the trunk, confronted with the demon's desperate assault. The tribe's jewel showed no hesitation. She neither dodged nor flinched, driving the fiery spear fiercely towards the demon's eye. No! Chief Yuri, rushing to the scene, could only cry out in alarm. With his keen vision, he realized that his daughter was executing an attack that utterly disregarded her own safety. Even if she were to succeed, the trunk would inevitably strike her down. Unfortunately, he was still too far away to intervene. Yet, just then, something unexpected occurred. The elephant demon, locked in a life-and-death struggle with Castle, suddenly let out a chilling shriek to everyone's astonishment. Its massive hind legs tangled painfully together. With a sickening sound, Castle's flame spear drove deep into the demon's eye. The newly appointed apprentice mage, fueled by a relentless spirit, thrust the spear through the creature's eye, penetrating its colossal skull until the sharp tip emerged from the other side. Crack! Castle had succeeded. But the very next moment, a trunk imbued with unmatched force struck her, sending her flying. In midair, Castle spewed forth a torrent of blood, her body torn and ragged, resembling a tattered sack as she soared away. Boom! The mountain-like elephant demon, having received a fatal blow, paused momentarily before crashing to the ground. In its final moments, the intact eye expressed a complex array of emotions, a mix of confusion over why Castle had chosen to exchange lives and an enduring hatred, vowing revenge for the second destruction of its precious eggs, even should it descend into the depths of hell. Indeed, the reason the elephant demon had let out that agonizing roar and tangled its legs was that, amidst its desperate struggle, the battered Beck, disregarding his own injuries, had launched himself towards the demon's vulnerable area. Though Beck's tactic may have seemed underhanded, it was precisely that strike which inflicted excruciating pain on the demon, causing its lethal blow aimed at Castle to veer off course, sparing her life, at least for the moment. Of course, while the tribe's jewel had not perished instantly, she was now on the brink of death, and as Chief Yuri cradled her in his arms, she had become a bloodied figure. Cough! Sophia, I have finally avenged you. Castle's voice was faint, yet a hint of relief graced her lips. Castle, even in this dire moment, you still think of others. Oh, my dear. Chief Yuri's heart ached at the sight of his daughter, barely clinging to life. Quick, father, hurry, save Beck, please. If it weren't for him, I would have perished long ago. At the thought of thinking of others, Castle immediately recalled Beck's crucial intervention, summoning her strength to speak to Chief Yuri. Beck, where is that lad? As the old chief rushed towards the scene, he only caught sight of his daughter battling the elephant demon, but Beck was nowhere to be found. Upon hearing Castle's words, he began to inquire urgently. He should be beneath the demon, in the groin area. Chapter 86. Giant puppet magic. Struggling to articulate that sentence, Castle perhaps exhausted all her strength or felt an inexplicable embarrassment. Her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chief Yuri quickly reached out to check for her breath, and after straining to sense, he finally detected a faint sign of life, granting him a moment of relief. His gaze then turned towards the fallen elephant demon, still thrashing its hind legs in death, and a peculiar expression crossed his aged face. However, without hesitation, he summoned his magical energy, and with a wave of his arm, a towering figure, several meters tall, materialized before him. This giant, entirely naked save for a few leaves covering its modesty, exhibited bulging muscles that radiated explosive power, though its face bore a somewhat dull expression. Pointing at the fallen elephant demon, Chief Yuri commanded, "Go, move it aside, and help me save my daughter." The lumbering giant said nothing, but it approached the elephant demon, and despite its towering height, it appeared dwarfed next to the massive creature. Bending down, the giant grasped one of the elephant's massive legs, and with a tremendous effort, its muscles tensed as it hoisted the weighty limb. The giant's incredible display of strength left the newly arrived Harris, Peter, Brown, Henry, and the others wide-eyed in astonishment, secretly marveling at the chief's giant puppet magic. This formidable giant was one of the 9 magics mastered by Chief Yuri. Formed from elemental energies, the giant could assist its master in battle or perform heavy lifting tasks. Most of the materials used to construct the homes in the Gobenum tribe had been moved by this giant puppet. Now, as the giant lifted the elephant's leg, it began to search around. After a brief moment, it turned its head, displaying a look of confusion, evidently unable to locate what its master had referred to as a person. Look for that person in the demon's groin area. Seeing that Beck was not found, Chief Yuri felt a pang of worry and commanded the giant puppet to search again. The giant, focused solely on its task, paid no heed to the groin reference. Upon hearing the command, it turned its head and reached down towards the demon's groin area to search. After a considerable time, the giant emerged from the pool of blood, clutching a spiky humanoid creature with uncertainty. It displayed the creature to its master. "Ah, this is it. Well done." Upon seeing the spiky figure, Chief Yuri immediately recognized it as Beck, who had cast the iron spike's magic. He felt a surge of joy, though a peculiar glint shone in his eyes, indicating his astonishment at Beck's choice of hiding place. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He instructed the giant puppet to set Beck down and guard the area, protecting against the marauding beasts that might rush in. As Beck lay motionless, the old chief and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, those like Henry and Brown, who bore grudges against Beck, wore expressions of schadenfreude, secretly wishing for his demise. After all, they had heard from Harris how valiantly Beck had fought alongside the tribe's jewel. And now, seeing him lifeless, they could hardly contain their glee. Ah, the healing magic. It is indeed the art of hydrotherapy. Chief Yuri squinted his eyes and scrutinized closely. Suddenly, he discerned a faint blue glow enveloping the bloodied surface of the iron-spiked armor. The glow was so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. However, for the seasoned chief, who had undergone hydrotherapy magic treatment more than once, it was immediately recognizable. Since this lad is casting healing magic, it signifies that he is relatively unharmed. Truly a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Yet, unbeknownst to the old chief, this hydrotherapy magic had been unleashed at the very moment when Becker, in a desperate bid, had charged towards the giant's groin, tapping into his latent potential. Had it not been for this healing magic, Becker, who was hanging by a thread after sustaining severe injuries and being brutally crushed by the elephant demon, would have long since passed away. At that moment, although a flicker of consciousness remained within Becker, his extreme weakness rendered him incapable of actively casting any spells. He was even oblivious to the fact that he had been saved by the chief and had escaped peril. All that occupied his mind was a singular obsession: to maintain the hydrotherapy magic and the iron spike armor magic, ensuring they did not dissipate, for these two spells were his lifeline and his shield against external assaults. Damn! What is that smell? Did Becker tumble into a cesspit? Those surrounding Becker furrowed their brows and glared in disgust, for the odor emanating from him was nothing short of nauseating. Hey, didn't you see where the giant puppet dragged Becker out from? Haha, Right from that area. How could it smell good? All right. All right. Enough of your nonsense. Do you not realize that if it weren't for Becker intervening with the elephant demon just now, my daughter Castle could have lost her life? You lot should have been the ones to face the elephant demon yourselves. The chief's words startled the young men who had been gossiping, rendering them mute. To suggest they confront the elephant demon was akin to sending them to their doom. With such formidable strength, how could their meager skills stand a chance? Chief Yuri's admonishment was, in truth, a manifestation of his own anxiety, with Becker on the brink of death and his daughter Castle unconscious. Both were in dire straits, and he felt utterly powerless. How could he not be anxious? Ah, he's moving. That rascal Becker is finally stirring. In the midst of the savage beast's roars, every passing minute felt like an eternity. And after what felt like an age of waiting, Becker, bloodied and sprawled like a hedgehog, finally began to move. Chapter 87. Awakening. As Becker lay on the ground, filthy and reeking, he twitched as if jolted by electricity. Seemingly on the verge of awakening, while most remained calm, Henry and Brown were anything but. Damn it, how can this little brat still be alive, reeking like that? Their animosity towards Becker had reached a boiling point, especially since their earlier misdeeds had come to light, resulting in the disappearance of the mini golden lion. Coupled with the thrashing they had received from Becker, their hatred was palpable. Now, witnessing Becker's imminent awakening, they were consumed by a desire to stomp the foul-smelling lad into the ground. However, with the chief watching, they dared not act upon their impulses, their frustration mounting, lost in their thoughts of revenge. Henry and Brown failed to notice Becker suddenly sit upright, causing everyone to instinctively step back. However, Henry and Brown were a beat too slow, and thus, they found themselves in a predicament in an instant. Becker sprang to his feet, waving his arms and shouting, "Damn that elephant demon! Just watch me crush your jewels. Castle, do not worry, I will protect you." As he flailed his arms, the filth covering him splattered everywhere. The others had wisely retreated, but Henry and Brown, caught off guard, were drenched in the foul substances. "Damn it, what are you doing, flinging that around? I'll kill you." The stench overwhelmed Henry and Brown, almost making them vomit. And they gritted their teeth, ready to retaliate against Becker. Still dazed from his recent revival, Becker misidentified their shouts as those of the elephant demon. After all, they were both standing together, resembling four legs. Thus, the spiky Becker charged at them. Oh no! Henry and Brown nearly wet themselves as they saw Becker, clad in iron spikes, charging towards them. Just days prior, he had nearly taken their lives with those very spikes, leaving them traumatized. Now, faced with the furious Becker, they turned and fled. "Damn that elephant demon! You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you split up? I am going to skewer your jewels." Still somewhat dazed, Becker drew this ludicrous conclusion about the fleeing duo. "Becker, stop chasing them. They are not the elephant demon. Halt." Chief Yuri intended to intervene, but upon seeing Becker covered in filth and reeking, he merely shook his head and instructed the giant puppet to restrain Becker. Thankfully, the giant puppet, composed of elemental forces, was impervious to the stench. Otherwise, stopping Becker would have sullied many. They, not the elephant demon. Then where is it, and Castle? Having engaged in a frantic chase, Becker was beginning to regain his senses and immediately inquired, "The elephant demon is dead. Castle is with me." Upon hearing that the elephant demon had perished, Becker could hardly believe his eyes as he turned to see the enormous creature lying motionless, and he trembled with excitement. "Dead! The elephant demon is truly dead. Castle, haha. Together, we really defeated the elephant demon. This is fantastic." With the elephant demon confirmed dead, Becker's thoughts swiftly shifted to Castle that he hurried over to the chief, who was cradling her. "Stop right there. Clean yourself up. You stink to high heaven." Chief Yuri's eyes widened in alarm at Becker's filthy, disheveled approach. He hastily waved his hand, instructing the giant puppet to block Becker, not wishing to end up like Henry and Brown, covered in foul odor. "Ah, yes, the elephant is dead. The iron spikes can be removed. And oh, the hydrotherapy." Due to the ferocity of the previous battle, Becker had charged at the elephant demon with a mindset of inevitable demise, and in his foggy state, his sole focus was to maintain the iron spike armor and hydrotherapy magic to prolong his existence, thus aiding Castle for as long as possible. Now that the elephant demon was dead, he no longer needed to sustain these spells. Observing Becker release the two spells, Chief Yuri couldn't help but sigh. Recognizing the depth of Becker's feelings for his daughter, Willing to risk his life to fight alongside her, it seemed he had not misjudged him. Unbeknownst to Becker, as he began to cleanse himself of the foul odor, the father of his dreams regarded him with increasing approval. Becker, how much magical energy do you have left? Can you cast a healing spell for Castle? Once Becker had tidied himself up, Chief Yuri inquired. Of course. Of course. Why didn't you say so sooner, old chief? When I first awakened, you should have had me heal Castle right away. Just look at how much time has been wasted. As he spoke, Becker rushed forward, raising his hand to unleash a soft blue light that enveloped the unconscious Castle. Meanwhile, the chief rolled his eyes, muttering to himself, You think I should have told you when you were still mistaking me for the elephant demon? Following this, all eyes, those of Chief Yuri, Becker, and Harris, were fixed upon the faintly breathing Castle. Chapter 88. Departing for the dark holy city. Wow, Miss Castle's complexion is improving. Do you even need to mention it? This is powerful healing magic. As Becker executed the hydrotherapy spell, the vibrant blue aura surrounding the tribe's jewel visibly restored her health, leaving the onlookers in awe of the formidable healing magic he wielded. Their admiration for Becker intensifying in recent years. Everyone has long heard the chieftain Yuri of the Holy City speak of the remarkable potency of healing magic. He has claimed that even the simplest healing spell surpasses the effectiveness of the most potent healing salves available in their tribe. Initially, some remained skeptical, having never witnessed any healing magic firsthand. However, once Baker comprehended the water therapy spell and administered his first healing to Chieftain Yuri, the true power of healing magic was finally revealed to all. As whispers filled the air, a pale blue light suddenly flickered, then gently dissipated, drawing the attention of the crowd towards Baker KT that moment. Baker's face appeared drained. The fervor that had driven him to chase after Henry and his companion had evaporated, leaving him looking utterly exhausted. Upon seeing the light fade, a flicker of frustration crossed Baker's countenance, and he hastily extended his hand to cast the spell once more, only to be halted by Chieftain Yuri. You reckless lad. Your mental and magical energies are nearly depleted, yet you still wish to cast spells. Rest immediately. Despite his reprimands, the old chieftain felt a surge of admiration, convinced that his earlier decision to consider Baker as a prospective son-in-law was indeed the right one. For the sake of Castle's injuries, Baker disregarded his own well-being. Such a son-in-law was hard to come by. But Castle hasn't awakened yet. How can I rest? Enough of that, you impudent boy. If you exhaust yourself, who will tend to my daughter? Look at her now. Her life is no longer in danger, so you may set your mind at ease. Baker's straightforwardness elicited a chuckle from the old chieftain. Very well. Once I have restored my mental and magical energies, I shall attend to Castle's healing without delay. With the chieftain's reassurances, Baker observed that Castle's complexion had regained some color, and her breathing had strengthened considerably. He felt a slight relief and decided against further insistence. Since Castle is temporarily stable, we can delay her treatment. The priority now is to break free from this place. Chieftain Yuri remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the increasing number of savage beasts surrounding them. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Faced with the encroaching savage beasts, everyone had longed to escape. But given that the injured party was the tribe's jewel and the old chieftain's chosen son-in-law, they hesitated to press the matter. Chieftain, where shall we go? Harris's query resonated with everyone. Indeed, after so many years, their home in the Gobenum tribe was now overrun by savage beasts. Where could they possibly flee? To other tribes? Would they accept them? Furthermore, they had all witnessed the blood-red flames rising in those tribes. Their situation was unlikely to be any better. Everyone's gaze turned towards Chieftain Yuri, the steadfast anchor of their tribe for decades. Where to go? Is that even a question? Of course, we shall head to the dark holy city. To everyone's astonishment, the chieftain declared their escape route without hesitation. The dark holy city, such a place was beyond their reach. The mere mention of it caused the crowd to grimace. The dark holy city represented the very core of the dark world, surrounded by numerous tribes and cities, each yearning to enter its gates. Not to mention, gaining entry would spare them from the annual savage beast frenzy and the dread of whether they would survive until that fateful month. However, such a place was hardly accessible to ordinary folk like them. Chieftain, are you implying that Castle? Baker, with a glimmer of insight, directed his gaze towards the still unconscious Castle. His words sparked a light in many eyes. Indeed, Lady Castle, having fought against the elephant demon, has grasped her 5th spell and successfully advanced to the rank of apprentice mage. A mere 18-year-old apprentice mage is precisely qualified to join the scarlet armored army of the Dark Holy City. How could I have forgotten this? Yes, joining the scarlet armored army. We can all accompany Lady Castle as her family members. How splendid. Hey, don't celebrate too soon. With all these savage beasts around, you think you can just charge through and make it alive to the Dark Holy City. Curse it. You pessimistic crow. Can't you let me enjoy this moment? In truth, the previous speaker was not entirely wrong. Even if they fought their way past the surrounding savage beasts, their tribe was still a great distance from the Dark Holy City. Even at their fastest pace, it would take them months to reach there, and the perils along the way would undoubtedly increase their chances of death. Enough of your bickering, you lot. We must charge out of here. The chieftain, clearly unwilling to dwell on such demoralizing topics, urged. All right, let us go. Onward, let us break free. Indeed, charge forth. Despite enduring a devastating savage beast frenzy and the fall of their tribe, with the majority of their neighbors, friends, and kin lost to the chaos, the people felt a deep sorrow. Yet, life must go on. Over the years, they had grown somewhat numb to the losses incurred during each savage beast frenzy. Now, as they prepared to fight their way out and bolster their morale, they each buried their grief deep within, presenting their most spirited selves. Chieftain, as our leader and our steadfast anchor, you should shed all burdens and proceed light-heartedly to allow me to take care of Castle. I assure you I will look after her well. Baker, the sly fellow, could not resist seizing the opportunity to care for the tribe's jewel. As she lay unconscious in Chieftain Yuri's arms, he stepped forward with grave sincerity, claiming the responsibility. You wish to care for Castle? Chieftain Yuri scrutinized Baker with a discerning gaze. Chieftain, you are our leader, and we must confront the most formidable savage beasts without encumbrance. I can selflessly care for Castle to ensure you can proceed unburdened. Enough. I know your intentions all too well. I will allow you to care for Castle, but should anything happen to her, I will not be pleased. Chieftain Yuri, fully aware of Baker's character, promptly exposed his ulterior motives. Rest assured, Chieftain, I will care for Castle even better than I would for myself. I guarantee not a single hair on her head will be harmed. Baker nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. This prompted the others to roll their eyes at Baker internally. Some younger members lamenting their own missed opportunity to care for the tribe's jewel. What a splendid chance to deepen their bond. However, they soon reconciled with the thought. Even if they had the idea to care for Castle, would they truly bring along such a burden? They were on the brink of a desperate charge. Carrying Castle would greatly increase their risk of perishing. Perhaps only Baker and Henry, both wielders of 2 formidable spells, had the confidence to take on such a task. Setting aside their personal thoughts, Chieftain Yuri carefully placed Castle onto Baker's back. To demonstrate his resolve to protect Castle, Baker pushed himself further, channeling his mental and magical energies to cast the Iron Spike armor spell, enveloping both himself and Castle securely within its protective embrace. This not only bolstered Castle's safety, but also allowed Baker to move more freely, making him less vulnerable when confronted by savage beasts. Chieftain Yuri could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Baker was truly devoted to Castle, even to the point of exhausting his potentials. Unbeknownst to the chieftain, while Baker had indeed strained himself, he was not as weak as he appeared. All along, he had concealed one spell, leading everyone to believe he had only mastered 2, when in fact he commanded 3 powerful spells, with an additional spell. His reserves of mental and magical energy far exceeded what was visible. Regardless, Baker, amidst the envious gazes of the others, especially Henry and Brown, secured the tribe's jewel tightly on his back. He even flashed a smirk at a few of them, his expression brimming with mischief. Prepare yourselves. We shall charge out at once. With that, under the chieftain's command, they cleared a path with the giant puppet leading the way. While everyone hastily followed suit, the chieftain took the lead, flanked by several capable apprentice mages, while the few remaining ordinary survivors, along with Baker carrying the tribe's jewel, were safeguarded at the center as they surged towards the outskirts of the tribe. Roar, roar, roar. Just moments ago, the presence of houses and other obstacles had hindered the ferocious beasts from unleashing their full might. Now, upon witnessing Chief Yuri and his entourage emerge, a horde of beasts with scarlet eyes charged forward with a furious roar. No time for hesitation. Let us resolve this swiftly. Following the elder chief's command, the surrounding crowd responded in unison, and thus, they clashed with the multitude of beasts nearby, due to the element of surprise and a strategic arrangement. Their initial breakout was remarkably swift. In no time, they surged forth from the tribe, breaching the protective barrier and stepping outside the settlement. However, before anyone could reflect on departing from the long-cherished Gobenum tribe, a swarm of beasts surged toward them like a tidal wave. Upon reaching the open terrain, devoid of walls to impede their progress, the true strength of the beastly horde erupted, instantly amplifying the pressure on everyone. Move toward 3 o'clock. Quickly. At that moment, Beck, who had been hiding within the ranks without engaging in battle, suddenly spoke up. Beck, what nonsense are you spouting? With the elder chief present, who grants you the authority to direct? Henry had long harbored resentment towards Beck, and upon hearing him presume to give orders, he countered vehemently. Beck, however, paid him no heed and addressed Chief Yuri directly. Elder Chief, heading towards 3 o'clock is undoubtedly the correct course. Are you certain? Chief Yuri unleashed a wave of wind blade magic, fending off several ferocious beasts that charged at them, and took a moment to inquire. Absolutely, you should trust my judgment. Beck asserted confidently. Very well. Everyone, charge toward 3 o'clock. The elder chief opted to place his faith in Beck's words without further inquiry and instructed the group accordingly. Beck, just wait. When we plunge into the beast horde and suffer losses, I shall relish your explanation. Both Henry and Brown, who held a deep-seated grudge against Beck, may have remained silent outwardly, yet inwardly they seethed with discontent. In this pitch-black chaos, surrounded by beasts, are we to blindly follow Beck's reckless assertions? The chief must be losing his wits. Not just those two, but even Harris, Peter, and the others harbored doubts. Could such a hasty reliance on Beck's guidance truly succeed? Nevertheless, regardless of their thoughts, since the elder chief had made his decision to follow Beck's lead, they had no choice but to comply and charge towards 3 o'clock. As they advanced in that direction, it became apparent that the beasts here were even more numerous than in the previous area, causing the group to question Beck's command further. Even Chief Yuri began to wonder if his earlier support of Beck was indeed wise. However, just as they pressed forward for a distance of several meters, they unexpectedly found themselves in a region remarkably sparse of beasts, transitioning from a scenario where one individual had to fend off several beasts to one where a handful only faced a single beast brought a sense of relief and prompted the group to ponder. Was Beck merely fortunate? Or was his guidance truly remarkable? Chapter 90. New tasks and rewards. Having exited the tribe and traversed a few dozen meters, thanks to Beck's repeated reminders, they successfully evaded a multitude of beasts, significantly alleviating the pressure on them. Only then did the group acknowledge that Beck's abilities in directing them were indeed extraordinary, allowing them to encounter far fewer beasts than anticipated. Consequently, earlier murmurs of discontent regarding Beck, a powerful individual with mastery over 2 spells who had refrained from confronting the beasts, dissipated entirely. Although Beck had not engaged directly, his crucial commands had enabled them to avoid numerous beasts, granting them a far easier passage than if they had fought their way through. Meanwhile, Henry and Brown seethed with envy, cursing Beck's uncanny luck in discerning where the beasts thrived and where they were scarce. Yet, unbeknownst to them, including Chief Yuri, a keen eye floated high above their heads, observing the surroundings. This was none other than Beck's concealed Hawkeye magic, which provided him with a clear view of the beast's distribution, thereby elucidating his remarkable command. Thus, empowered by Beck's extraordinary guidance, the group progressed. Although they encountered several beasts along the way, the overall number was considerably lower than usual, which instilled a sense of hope for their survival on the journey to the Dark Holy City. However, every silver lining has its cloud. After traversing over 100 meters, they were finally met with an overwhelming wave of beasts, causing momentary chaos among the ranks. Beck, what kind of command is this? Why are there so many beasts? Your so-called remarkable guidance is nothing but nonsense. Henry and Brown gritted their teeth while battling the surrounding beasts, hurling scornful remarks at Beck. You fool, show me a place where there are fewer beasts amidst this chaos. Beck found himself equally frustrated, under the scrutiny of the Hawkeye. The density of beasts had inexplicably surged, rendering the magic's advantages ineffective. With the sudden spike in beasts, the pressure on the group intensified, making their struggle against the horde increasingly arduous. Even the colossal puppet at the forefront found itself encircled by a throng of beasts, struggling to maintain its footing. Observing the densely packed beasts, Beck lamented the difficulty of their situation after having only just departed the tribe. It was evident that traversing the treacherous path to the dark holy city and surviving would prove exceedingly challenging. Just as Beck's thoughts turned to despair, a crisp voice resonated in his mind, igniting a fresh wave of frustration within him upon comprehending its message. Ding! The sword's edge is honed through trials. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. As a future powerhouse endowed with a super system, one must confront adversity head-on. The system issues a task. From now on, survive for 1 month amidst the super beast frenzy without perishing. Upon completion, the reward will be a permanent blood blade magic seed. Damn it! Upon hearing the system's task, Beck felt an overwhelming urge to confront it physically, as it had been silent for days, only to emerge now with a task that directly opposed his dire circumstances. Faced with such a predicament, Beck had initially intended to inquire if the system had any solutions, but instead it presented him with a survival task. Survive for a month. You dare issue such a cruel task? Unbelievable. Beck felt as though he might as well kneel before the system in exasperation. Host, you should focus on how to survive well over the next month rather than engaging in futile complaints. The system's rigid response left Beck feeling disheartened. Blood? Ah, the reward is the blood blade magic seed? Now that sounds promising. Amidst his frustrations, Beck began to find solace in the prospect of the task's reward. The blood blade magic had previously been unleashed as an experiential spell. Vividly recalling the moment when the blood-red flash struck down the massive head of the bear demon, Beck had long yearned for a combat spell, and if he succeeded in this task, he would finally acquire the powerful blood blade magic. With this thought, Beck transformed his despair into resolve, clenched his fists, and vowed, "Just a month. I refuse to believe I cannot endure. Hey, Harris, watch your right rear. Peter, look out below. Claws incoming. Henry, are you blind? The wolf demon is about to bite your backside. Damn it, Brown, with such a splendid fireball spell, why not throw it to the left? Those beasts are all clustered there. If you don't eliminate them, they'll breed. Elder Chief, your wind blade spell should." Thus commenced Beck's rapid-fire commands, relaying the status of those around him and the actions they ought to undertake in the shortest possible time. Initially, many were indifferent. But soon the unfolding events validated Beck's directives, leading everyone to comply with his instructions. Although beasts swarmed around them, and there were no longer any sparse regions, the presence of the hawk eye above allowed Beck to provide first-hand positional information to guide the group. Instantly, with Beck's support, despite the overwhelming number of beasts, the group began to handle the situation with greater composure than before. Gradually, the tension that had gripped their hearts began to ease. "Oh dear. Beck, did you fall into a dung pit? What is that smell? Why are you making me stink alongside you?" Just as Beck was commanding with utmost confidence, a sudden frail voice emerged from behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Beck's eyes lit up as if he had been injected with a stimulant. "Castle, you have finally awoken." Chapter 91. Bitten by the Goddess. What nonsense! How could I speak to you if I were not awake? Over time, the Peril of the tribe had grown accustomed to this mode of conversation with Beck. "Castle, your ability to speak so boldly reassures me. It indicates that your injuries are indeed not severe." Despite the sharp remarks from the Peril of the tribe, Beck paid them no heed. "Oh dear, why are you binding me so tightly? I can hardly move my hands and feet. Release me at once so I can walk on my own." For many years, the Peril of the tribe had been accustomed to a dominant demeanor, striving for independence in both cultivation and life. Yet now, being so tightly bound to Beck left her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. "With the way you speak, lacking confidence, do you truly believe you can walk? Stop pretending, and just stay quietly behind me," Beck declared with an air of bravado, reveling in the satisfaction of finally taking the initiative after years of being in a passive position while interacting with the Peril of the tribe. "Go ahead and kick me." Beck's taunt infuriated the Peril of the tribe. "Castle, feel free to kick me. I won't even flinch." While Beck provided intelligence from a hawk-like vantage point, he also took the opportunity to tease the formidable goddess. "All right, you deadbeat Beck. Watch me not kick you into oblivion." The Peril of the tribe had never faced such provocation before. Trying to control her little feet, she aimed a kick at Beck. However, due to the iron bindings that held them tightly together, her attempt turned into a mere gentle rub, and soon, fatigued from the effort, she was left gasping for breath. As she rubbed against Beck, feeling the warmth of her breath on his neck, Beck's hormones surged, but fortunately, he remembered they were amidst a battle with barbaric beasts. forcing himself to suppress the primal energy within. Cough. Castle, your little kicks are quite delightful. Do continue. You. The pearl of the tribe had never been treated in such a manner, yet now, she felt utterly powerless against this impudent fellow. Harris. Watch your right. Hee hee. Castle, what's wrong with me? You should keep kicking me. I would love that. Beck continued to provide information while playfully teasing the fierce goddess. Beck, I will bite you to death. Castle, the powerful female warrior, had never experienced such indignity. In her frustrated state, she opened her small mouth, revealing pearly white teeth, and aimed a bite at the back of Beck's neck. Henry, be careful. Ouch. Beck had intended to warn Henry, but was suddenly bitten on the neck by Castle, causing him to yelp in pain. His cry startled Henry, who was momentarily confused. What? Beck, why are you shouting? What do you mean? Ouch. Are you seeking personal vengeance on me? Ouch. Just as Henry was about to confront Beck, he felt a sharp pain in his left buttock and realized a wolf demon had stealthily approached from behind and clawed him. Both Beck and Henry's exclamations drew the attention of Chief Yuri. Beck, what's happening? Is there a problem? No, no. Chief, rest assured, I shall continue to command. Brown, keep an eye on you're safe for now. Blast it. Beck's words nearly sent Brown into a fit of rage. Yet, recalling Henry's earlier experience, he dared not let his guard down. That he quickly scanned the surroundings, and indeed, there were no barbaric beasts. However, because he was distracted, a late-arriving pig demon lunged at him with its long tusks. If Beck hadn't warned him in that instant, he would have been caught off guard. Castle, are you a dog? That bite was too fierce. Beck complained, gritting his teeth. Who told you to provoke me earlier? You deserve it. Realizing she had just caused a minor disaster, Castle felt a bit embarrassed, yet she would not relent to Beck's insolence. It seems the old adage holds true. Behind every successful man, there lies a troublesome woman. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Chief, to the left front. Peter, behind you. Beck hurriedly directed, fearing that if the pearl of the tribe learned of his mutterings, she might bite him again. Hey, Beck, where are we headed? Castle felt a twinge of regret for her earlier outburst, and her tone softened. Of course, we are going to the dark holy city. To the holy city? Will they take us in? Hey, Castle, isn't that why we have you? We are all relying on you to gain entry into the holy city. What? What about me? Oh, right. Did I just break through and become an apprentice mage? Upon hearing the pearl of the tribe's words, Beck couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, are geniuses always so obliviously self-important? Of course, he could only keep such thoughts to himself, replying instead, of course, you have mastered the raging lion's roar magic and advanced to an apprentice mage. Otherwise, how could you have defeated that elephant demon? Elephant demon? Oh, right, Beck. Have you seen Sophia afterward? The mention of the elephant demon flooded Castle's mind with memories, prompting her to ask about her greatest concern. Though she had little hope, she still clung to the possibility since she hadn't seen Sophia's corpse at the time. Beck hesitated, unsure whether to continue discussing such a sensitive subject with Castle. Speak up? Otherwise, I might just bite you. No, I haven't seen her. Having been bitten once, Beck was quick to respond, disregarding his previous reservations. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing Beck's words caused Castle's face to pale, and her eyes turned red with unshed tears, unbeknownst to Castle, as she grieved in the Gobenum tribe, before the only house untouched by the elephant demon. A semi-transparent figure with red eyes stood silently, accompanied by a petite silhouette. If Castle were present, she would surely gasp in surprise, for it was Sophia, the very person she had been searching for. Yet, in that moment, Sophia stood motionless, her eyes tightly shut, devoid of any color, surrounded by numerous barbaric beasts that dared not approach, rendering the area eerily quiet. Chapter 92. Crisis. Encountering the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, the strange events unfolding before Sophia's house in the Gobenum tribe were entirely unknown to Beck and Castle, who were engaged in their fierce battle against the barbaric beasts. However, upon mentioning Sophia, Castle's mood instantly darkened, and she fell into a prolonged silence. Castle, you should just keep biting me. I prefer the strong and resilient pearl of the tribe over your current state. Unable to find comforting words for Castle in her current disposition, Beck simply uttered this remark. Bite? I've been hungry for a long time. Castle's words startled Beck, but fortunately, she was merely jesting and did not intend to bite him. Strangely enough, Beck's earlier comment had inadvertently lightened the mood, as Castle soon ceased to be so withdrawn. Beck, Look how hard my father and the others are working. Don't you have a high-level mage behind you? Hurry and summon him to resolve our predicament. Behind me? Aren't you the one behind me? When did you become a high-level mage? Beck replied cheekily. Get lost. If you keep being so nonsensical, I really will bite you. Where is that expert? Quickly summon him. Sis, do you think I could call upon that esteemed elder just like that? If I could, I wouldn't have nearly been killed by the elephant demon without summoning him, would I? Am I a masochist? Though he said this, Beck felt a pang of regret, realizing how many more times he would have to weave lies to conceal the existence of the super magic farm system. Humph. I thought you had a significant trump card, so it seems that high-level mage doesn't think much of you either. Hey, with my fiery temper, Castle, whether or not we have a high-level mage backing us. How much difference will it make for us, the darlings of heaven and earth? To be so disdainfully regarded by the goddess instantly ignited the masculine fury within Becker. Heaven's favored one? How utterly revolting. Castle, have you forgotten? If it weren't for me, how could the beast rampage month have passed so swiftly? Noticing the goddess's continued disregard for him, Becker became even more incensed. Humph, you're puffing up just because I called you fat. If you truly are heaven's favored one and could end the beast rampage month ahead of schedule, then why don't you use your powers to bring this super beast rampage to a close right now? Can you? Since Castle was bound to Becker and unable to act, he found it quite dull and couldn't help but engage in retorts with Becker. Oh, come on. Is it really that hard to end it early? This is a piece of cake. To be able to spar words with the goddess was a coveted opportunity for Becker, so he let his imagination run wild. Then show me how you would do it. Ending it is no challenge at all. With a mischievous spirit. Becker immediately raised his arms and began to flail about like a lunatic, prompting those around him to believe he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Becker quietly murmured to the tribal pearl as if invoking a divine spirit, O boundless dark world. Grant me strength. Let this calamity that plagues the mortal realm swiftly cease. In truth, Becker was merely indulging in fanciful nonsense in hopes of impressing Castle. However, he and the tribal pearl could never have anticipated that. Following his whimsical invocation, a remarkable transformation would occur around them. Suddenly, the rampaging beasts that had been charging towards them halted in their tracks, and those engaged in battle with the old chief, regardless of whether they held the upper hand or not, ceased fighting. The once tumultuous battlefield fell eerily silent in an instant. Faced with this bizarre turn of events, Chief Yuri, Harris, Peter, Henry, Brown, and the others were utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been embroiled in fierce combat, and now, suddenly, they were at a loss. The old chief and his companions were equally perplexed, while Castle wore a ghostly expression. Becker, you can't be serious. Could it actually have worked? Although reason told the tribal pearl that this was certainly not Becker's doing, the undeniable reality before her left her momentarily devoid of even the flimsiest excuse to explain it all. Meanwhile, Becker, who had just been posturing as a soothsayer, was equally flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? Could it be that he was indeed heaven's favored one? Surely not. He had never even met this heaven before. Could it be that the one who bestowed upon him the super magic farm system was this heaven? As he faced this unfathomable scene, Becker's mind began to spiral with wild thoughts. However, what transpired next left Becker and the others utterly astonished. The previously ferocious beasts, once blinded by rage, suddenly arranged themselves in perfect formation, standing tall and proud as if undergoing a legendary military review. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the onlookers were gaping in disbelief at this surreal spectacle, a sound of footsteps, scraping against the ground, began to resonate. Growing louder with each passing moment, in the next instant, a golden figure emerged from around a corner, and as everyone recognized this figure, they collectively gasped in shock, for this golden figure was none other than the half-beast that had appeared during the previous beast rampage, nearly dealing a fatal blow to Chief Yuri. The golden lion. Good heavens! How could it? How could it possibly be here? The moment they laid eyes on the golden lion, the entire group, including the old chief, felt their scalps tingle. Faced with a creature of such formidable prowess, equivalent to a quasi-mage, how could a team consisting only of apprentice mages withstand such an onslaught? Previously, with Becker leading the charge, they had held some hope of surviving to reach the dark holy city. But now, confronted by such a harbinger of doom, despair washed over them, their faces turning pale. This was it. No matter how they reasoned, encountering the half-beast golden lion left them with no glimmer of hope for survival. Swish, swish, swish. As the golden lion continued its slow, deliberate approach, The sound of its footsteps, though not loud, seemed to strike fear deep within their hearts. With each step it took, the group's breathing grew increasingly labored, and beads of sweat began to form on many foreheads. The Golden Lion had effortlessly bested Chief Yuri, and now, before it, the others felt as defenseless as mere appetizers awaiting their fate, with the Golden Lion closing in. The giant puppet instinctively raised its massive foot and kicked toward the approaching adversary. The colossal foot, akin to a runaway ship, descended upon the Golden Lion in an instant. It was worth noting that this very foot had previously sent several beasts flying with a single kick, and now it was aimed squarely at the Golden Lion. However, in the face of this formidable strike, the Golden Lion hardly spared a glance. With a casual flick of its tail, it met the giant puppet's foot head-on. Boom! To the astonishment of all, the Golden Lion's effortless and dismissive swipe sent the towering figure, standing a staggering 4 to 5 meters tall, flying through the air the moment the giant puppet was struck by the lion's tail. Its body shattered into pieces, and as it soared through the sky, it disintegrated into elemental essence, vanishing into thin air. Hiss! Witnessing how effortlessly the Golden Lion had destroyed a creature nearly as powerful as Chief Yuri. The pressure on the group intensified exponentially, and some even felt a dampness spreading in their trousers. Swish, swish, swish. Completely unimpressed by the destruction of a 4 to 5 meter tall giant puppet, the Golden Lion continued its leisurely advance toward the group, its eyes radiating a calm that belied the impending storm of fury that it was evident to all that the lion was toying with them. It could easily extinguish their lives, but chose to approach at a measured pace, creating an unbearable psychological pressure until they broke under the strain, at which point it would mercilessly eliminate them one by one. It seemed that the Golden Lion harbored a deep-seated grudge against them, relishing in their torment. But why did it harbor such animosity? Perhaps only a select few among them possessed the answer. Humph, beast, I'd rather die fighting than let you intimidate me into submission. I will face you head-on. Chief Yuri, confronted with this seemingly inevitable demise, resolved to fight to the bitter end, unwilling to succumb to a coward's fate. The Golden Lion merely regarded the old chief with interest, yet it continued its steady approach. Father, allow me to join you. The tribal Peril, sharing the old chief's spirit, resolved to stand and fight rather than kneel and surrender. Becker, consider yourself fortunate. You can die alongside me. Move to the front. We will confront this wretched lion together. Castle's words were heartfelt, after the experiences they shared over the past few days. She had come to recognize Becker in her heart, despite her reluctance to admit it aloud. Hold on. Die. What do you think life is? A mere whim of the wind. Spendthrift woman, stay back and refrain from speaking. This remark nearly sent the strong-willed tribal Peril into a fit of rage. For she was accustomed to commanding respect, yet here was Becker, this insufferable man, chastising her. Had she been able to move freely, she would have surely kicked him into a pit. However, just as Castle contemplated whether to retaliate, she noticed Becker stepping forward. Swish, swish, swish. The scene was one of stark contrast. The Golden Lion on one side and Becker on the other, both advancing toward one another in the hushed atmosphere. The half-beast Golden Lion seemed taken aback that amidst the humans, there was one so peculiar who could walk toward it with such composure under its immense pressure. But the Golden Lion quickly regained its composure, its eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement as it assessed Becker and then glanced toward the determined Chief Yuri, seemingly deciding whom to target first. You must harbor a grudge against us because of the little lion. Is that not so? Swish! The Golden Lion, which had been steadily approaching with the intent to toy with them, halted in its tracks upon hearing Becker's words and ceased its advance. So it was indeed due to that matter. The moment Becker observed the Golden Lion's reaction, he felt a sense of certainty in his thoughts at this moment. All the others cast their astonished, joyful, or doubtful glances toward them, particularly Henry and Brown, who were equally aware of the situation. They stood there, resembling two stunned chickens, staring intently at Baker and the young minister, a palpable fury creeping across their faces. The sudden disappearance of the miniature Golden Lion had sparked mutual suspicion between the two, each believing the other had stealthily relocated the creature. In their heated confrontation, they had exchanged blows, leaving both battered and bruised. Yet now, they realized that they had merely been foolish pawns in Baker's cunning game. How could they not harbor resentment toward him? However, in such a precarious moment where life and death hung in the balance, neither dared to act rashly, for a single swipe from that Golden Lion could spell their doom. Noticing the unfolding situation, Chief Yuri withheld the magic he had prepared to unleash, opting instead to observe the developments. Ah, it seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Golden Lion, if you wish to reclaim your little lion, I can guide you. However, you must promise me that you will not harm these people. Baker spoke with a nonchalance that belied the fact that just days prior, he had been a mere weakling. Easily bullied, the Golden Lion let out a low growl, nodding slightly at Baker. Despite being a half-beast, its intelligence was no less formidable than that of a human, and it quickly grasped Baker's intentions. Seeing this response, Baker breathed a sigh of relief. He had been uncertain whether the imposing creature could comprehend him. All right, since you agree, I shall first set down this burden and then accompany you to find the little lion. As he spoke, Baker willed the iron armor to disengage and shamelessly scooped up the tribal pearl, preparing to deliver her to the old chief. However, at that moment, the half-beast golden lion suddenly roared, swiftly interposing itself before Baker. Its icy, crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Cough. Golden Lion, you see, carrying such a burden is not conducive to our quest for the little lion, is it? You should allow me to set her down so we can proceed more swiftly, Baker hastily explained to the half-beast. Bringing Castle along would only increase the danger of death, and Baker had no intention of putting the goddess at risk. Upon hearing Baker refer to her as a burden, Castle's fists clenched in indignation. Had she not been so weak at that moment, she would have certainly given Baker a thorough beating. Yet, the Golden Lion merely roared in response, blocking Baker's path with no intention of moving aside. Its meaning was clear. It rejected Baker's argument and would not allow him to release the tribal pearl. Damn it, this Golden Lion had become cunning. Recognizing the value of a hostage, Baker was at a loss. He hadn't expected the Golden Lion to doubt him, insisting he take Castle as a hostage to prevent any tricks. Clearly, the astute Golden Lion had discerned the close bond between Castle and Baker, and her current inability to move made her an ideal means of controlling Baker. Let me ride on your back, or else I swear I'll kick you to death. Castle's tone was rather pitiful. She had always been assertive, yet now she felt like a helpless girl being carried by Baker. However, her predicament only fueled her frustration. Noticing Baker's hesitation, the tribal pearl shot him a glare. I already told you that this time I'm granting you a favor by allowing you to accompany me to death. What is there to hesitate about? Castle could see that Baker was concerned for her safety. But when had she ever shied away from danger? Oh, my poor back will be crushed under your weight. Get lost. In such a perilous situation, the two resorted to banter to alleviate the immense pressure. With no other choice, Baker relented and placed the tribal pearl back on his back. Then, with a thought, enveloped them both in the iron armor once more for ease of movement in case of unforeseen events. Hey, Lion, I've complied with your demands. I'll lead you to find the little lion shortly, so you should release my tribesmen, right? Baker began to negotiate, hoping to save as many as he could. Yet, the Golden Lion roared again, its voice razor-sharp. What the hell? You won't agree? Then I won't take you to find the little lion. Baker had intended to use his words to threaten the Golden Lion into freeing the old chief and the others. But it suddenly unleashed another furious roar, its overwhelming presence making Baker feel like a small boat amidst a raging sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. All right, whatever you say goes. Let them also be hostages, I suppose. Baker was at a loss. He hadn't anticipated that the Golden Lion would be so difficult to appease. It wasn't enough to bring Castle along. It insisted on keeping the old chief and others as hostages to ensure Baker played no tricks. This clearly indicated how much the half-beast valued the little lion. Realizing this, Baker felt a pang of despair, thinking, damn it, the little lion has already been retrieved. What can I do to help you now? Beck, you rascal. Chief Yuri, concerned for Baker and his daughter being taken by the Golden Lion, voiced his apprehensions. Old chief, it should be fine, perhaps, but if Castle and I don't return, please ensure I am buried as if I were your son-in-law. Sob sob. Die, Baker. I'll bite you to death. Castle fumed at Baker, who was making light of their dire situation. However, the old chief found some relief in Baker's humorous remarks, saying, though I don't know what sort of cunning plan you have. Feel free to go ahead to in the worst case. We die, but you've delayed for so long. We've gained some time, and every minute is a victory. Ha ha ha. Chief Yuri was of a generous disposition, facing the imminent threat of death with an open heart. Just as Baker was about to exchange a few more words with the old chief and the others, the Golden Lion grew impatient, roaring at him to hurry along. nearly causing Baker's little boat to capsize. Old Chief, everyone. We're leaving. Father. Goodbye, everyone. We'll meet again. Baker and Castle both felt a twinge of reluctance as they prepared to follow the Golden Lion. A journey that felt akin to heading toward the gates of hell. All right, wait for your return. Miss Castle, Baker, I'll be waiting for your return. Even at this moment, not just the old chief, but even Harris and Peter mustered their courage to bid farewell. Of course, Henry and Brown, though they pretended to say the same, cast Baker venomous glances, filled with resentment. They were now certain that Baker, the scoundrel, was responsible for the disappearance of the little lion they had placed their hopes upon. As they watched Baker being taken away by the Golden Lion, they cursed him in their hearts, wishing for the lion to slay him with a single swipe. Some people in this world are like that. They live in hatred. And no matter what you do, they cannot see your good intentions. Much like Henry and Brown, they failed to consider that had it not been for Baker stepping up, they would likely have already fallen prey to the Golden Lion. As the Golden Lion led Baker and Castle onward, a multitude of beasts stood in orderly ranks, parting to create a path for them. When Baker and Castle emerged from the throng, the beasts swiftly sealed the gap, encircling the old chief and the others tightly. Baker and Castle glanced back at the crowd of beasts surrounding their companions before, urged on by the Golden Lion, they embarked on the perilous quest to find the little lion. Hey, system, weren't you supposed to retrieve the half-beast earlier? Now there's one right here. Find an opportunity to reclaim it. Baker had stepped up not only to save everyone from the Golden Lion's wrath, but also with his own ulterior motives. The system had previously retrieved a tiny golden lion, so perhaps it could also reclaim this formidable beast, making it far more advantageous than the old chief and Castle risking everything for a fight. Beep. One has already been retrieved, cannot retrieve another. The system's response chilled Baker's heart, but he was unwilling to give up just yet. He continued to probe. Then, can you exchange the little lion for this golden lion? Beep. Not possible. Then, can you devise a way for me to escape from this golden lion? Beep. The system has no solutions. Damn it. What good is this system? This 1T work, and that 1T work. If I end up dead, I'll see what you do. Beck was filled with fury. He never anticipated that the very system he relied upon would falter at such a critical moment, causing the chain to snap with alarming suddenness. Ding! The host has perished. This super system can now return to its master, which is far preferable to being tethered to you, this feeble host. Damn it! Upon hearing the system's response, Beck felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. The implication of the system's words suggested that it and its master regarded him with utter indifference, as if he were merely a free-range entity. Expendable without concern. Lacking support, Beck felt an even greater sense of dread from the Golden Lion looming behind him, as if he were an utterly insignificant morsel, easily devoured at any moment. Beck, what on earth is happening? Startled by the thought that he might be consumed at any second, Beck jumped at the sound of Castle's voice. He clutched his racing heart and feigned ignorance, replying, "What do you mean? What's happening? Don't play coy with me. Quickly explain, what is the situation with that little lion?" Well, speak up, or I'll bite you." "All right, fine. I'm scared of you." With no choice left, Beck recounted his discovery of Henry and Brown sneaking about, followed by his encounter with the mini golden lion at the back mountain. Sharing the tale with the tribe's Peril. Naturally, Beck omitted the details regarding the system's retrieval of the little lion. After all, discussing the system was strictly prohibited, and if the demonic star behind him were to learn that the little lion had been reclaimed, their lives would be in jeopardy. "I told you, when you dragged me to catch the chicken thieves, you concealed the truth. Truly, you are a dead man. Beck, why did you hide such a significant matter from me?" The tribe's Peril seethed with anger upon hearing Beck's revelation. "You're neither my wife nor my girlfriend, so why should I tell you?" Beck countered, echoing Chief Yuri's words to the goddess. You infuriate me. I'll kick you to death." The tribe's Peril nearly made Beck explode with anger. She immediately kicked him with her small foot. However, due to the iron armor encasing them, her kick transformed into mere friction. Beck found a strange enjoyment in this sensation, but he dared not provoke the goddess further. Otherwise, he risked earning himself a couple of bite marks on his neck. Roar, the golden lion, holding both of them captive, let out a roar directed at Beck and Castle, exasperated by their antics. Little did it know that while it was ensnaring them, the two insignificant, detestable humans were engaging in flirtation, nearly compelling it to swat them away in annoyance. Intimidated by the golden lion, Beck and Castle ceased their playful banter and fell into a more subdued demeanor. How could they escape, despite their earlier playful exchanges? Beck had been contemplating this very issue, with the little lion assuredly unable to locate them. Devising a means to evade the half-beast golden lion had been his primary concern from the outset. Initially, he had placed most of his hopes in the system, but after their previous awkward conversation, he had lost faith in its assistance. Escaping the golden lion's clutches without the system's aid seemed an insurmountable challenge. Was Chief Yuri formidable? Indeed, he wielded mastery over 9 powerful spells, yet even he had barely escaped death at the golden lion's hands. What chance did Beck, with only 3 spells at his disposal, truly have? Thus, as Beck pondered, the trio of beast and men retraced their steps, crossing the dilapidated tribal defenses and returning to the village. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild beasts, yet the presence of the half-beast golden lion rendered them compliant. They either trembled in terror or stood at attention, respectfully awaiting their passage. It could be said that their journey felt akin to traversing a realm devoid of any obstacles, as the frenzied wild beasts dared not approach. Beck, tell the golden lion that I wish to visit Sophia, the tribe's peril suddenly declared after a long silence. Hey, great lion, my girlfriend wishes to pay a visit to her. Friend, do you consent? Beck brazenly addressed the golden lion, resigned to his fate. Roar. The golden lion responded with a fierce roar, firmly rejecting his request. I only want to see her. I mean no harm, and I will return promptly. Preoccupied with thoughts of Sophia, the tribe's peril had no time to chastise Beck for referring to her as his girlfriend. Roar, roar, annoyed by Castle's chatter. The golden lion growled impatiently, signaling that these 2 lowly captives should cease their requests and focus on retrieving the little lion, lest it decide to end their lives with a single swipe. What Beck and Castle were oblivious to was that, at the moment of the golden lion's furious roar, in front of Sophia's cottage within the tribe, a figure with a translucent body and crimson eyes suddenly lifted its gaze, casting its attention toward their direction. Chapter 96, A Web of Peril and Truth. Beck and Castle had not considered why, despite the rampant destruction wrought by the elephant demon throughout the village, leaving countless homes in ruins, Sophia's cottage remained unscathed, even with the elephant's footprints trampling nearby. The answer to this enigma lay with the peculiar figure standing before the cottage, possessing a bizarre, semi-transparent form and those unsettling crimson eyes. The golden lion's roars, emanating with royal authority, inadvertently drew the attention of this enigmatic being. Though expressionless, its icy demeanor conveyed a sense of contempt for the golden lion, as if it were poised to crush the creature beneath its heel. Suddenly, Sophia began to tremble violently, her pale visage contorting in agony, prompting the translucent figure to retract its gaze and rush to her side, inspecting her closely. Beck, Castle, and the golden lion had no inkling that, just moments before, they had skirted the edge of death. Had it not been for Sophia's unexpected plight, the golden lion and Beck would likely have faced annihilation alongside all the nearby wild beasts. Upon witnessing the golden lion's obstinacy, Castle's expression darkened with profound disappointment. This was likely her last chance to visit her dear friend and girlfriend. If she could not go now, the opportunity might never arise again. Yet, no matter how disheartened she felt, the golden lion's relentless urging left her no choice but to abandon her desire to visit. Thus, under the watchful eye of the half-beast golden lion, Beck led the way. Swiftly navigating through the village towards the back mountain as they passed the chicken coop, Beck and Castle were met with a heart-wrenching sight. Akin lay lifeless in a pool of blood, still clutching a shovel. This sight deepened their sorrow. The tribe had suffered such calamity, losing so many lives, while they now teetered on the precipice of existence, at any moment facing the same fate as Akin. Yet, this fleeting moment of reflection was soon overshadowed by the urgency of survival. Both men were alive, and, as long as they drew breath, there remained a glimmer of hope, however faint, after departing Akin's chicken coop. As they began their ascent up the back mountain, each man pondered how to extricate themselves from their predicament. Though the mountain was not particularly vast, it rose nearly 1,000 meters, and by the time they reached the midsection, they had climbed several hundred meters high. The area was shrouded in thick mist, lending an air of mystique to the surroundings. During his previous ascents, Beck had focused solely on the mini golden lion, scarcely noticing the environment. However, this time, having narrowly escaped death, he was acutely aware of the peril surrounding him, and his perspective had shifted dramatically as he observed the dense fog enveloping the mountain. he found himself increasingly intrigued, his mind racing with thoughts as he surveyed the scenery. Just then, the golden lion behind him let out a low growl. Startling Beck, he quickly turned to see the lion lowering its head, sniffing the ground as if it had caught a whiff of something. Goodness, can this half-beast truly possess such a keen sense of smell? Beck recalled that this was the very spot where, just days prior, the famished little lion had come down to greet him. Now, the half-beast golden lion had detected the lingering scent of the little lion. However, after taking a few steps forward, the golden lion lifted its head, a hint of confusion glimmering in its eyes. Although its sense of smell was remarkable, the passage of several days had rendered it incapable of discerning the little lion's precise whereabouts, beyond merely identifying where it had spent the most time. Next, the golden lion let out a fierce roar at Becker, demanding him to lead the way. Witnessing this scene, Becker felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, for if this golden lion were to possess the extraordinary ability to trace the scent of the little lion and seek out its past, his role as a guide would become utterly worthless. If things went awry, a single swipe of its paw could spell his demise. With this thought in mind, Becker felt a deeper sense of trepidation. Outwardly, he feigned obedience to the golden lion, continuing to guide it upward. However, as they ascended, Becker seemed increasingly intrigued by the thick mist surrounding the mountainside. "Hey, Becker, have you thought of any way out?" At this moment, the tribe's jewel, Castle, naturally understood that they were likely very close to the little lioness location. Once they arrived, their usefulness to the golden lion would be nullified, and their dire predicament would be imminent, causing her to feel quite anxious as she quietly inquired of Becker. "Not yet. What about you?" Becker replied softly while surveying the thick mist around them. "If I had a plan, why would I be asking you?" Castle said, visibly frustrated. "Haven't you come up with anything? Then keep thinking. In my eyes, you're not someone who easily gives up. What good is it to not give up? At most, I'll end up fighting the golden lion, dying without shame. Alternatively, you could take me and jump off the mountain, several hundred meters down. While it might shatter my bones, at least my corpse wouldn't fall prey to the golden lion." Roar. Hearing Becker and Castle murmuring, the golden lion immediately let out an angry roar, silencing them both. However, unbeknownst to Castle, when she mentioned jumping off the mountain with her, a glimmer of light flashed in Becker's eyes. With Becker leading the way, the group reached the mountainside. This moment, the golden lion once again sensed the faint scent of the little lion, letting out a low growl, without needing Becker to guide it. The lion followed the scent and arrived at the spot where roasted chickens had been prepared days prior. Upon reaching this place, the half-beast golden lion's breathing grew rapid, clearly displaying its anxiousness. After circling around the ashes of the burnt wood and some remnants of the chickens, it lifted its head and, with a low growl, fixed its sharp gaze upon Becker. Chapter 97. A Perilous Escape. Becker knew that they had reached a critical moment. Failure could lead to their graves. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself, then stepped forward a few paces and pointed towards a nearby cave, saying, "Your little lion is right in there." Roar. The golden lion bared its teeth in a threatening roar at Becker. I'll lead. All right," Becker said nonchalantly as he walked towards the cave. The half-beast golden lion followed closely behind, though it cast a wary and cruel glance at Becker and Castle. Becker walked at a measured pace, and as he slightly swung his arm, he accidentally pinched Castle's small foot, which had peered out from the iron armor. Under normal circumstances, Castle would have given him a stern lesson, but this time, she chose to endure Becker's inappropriate gesture. This moment, her gaze was fixed intently on the cave entrance ahead, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. Swish, swish, swish. In the stillness of the mountainside, only the faint sounds of Becker and the golden lion's footsteps could be heard, amplifying the unease in their hearts. Behind them, the golden lion intermittently cast sharp glances at Becker and Castle while sniffing the scents along the way. Its lion eyes gradually revealed a mix of urgency, doubt, concern, anticipation, and even hatred, for it detected the increasingly strong scent of the little lion. Though it seemed to be from some time ago, now, it was uncertain whether there truly was a little lion within the cave. The more it pondered, the more it loathed the two humans ahead. "Your little lion is right in here. The little one should be fast asleep, which is why it hasn't come out to greet us yet." Becker's words sounded incredibly casual, yet the taut lines on his face betrayed the tension within his heart. Roar, roar, roar. The golden lion did not enter the cave, but instead cast a vigilant and cruel glance at Becker and Castle before loudly calling towards the cave entrance. After several calls, there was still no response from within. In an instant, the golden lion's gaze upon Becker and Castle sharpened to an extreme, its entire body bristling with tension. "Castle, get ready." Just at that critical moment, Becker suddenly shouted, and then, having long been prepared, he sprinted away. Simultaneously, Castle's beautiful eyes lit up as a massive fireball coalesced before her, and with a whoosh, she sent it hurtling towards the cave. Roar, roar. The golden lion was about to leap forth to pursue Becker. But upon seeing the enormous fireball flying towards the cave, it hesitated for a moment, then abandoned its immediate pursuit of Becker and sprang into the cave, although it had just roared several times. Even if the little lion was asleep, it should have been startled awake. Yet the silence within the cave indicated that there was likely no little lion there. However, the golden lion dared not take the chance. What if the little lion was truly inside? Boom! The speed of the half-beast golden lion was astonishing. In a single leap, it reached the cave entrance. The next moment, the fireball struck it with a resounding impact, but the fireball posed no harm to the robust creature, barely singeing its fur. Ignoring the fireball, the golden lion crouched and darted into the cave. The cave was small, and within moments, it had thoroughly searched the space, yet there was no sign of the little lion. Roar! The half-beast golden lion let out an enraged roar, then swiftly darted out of the cave, its form flashing as it pursued Becker and Castle, its lion eyes filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing the furious roar from within the cave, Becker felt a chill run down his spine, and Castle's heart raced as well. After all, anyone would dread becoming a meal for a lion. Whoosh, whoosh, the speed of the half-beast golden lion was astonishing. In just a few leaps, it significantly closed the distance between itself and Becker. With just a few more bounds, it could easily capture them. However, at that moment, as Becker sprinted down the mountain, he suddenly veered towards the cliffside. Reaching the edge in just a few strides, the thick mist at the cliff's edge sent gusts of wind swirling around him. Roar! At this point, the golden lion had caught up. It needed only one leap to swipe down and eliminate Becker and Castle. "Castle, steady yourself. We're about to experience the sensation of flight," Becker joked, though his eyes betrayed an unprecedented seriousness. Even as he stood at the cliff's edge, he adjusted his footing slightly to the right. Then, gathering his strength, he leaped down. Roar! At that moment, the half-beast golden lion had already jumped, its razor-sharp claws aimed straight at Becker. Although Becker had jumped off the cliff first, the lion's swift claws still managed to swipe across his outstretched arm. Slash! The iron armor covering his arm crumbled under the lion's sharp claws, shattering into pieces, and Becker's arm was deeply gashed, blood spraying forth. Thus, with blood gushing from his arm, Becker, along with the tribe's jewel, Castle, plunged into the mist, falling off the cliff. Roar, roar! The half-beast golden lion let out a furious roar towards the cliff, but the sheer height of the drop and the thick mist below dissuaded it from leaping after them. The golden lion circled the cliff's edge twice, letting out an unwilling roar before dashing back towards the cave, searching for its little lion. "Damn you, Becker. I thought you had some brilliant escape plan. After all this, we're still going to end up splattered on the ground. But, this way, I can go find Sophia," Castle exclaimed in shock as Becker jumped down. Even this strong-willed warrior felt a surge of anxiety in the face of certain death from hundreds of meters above. "Castle, you haven't even married me and had kids yet. How could I possibly die? Get lost. We're about to die, and you're still being so cheeky. Wait, have we already reached the bottom? How come we're not dead?" Just as she was about to curse Becker one last time before meeting her demise, the tribe's jewel suddenly felt a jolt, and to her astonishment, she realized that Becker had landed safely on solid ground. Chapter 98. Return. Castle finally saw clearly that the place where Becker had landed was a rock jutting out from the cliff, not very large, leaving little space for him to stand. It was evident that had Becker jumped slightly off target, he would have surely fallen. Was this the protection of the Dark God? Otherwise, how could he have landed so perfectly? However, just as the tribal jewel was engulfed in doubt, she suddenly felt a movement in her body, and before she knew it, she and Beck had soared into the air once more. "Ah, Beck, why did you jump again? Do you really wish to court death?" As Castle realized that Beck had once again leapt from the rocky precipice, descending at an angle, her heart was filled with exasperation. After encountering such a tremendous opportunity, miraculously landing on the lower rock without meeting a fatal end, Beck's reckless decision to jump again seemed utterly insane. Such luck was unlikely to strike twice, and the situation was nearly certain to be fatal. Had Beck truly lost his mind, seeking to embrace death? I've told you, you haven't given me any offspring yet, so why speak of death? In midair, amidst the swirling mist, Beck replied with a cheeky tone. Just as the tribal jewel was preparing to unleash a scathing tirade upon Beck, she suddenly realized they had once again landed safely. Without a moment to spare, she glanced around and was astonished to find that Beck had, rather fortuitously, landed on a protruding rock, this one even smaller than the last. Beck, do you possess a method to see through the mist? At that moment, even Castle's vivid imagination could not conceive that they had merely struck luck again. I told you, I am a child of destiny. The dark god shall not allow me to perish, Beck declared with a hint of bravado. Propelling himself downward once more, with 2 successful leaps behind them, Castle no longer felt certain of imminent death. True to form, moments later, they landed yet again on a protruding ledge. You reckless fool, Beck. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You nearly frightened me to death. At that moment, the tribal jewel finally understood that Beck must possess some secret means to perceive the conditions below through the mist. I told you long ago that I am a favored child of the universe. If you refuse to believe, what can I do? Beck exclaimed, choosing another angle to leap down, addressing the tribal jewel with a playful smirk. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Initially expecting doom, the unexpected survival filled the tribal jewel with immense joy, leaving her no time to scold Beck. Thus, propelled by Beck's magical leaps, the duo continued their descent. What had begun as a perilous journey through the mist transformed into a remarkable adventure devoid of true danger. Even the resolute warrior Castle felt ripples of exhilaration stirring within her. In fact, as the escapade continued, she found herself relishing the thrilling yet safe sensation. Beck, your arm is bleeding. Hurry, stop so I can bandage it. As the tension eased, the tribal jewel noticed that Beck's right arm was profusely bleeding, staining his entire limb crimson, and she hastily urged him. Let us tend to that once we reach the bottom. We cannot delay. The old chief and the others are counting on us. We must return before the golden lion. Then quickly use a water healing spell to treat your arm. My magical energy is running low. I must conserve it. Beck was not exaggerating. Although the ironclad armor he had summoned consumed little magic or mental energy, he was currently exerting a spell for their escape, necessitating the preservation of his limited magical reserves. Indeed, this spell was the eagle eye magic. The reason Beck could accurately leap to a stable spot amidst the mist lay in the power of the eagle eye. With it, he could perceive his surroundings within a radius of several meters, thus enabling such extraordinary jumps. I never realized you had such a spirited side, the tribal jewel remarked sincerely in response to Beck's desperate efforts. It's never too late to recognize my virtues. Only then will you come to appreciate me and wish to marry and bear children with me. If only you didn't have such a loud mouth. You might be more likable. Thus, amidst their banter, Beck leaped time and again, eventually landing on solid ground after countless jumps. Without pausing to catch his breath, he bent down and hurried onward, following closely behind him. The tribal jewel tore off a strip of her sleeve and swiftly began to bandage Beck's injury. As she observed the crimson blood seeping from the fabric, the powerful warrior's gaze towards Beck subtly shifted. Faster! We must move even quicker. If the golden lion arrives first, the old chief and the others are doomed. Though Beck felt utterly exhausted, his body weary and his mind dizzy from blood loss, he gritted his teeth, driven by a singular resolve to hasten their pace, for only by returning earlier could the old chief and the others have a greater chance of survival. As he looked at the man he had always deemed unworthy of his regard, now desperately racing forward, for the first time, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Castle's amber eyes. Chief Yuri, are we to remain here waiting idly? I suggest we charge out. Otherwise, if the golden lion returns, none of us will survive. Indeed, old chief, we can no longer afford to wait. Let us depart at once. After Beck and his party had left, Henry and Brown began to persuade Chief Yuri to make a swift exit. However, Yuri remained obstinate, refusing to budge, and after a prolonged silence, the 2 young men resumed their arguments. Leave? What nonsense! If we leave, what becomes of my daughter and Beck? Moreover, the surrounding beasts are nearly encircling us. Even if we charge out, how many of us will remain alive? The old chief, already perturbed by the 2 youths, retorted sharply that in truth, after their encounter with the golden lion, the chief had already resigned himself to death. However, Beck's unexpected ruse, which had diverted the golden lion, left Yuri perplexed. He could not fathom the young man's intentions. Nevertheless, observing Beck's confident demeanor as he departed, the old chief sensed that the lad might have a plan. Thus, he resolved to wait and see how events unfolded. If both Beck and his daughter fell victim to the golden lion, he too would have no desire to live. Conversely, if Beck's cleverness proved effective, that would be ideal. After being scolded by the old chief, Henry and Brown fell silent, yet they exchanged glances, each reflecting an unwillingness to remain with the old man and await their demise. Brown, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, glanced at Chief Yuri, who stubbornly refused to budge, then surveyed the menacing beasts surrounding them. A ruthless spark ignited within him. In the next moment, he summoned a surge of magic. "Brown, what are you doing?" Chief Yuri suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from Brown, who had conjured a fireball the size of a head. "Old Chief, this wretched beast seeks to kill me. I must retaliate," Brown exclaimed, fabricating an excuse as he hurled the fireball, which detonated amidst the throng of beasts with a thunderous roar. Roar, howl, growl. The previously docile beasts erupted into chaos, charging at the group with furious roars and bloodshot eyes. Witnessing this, Chief Yuri could no longer remain seated. He sprang from his perch, summoning blades of wind before him. "Humph, old man, let us see if you still hesitate." Brown shot a glance at Chief Yuri, a sly smile creeping across his face. Wait, don't attack, we returned. Just as tensions escalated and a battle seemed imminent, a distant voice, breathless and ragged, suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 99. Escape from death. Upon hearing this voice, everyone but Henry and Brown bore expressions of astonished joy. They had never anticipated that Beck, who had departed with the half-beast golden lion, had returned alive. The horde of beasts surrounding them also paused in surprise. For the voice belonged to one who had previously left with their king, the golden lion. They could not ignore his return. As the beasts hesitated, Beck, panting heavily, rushed forward, waving his arms at the bewildered beasts. "Everyone, please, don't misunderstand. It's me, the one who left with your king. Your king has found his little lion and sent me back to inform you to release those people inside." Beck gestured animatedly, spitting words as he spoke, yet the beasts simply stared at him, frozen in place. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Damn it," and strode purposefully towards the nearest beast, shoving a wolf demon aside. The wolf demon, inexplicably cast aside, let out a low growl directed at Beck, prompting the surrounding savage beasts to cast unfriendly glances in its direction. "What the hell? Are you plotting a rebellion? Do you dare disregard the orders of your Lion King? Just wait until it turns around. It will have you all gnashing your teeth." Beck blustered loudly at the savage beasts, then pinched Castle's small foot, whispering, "It's your turn." The ensuing events bore significant implications for the safety of the old chieftain and his companions, so the tribal jewel had no time to chastise Beck for his inappropriate behavior. Upon being prompted to take action, Castle's mind stirred, and she unleashed her recently comprehended fifth spell, Roar. Instantly, a massive lion's head materialized above Castle's head, and the fearsome visage opened its mouth wide, emitting a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering stone. As the colossal sound reverberated, the nearby savage beasts trembled in terror, while those farther away were equally startled, their expressions turning dazed. "Look, your king is asserting his might. Clear the way. Don't you see, you filthy fools?" Amidst Beck's loud reprimands, his hands did not remain idle. He pushed aside the stunned savage beasts in front of him. The beasts behind, witnessing their brethren retreating in fright, instinctively followed suit, creating a passage through the thick wall of savagery, revealing the astonished figures of Chief Yuri and his companions. Without the need for further prompting from Beck and Castle, Chief Yuri and the others hurriedly made their way through the opening. "Quick, everyone, let us get out of here." Under Beck's incessant urging, they had no time for pleasantries and fled at the fastest possible pace. "Brothers of the savage beasts, your Lion King will return soon. Seeing how obedient you are, it will surely reward you. Farewell for now, we must take our leave." Beck cheekily reassured the savage beasts before hastening away with the others. This was the strategy devised by Beck and Castle during their flight. Beck borrowed the authority of the Golden Lion, while Castle's furious lion's roar spell complemented it, successfully deceiving the savage beasts and rescuing everyone from peril. Roar, roar. As the old chieftain and his companions ran a considerable distance, the furious roars of the savage beasts echoed behind them. And from the distant hills, they faintly heard a penetrating roar, spurring them to quicken their pace. Fortunately, the earlier summoning of the golden lion had drawn all nearby savage beasts together, allowing them to progress smoothly without obstruction. Thus, the group ran tirelessly for over 10 miles before, under the chieftain's guidance, they found a relatively secluded spot to rest and recuperate. The journey had drained their magical and mental energies, and after such a relentless chase, their stomachs growled in hunger. Pausing to recover was imperative. Those adept in magic hurriedly worked to restore their energies, while the few remaining ordinary folk busied themselves preparing food. Few finally managed to recover. That was truly a life and death ordeal. Thank goodness I have the third spell, right? After a long time, Beck finally replenished his significantly depleted magical and mental energies and treated his arm's injuries with a water healing spell. Just as he was reflecting on his ordeal, he suddenly noticed a delicate pair of small feet before him. Looking up, he found the tribe's jewel, Castle, now clad in neat attire, sparkling with brilliance, standing before him. Castle, you look truly beautiful. Enough flattery. Quickly answer my question. Castle, having pieced together the events from Beck's leadership to their harrowing escape, was determined to ascertain the truth. Castle, I truly didn't. Believe me, and I shall kick you to death. Castle raised her petite foot, her dainty toes aimed squarely at Beck. All right, I concede. Beck sighed, yielding to the threat posed by her petite foot. You little rascal, how many things are you hiding from me? Frustrated, Castle kicked Beck's thigh, though this time her strike was considerably gentler. Resembling a playful jest between lovers. Chapter 100. The truth emerges, Beck's tragedy. After Castle's playful kick, she herself was taken aback. In her anger, she had intended to send Beck sprawling, yet as she neared him, the force of her kick inexplicably diminished. Was it due to his reckless leap from the cliff, disregarding his injuries? Or was it the poignant emotion stirred by his desperate return to save his father and others? Perhaps it was a combination of both, which led her to soften her blow. Ah, yes, it must be because I resonate with his bravery and the sentiment of rescuing his father, rather than any other reason, which accounts for my gentle touch. Lost in thought, the tribal jewel suddenly felt an odd movement at her small foot, only to discover in indignation that Beck had audaciously placed his hand upon her foot, a stream of transparent drool escaping his lips. You insolent Beck, are you itching for trouble? With a resounding thud, Castle's furious words sent Beck sprawling on the ground. No. Castle, you were nothing. Now I remember. When I was immobilized earlier, you took full advantage of me. Now I shall reclaim it all. Thud, thud, thud. Ouch, stop hitting me, please. You've killed me, help. Thus, amidst the tempest of Castle's furious strikes, Beck transformed into a rolling gourd, wailing in despair. However, despite the commotion between Beck and Castle, the others remained largely unfazed, casting merely a couple of glances. Why? Because such antics were commonplace in the tribe, having become a routine occurrence. It seemed Beck could not complete a day without receiving a thrashing from Castle. Sitting by the campfire, the old chieftain shook his head in resignation, lamenting Beck's unfortunate fate. It seemed he was destined to endure what other men might not experience in several lifetimes. Domestic violence. You little brat, get up, stop playing dead. After delivering her cathartic blows, Castle finally ceased and scolded Beck, who lay on the ground in a woeful posture. Ouch, my back, my legs, my behind. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. Please help me up. Believe me, and I shall kick you to death. All right. As Castle's threat echoed, the previously feeble Beck sprang to his feet. His pitiful appearance nearly provoked Castle into another fit of rage. But she suppressed her impulse, glaring at him before stating, Now tell me, what exactly is that third spell of yours? The warrior woman Castle was utterly fascinated by magic and was naturally intrigued by Beck's long-hidden mysterious spell. What is so special about that useless spell? It merely helps with direction, as you saw when I guided everyone earlier. Beck shrugged. It can't be that simple, can it? How did it navigate through the dense fog in the mountains? Well, this spell, it can ignore chaotic environments and directly discern direction. Beck spoke nonchalantly. His words piqued the interest of the tribal jewel further. Oh, how marvelous. Can your spell discern direction through solid objects? For instance, if the fog were replaced by a wall? Oh, just demonstrate it now. Let me witness this magic. Castle, you were present when I guided everyone and when I jumped down the mountain. You've seen it enough. What is so special about it? Beck immediately deflected. Hey, at that time, I didn't realize you were using magic. I didn't see it at all. Hurry up and show me. The more Beck resisted, the more curious Castle became. You've seen it several times. Haven't you? Beck mused inwardly, recalling that when he cast the eagle's eye to peek at Castle, she had seemed aware on several occasions. It is precisely because of these reasons that Beck is reluctant to let Castle know he possesses such a spell, for if he were to reveal it now, not only would it likely become exceedingly difficult to secretly observe the goddess in the future, but the tribe's jewel would surely recall the true reason behind the sudden gush of blood from his nose when he was treating her scars. Ahem. Castle, that magic of mine is invisible. You wouldn't even be able to see it when I cast it, so it's rather pointless and consumes my magical and mental energy. Don't you agree? Beck continued to evade the topic. Oh, how can you be like this? Invisible? Doesn't that mean I can't sense it with my magical energy? Castle's assertion was not unfounded. Something that could not be perceived with the eyes, particularly certain special magics, could yield remarkable results when sensed through magical energy. For instance, Beck's hawk eye, though exceedingly faint and nearly undetectable by sight, could be clearly discerned if one were aware of the spell in advance and used magical energy to probe it. Castle, look, they are almost done preparing the meal. We should hurry over. You little rascal, don't change the subject. Quickly cast the spell, or I will kick you to death. Castle had already lifted her small foot while speaking, and it was even surrounded by wisps of magical energy. Seeing this, Beck was startled, for a direct kick and one imbued with magical energy were two entirely different matters. If Castle's little foot were to strike him enveloped in magical energy, it could very well be fatal. I'll cast it. I'll cast it. Is that sufficient? I'm truly afraid of you, Beck said with a frown, and under the threat of Castle's magically enveloped foot, he reluctantly unleashed the Hawkeye spell. This magic of yours is indeed peculiar. It is truly difficult to detect with the eyes. Oh, so it is an eye. Wait, why does it feel somewhat familiar? Castle's gaze lingered on a certain point in the air, observing with great interest. However, moments later, she exclaimed in surprise, recalling how she had felt someone spying on her while listening to her father's teachings about magic that day. When she investigated, she found that this spying seemed to have originated from her own collar. Oh dear. Beck, did you use this Ito? I will kill you. In an instant, the pieces clicked together in Castle's mind, connecting all the strange occurrences of the past few days, and she suddenly understood the bizarre situation. Immediately, her foot enveloped in magical energy kicked fiercely towards Beck's backside. Chapter 101. A marvelous method. Bang. Castle's magically imbued kick landed squarely on Beck's rear, sending him soaring through the air in a parabolic arc. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of Chief Yuri and others, the tribe's jewel unleashed a series of powerful attacks, leaving Beck with barely any chance to descend. The relentless barrage of blows was so shocking that merely witnessing it left the onlookers in awe. Although Castle often beat Beck as a routine matter, the intensity of her strikes today was a first for the crowd, igniting their interest in what had previously seemed a mundane spectacle of abuse. Especially for Henry and Brown, who harbored significant grievances against Beck, they felt a surge of satisfaction watching the tribe's jewel unleash her fury upon him. Hit him. Keep hitting him. Teach that little rascal a lesson. For being so smug, for secretly moving the little lion, for sitting on me in that iron armor. Yes, Castle, hit him even harder. Yes, that's it, smash him to bits. Bang, Castle delivered another kick, sending Beck flying high once more, and prepared to unleash a combination of strikes. However, unexpectedly, a figure appeared and yanked the airborne Beck down, interrupting Castle's flurry of attacks. Father, please don't stop me. Today, I will make this brat recognize himself. The tribe's jewel huffed, clearly flustered. Wait, let us clarify the situation first. What is this all about? Chief Yuri cast a sympathetic glance at the pitiful Beck, mentally lamenting, poor child, for courting my daughter, you have truly suffered. You should ask him. Inquire about what this vile scoundrel has done. The mere mention of the incident made Castle seethe with rage, itching to deliver a couple more kicks to Beck. Yet, she was restrained by Chief Yuri, who was also at a loss, realizing that the child could not endure any further punishment. Otherwise, he would be reduced to a mere pulp. Yuri glanced at the disheveled Beck and scratched his nose, then said, Castle, why don't you explain? Look at him. You've beaten the breath out of him. How can he possibly respond now? He was spying on me. Castle, true to her warrior spirit, was not one to shy away from shame despite the embarrassment that would have overwhelmed an ordinary girl. Today, she was determined to reclaim her dignity in front of her father. How could she allow this insufferable boy to get away with peeping at her for so long without consequence? Beak spying on you. Isn't that rather normal? Chief Yuri replied with a bemused expression, feeling rather helpless. They say, father, it was somewhat inappropriate to address such matters, yet the truth remained that Beak had often engaged in such behavior, which was precisely why Castle frequently delivered beatings to him. Oh, it's not the same. This time he used magic to spy on me. He saw everything. Everything he shouldn't have. Even as a warrior. Castle felt an overwhelming sense of shame at this revelation, lowering her voice to prevent the curious onlookers from overhearing her words. Oh, that little rascal Beak. How despicable. I must make sure he pays for this. Chief Yuri had long intended for his daughter to marry Beak, so upon hearing that he had spied on her, he didn't take it too much to heart. However, his words were abruptly cut off as he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing between his daughter and the half-dead Beak, exclaiming, "What, Castle, are you saying Beak used magic to spy on you? Oh dear, keep your voice down. Those people are listening." The resolute Castle, who often bore the demeanor of a boy, found herself overwhelmed with embarrassment at the revelation. Yet, Chief Yuri seemed to disregard her plea, continuing to shout, "Are you implying that Beak has comprehended a third spell and used it to spy on you? Goodness! What a blunder!" Hearing Chief Yuri reiterate her embarrassing situation at such a high volume, Castle could only facepalm in exasperation. Suddenly, the crowd, which had been eavesdropping, converged around them, their eyes ablaze with intrigue as they gazed at the nearly lifeless Beak. At that moment, Chief Yuri looked at Beak with a sense of envy, saying, "Beak, your third spell, was it also learned from that esteemed figure?" "Of course," Beak replied, emboldened by the gathering crowd, no longer fearing Castle's wrath. "So what marvelous method did that high-level magician employ to enhance your magical prowess so rapidly?" Chief Yuri's inquiry echoed the burning questions in everyone's minds, drawing fervent gazes toward Beak. Even Castle, who had just been venting her frustrations, suddenly recognized the significance of this moment. It made sense why her father and the others were looking at Beak with such anticipation. Just days ago, during a public examination, Beak had not comprehended a single spell, yet now, within a matter of days, he had grasped 3 spells. Such astonishing speed was enough to stir anyone's heart. Reflecting on Chief Yuri's own lifetime achievement of mastering only 9 spells, the fact that Beak had achieved a third of that in mere days was enough to leave anyone in awe. "Chief Yuri, I can answer your question, but you must guarantee that Castle will not strike me again." Seizing the moment, Beak raised his price. "Rest assured, with me around, that girl won't dare lay a finger on you," Chief Yuri promised, thumping his chest. "Beak, you can rest easy. We will ensure that Castle will not harm you again." Not only Chief Yuri, but nearly everyone chimed in simultaneously, even Henry and Brown, who moments ago had been reveling in Castle's onslaught, now shouted in unison. Though they were inwardly resentful that Beak had comprehended a third spell, the prospect of learning about a miraculous method for acquiring magic was too enticing. Castle rolled her eyes at the commotion. Yet she too was eager to hear about this remarkable method that could greatly enhance comprehension rates. With everyone offering their assurances, Beak cast a water therapy spell on himself, instantly rejuvenating his spirits, banishing his earlier pitiful demeanor without a trace. "Beck, do hurry and tell us what marvelous technique that esteemed sorcerer employed to enhance your understanding of magic so remarkably," Castle urged, casting an impatient glare at the boastful Beck, while the others around him echoed the urgency in their eyes. "Oh, it's really not that difficult." Upon hearing the words, "not difficult," the crowd's anticipation grew even more fervent. "The method is simply, what is it? Find a disciple as gifted as I am." With that, Beck's proclamation was met with a swift kick from the old chieftain, sending him flying without Castle needing to intervene. Chapter 102. The Demise of the Knoll Tribe. Although the temperamental warriors led by the old chieftain gave Beck, the one who had amused them so thoroughly, a thorough thrashing, they all understood that Beck's words, aside from the scolding, held a kernel of truth. The comprehension of magic is indeed closely tied to one's innate talent. However, what left them momentarily bewildered was the realization that Beck, who was once deemed ordinary and even mediocre, had in a short span of time grasped magic repeatedly, causing them to overlook this fundamental truth of the dark world. After the commotion, the group settled down to eat. Having fought their way from the Gobenum tribe to this point, their hunger was palpable, and they were eager for a hearty meal. The food consisted of the few supplies hastily gathered from the tribe, along with the meat of the savage beasts they had slain along the way. While the meal could not compare to the delicacies of home, the warmth of a hot meal was a welcome comfort to their growling stomachs. After feasting, the group's energy was significantly restored, and they began to prepare their gear for the continued journey to the dark holy city. Once they left the sphere of influence of the Golden Lion, the number of savage beasts on the road gradually increased. However, with Beck's eagle-eye magic at their disposal, they navigated through without incident. Thus, the group spent the next 10 days in relatively relaxed circumstances, but as they advanced further, the presence of savage beasts inevitably grew. Old Chieftain, ahead lies the Samir tribe you mentioned, inhabited by the gnolls, right? Could it be that these suddenly appearing savage beasts are a sign that their tribe has met with misfortune? Harris said, shielding his eyes as he gazed at the distant throngs of savage beasts and the faint outlines of buildings. Given the perilous nature outside the tribe, over the years, only the mightiest among them, Chieftain Yuri, Castle, Henry, and Brown, had ventured beyond the tribe, while others had not shared such fortunes. Thus, the sight of a tribe not populated by humans sparked their curiosity. The old chieftain nodded, saying, "Indeed, this is the Samir tribe I visited 6 months ago, where I was warmly welcomed by the Gnoll chieftain. Yet now." At this, Chieftain Yuri glanced at Beck, whose complexion had soured. The others too turned their gazes toward him, for they all knew that Beck possessed the eagle-eye magic, which afforded him a substantial advantage in reconnaissance, marking him as the eyes of their group. "Oh, it's dreadful, far worse than our Gobenum," Beck said with a somber expression. His pallor was due to the horrific scenes he glimpsed through his eagle-eye magic. Those unfortunate gnolls met with a grim fate. A fleeting glance enough to churn the stomach of someone like Beck, who had never seen such horrors before. "Ah, so it is no wonder that night their tribe released crimson fireworks. It appears they too have encountered such a crisis. It is understandable that the strongest among the Samir tribe, Chieftain Rude, can only wield 6 forms of magic, and the number of gnolls capable of comprehending magic, as well as their strength, is vastly inferior to ours. Their tribe's tragic circumstances are, regrettably, inevitable." Chieftain Yuri sighed, shaking his head at the misfortunes of a tribe he had once encountered. "I wonder if their tribe has any gnolls who, like us, have managed to escape," Peter remarked with a sense of melancholy. "That is hard to say. It depends on luck." Chieftain Yuri's words resonated with the group. Even though their Gobenum tribe was notably strong, their initial foray into the outside world had been fraught with peril, particularly with the Golden Lion. Without Beck's assistance, they might have faced total annihilation. "Let us proceed cautiously. With so many savage beasts surrounding the Samir tribe, it would be wise to keep our distance." The group had initially planned to rest near the Samir tribe while passing through. But upon discovering that the tribe faced a crisis similar to their own, and with savage beasts lurking nearby, they opted to steer clear, for should they attract the attention of a beast like the Golden Lion, their fate would be sealed. "Old Chieftain, you mentioned that among the Gnoll race in the Dark Holy City, they serve as our human subordinates?" Beck, having emerged from his earlier discomfort, now expressed curiosity. "Of course. Our noble human prince, Solon, is not only the mightiest among us but also the strongest in the entire Dark World. The lords of the undead, dwarves, giants, and elves are no match for our human prince Solon. It stands to reason that the weakest among the Gnoll race would align with humanity." Before Chieftain Yuri could respond, the tribe's jewel, Castle, interjected. As a female warrior, her admiration for strength surpassed that of many men, and her eyes sparkled with fervor at the mention of Prince Solon, the most powerful figure in the Dark World. "You speak as if you've spent time in the Dark Holy City yourself." Beck, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to challenge Castle, who had just been boasting. While I have never been to the Dark Holy City, my father has, and he was once a member of the Crimson Armored Army. Listening to his tales is akin to being there myself." "What do you know?" she retorted sharply. Old Chieftain, our destination is indeed the Dark Holy City. Could you enlighten us about what awaits there, such as the strongest figures among the various races?" Beck, sensing Castle's rising ire, quickly redirected her attention. The morning sun poured through the beaded glass, illuminating the room where Beck had risen early to pen the tale of his adventures. "Good morning, everyone." Chapter 103. The surviving gnolls as expected. When the topic arose, not only Castle, the fervent warrior, but the others also expressed keen interest, for in a world where magic and strength reigned supreme, The reverence for power was deeply ingrained in their very beings. Let us converse as we walk. Chieftain Yuri led the group around the Knoll tribe. Continuing forward, in the absence of savage beasts, he began to share with them. In the dark world, formal sorcerers are classified into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The pinnacle, the Duke-level sorcerers, are revered as great dukes. They stand at the apex of this world and are the pillars of their respective races. The strength of the 6 major races in the Dark Holy City is directly tied to the dukes of their tribes. The Knoll race ranks as the weakest among the 6, for they lack a duke. Were it not for their allegiance to us humans, they would have long been expelled from the Holy City. As Chieftain Yuri spoke, the group nodded in understanding. While they had previously heard of the Knoll's dependency on humans, it was the first time the specifics were articulated by the chieftain. Chieftain, what about the other races? Do they have dukes? How do they compare to our Prince Solon? Harris inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, while the others leaned in attentively. With the exception of the Knolls, the other 5 major races each have a duke. The undead boast 3 dukes, the elves have 2, while we humans, the dwarves, and the giants each possess 1 duke. As he spoke of the top figures among the various races, Chieftain Yuri's admiration was evident. We humans have only 1 duke. But Chieftain, didn't you say our race is the strongest in the Dark Holy City? Beck's question echoed the sentiments of the group. How could humanity be the foremost race with fewer top-tier warriors than the undead or elves? Oh, what's so strange about that? Our Duke Solon possesses unmatched power. Though he stands alone, he is incomparable to the dukes of other races. He once faced 3 opponents simultaneously and defeated all 3 of the undead dukes. Wouldn't you say we humans are the foremost race? Castle exclaimed, her amber eyes shining with excitement as she recounted Solon's remarkable feat of defeating 3 undead dukes at once. Prince Solon is truly that formidable. Upon hearing Castle's words, Beck and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, this is no exaggeration. That great battle from years past was nothing short of earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Every inhabitant of the Dark Holy City is well aware of it. It was precisely through this conflict that Duke Solon earned his illustrious reputation as the strongest being in the Dark Realm. Under Duke Solon's leadership, our human race ascended to become the foremost clan within the Dark Holy City. As the old chief reminisced about this event, he seemed to drift back to his youth, reliving the fervor of those times, even his weathered face, lined with wrinkles, flushed with excitement. Ah, how remarkable! Duke Solon truly is extraordinary. To bear the weight of an entire clan upon his shoulders and elevate them to the pinnacle of strength is nothing short of formidable. As members of the human race, hearing such exhilarating news ignited a fervor within them, and an unparalleled sense of pride welled up. Indeed, we humans hold unparalleled glory within the Dark Holy City. As we venture into the sacred city, we must strive doubly hard, lest we tarnish our clan's reputation. Do you understand? After many years, the prospect of returning to the Dark Holy City stirred the old chief's emotions. Yes, Chief, we shall certainly devote ourselves to our training. At that time, it seems that it will fall upon Chief, Miss Castle, and Brother Beck to shield us from the storm, remarked one of the tribe members. In the Gobenum tribe, those who stood tallest were undoubtedly Chief Yuri, Castle, and the rapidly rising Beck. Ha ha ha. No need to say more. Beck, will protect you all. Beck, brimming with bravado, declared unapologetically. So vain. What's so impressive about being the fastest to comprehend the first 3 spells? If you can grasp a 4th spell within a few days, or rather, within a few months, then I'll be impressed. The tribe's jewel could not help but challenge the boastful Beck, knowing that as the comprehension of magic progresses, it becomes increasingly arduous. If I can grasp a 4th spell in a few months, will you marry me? Beck confidently responded, as the system had declared that if he managed to endure 1 month amidst the upcoming super beast frenzy, he would earn the 4th spell, granting him a sense of assurance. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense. If you have the ability, then show me your comprehension. Although Castle was jesting, a deep longing for Sophia lingered within her heart, causing her to reject Beck's flirtation vehemently. Has the tribe's jewel lost her courage? Afraid to take a small gamble? Alas, do you dare to challenge me? Amidst their banter, they circled around the Samir tribe, home to the dog-headed folk, and continued their journey towards the Dark Holy City, encountering numerous beasts along the way. However, united in purpose, they overcame these trials without peril. After traveling several dozen miles, they sought a secluded spot to rest when suddenly, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed from afar. Seemingly approaching their direction, without needing Chief Yuri to prompt him, Beck swiftly cast the eagle-eye spell to investigate. "What do you see, Beck? Are there hordes of beasts approaching?" Chief Yuri inquired, as the other members displayed expressions of anxiety. "There aren't many beasts, about a dozen or so, but what? But it seems these beasts are pursuing a dog-headed creature." Beck relayed the situation he observed through the eagle eye. Chapter 104. Summoning Magic and Pseudoplane Creatures. "Oh dear, cursed beasts, do not chase me. You've already slain the chief and his kin. Why pursue a nameless wretch like me? Go away, be gone. You two foolish pigs, block them. Woe is me, the talented akin does not wish to perish." A black dog-headed creature sprinted for its life. Pursued relentlessly by a dozen beasts, behind it, two enormous wild boars attempted to fend off the pursuing beast while fleeing themselves, yet their strength proved insufficient, leaving them battered from the relentless attacks. Notably, these wild boars bore a striking resemblance to the beastly counterparts among the beasts, save for the gray halos atop their heads, which set them apart. These are the pseudoplane creatures. The dog-headed clan's summoning magic is indeed remarkable. Capable of calling beings from the pseudoplane, what an eye-opener. At this moment, the members of the Gobenum tribe turned their curious gazes towards the two pseudoplane wild boars, recalling Chief Yuri's earlier explanation that these creatures, adorned with gray halos, were summoned by the dog-headed fellow using summoning magic from the pseudoplane. The so-called pseudoplane is said to be a realm akin to their own, where everything present in their world also exists there. The dog-headed clan's expertise in summoning magic enables them to summon creatures from the pseudoplane to fight on their behalf. While similar to the beings of their world, these creatures are distinguished by the gray halos atop their heads. "Enough with your marveling. Let us descend and rescue the creature," Chief Yuri proclaimed, striding towards the dog-headed fellow and the beasts. Following closely were Castle, Beck, Harris, Henry, and others. "Oh dear, human brothers, save me. I am destined to perish at the hands of these accursed beasts. Woe is me." Upon spotting the old chief and his companions, the black dog-headed creature perked up, its ears standing erect with joy. However, just then, the pursuing beasts had caught up, and one of the tiger demons roared as it lunged forward, toppling one of the pseudoplane wild boars and eviscerating the unfortunate creature with its sharp claws. The wounded wild boar vanished in an instant, leaving the Gobenum tribe members astounded. According to the old chief, these summoned creatures would return to their respective plane upon death, which seemed to be the case just now. "You scoundrels, you have slain one of my summoned beasts. I shall not let this go." Though the dog-headed creature blustered bravely, it remained rooted to the spot, directing the remaining wild boar to charge forward. Yet, how could a solitary wild boar contend against a throng of beasts? It was swiftly overwhelmed, torn apart like a sheep among wolves. Before the light flashed, signaling its return to the pseudoplane. Witnessing this, the dog-headed creature's face turned pale with fear, and it fled at that moment. The tiger demon had arrived, baring its fangs in a menacing bite, causing the dog-headed creature to cry out in terror. Just then, a dazzling light flickered before its eyes, as several massive wind blades whizzed past, slicing through multiple beasts behind it. Following this, the humans who came to aid unleashed their spells, charging forth with fireballs, flame spears, magical axes, iron fists, and more, each spell illuminating the scene with vibrant colors, dazzling the dog-headed creature. In a matter of moments, the dozen beasts that had viciously pursued it were all vanquished. "Huh. Ha ha ha. You are all simply extraordinary. Oh, Yuri, is that you, Chief Yuri, Miss Castle, Henry, Brown? What a coincidence to encounter you here. How splendid." Upon recognizing the group, Akin's eyes sparkled with delight, for among this assembly were 4 individuals who had visited their Samir tribe 6 months prior. At that time, being a promising talent of the younger generation, he had the fortune of accompanying them. Although the dog-headed creature exchanged pleasantries with Chief Yuri and the others, its gaze remained fixated on the tribe's jewel, Castle, revealing its infatuation without pretense. "Ah, Akin, I remember you well. Where is your leader, Rude? And what of the other magic apprentices?" Chief Yuri approached and inquired. "Woe is me. Chief Yuri, our leader Rude, along with those fellows. They were all slain by those accursed beasts. I am the only one who managed to escape." Upon mentioning his kin, the dog-headed creature's nose quivered, and it broke into tears. "Alas, who would have thought that just 6 months ago we were all together? And now we find ourselves worlds apart. the old chief lamented. "Oh, Chief Yuri, where are you all headed?" "Oh, indeed. That night, I witnessed your tribe setting off crimson fireworks in that direction. Could it be?" "Indeed, our Gobenum tribe has also suffered the catastrophic onslaught of this super beast frenzy, and only a handful of us managed to escape." Upon hearing that the old chief and his companions faced trials almost identical to his own, the goblin Akina, in his astonishment, could not help but inquire about Yuri and his companions' plans. When he learned that they intended to journey to the dark holy city, particularly that Castle had broken through to become an apprentice mage, allowing them to enter the city as her family, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately beseeched the old chief to allow him to accompany them. Without much hesitation, Chief Yuri agreed, recognizing their shared plight as fellow wanderers. Besides, they had crossed paths 6 months prior, and now that they met again, it was only natural to lend a helping hand. "Ha ha! Splendid, splendid, Chief Yuri, from now on, I, Akina, shall stick with you all. Miss Castle, Brother Henry, Brother Brown, I hope you will take good care of me." The goblin Akina beamed, his canine visage alight with joy. However, his attentions were solely directed towards the 4 formidable individuals, Yuri and his companions, while he paid no heed to the likes of Beck, Harris, and Peter, the apprentices who had not qualified to accompany the old chief on his training expedition 6 months prior. Initially, Beck and the others thought Akina's enthusiasm stemmed from their previous encounter with the old chief. But as time passed, they discovered that even when they attempted to engage the goblin in conversation, his focus remained fixed on Castle and the others, selectively disregarding their words, having endured countless instances of neglect and ridicule. Beck was unfazed. Yet, when he observed Akina's eyes lingering on Castle, a knowing smile flickered in his dark gaze. Chapter 105. Beck teaches him a lesson during the subsequent period of rest and recovery. The goblin Akina trailed closely behind the tribe's jewel, Castle, eager to please. "Miss Castle, watch as I summon a planar creature to assist us." As Harris spoke, a surge of magical energy coursed through him, and a gorilla crowned with a gray halo materialized beside him. With a wave of his hand, the gorilla obediently extended its long arms to gather firewood. "Miss Castle, what do you think? Isn't my summoned creature obedient?" With it, we need not lift a finger for firewood. How convenient." Miss Castle, you can also gather firewood, Akina." Just as the goblin clung like a leech to the tribe's jewel, a hand suddenly appeared, pushing him aside. A young man with curly brown hair, black eyes, and a somewhat lecherous expression stepped up beside Castle, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. "Hey, I say, you're Beck, right? I was just speaking with Miss Castle. So don't interrupt." The goblin, perceiving the newcomer as an insignificant figure, carelessly attempted to shove him aside, in his mind, pushing away this supposed weakling, who he assumed was not even a proper apprentice mage. Would be a trivial task. However, to his surprise, he found that he could not budge Beck at all. The young man merely gazed at him with a sly grin, remaining firmly in place. "What's the matter with you? Don't block my conversation with Miss Castle." Akina, a promising youth from the Samir tribe, felt his irritation rise as he failed to push Beck aside. Thus, he summoned a thread of magical energy to envelop his hand. The difference between a hand wrapped in magic and one that was not was stark. Had Beck been an ordinary person, a push from Akina's magically enhanced hand would surely send him flying and likely injure him. Yet, Akina did not consider this, nor did he regard Beck as a threat. As Beck unleashed his magical aura, a glint of cold light flashed in his dark eyes, and then, my hand, you can use magic. Akina, with his magically empowered hand, pushed towards Beck, only to find that the young man suddenly sprouted a coat of sharp spikes, which pierced through Akina's magic and drew blood from his palm. The tribe's jewel, observing from the sidelines, cast a glance at Beck, but made no move to intervene. "I detest those who act without provocation, especially those who shove me around." Beck's nonchalant words revealed his utter indifference to the earlier incident. "Boy, I never expected you to be so ruthless. Miss Castle, did you see? He harmed me first. I must teach him a lesson today." "I didn't see anything." Castle, coldly observing, replied without a second thought. Her words nearly left the goblin Akina speechless. He feigned ignorance and, as magic surged within him, summoned a wild boar demon to charge alongside the gorilla, which had already abandoned its task of gathering firewood, directly at Beck. "Hey, you think 2 beasts can teach me a lesson? How naive." A slight smirk curled on Beck's lips as he stood still, watching the two planar beasts charge at him. When they drew near, claws extended and teeth bared, Beck finally sprang into action. Boom, clang, with just a punch and a kick, Beck sent both beasts flying. In the next instant, he dashed forward, arriving directly before the goblin Akina. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Hee, coincidentally, I also wish to teach you a lesson today. Let us see if you dare to approach castle again. With that, Beck unleashed a powerful punch straight to the goblin's jaw, sending Akina tumbling backward. His teeth flying and blood spraying forth. You do strike hard, but it feels quite satisfying. At that moment, the tribe's jewel, Castle, approached, rolling her eyes at Beck in exasperation. Humph, this blind fool thinks he can woo my girl. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll never learn. Get lost. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. The teeth-headed dog spits her right here. In response to Castle's reproach, Beck pointed to the ground, indicating the teeth Akina had just lost. Puffed. Even Castle, the tribe's jewel, could not help but burst into laughter at Beck's words, especially after seeing the evidence. Hey, what is happening over there? Although Castle and her companions were somewhat distant from the main group, the commotion made by their scuffle did not go unnoticed, prompting Yuri, the chief, and several others to hasten over. You truly know how to create trouble for my father. The tribe's jewel, Castle, playfully stomped on Beck's foot before striding toward the goblin. That felt quite pleasant. Beck grinned mischievously. Following closely behind. What is going on with you three? Why are you fighting? Chief Yuri approached with a stern expression, demanding an explanation. Before Beck and Castle could respond, the goblin Akina, rising from the ground, began to wail. Wah? Chief Yuri, you must stand up for this helpless little goblin. I was merely helping Miss Castle gather firewood, but Beck, he pushed me away with great force. When I confronted him, he used magic to injure my hand. And then, relying on brute strength, he savagely beat me and my summoned creature while I diligently collected firewood. Chief, don't you see my hand? Look at my teeth. Wah? Chief, he bullies this helpless little goblin. You must help me. As Akina played the victim, the principal tribe's jewel could not bear to watch. Father, what he said isn't true. Enough. Castle, you need not speak, I will make my own judgment. Chief Yuri waved his hand to silence Castle's defense of Beck, and then turned a disapproving gaze toward Beck, his expression darkening. Chapter 106, The Peculiar Tribe. Beck, did you strike him? Chief Yuri interrogated with a glower. Yes, I did, Beck replied straightforwardly, without a hint of denial. Why did you hit him? Because he deserved it. Oh, I see. Well then, refrain from such violence in the future, understood. Understood, Chief. Akina, let us consider this matter settled. You should know that Beck is notorious in our tribe as a bully. Others avoid provoking him, lest he trouble them as well. You should steer clear of him in the future, understood. Chief Yuri's words left the goblin utterly bewildered. Huh, is that it? He hit me, and I'm told to avoid him, just like that? What kind of tribe is this? The dog-headed creature, Akina, was on the verge of tears, and at that moment, he comprehended that the seemingly inconsequential Becker, whom he had previously disregarded, was, in truth, a formidable boss-level individual. How could such a powerful being not have accompanied Chief Yuri on the last expedition? Was he merely lounging at home? Akina was now fully aware that Becker was not only immensely powerful, but also held the favor of both Chief Yuri and Castle, indicating that he was quite well regarded within the tribe. He could very well be the third most significant figure after Yuri and Castle, far surpassing the likes of Henry and Brown in status. How had he stumbled upon this ironclad truth? Just moments ago, he had observed Becker's demeanor, which suggested a fondness for Castle, leaving Akina in a quandary. Akina's heart bled, yet outwardly, he dared not act brazenly, repeatedly nodding his dog-like head. Chief Yuri. I understand. That's good to hear. Now, continue gathering firewood for Castle. Be quick about it. The meal awaits your contributions, the old chief said, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely back. In fact, Chief Yuri had been observing the situation from afar and was displeased with Akina's pursuit of Castle. After all, Becker was the chief's prized future son-in-law, recognized for his character, which could be overlooked at times, and strength. Naturally, he felt a sense of distaste for the black dog-headed creature intruding upon this matter. Moreover, Chief Yuri had discreetly noted Akina's every move, disapproving of his sycophantic behavior towards the strong and contemptuous attitude towards the weak. Thus, when Becker had just dealt with Akina, The chief silently approved of his actions and had no intention of reprimanding him. Once Chief Yuri departed, akin found himself in an awkward predicament. Not only was he unable to best Becker, but he had also just reported his misdeeds to the chief, only to be ignored completely as Yuri returned without acknowledging him. Now, facing Becker alone. How could he not feel embarrassed when Becker, adorned with a devilish grin, turned his gaze towards him? Akin trembled. "Be Becker, it was my folly not to recognize your greatness that I beseech you. Please do not hold my transgressions against me. Go gather firewood with your summoned beasts and cease your prattling." Becker curtly dismissed him with a single, decisive statement. Akin complied verbally, yet as he turned away, a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes. Having been flattered in the Samir tribe due to his exceptional cultivation talent, Akin had developed an arrogant disposition. Now, before so many, especially before the object of his affections, Castle, he could not help but harbor resentment towards Becker for humiliating him. "Oh, you think you can escape my vengeance? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Akin believed that once he turned his back, his hateful expression would go unnoticed, yet unbeknownst to him. A faint eye hovered above him, unblinkingly observing his every emotion. The malice etched upon his face was transmitted directly to Becker's mind. Initially, Becker had felt indifferent towards the dog-headed creature who had joined their ranks. Even when Akin had attempted to curry favor with the chief, Becker had no intention of acknowledging him. However, following the recent events, Becker resolved to seek an opportunity to eliminate this potential threat. He had no desire to live under constant scrutiny. Such a situation could lead to his downfall. "Enough. Now that someone is gathering firewood, why are you still lingering here? Go help prepare the meal." Castle shot Becker a disapproving glance, clearly still irked by his earlier antics. "Coming right up. I adore cooking with you." Becker replied cheerfully, casting a sidelong glance at Akin, who was commanding two otherworldly creatures to gather firewood, and followed the tribe's precious gem. As the commotion subsided and the crowd dispersed, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Some prepared meals while others took the opportunity to rest, in a world where strength reigned supreme, who had not engaged in a scuffle. However, the somewhat effeminate Brown, after taking a turn, approached the dog-headed creature. After everyone had dined and rested, they resumed their journey towards the dark holy city. Initially, Becker had planned to find an opportunity to eradicate the dog-headed Akin, who harbored ill intentions towards him. However, with Henry and Brown engaging in friendly banter with Akin, Becker found it difficult to take action, especially during a time of rampant beastly chaos. While he could not act overtly, Becker had already resolved to eliminate the threat posed by Akin at the first available opportunity. Strangely enough, Akin's inclusion had significantly bolstered the group's combat effectiveness, providing them with greater confidence in facing the savage beasts. Of course, when Akin employed his summons, Becker attempted to scan the spells using his system, but he was disappointed to discover that both attempts ended in failure. He was not overly disheartened, having anticipated the system's low success rate when scanning others' magic. Thus, the group continued onward for another half-month. One day, while utilizing the eagle's eye, Becker suddenly spotted a tribe ahead, notably devoid of savage beasts, a miraculous sight amidst the rampant beastly chaos. The news stirred excitement among the group, as nearly a month of relentless travel had left them physically and mentally exhausted. The prospect of recuperating in such a serene paradise was utterly delightful. However, as they approached the tribe, an eerie familiarity washed over them. Upon nearing the settlement, astonished expressions spread across their faces as they realized that the idyllic tribe before them was none other than their homeland, the Gobenum tribe. Yet, amidst the jubilant crowd, none noticed that Akin's canine visage also bore expressions of excitement and surprise, mirroring those of the chief and others. It was worth noting that Akin had never set foot in the Gobenum tribe, adding an air of mystery to the situation. However, with the long-awaited return to their once devastated homeland now in sight, no one paid heed to Akin's expression. They instinctively moved towards the tribe. Aside from Chief Yuri, who harbored a fleeting doubt, the faces of the others were filled with unrestrained joy as they approached the tribe, brimming with anticipation, including Akin. Becker, wholly immersed in exhilaration, was oblivious to the fact that those around him had gradually dispersed. He walked with a light-hearted step into the tribe. How wonderful it was to return to Gobenum, to witness the revival of the homeland that had nurtured him, no longer trampled by savage beasts, no longer besieged by the chaos of monstrous onslaughts. There was no death, no suffering, no anguished cries. Everything had returned to its rightful place. How splendid! As he traversed the rough stone-paved paths, Observing the uneven houses lining the sides, a wave of warmth and satisfaction washed over Becker. He felt as if he had returned to his childhood, racing down the streets, mischievously tossing a handful of feathers collected from the henhouse into the windows of neighbors, provoking a flurry of chaotic commotion. He felt as though he had returned to a time when he had just begun to mature, struck by the beauty of the tribe's gem, castle, and frozen in awe. He recalled the countless times he had stealthily followed the goddess castle, only to be discovered, repeatedly confessing his feelings and enduring her wrath each time. He remembered the moments of public ridicule from Henry and Brown, the times they had chastised him in private, and the warnings that followed. If he dared approach the tribe's jewel again, he would face dire consequences. Yet, as he reminisced on these once painful memories, they no longer stirred the same resentment. Instead, they were filled with a sense of nostalgia. He recalled the cold moment when his parents had permanently departed, fighting against the savage beast onslaught. Yet now, a pair of warm hands reached out to him. An elderly figure, face lined with wrinkles, had raised him, imparting wisdom and care, despite the disappointment he had caused time and again. Each failed attempt to grasp even a single spell had led to his own regret. Yet now, as he reflected on those bittersweet memories, he felt only a gentle warmth. Yes, he had returned. Everything had returned. Everything was back on its rightful course. How wonderful it was. Becker marveled as he stepped into the tribe, witnessing familiar faces radiant with joy. Good morning, Aunt Nisa. Wow, the aroma of breakfast is simply delightful. Uncle Victor. The mushrooms you sent me are absolutely delicious. Is there any more? Could you bring me another 2 pounds later? Oh dear, Agon, you've come to sell eggs again. Just make sure you don't shortchange me this time. Last time Aunt Nisa chased you all the way to the back mountain over that embarrassing incident. Keep that in mind. Oh, is that Sophia? You are becoming more and more beautiful. If I weren't already smitten with Castle, I would surely pursue you. Oh, by the way, where's my goddess Castle? What? She's waiting for me at home. All right. I'm on my way, hee. Although Baker's view of everyone was slightly blurred and their voices seemed distant, he was so immersed in happiness and joy that he paid no heed, quickly running to the little house of the tribe's jewel. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. Upon opening the door, the tribe's jewel saw Baker and beamed a breathtaking smile, momentarily leaving him spellbound. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and come in. With a playful pout, the tribe's jewel pulled Baker inside and shut the door behind him. Wow, it smells divine. Wild chicken stew with mushrooms. It's my favorite. Castle, you are so kind to me. Baker gazed at the steaming delicacies on the table, drooling, wishing he could swallow his tongue. What do you mean? If I'm not good to you, who else could I be good to, you fool? It was the first time Baker had seen the tribe's jewel act so coyly, especially towards him, and his heart nearly soared. Castle, I have something to tell you. His stammering made Castle chuckle. Just say it. Why are you being so shy? I want you to be my wife. Would that be all right? As Baker uttered those words, his heart raced, unsure if his goddess would cast him aside in the next moment. You silly fool. Why did you wait until now to say this? I've been waiting for you to say it for so long. What nearly sent Baker into ecstasy was that the tribe's jewel shyly agreed without hesitation. Really, Castle, you truly wish to marry me? After all these years, who has been good to me, cared for me, and cherished me, don't I know? Even when I scold him or hit him, he has never wavered in his pursuit of me, loving me, pampering me, even enduring ridicule and beatings because of me. If I don't marry such a man, who else would I marry? Castle shot a bashful glance at Baker. Her confession left Baker momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that happiness would arrive so suddenly. Years of yearning and pursuit culminated in this moment, and he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Fool, do you still not believe it? Humph, if you don't, I'll just marry you right now. Let me show you my true feelings. While speaking, Castle took the nearly fainting Baker by the hand and led him into a brilliantly illuminated hall. Baker was oblivious to how they arrived at this grand cathedral, a place only spoken of in tales by the old chieftain, as he was entirely enveloped in bliss. Disregarding the trivial details, the pastor officiating their wedding appeared to Baker to be the old chieftain, though his features were somewhat hazy, and he couldn't be entirely certain. Nevertheless, he paid no mind, focusing solely on the breathtakingly beautiful Castle in her pure white wedding gown, completing the ceremony in the bridal chamber. A bashful Castle sat at the edge of the bed, casting a shy glance at Baker. Fool, why are you still dawdling? It's getting late. We should rest soon. Rest? Yes, rest, castle, my goddess, I'm coming. Baker, feeling euphoric, approached the bed. Sitting next to the tribe's jewel. He then wrapped his arms around her slender waist, trembling as he leaned in to kiss his enchanting goddess, who was equally inviting, closing her eyes in anticipation. Ding! The conditions for scanning external magic are now met. Would the host like to proceed with the scan? However, at that moment, the system's crisp voice suddenly echoed in Baker's mind, startling him. Subsequently, in the midst of his shock, the scene before him transformed entirely. Chapter 108. The elven people. As the system's melodious voice resonated in his mind, the blissful haze Baker had been and vanished without a trace. In his bewilderment, he realized the surroundings had completely changed. The lavish new home disappeared, the soft bed vanished, and his goddess castle was nowhere to be found. Instead, he found himself in an empty wilderness on a cold ground, with a large piece of dead wood in his arms, now bringing his mouth close to it. What on earth is happening? Baker flung the dry, yellowed wood away and sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings, but found no trace of the Gobenum tribe, the cathedral, or the congratulatory crowd, nor the gentle maiden, only the desolate wilderness. System, what is going on? Baker fully leveraged his habit of seeking the system when in trouble. Ding! The conditions for scanning external magic are now met. Would the host like to proceed with the scan? I'm asking you, what is going on? Ding! The conditions for scanning external magic are now met. Would the host like to proceed with the scan? The system remained unperturbed, repeatedly delivering its announcement, seemingly indifferent to Baker's frustration. You imbecile. Ding! The conditions for scanning external magic are now met. Would the host? Damn it. Are you ever going to stop? Wait. What? Magic? Is someone casting magic right now? Why can't I see it? Ding! The conditions for scanning external magic are. Baker was utterly exasperated. Scan, scan, scan. Fine. Go ahead and scan. I don't even know what is happening right now. Just do as you please. Understood, host. Extracting mental power and magical energy to initiate external magic scan. As the system's voice echoed, Baker felt the familiar sensation of having his mental and magical energy drained, causing a slight dizziness. Magic? There's no one around here using magic, for heaven's sake. This absurd system must have made a mistake. Damn it. I just wasted so much mental and magical energy for nothing. Where are the old chieftain and the others? Why is everything gone? What happened to my wedding with Castle? Ding! The spellcaster's level is too high. Scan failed. Ding! The spellcaster's level is too high. The name of the illusionary spell could not be retrieved. Ding! Would the host like to continue scanning? Each scan has a 1 in 100 million chance of success. Scan, what is the point of that? Do you think my mental and magical energy come from thin air? Baker was infuriated. He never expected the system to be so unreliable. Wait. System, did you just say? What are you scanning for? An illusion-type magic. Is someone casting an illusion on me? Ding! I want to repeat myself. Please recall on your own. The system's response only aggravated Baker further. Just as he prepared to unleash a tirade against the system, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in a simple blue robe, with a voluptuous figure and an exquisite face. Standing there, she exuded an ethereal beauty, seemingly untouched by the mortal realm. However, what captured Baker's attention the most was a pair of pointed ears, half covered by her flowing silver hair, an elf. During his years in the Gobenum tribe, Baker had encountered members of the other 5 races, albeit briefly, and upon seeing this stunning woman, he instantly recognized her identity. Among the 6 races, elves are the darlings of nature, with handsome men and breathtaking women, making them the preferred choice for alliances among other races. However, this race places great importance on their lineage, possessing an innate sense of pride that rarely allows them to intermarry with other races. Baker was puzzled as to why, after experiencing what felt like a dream, this beautiful elven woman appeared before him. Or perhaps she was merely another part of the dream. Was he still ensconced in a dream? How could you escape the illusion I cast? The elf woman gazed at Baker with a curious expression, questioning him. Even her surprised demeanor appeared stunningly beautiful. Had he not already devoted himself to Castle, Baker might have found himself smitten before this elegant elven beauty. Is this real? Am I in a dream or reality? Given the vividness of his recent experiences, Baker was still unable to discern the authenticity of his surroundings. Answer me. The beautiful woman furrowed her brow slightly and continued to inquire. Although her words remained elegant and poised, There was an unmistakable air of arrogance in her tone. "What? You expect me to respond just because you asked? Who do you think you are? I could very well have questions for you." Just moments ago, Beck had been in the bridal chamber with Castle when the system abruptly interrupted him. Frustration welled within him, and now, confronted by this unexpectedly haughty woman who posed nonsensical questions, his irritation intensified. What of beauty? Is the elven race truly so extraordinary? You might just be a fleeting figure in my dreams. I fear you not. However, as soon as Beck uttered his crude thoughts, he felt his body tighten, and to his astonishment, he discovered he could not move. Then, in his bewildered gaze, a vague hand materialized and swiftly struck his mouth, delivering a barrage of slaps, slap, 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 slap. After receiving a thorough thrashing, Beck became startlingly clear-headed. That moment, he finally grasped the nature of his surroundings, feeling the burning pain on his cheeks, an undeniably real sensation that could never manifest in a dream. "Answer my question," commanded the ethereal hand. Now dissipated, as the beautiful elven woman maintained her elegant yet haughty demeanor. "I will speak. I shall divulge everything. Dear elven lady, ask whatever you wish. I shall comply, as long as you refrain from striking me again." Understood. Having grown up at the very bottom of the tribe, Beck had witnessed the myriad facets of human nature, realizing that the stunning elven woman before him was far beyond his reach. He naturally chose not to maintain a facade of bravado. The beautiful elven woman raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had not anticipated that Beck, who had exhibited such brash arrogance just moments before, would suddenly adopt such a subservient demeanor. Her noble and dignified nature found little to admire in his abrupt transformation, and she shook her head slightly in disapproval. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued by the fact that Beck had managed to escape her formidable illusion, prompting her to inquire once more, "How did you awaken from my illusionary magic?" "Illusionary magic? The experience I just had, marrying Castle, was your doing." Beck finally began to connect the dots. The sudden mention of illusionary magic by the system, followed by the elven lady's use of the term, led him to realize the truth behind the events he had experienced. No wonder the long-extinct Gobenum tribe had re-emerged, and no wonder his desires had manifested so effortlessly. He had even wed the goddess he had pursued for years. Castle. It all became clear. This enchanting elven lady had orchestrated it all through her illusionary magic. Good heavens! How powerful must this magic be? What level of prowess does this elven lady possess? Reflecting on the vividly real Gobenum tribe he had just witnessed, the greetings exchanged with its inhabitants, and the ceremony of his marriage to Castle, Beck found himself utterly in awe of the elven lady. It was astonishingly lifelike, so freely manifested, and utterly flawless. To think that all of it was merely an illusionary spell. "Answer my question, or would you prefer another beating?" The elven woman's icy words jolted Beck from his reverie of wonder. "I will answer. I will respond. Dear elven lady, I was in the bridal chamber with my wife, preparing to engage in unspeakable acts when suddenly a sharp pain struck my head, and I regained consciousness that I truly do not know how it happened." Beck wisely refrained from mentioning the system's sudden jolt that had awakened him. However, he understood that fabricating a tale before such a powerful figure would lead to dire consequences. He was acutely aware that she had witnessed his prior antics with a piece of driftwood, intending to kiss it, and thus he chose to recount his dream experiences truthfully, making only minor adjustments to the details of his awakening. "A headache led to your awakening. That is unusual. Could it be that you possess a unique constitution or exceptional talent?" The beautiful elven woman furrowed her brow thoughtfully. Yet, moments later, her expression returned to normal, her dreamlike eyes fixating directly on Beck. In that instant, as her breathtaking gaze pierced through him, Beck felt a buzzing in his mind, and he sensed that every part of him was laid bare under her scrutiny. Devoid of any secrets, oh no, could my super system be exposed to her? If that were the case, my life would be in jeopardy. Beck understood the peril of possessing something so valuable in a world where magic reigned supreme. He was acutely aware that if she discovered his extraordinary system, the tragic fate of the old chieftain would soon become his reality. Thus, as Beck endured the excruciating sensation of being fully exposed, he lost track of time. Eventually, that sensation began to recede like a tide. Beck gasped for air, desperately trying to replenish the fresh oxygen he had been deprived of. While catching his breath, he cautiously observed the beautiful woman. Knowing that the moment of truth regarding his fate was imminent, having endured her almost omniscient scrutiny, He remained uncertain whether she had detected his super system, though he was plagued by anxiety and fear. He found himself powerless to act, forced to submit to her will. For the first time, Beck was not motivated by the desire to woo Castle. Instead, he was driven by a longing to grow stronger. For the feeling of helplessness was suffocating that he yearned to seize control of his own life. In your 20s, yet you've only grasped 3 spells. Such mediocre aptitude. Alas, the beautiful elven woman's murmured thoughts reached Beck's ears, and her demeanor exuded a palpable disdain that ignited an unprecedented sense of rebellion within him. 3 spells. Mediocre. You look down upon me. You sit upon your high horse. Humph. In just a few days, I shall master my 4th spell. Soon thereafter, the 5th, 6th, and 7th will follow. Though your power is formidable, with my super system, I shall inevitably catch up and surpass you. And when that day comes, I shall hold you in place and scrutinize you without restraint, only to declare, you are weak, so utterly weak. For years, Beck had lived a carefree life, treating everything with indifference except for his feelings for Castle. Yet at this moment, he experienced an epiphany. To gain control over his life, he must become powerful. It seems your awakening from my illusionary magic was sheer happenstance that I had intended to take you on as a student, but your lackluster aptitude renders that impossible. Even if I were to teach you, it would only bring me disgrace. Henceforth, I shall not take you, or those like you, as my servants. You may fend for yourselves. The beautiful elven woman stated indifferently before turning to depart. Dear elven lady, may I inquire your name? Beck clenched his hands tightly, summoning the courage to address her retreating figure. You do not yet possess the privilege to know. Should you improve your standing in the future, it should not be difficult to discover. Her voice, laced with a subtle arrogance, tightened Beck's grip even further, causing a sound akin to cracking knuckles to resonate in the air. Chapter 110. This time. It's real. You wish to make us your servants. Humph. Just wait. Elven woman. Once my power rises, I shall have you as my servant. Mark my words. Once the beautiful elven woman had vanished from sight, Beck began to curse under his breath, his teeth grinding in frustration that moment. His desire for strength surged within him. Just a few days remained until the month was up, and then he would obtain the Bloodblade magic seed, granting him his 4th spell. Just wait. I will soon possess my 5th, 6th, and beyond. It won't be long before I catch up and surpass you. In that moment, as he gazed at the spot where the elven woman had disappeared, Beck made a silent vow. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reached his ears, and he noticed that the hazy mist surrounding him rapidly dissipated, much like a whale gulping down water that in its wake. Chief Yuri, Castle, Harris, Peter, Henry, Brown, and even the goblin Aki revealed themselves. At this moment, the onlookers exhibited remarkably peculiar behaviors. Some were giggling foolishly, others were weeping profusely, some gesticulated animatedly with their hands and feet, while others clutched large stones, rubbing them incessantly. Were they ensnared in some phantasmagorical enchantment? Instantly, Beck discerned the underlying cause behind their bizarre antics. Had it not been for the system awakening him from within, he would surely have mirrored their eccentricity. Beck's gaze naturally fell upon the goddess Castle, and upon witnessing her actions, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried towards her. Sophia, it is truly wonderful to reunite. I always knew you were alive. You have no idea, these past few days, whenever I closed my eyes, your visage haunted my thoughts. The tribal gem, with a gaze somewhat dazed, poured forth heartfelt sentiments, her tall figure gracefully advancing with arms wide open, brimming with fervor. Sophia, I have missed you dearly, and now that I see you, it fills my heart with joy. Castle approached Sophia, embracing her with profound affection. I have longed for you as well. Oh, how I have yearned for you. Just moments ago, I was still dreaming of our wedding night. Sophia firmly wrapped her arms around Castle, whispering tenderly in her ear. So, Sophia, have you finally opened your heart to me completely? Ha ha ha, a wedding night. I too have fantasized about such a place. Yet I never expected you, my shy darling, to be bolder than I. Ha, hearing the sweet words from her best friend and lover, Castle felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, tightening her embrace around Sophia. Of course, we were just about to engage in some naughty business before we were interrupted by that old hag. Now, shall we make up for lost time? Sophia was far more forward than Castle had anticipated, her words causing Castle to blush and her heart to race. Oh dear, you mischievous girl, a month apart has truly transformed you. You can now speak of naughty things. I haven't even contemplated such matters. Castle, her heart fluttering, was consumed by thoughts of their intimate affairs, conveniently disregarding any mention of the old hag. It's never too late to act on our desires. Shall we begin now? Castle, I've awaited this day for far too long. Sophia leaned in with fervor, her heated face drawing closer to the tribal gem. You, who usually conceal your intentions, have become remarkably bold today, which takes me by surprise. However, are we perhaps progressing a bit too swiftly? The typically forthright warrior found herself momentarily taken aback by Sophia's audacious advances, hesitating slightly. Not at all. In matters of love, one must seize the moment. Passion requires impulsiveness. Opportunities like this are rare, so let us not delay. Sophia's flushed visage moved closer, the heat radiating from her causing the tribal gem's cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue. You make a valid point. Perhaps our lack of progress over the years stems from a deficiency in such impulse. A flicker of struggle crossed Castle's amber eyes, but upon hearing Sophia's words, that inner turmoil quietly dissipated, and no longer hesitating in the face of the approaching warmth, she leaned forward to meet Sophia. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck both of them, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Hey, is everyone present? It seems we may have fallen victim to someone else's illusion. Wake up, everyone. A sudden exclamation jolted the closely entwined tribal gem and Beck apart, startling them both. Beck, having long been awake, remained relatively unfazed, while Castle, however, was not so fortunate. Her once dreamy gaze widened in realization, the haze of confusion rapidly dissipating. Sophia, you are not Sophia, you are Beck. Ah, damn you, Beck, you stole my first kiss. I will kill you. With a resounding crash, under Chief Yuri's astonished gaze, Castle sent Beck soaring into the air with a powerful kick, followed by a cacophony of sounds as he crashed to the ground. Ouch. Stop, stop. I'm going to die. Ah, you vile, wretched Beck. I will kick you to death. I will kill you. Castle was utterly infuriated, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the airborne Beck, leaving him no chance to recover, his cries of anguish echoing through the air. After a considerable time, Chief Yuri finally emerged from his shock. Observing the chaos of the two combatants, he mused quietly. Ah, this is as it should be. My daughter Castle and this rascal Beck ought to be in this state. Chapter 111. Unexpected joy. The uproar of Castle mercilessly beating Beck roused the others, who had been lost in their own illusions. Those who had previously been foolishly laughing, weeping uncontrollably, or animatedly gesticulating, suddenly awakened, astonished and bewildered as the crowd regained their senses. Chief Yuri hurriedly approached the scene of the unfolding drama, rescuing the battered Beck from Castle's wrath. Father, don't stop me. That despicable Beck. He just bullied me. I must kick him to death. The precious first kiss that was meant for her best friend and lover, Sophia, had been stolen by the lewd Beck, leaving the tribal gem fuming with rage. Ahem, Castle. You see, Beck was also ensnared in the illusion. He was not in control of his actions. Chief Yuri glanced at the pitifully battered Beck, internally sympathizing with the unfortunate lad, who had merely kissed the one he loved in a moment of unconsciousness and had now been subjected to such a beating. He wondered what fate awaited him on their wedding night. Yes, Castle. I felt dizzy and then embraced a dead tree to regain my clarity. I had no idea that your father's shout would wake me suddenly, only to find myself holding you, and then you took my first kiss. Woe is me, the most unfortunate of all, to be beaten by you. The lewd Beck, seizing the opportunity, began to spin a tale of his experience in the illusion, embellishing it with the most dramatic flair, feigning a pitiable victim's demeanor. In truth, Beck's shameless actions were driven by desperation. Had he dared reveal the truth, that he had been awake the whole time and had simply seized the chance to play Sophia, Castle would have undoubtedly sought to end his life. I don't care. You bullied me, so I will kick you to death. Get lost, you despicable Beck. After hearing the explanations from Chief Yuri and Beck, Castle began to reconsider her earlier harshness. After all, the peculiar circumstances had left even her, a powerful wielder of 5 magics, confused. Let alone Beck, who only possessed 3. However, the tribal gem still harbored a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Her precious first kiss was gone, and even if she did not physically confront Beck, she would seek to reclaim her lost dignity through words. Fine. I admit my wrongdoing. I am a scoundrel. That's satisfactory. I should not have embraced you and kissed you in the illusion. You still dare say that? Castle's emotions, which had begun to settle, flared anew at Beck's words, prompting her to deliver a swift kick to his backside. Had Chief Yuri not intervened, Beck would have likely found himself on the receiving end of yet another beating. I won't say it again. By the way, Chief, what is this illusion magic you mentioned? Seizing the opportunity, Beck slyly licked his still-tingling lips and promptly redirected the conversation. Remarkably, his ability to shift the focus was quite effective. His inquiry drew the curious gazes of Castle and the surrounding crowd towards Chief Yuri. The recent events had been utterly bewildering, leaving everyone feeling as though they had experienced something profoundly real. However, with the chief's commanding shout and the ensuing chaos between Castle and Beck, the stark contrast shattered their previous perceptions, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Regarding this matter, I can only speculate. Chief Yuri cast a wary glance around before continuing. I believe, just moments ago, a formidable being employed an illusionary spell upon us, plunging us into an inescapable dreamscape. A formidable being? Is that even possible? Old Chief, why would they cast such a spell on us? Moreover, we are all unharmed, not a soul missing. Their magic seems utterly ineffective. Doesn't that seem rather absurd? Beck, having stolen the first kiss from the tribe's precious jewel, could not dare to mention the enchanting woman of the elf clan. To further distance himself from the situation, he feigned ignorance. His inquiry was precisely what everyone wished to know. Prompting nods of agreement and renewed glances towards the chief, Chief Yuri quickly gestured for silence towards Beck. Do you not realize that speaking carelessly could bring calamity upon us? If that elder detects your disrespect, we could be facing dire consequences. Oh, all right, my apologies, Chief. Please continue. Why did that elder choose to cast magic upon us only to inexplicably spare us? Despite knowing that the elven woman had long departed, Beck chose to play the fool in front of the chief and others. Yuri slightly shook his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. As for why that elder spared us, I cannot ascertain. However, I suspect we have narrowly escaped a fate far worse than death. What could that possibly be? Upon hearing Chief Yuri's ominous words, everyone tensed up. Perhaps that powerful being intended to claim us as mere servants. If that were the case, our very freedom would rest entirely in their hands. We would be compelled to obey their every command. With no chance of resistance, even death would not be ours to choose. Chief Yuri's words sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. They could not help but envision such a terrifying scenario, a mere shell of existence, entirely subservient to another, was indeed a fate more dreadful than death itself. As a result, their faces turned pale. Goodness, how ruthless. Beck was also struck dumb, realizing that being enslaved by that stunning elven woman could lead to such a dire outcome. At that moment, his loathing for her intensified, and his desire to grow stronger became even more urgent. Chief Yuri, do you have any evidence for your conjecture? Asked the dog-headed man, Aki, his eyes wide with lingering fear. Indeed, Chief, perhaps it was merely an accident. Others seemed reluctant to accept such a terrifying hypothesis, voicing their differing opinions. I too wish for it to be an accident. However, based on my knowledge, the elf clan and the undead are adept at employing illusionary magic to subjugate servants for their own purposes. Our collective descent into the realm of illusions aligns with numerous accounts I have heard, which is why I have arrived at this conclusion. This old fellow is quite astute. He has almost deduced the entirety of the truth. At this juncture, Beck could not help but admire Chief Yuri's profound insights. Although he had not personally witnessed the elven woman wielding the illusionary magic, the chief's conjectures nearly encapsulated the reality of the situation. The elf clan and the undead. It appears that one must exercise utmost caution when encountering individuals from these two factions. After resolving to be vigilant, Beck felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it had not been for the super system jolting him awake, he and the others might have become the elven woman's servants. In light of this, the system's ability to scan the illusionary magic seemed less significant. Merely awakening him from that dreamscape was worth its weight in gold. System, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you. With this thought, Beck found himself expressing thanks to the system. Ding! The system acknowledges the host's first sincere expression of gratitude. Temporary reward. Reduction of remaining task days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task survive for a month amidst the super beast frenzy. 3 days reduction. The system rewards you with a permanent blood blade magic seed. Through Chief Yuri's words, perhaps someone might draw a connection. Chapter 112. Awaiting the maturation of magic. Is such a mechanism truly possible? You should have mentioned it sooner. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. System, having expressed my gratitude so many times, could you grant me a few more magic seeds? Ding. Should the host continue with such insincere expressions of gratitude, magic seed rewards will be deducted. Wait, 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 please don't deduct. I won't say it again. After all the effort to survive a month and earn that magic seed. If you take it away, I swear I will fight you. Upon hearing the system's threat, Beck broke into a cold sweat. Now was the time to rapidly enhance his strength, having finally obtained the fourth magic seed. The mere thought of losing it filled him with dread. Not daring to provoke the unpredictable system, Beck shifted his focus to his consciousness space, before him, on the once barren and dark soil. A vibrant green sprout had emerged, glistening with vitality. This sprout was familiar to Beck. It was the first magic he had acquired upon receiving the super magic farm system, the blood blade magic, naturally. He was well acquainted with its growth process. However, back then, the blood blade magic was merely a trial version, usable only once, whereas this was permanent. He promptly inspected the attributes of the sprout, noting that it would take 5 more days to mature. Beck was not surprised. Each new magic required a longer growth period. Ha ha ha. In just 5 days, he would possess his fourth magic, and it would be a combat spell. What a delightful prospect. Having endured considerable humiliation at the hands of the beautiful elven woman, Beck was in dire need of an enhancement in strength. Now, with his fourth magic within reach, how could he not be elated? Beck, you've been lost in thought while I've been trying to talk to you for ages. Just as Beck was absorbed in his magical plant, a sudden slap to the back of his head jolted him back to reality. He turned to find the tribe's Jewel glaring at him, her slender hand raised, poised to strike again. What's wrong? My dear Castle, why are you hitting me? What else could it be? You've been acting deaf. We need to prepare a meal, so gather some firewood. Hey, what's the big deal? Isn't there a designated team for that? At this point, Beck called out to Aki, who was chatting with Henry and Brown. Hey, Aki, go gather firewood. Goodness, Beck's command nearly made Aki curse. Over the past few days, he had been ordered around by Beck more than once, being treated like a mere errand boy. Yet, given Beck's standing as the third in command, just below the chief and Castle, Aki dared not refuse. After all, provoking Beck could result in a severe beating, and he had no grounds for complaint. Thus, under Beck's command, Aki begrudgingly complied, his indignation palpable as he summoned his dimensional creature to gather firewood. Meanwhile, Henry and Brown exchanged glances, both displeased yet unwilling to confront Beck directly, as they bore the scars from their previous encounters with him. You truly have a talent for tyranny. The tribe's Jewel shot a glance at Beck, though she made no move to intervene, finding Aki equally unlikable. Hiki, would you care to be the tyrant's consort? Get lost. Do you want another kick? No, I was just joking. Hiki, let us cook together. That wolf meatball you made last time was delicious. Can you teach me this time? Not a chance. With your culinary skills? Teach you? You'd wear me out. Hee, I'll learn slowly. If once doesn't work, we'll try twice. If twice doesn't work, we'll do it thrice. If that fails, you can teach me for a lifetime. I'll kick you to death. Hee. Watching Beck and Castle banter playfully as they walked away, Aki picked up a dry stick with a sigh. His dog-like nose twitched in frustration, and his eyes glinted with resentment as he muttered, Beck, just wait. When the opportunity arises, I will make you pay. Beck had been right. Aki harbored murderous intent. But what about Beck? He too was waiting for the right moment. During the meal, the group discussed the various challenges they had faced along their journey, with the recent ordeal involving the illusionary magic being the most talked about topic. They also delved into the countless savage beasts they had encountered over the vast, dark expanse they had traversed, which stretched thousands of miles. The recent surge of barbaric beasts has spread far and wide, causing unprecedented destruction in the annals of the Dark World. This has naturally led to rampant speculation regarding the reasons behind this colossal wave. Some assert that it is the result of millennia of build-up, while others suggest it may be indicative of significant upheaval within the Dark Realm. There are even whispers that this may herald a departure from the Dark World, which has been their home for thousands of years, and a return to the world of light as described by their ancestors. Of course, these musings were merely the idle chatter of people during their leisure time, easily forgotten. Yet, unbeknownst to them, one of their whimsical notions might be closer to the truth than they realize. After a period of rest, the group set forth once more, only to find the number of barbaric beasts multiplying exponentially. As their density reached a critical point, the effectiveness of Beck's eagle-eye magic began to wane, rendering their progress increasingly arduous. Humph, Beck, you possess 3 magical abilities, yet you've only managed to slay this meager number of beasts. How embarrassing. Indeed, you rank just below Chief Yuri and Miss Castle in our party. Look at them. They have vanquished a multitude. While you, I dare say, I've slain more with my singular fireball spell. It's simply laughable. Oh, he is merely a bully towards the weak. He barks orders at me, a mere goblin, yet falters against these beasts. Henry, Braun, and Achi, who had long harbored disdain for Beck, seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Do you dare to thrust your spikes into our mouths? Beck's icy retort silenced them momentarily. But soon they began to call for help. Oh, old chief and Miss Castle, look, with such a grave threat looming, Beck seeks to undermine our unity. You must intervene. Humph. You acknowledge the peril now. Yet, when Beck was using his magic to guide us through throngs of beasts, you remained silent. Beck may lack offensive spells and thus possess limited attack power, but that is beyond his control. Should you continue to gossip, I shall not tolerate it. Chief Yuri's reprimand effectively silenced the trio. Although they exchanged glances filled with satisfaction, while they could not best Beck, it was gratifying to irritate him a little. Curse it, just wait until my Bloodblade spell matures in a couple of days. Then I'll have my revenge. As Beck contemplated the jibes from Henry and the others, he couldn't help but grow more eager for his first offensive spell. Chapter 113. The beasts emerging from the depths. The area densely populated with barbaric beasts was vast, resulting in days of relentless combat and intermittent travel before they finally traversed it. Upon finding a safe haven, the exhausted group collapsed to the ground. Naturally, during their respite, they gathered in small groups with those they got along with, such as Henry, Braun, and Achi the Goblin, who had recently formed a tight-knit trio, and Harris and Peter, who were inseparable friends. Meanwhile, Beck, undeterred by social norms, stubbornly settled beside the tribe's jewel. Although Castle felt somewhat exasperated by Beck's tenacity, she had little recourse against his incessant presence. Perhaps it was due to their past collaboration on magical studies that she no longer harbored the same aversion towards him as she once did, especially in these trying times, where Sophia's absence weighed heavily upon them. The only individual she found solace in was the ever-annoying Beck. Not far away, Henry, Braun, and Achi watched in seething envy as Beck clung to Castle's side. Each of them harbored ambitions towards her. But Beck's constant proximity thwarted any attempts they made to draw closer. Thus, their resentment towards him grew. This time, it was almost our undoing. The barbaric beast surge is truly ferocious. Braun, with a delicate demeanor, cast a cold glance at Beck before speaking to himself. Some individuals, despite grasping 3 spells, possess such pitiful offensive capabilities. Over these past several days, he has managed to slay fewer than 50 beasts, many of which were merely leftovers from Miss Castle's strikes. Henry, understanding Braun's unspoken thoughts, whispered, ensuring that Chief Yuri could not overhear while Beck remained within earshot. 50 beasts? Good heavens. Brother Henry, we who command 2 spells must have slain at least 200 over these 5 or 6 days. Right? Braun, even with just your fireball spell, you must have killed more than 100. Achi the Goblin's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Who can argue with that? The critical point is that a person of such feeble combat prowess boasts as if he reigns supreme. It is utterly absurd. Should Miss Castle ever take a liking to such a coward, it would indeed be a marvel. As if Miss Castle would ever fancy him. Have you not seen how she swats him away like a fly? What a pity. He clings to her like a persistent leech, making it impossible to shake him off. Henry, Braun, and Achi exchanged barbs, their voices not particularly loud, yet Beck, not far off, heard every word clearly. Initially engaged in light banter with the tribe's jewel, Beck's expression darkened upon hearing their conversation. Castle, observing the unfolding drama, smiled knowingly at Beck, curious to see how he would respond. As a warrior who enjoyed a good spectacle, she was eager for the entertainment. Do you believe I won't skewer you? Beck's low growl caught the trio off guard. But just as they prepared to launch their next round of mockery, they witnessed Beck enveloped in a layer of iron spikes. Beck, what are you planning? Henry and the others, having suffered from the iron armor's torment before, were suddenly alarmed by Beck's swift summoning of the armor. What do you mean? If you keep flapping your gums, I'll skewer each of you. Beck retorted coldly. You dare. The chief is right there, and Miss Castle is watching. If you resort to violence, let us see if the others will allow it. Achi the Goblin blustered, though his bravado faltered. In a swift motion, Beck rose, his spikes menacingly directed at the goblin. You, don't come any closer, or I will scream. At this point, both Henry and Braun had become too intimidated to speak, while Achi feigned bravado. Enough chatter. Go gather firewood. What? Refusing, are you? As Beck advanced a step, Achi quickly retreated in fear. Humph. You only bully me, a defenseless goblin. Why not go slay a few more beasts instead? With a resigned tone, Achi reluctantly summoned his familiar to fetch firewood, while Henry and Braun, cowed by Beck's iron armor, fell silent. Initially, the trio had anticipated that after days of utilizing his iron armor for both offense and defense, Beck would be worn out and they could take the opportunity to vent their frustrations. However, to their surprise, not only had Beck not collapsed from exhaustion, but he was also able to summon his iron armor with remarkable ease. This unexpected turn of events left them all stunned, and they now found themselves at the mercy of Beck's formidable presence. Impressive, you can still summon your iron armor with such ease. Quite remarkable. Though the group had taken intermittent breaks over the past few days, none had truly recovered. Even the tribe's jewel found it challenging to cast spells at this juncture. Thus her admiration for Beck's actions was genuine. Beck, ever eager to bask in praise, grinned at the compliment and replied, "Of course. Even if a horde of beasts descended upon us now, I could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without issue. Enough with your boasting. You were just claiming you would soon master your 4th spell. Where is it?" The tribe's jewel initially believed that after this bout of pressure, the young man, Beck, would be left speechless. To her surprise, upon mentioning it, he grew even more spirited. "Hey, Castle, what if I were to comprehend the 4th magic now? Would you be my wife?" "Get lost. A girlfriend would suffice. You're asking for a kick. Aren't you? At the very least, let me hold your hand. Surely that's permissible. Then you'd better reveal the 4th magic first." Castle shot an exasperated glance at this daydreamer, completely disregarding him. In her opinion, if Beck could grasp another magic in such a short span, it would truly be a miracle. "Isn't it just the 4th magic? Hey, watch this." Just as Beck was about to unveil his card, a startling cry erupted from the nearby goblin, Akin, who was gathering firewood. "Not good. The barbarian beasts are emerging from the ground." Chapter 114. The Bloodblade shows its might. What? Barbarian beasts? Haven't we already distanced ourselves from them? How can there still be barbarian beasts? Damn it. Oh heavens, that's a burrowing lizard demon. How could we encounter such a barbarian beast? This is dire. With the goblin's alarm, chaos ensued among the group. A few sharp-eyed individuals, upon discerning the incoming beasts, gasped in horror. The burrowing lizard demon, renowned for its ferocity, was a formidable foe. If it had appeared during the annual barbarian tide, the tribe would have suffered immense losses. For one of the demon's most formidable traits was its ability to navigate underground. Imagine the protective walls securely manned, only to be ambushed from behind by several burrowing lizard demons. The potential losses would be catastrophic. Moreover, the lizard demon's armored scales possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, even for an ordinary person, let alone a magic wielder. Breaching its defenses would be a monumental task at that moment. Having just escaped the clutches of the barbarian horde, the group was fatigued and disoriented. Encountering such a tenacious foe was enough to instill despair on many faces. Everyone, remain calm. Quickly gather towards Beck. Beck, use the eagle-eye magic to direct our actions. Hurry. Amidst the discord, Chief Yuri stepped forward, issuing commands to the others. Understood. Got it. With the Elder Chief's directives, the tension and anxiety within the group began to alleviate somewhat. Chief, behind us. There are burrowing lizard demons appearing behind us. Over there, and there. My heavens, there are burrowing lizard demons everywhere. However, just as the group began to regain their composure, they found that not only from the goblin's side, but also from several locations in front and behind them, lizard demons emerged from the earth, their scaly bodies and cold eyes glaring menacingly as they advanced. Witnessing this scene, panic once again threatened to overwhelm everyone. Elder Chief, to the right rear. Peter, to the left. Harris, behind us. Brown, to the left front. Castle, to your right. Fortunately, at that moment, Beck, possessing the eagle eye, began to issue precise commands, significantly alleviating the chaos. Nevertheless, the number of burrowing lizard demons attacking them was substantial. It was likely that there were nearly 100, which posed a considerable challenge. While 100 might not seem overwhelming, one must consider the vast disparity among barbarian beasts. For instance, a single powerful elephant demon could rival hundreds of ordinary barbarian beasts. Although these burrowing lizard demons were not as potent as the elephant demon, each one was equivalent to 7 or 8 ordinary beasts. Thus, the nearly 100 burrowing lizard demons were a significant threat to the group. The most troublesome aspect was that these lizard demons were all armored, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, making it extraordinarily difficult for the group to penetrate their defenses. The few ordinary individuals attempting to strike at the lizard demons with stones and other weapons found their efforts futile. While a magic apprentice would require multiple full-strength attacks to bring one down, only those like Henry and Aki, who wielded 2 magics, or Castle, who commanded 5, along with Chief Yuri, who had mastery over 9 magics, could effectively combat the lizard demons. However, the sheer number of burrowing lizard demons made several areas perilously chaotic. Aki, to your left and right. Aki, damn it, why are you running? Castle, be careful. Yet, Beck and the others had not anticipated that the sudden emergence of 2 burrowing lizard demons in front of the goblin would scare Aki into abandoning the fight, causing him to retreat. Consequently, the 2 summoned beasts under his command also fled in terror, allowing the 2 lizard demons, along with one he had previously engaged, to charge toward Castle, who was already contending with 5 lizard demons. With the sudden addition of 3 more, the crisis became imminent. Miss Castle, I am coming to help you. Seeing that his retreat had put Castle in jeopardy, the goblin Aki, with a firm resolve, rushed forward. However, having previously retreated and relinquished a crucial position, his attempt to assist now seemed rather impractical. The tribe's jewel, Castle, recognized her peril and swiftly scolded, wielding her fiery spear with all her might. Her shoulder-length flaxen hair billowed as she drew the spear in a wide arc, successfully blocking 4 of the burrowing lizard demons in front of her. Simultaneously, she pivoted her raised foot in the opposite direction, barely managing to fend off 2 more. Yet, despite her utmost effort, she had only managed to repel 6. She was utterly helpless against the remaining 2. She braced herself for the injuries they might inflict, preparing for the worst. Hiss! Hiss! With 2 chilling cries, the 2 unblocked burrowing lizard demons lunged at Castle, baring their sharp claws. Just then, the ground at her feet abruptly heaved, and yet another burrowing lizard demon erupted from the earth, its maw poised to bite down on Castle's supporting leg. It was over. There was no escaping this calamity, as the target of the assault. Castle understood the grave danger she faced, and her heart sank. However, just as Castle lamented the despair of Chief Yuri and the others, a chilling flash of crimson light suddenly illuminated the scene. In an instant, the head of the burrowing lizard demon, which had just emerged from the ground and was mere inches from Castle's supporting leg, was mysteriously severed from its body. In the next moment, the blood-red glow reappeared before the other 2 approaching burrowing lizard demons, and with a swift flash, their heads too were sent flying. Chapter 115, The Defeat, the once resigned gaze of the tribe's jewel. Castle suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. The unexpected emergence of the blood-red light ignited a flicker of determination within her heart. With this brief respite, her fiery spear surged back to life as she thrust it fiercely at the remaining burrowing lizard demons. Thud, thud, thud. In the face of life and death, Castle's fiery spear unleashed an overwhelming force, swiftly dispatching 3 burrowing lizard demons, thus resolving the immediate crisis. Thank you. While continuing to battle the remaining 3 burrowing lizard demons, she managed to spare a glance at Beck, who was not far away, still emanating a faint magical aura, though she was puzzled by Beck's sudden display of such a powerful attack magic. The urgency of the situation left no room for questions. It was nothing, Beck replied, quickly returning to his role of directing the others. Compared to the blood blade magic he had just unleashed, his commands through the eagle eye magic were evidently more suited to the current situation. Although the blood blade had spectacularly felled 3 burrowing lizard demons, it had been a desperate act, witnessing the peril Castle faced. Beck had unleashed all his latent potential to deliver that astounding strike. It was impossible for him to maintain such valor continuously. In contrast, the eagle eye magic was capable of encompassing everyone's needs and providing maximum support in this environment. However, it was worth noting that Beck's earlier decision to abandon his command to rescue the tribe's jewel had led to several of the native inhabitants of Gobenum, who were already in dire straits, falling victim to the burrowing lizard demons. But there was no time for sorrow now. Beck steeled himself and began issuing precise commands to everyone, observing that his precious daughter was out of danger. Chief Yuri cast a grateful glance at Beck before fully immersing himself in the fight against the burrowing lizard demons. Certainly, those present here, while rejoicing at the salvation of Castle and lamenting the tragic fate of several ordinary natives who fell victim to malice, were profoundly shaken by the sudden appearance of that chilling crimson light of blood. Among them, Henry, Brown, and the dog-headed Akina felt the greatest shock. This, has Baker just comprehended a new spell, or perhaps a spell of such formidable power? How could this be possible? Just moments prior, the three had not hesitated to mock Baker for lacking offensive magic, which had been their sole source of solace in the face of his 3 non-combat spells. Yet, Baker's recent actions undeniably revealed that he not only possessed offensive magic, but also wielded a spell of extraordinary might. The reason Henry, Brown, and Akina had previously dared to taunt Baker was that, despite his superior strength, the 3 spells he commanded were not combat-oriented. The only slightly offensive Iron Spike armor spell, when combined with their efforts, would merely result in Baker sustaining minor injuries. However, the situation had dramatically changed. With 4 powerful spells now at his disposal, Baker's strength surged, and the newly acquired magic he had just grasped possessed the potential to obliterate them in an instant, faced with such a lethal force. It was only natural for these 3 who had deeply offended Baker to feel a surge of fear. Hurry, Henry, behind you. Brown, to the left. Akina, to the right front. I say, you 3 imbeciles, did you hear that? Move quickly. Baker's commanding shout roused Henry and the others from their reverie, prompting them to hastily prepare for defense. Now, confronted with Baker's formidable offensive magic, they dared not engage in idle banter. Baker's authoritative call was, of course, motivated by a desire to protect the group as a whole. The loss of these 3 rascals was of little consequence, but with everyone on the same front, any misstep could trigger a chain reaction that posed a significant threat to others. Henry and his companions quickly fell silent and obeyed orders, while the rest gradually calmed down, coupled with Baker's precise instructions. The group's combat effectiveness surged, thus swiftly tilting the tide of battle in their favor. As the ground-dwelling lizard monsters continued to fall, the pressure on the group diminished rapidly, with no further lizards joining the fray. The number of barbaric beasts dwindled quickly. After a time, the remaining ground-dwelling lizards could be managed without Baker's guidance, allowing him to be liberated. The cold glint flickered in his eyes as he focused, activating the Bloodblade magic from his consciousness space to in an instant. A flash of crimson light surged forth, and the head of a ground-dwelling lizard, which had been besieging the tribal jewel castle, was sent flying. The next moment, another beast was struck by the crimson flash, suffering a deep, bone-revealing wound, causing it to howl in agony, thus losing its combat capability, with the pressure in front of castle significantly reduced. She was able to spare her hands to unleash a fiery spear, sending 3 ground-dwelling lizards before her soaring into the air. Go slay the other beasts. All right. Following this brief exchange, Castle and Baker swiftly moved to assist the others in dispatching the remaining beasts. Baker's Bloodblade magic was enigmatic and unpredictable, the crimson light appearing and disappearing beside the ground-dwelling lizards, wreaking havoc and causing blood to spill, limbs to fly, and in an instant, extinguishing the arrogance of these barbaric beasts. Like a domino effect, the once evenly matched confrontation between humans and beasts began to shift dramatically in favor of the humans, triggered by the sudden fall of the first domino, Baker. Before long, the ground-dwelling lizards were being eliminated, and only a scant few remained. Those that were not severely injured were hastily fleeing underground. During this process, many sluggish lizards were dispatched by the group in unison, leading to a decisive victory for the humans in this battle against the beasts. Wonderful. We actually managed to defeat these ground-dwelling lizards. This is truly marvelous. Initially despairing at the formidable ground-dwelling lizards, the crowd was astonished to find that through their collective efforts, they had managed to vanquish these relentless beasts, their faces lighting up with expressions of joy. Naturally, the next step was to direct their grateful gazes toward the unexpected hero of the battle. Baker, were it not for his steady command and the sudden display of immense power, they could never have achieved such a resounding victory. However, what they did not expect was that at this moment, Baker's expression darkened as he swiftly approached the dog-headed Akina, a crimson light materializing and racing toward the creature's neck. Chapter 116. Dealing with the dog-headed creature, Akina let out a terrified cry, scrambling to evade while hastily commanding the class-level summon beast, a great gorilla, to block the impending strike. With a faint, nearly imperceptible sound, the crimson light sliced through the air, cleaving the robust gorilla in two, its body rapidly fading as it returned to the class-level realm. After dispatching the gorilla in one swift move, the crimson light maintained its momentum toward Akina, who turned pale with fear. Nevertheless, being a practitioner of 2 spells, He had managed to buy himself a moment by using the summoned beast as a shield. Now, facing the approaching crimson light, Akina desperately attempted to dodge to the side, despite exerting every ounce of effort. He could not completely evade the strike, resulting in his left upright dog ear being severed, blood gushing forth as he cried out in agony, seeing that his first attack had not eliminated Akina. Baker's eyes flashed with determination as he prepared to unleash the blood blade magic once more. However, at that moment, a figure appeared before Baker, gently waving a hand at him. Chief Yuri, if it weren't for this scoundrel, Castle would not have been put in such peril. Our elders from the Gobenum tribe would not have met such a tragic fate. Please, do not stop me. I must slay this wretch. Baker had been eagerly seeking an opportunity to eliminate the dog-headed creature. And now, this was the perfect moment he could not afford to miss. Killing Akina would not only eliminate a potential threat, but also avenge the fallen elders of the Gobenum tribe, achieving a dual purpose. Chief Yuri. Oh, Chief Yuri. I beg you, save me. I did not mean it. It was the ground-dwelling lizards that were too ferocious, and I couldn't control it. I was just retreating. Oh, Chief, remembering when you visited our tribe and I treated you well, and considering that our tribe has been decimated, leaving only this pitiful dog-headed creature, I implore you to spare me. Akina cried out, tears streaming down his face, evoking a flicker of pity in the hearts of the majority present, aside from Baker. Chief, do not let this scoundrel go. Earlier, I used the eagle eye spell and discovered that he harbors murderous intent toward me. I cannot live in fear of him constantly. Moreover, the deaths of our elders are inextricably linked to him. Baker was resolute in his decision to eliminate the dog-headed creature. Allowing such a ticking time bomb to remain by his side was intolerable. Baker. I didn't mean to. I do whatever you ask. How could I harbor ill will toward you? Please don't slander me, Chief. Enough. Chief Yuri's stern voice interrupted Akina's pleas that he glanced at the determined Baker and then at the terrified Akina. Pondering briefly before stating, you, leave, depart from our ranks. No, Chief Yuri, amidst the super beast frenzy, how can I survive alone if I leave you? Henry, Brown, we're all fine. Please help me plead for mercy. Enough. Akina, if I do not let you go, I cannot provide a proper resolution for the souls of our deceased kin. Oh, Chief. If you continue to prattle, I shall let Baker deal with you as he sees fit. No, no, no. I want to say anything more. I'll go. I'll leave right now. Chief Yuri's words rendered Akina trembling. He was deeply frightened by the mysterious crimson magic wielded by Baker. If Baker were to deal with him, he would surely perish. Rather than face immediate death, he chose to leave, seeking a temporary reprieve. Glancing fearfully at the crimson light in Baker's hand, Akina shot a furious glare at Henry and Brown, who had not come to his aid. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly turned and departed, soon vanishing into the vast, dark expanse. Baker, you won't hold it against this old man for taking such measures, will you? Chief Yuri turned to Baker, jesting lightly. This is certainly no longer an option. Once Aki leaves, he will undoubtedly struggle to survive. It's merely prolonging his existence for a little while longer. Although Beck felt a tinge of regret in his heart. How could he possibly blame the old chief, whom he respected immensely, especially since this was the very man he had long wished to make his father-in-law? I know what you're thinking, you rascal. Well, if it comes to it, I can always lend you a hand when you're pursuing Castle in the future. As for Aki, whom I barely know, it would be difficult for me to witness his demise right before my eyes. It would also leave me feeling somewhat guilty towards the deceased chief of the Samir tribe. Do you understand? Yuri, the old chief, swiftly approached Beck, lowering his voice so that his daughter Castle wouldn't overhear his somewhat tiresome remarks. Hey, old chief, I understand. Just remember your promise from today. All right. I'll be counting on you for anything related to Castle in the future. Upon hearing Chief Yuri mention helping him pursue his daughter, Beck's eyes sparkled with excitement, and any lingering disappointment from not having killed the dog-headed man immediately vanished. Father, what secretive conversation were you having with this guy? Let me in on it too. Castle approached suspiciously and inquired. Ahem. Nothing at all. Huh? By the way, Beck, when did you master the fourth magic? It seems incredibly powerful, and the way it appears and disappears is truly mysterious. Hurry up and show us. Just as he had promised to assist Beck in pursuing his daughter, the sudden arrival of his daughter made Chief Yuri feel a bit uneasy, prompting him to shift the topic. Hearing Yuri's words, not only did Castle's beautiful eyes sparkle with curiosity, but the others also approached with envious glances, eager to witness the powerful attack magic that had just turned the tide of battle. Hee. Castle, of course, I can show you my new magic, but don't forget about our previous bet, Beck grinned mischievously. And with a mere thought, he unleashed his attack magic. In an instant, a blood-red glow emerged, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Chapter 117. Hand in Hand. Before Beck, a disc-shaped orb of blood-red light floated, and within it, a ring of cold, sharp blades appeared. Just a glance at them was enough to instill fear. Strangely, as the blood-red glow pulsated, the blades within seemed to stretch and contract in unison. No wonder he was able to sever the massive head of the burrowing lizard demon so effortlessly. I thought it was some extraordinary magic, but it seems rather unimpressive. However, suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. It was a man with wolf-like eyes and a fierce expression, none other than Henry, Beck's longtime adversary, though he felt a mix of fear and trepidation upon witnessing the magic. He couldn't help but disparage it, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Henry realized that Beck had transformed into a formidable opponent, wielding this powerful attack magic, and his combat prowess had soared to new heights. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Indeed, it seems rather unimpressive. Why don't you give it a try? As Beck spoke, the blood-red glow in midair began to pulsate rapidly, as if it had come to life, its sharp, cold aura bearing down on Henry. And no, I won't try it. Just now, I misspoke. Yes, my apologies. Faced with the blood-red glow that seemed to have a life of its own, Henry, a powerful magician with two forms of magic, felt as though a sword was suspended above him, ready to cleave him in two at the slightest sign of disrespect. Thus, under such overwhelming pressure, he too was forced to yield. The crowd collectively gasped, the once dominant Henry of the Gobenum tribe, a wielder of two forms of magic, had uttered such feeble words. Truly, 30 years of ups and downs. In the past, Beck, once regarded as a useless individual, had been the one to lower his voice in front of Henry. Yet now, the tables had turned. Beck had soared to greatness, while Henry found himself in a position of submission. All right, Beck, don't flaunt your power too much. By the way, what is the name of this attack magic? We still don't know. Chief Yuri, having watched Beck grow up and witnessed the hardships he endured, felt a sense of joy seeing him become stronger by the day. This is called blood blade magic. With a thought, Beck stabilized the rapidly pulsating blood-red magic. Blood blade, the blade of crimson, nourished by the blood of foes. What a splendid name. Upon hearing the name of the magic, even Chief Yuri felt his blood surge as if he had returned to his vigorous youth. The others shared a similar sentiment. Having witnessed the might of blood blade magic, they couldn't help but yearn for such a powerful attack spell. Hey, did you learn this magic from that master? Castle, the gem of the tribe, posed a question that shifted everyone's focus away from the magic itself. Of course, it wasn't that master who taught me. How could I have possibly comprehended this magic? Beck scratched his nose and concocted a grand tale. I don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon, but you caught the attention of that esteemed individual who taught you such enviable magic that I don't care. You must demonstrate each of these spells for me to learn. Hey, what are you talking about? Beck has the permission of that esteemed individual to learn these spells, but you do not doubt if you attempt to learn these spells without permission and incur the wrath of that esteemed individual. How will you bear the consequences? Chief Yuri was growing increasingly convinced of the existence of that powerful figure behind Beck and feared his daughter would attract trouble. Old chief, it's like this. That esteemed individual told me that the magic I've comprehended is perfectly fine for my wife to learn. Beck said playfully, while internally he thought, the magic produced by the system can be learned by anyone I choose. As long as Castle is around me all day, I have no doubt she will become my wife. Get away. You can't go 3 sentences without bragging. Are you itching for a kick? The tribe's precious jewel shot Beck a fierce glare in response to his antics. Ahem, I think we should find another place to rest. Although the burrowing lizard demons have all been dealt with, we can't be sure there aren't more underground. It's best we seek a safer location. The old chief, wishing to shield the poor boy Beck from further ridicule by Castle, spoke up. With such thorough consideration from Chief Yuri, everyone naturally agreed without dissent. They promptly buried the deceased members of the Gobenum tribe and then departed the area. The group had already been exhausted from their previous struggles, and having just endured a life-and-death battle, they were physically drained. Everyone hurried after the old chief in search of a resting place, while Beck, having just broken through to master the fourth magic, was brimming with energy and thus lagged behind the eager crowd. Okay, the above is merely a grand excuse. The real reason was that the tribe's jewel, Castle, was trailing behind, and how could Beck possibly go ahead? Hee. Castle, did you see our earlier valor? Were we not dashing, handsome, tall? Seizing the opportunity to be alone with the tribe's jewel, Beck couldn't resist showing off. However, Castle paid no heed to Beck's boasting, just as Beck was contemplating a new angle to engage in playful banter with the goddess. Suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached out before his eyes. What do you want? Are you going to hit me? Why are you so gentle today? Beck, accustomed to being struck, reflexively responded. Since I lost our earlier bet, I willingly accept the consequences. My hand is here. Will you take it? If not, then forget it. As she spoke, the tribe's jewel began to withdraw her hand, but in that moment, Beck, with a speed surpassing even that of the Bloodblade magic, swiftly grasped Castle's small hand and held it tightly, fearing it might escape. Chapter 118. The Fifth Magic Quest. The group from the Gobenum tribe split into two. One team hurried ahead in search of a resting place, while a young man and woman lingered at the back, their hands firmly clasped together as they moved forward. Initially, this should have been a picturesque scene, yet due to the tight grip they shared, or more accurately, the young man's overly tight grasp, the beauty of the moment was utterly marred. If I weren't an apprentice magician, I'd probably be crushed by your grip. The tribal gem, Castle, shook off the tightly held little hand and said with irritation, Really? Hey, then I shall loosen my grip a bit. This scoundrel, Baker, mischievously remarked, and then he slightly relaxed his hold. Indeed, it was a mere slight easing. The distance he released was practically on an anemometer scale. Then, this rascal shamelessly asked, Castle, is it much more comfortable now? If you're still not satisfied, I can adjust it further? In response to Baker's toothless antics, Castle shot him an exasperated glance. Fine, you can hold on like that. The tribal gem was too weary to argue with this fellow. Castle, how could you be so open-minded? Oh no, I mean, how could you allow me to hold your hand? This is truly unexpected. Earlier, during their playful bet, Baker had not anticipated such proactive cooperation from her. Now, even though he had received the reward of the wager, he still felt a tinge of disbelief. Too unexpected? Are you implying that I possess no gambling, anti-censorship spirit? So you plan to renege on the bet after it's made? Is that it? Castle shot Baker a glare. However, deep within, she found herself regarding this audacious little rascal with newfound respect. She never imagined that within such a short span, he had grasped as many as 4 spells, just one short of her status as the tribal gem. No. I mean, your hand, aside from the old chief, seems to have never been touched by another man, right? How could you bear to let me hold it? I feel utterly astonished. Grasping the warm and soft hand of the tribal gem, Baker felt as if he might soar into the heavens. Such a blissful moment had only ever graced his dreams. Unexpectedly, it had now become a reality, and he still had the audacity to inquire, last time, you kissed me, and now holding hands is merely a trifle. The tribal gem's heart seethed with resentment, yet outwardly, she would certainly not divulge this embarrassing incident. Humph, anyway, holding hands 1T cost me a piece of flesh. I certainly don't want to be labeled as having poor gambling, anti-censorship spirit. Castle, your gambling, anti-censorship spirit is excellent, truly outstanding, simply marvelous. Baker, blissfully clasping the goddess's hand, felt as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. After years of effort and perseverance, he had finally achieved. Well, all right, even if it was due to a wager. The fact that Castle had willingly allowed him to hold her hand marked a significant leap forward in his pursuit of the goddess. With his spirits soaring, his mind became lively and agile. Thus Baker's eyes sparkled as he proposed. Castle, how about we make another wager? What wager? The tribal gem shot him a glance. Well, let us continue the bet to see when I'll comprehend my 5th spell. Shall we? Oh dear, you scoundrel Baker, have you already comprehended the 5th spell and are now trying to fool me? Castle eyed Baker warily, noting his grin akin to that of a weasel. It was hardly surprising that she thought this way. The previous wager had left a deep impression on her, as Baker had indeed claimed he would grasp the 4th spell and had genuinely done so in such a short time. Thus, upon hearing him attempt the same trick again, her reflexive response was as such. Puffed. Castle, you think too highly of me. Comprehending spells is not as simple as eating or drinking, is it? If you don't believe me, feel free to check if I currently possess 5 spells. In truth, Castle also found this assertion hard to believe. However, Baker's rapid progress in comprehending spells had indeed astonished her, which was why she had instinctively said, so it took her nearly 2 years to move from the 4th to the 5th spell, even if Baker were a genius. His speed could not possibly match hers, could it? Nonetheless, out of caution regarding Baker's cunning nature, Castle decided to release a hint of her mental energy through the hand he was tightly clutching, conducting a probe on him. Meanwhile, Baker boldly opened his heart to the goddess for her inspection. So, we're not deceiving you, are we? At that moment, after completing the probe, Castle confirmed that Baker indeed only mastered 4 spells. Yet, she could not stand Baker's pompous demeanor and immediately retorted, "Humph, whether you comprehend the 5th spell or not has nothing to do with me. Why should I bet with you?" Having fallen for it once and with her small hand still firmly held by Baker, Castle had naturally grown wary of him. What does it matter? Of course, it matters. Castle, we are amidst the super barbarian frenzy. If I bet with you and, spurred by your motivation, quickly comprehend the 5th spell to become a novice mage, wouldn't that greatly enhance our team's strength against the barbarians? Moreover, my beloved tribal gem faces challenges head-on and never fears them. Do you not feel even a flicker of competitive spirit as you see me catching up and about to surpass you? Do you not have any desire to wager with me? Upon hearing that Castle was unwilling to bet, Baker instantly panicked. If the goddess refused to bet, how could he flirt? Oh no, how could he court her? He quickly conjured a multitude of reasons. All right, let us see how capable you are. If you comprehend the 5th spell within a month, I shall concede. Really? Is there any doubt? What's the stake? At worst, I'll let you hold my hand once more. Castle found it hard to believe, having taken nearly 2 years to comprehend the 5th spell. If Baker managed to do so in a month, then she would accept being held by him again. Castle, you must realize that the difficulty this time is far greater than last time. Simply holding hands seems rather a low stake, don't you think? Baker pressed for more. What more do you want? The tribal gem shot Baker an annoyed glare. Well, nothing much. Just, perhaps a kiss as well. How about that? Get lost. Then, how about a hug? We can discuss that once you comprehend the 5th spell. So, you agree then? Keep whining, and I'll kick you. Wow, okay. I won't whine anymore. I promise. Knowing the tribal gem's temperament, Baker understood that in this state, Castle had effectively agreed to his wager. Immediately, he tilted his head, embracing the image of the tribal gem while holding her hand, and hastily contacted the system. Hey, system, hurry up and help me flirt. Oh no. Do you have any tasks? Quickly assign me one. I need to comprehend the 5th spell immediately. Currently, there is indeed one task, the system replied nonchalantly. Wow. The heavens are helping me, system. Quickly release the task. Baker exclaimed with delight. Ding. As a future strongman, not witnessing the strong, cloud-filled dark holy city with your own eyes would render you a frog at the bottom of a well. System task, safely reach and enter the dark holy city. Upon completion, reward, 1 conceal mist magic seed. Upon hearing this, Baker's heart soared with joy. Excellent. Simply excellent. We were already planning to go to the dark holy city. Completing this task should be a breeze. Huh. What? It only counts as completing the task once we reach the dark holy city. Damn, system. That won't do. The time frame is too long. I need a quicker task. Baker was instantly distraught. For the journey from here to the dark holy city would take at least 2 months, while the tribal gem had just given him a month's deadline. How could he possibly complete the trilogy of kiss, hand-holding, and hugging? Chapter 119. Speculations on the conceal mist magic ding. Currently, this is the only task in the system library that requires the host to undertake. The super system stated leisurely. Then, let us negotiate. Can we change the destination to a closer one? Or, like the previous task, can you let me hold on for a month? Baker quickly pleaded with the system. Host, do you think this system is your family's business? You can change the task however you like? You really have the audacity. System, you old fool. Ding. The system has no elders, only a master and a shameless host. Damn it. Baker had no time to engage in banter with this shameless system. His focus was entirely on winning the wager with the goddess. Thus, unable to convince the system, Baker turned to the tribal gem, shamelessly negotiating. When Castle heard that Baker wished to extend the time frame for comprehending the 5th spell from 1 month to 2, she remained remarkably calm. Just when Baker thought she was ignoring him and wouldn't he agree, Castle finally spoke. Extending the deadline by 1 month is not impossible, but what? Baker did not expect the goddess to be so accommodating and eagerly pressed for her response. But now, shouldn't you let go of my hand? Although Castle is an apprentice magician with formidable strength, it is quite uncomfortable for her to allow Beck to hold her hand so tightly. Additionally, the sight of their intertwined hands would undoubtedly cause her embarrassment. Despite her otherwise extroverted nature, as for Beck's suggestion to extend the deadline from 1 month to 2, does it truly make a difference? One must understand that the 5th spell represents a significant advancement from magic apprentice to apprentice magician. Such advanced magic is notoriously difficult to comprehend. From the perspective of the tribe's jewel, whether Beck is given a month or 2 months, it fundamentally alters nothing regarding the ultimate outcome. This is quite the dilemma. Beck had not anticipated that the tribe's jewel would present him with such a formidable challenge. Tio put it bluntly, he would prefer to hold the goddess's hand forever. However, he recognized that in order to gain greater benefits in the future, he must relinquish the immediate pleasure of holding her hand. With this thought in mind, he reluctantly released her soft, warm hand, all the while fervently vowing to himself that he would embrace her again in the future. Whoever becomes your girlfriend in the future is bound to be unfortunate. Holding hands with you is more strenuous than weightlifting, Castle complained, rubbing her slightly reddened hand. Ahem. Castle, perhaps for the sake of other ladies' fortune, you might as well make a sacrifice and settle for being my girlfriend. Get lost. How dare you speak such nonsense? The tribe's jewel. Castle shot Beck a glare before hastily moving ahead to catch up with the main group. Beck, feeling rather pleased with himself, lightly kissed the palm that had just held Castle's hand, and then set off to pursue the goddess. However, neither Beck nor Castle noticed that as they walked hand in hand, a smile of glee had spread across Yuri's aged face at the front of the group. Has my daughter finally managed to straighten out that kid Beck? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. After traveling several miles, the group from the Gobenum tribe finally found a secluded and safe spot. One by one, they nearly collapsed onto the ground, eager to rest and recuperate. They had just fought a fierce battle against a multitude of savage beasts for several days, and had hoped for a moment of rest, only to encounter the treacherous burrowing lizard demon, leading to yet another life-and-death struggle. Now, their bodies felt utterly drained, necessitating a period of recuperation. Naturally, given the ongoing threat of the super savage beast frenzy, Chief Yuri had arranged for personnel to keep watch and remain on guard. Beck, having just made a breakthrough and filled with vitality, volunteered to be the first sentry. Castle, who possessed 5 spells and was an apprentice magician, was assigned by the chief to follow Beck as the second sentry. This arrangement allowed everyone to take turns on duty, ensuring that they could rest peacefully as everyone found a suitable spot to rest. We turn our attention back to Beck, who remained immersed in excitement. After scanning the area for any signs of disturbance, he cast the Eagle Eye spell and leaned against a large rock, grinning foolishly as he relished the memory of holding the goddess's hand. After a long, contented sigh, he composed himself and began contemplating his magical training. Having comprehended the Bloodblade spell, he had addressed the shortcoming of weak attack power, complementing it with the Iron Spike armor spell. Beck was now a well-rounded apprentice magician, especially with the addition of the Eagle Eye detection spell and the water therapy healing spell. It could be said that he possessed the most formidable composite abilities among all apprentice magicians. If he could master one more spell, he would break through and become an apprentice magician, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. That moment, Beck recalled how Castle had skyrocketed in power upon her own breakthrough from magic apprentice to apprentice magician, defeating a mighty elephant demon. The thought of such a significant boost in combat prowess after his own breakthrough filled him with yearning. The 5th spell. Oh, wait, what was the 5th spell again? System. Earlier, Beck had been so preoccupied with his plans to woo Castle that he had not truly listened when the system mentioned the task reward. Now, as he calmed his mind, he finally remembered. Host, could you please remember to bring your ears next time? This is quite a waste of my breath, you know. All right, system, I promise I won't forget next time. Now hurry and tell me the name of the 5th spell. Having dealt with the system for so long, Beck was well aware of its temperament and quickly moved to inquire. The concealment mist spell. Next time you. The concealment mist spell? Wow. System, is this a spell that can make one invisible? Beck completely ignored the system's rambling and focused intently on the 5th spell. Ding. Please complete the task to obtain the spell seed and observe it once it has matured. Darn it. At that moment, Beck felt an overwhelming urge to grab the system and give it a good thrashing, not only for its frequent passive resistance, but also because he realized that if the fifth spell truly functioned as he imagined, it could cloak everyone in mist, rendering them invisible to the savage beasts that wouldn't allow them to easily and joyfully make their way to the dark holy city, avoiding peril. Yet, the system insisted on waiting until he reached the holy city before rewarding him with such a practical spell. Was it deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? Just as Beck was about to explode in frustration and engage in a serious debate with the system, he suddenly focused his gaze and straightened up, alertly looking in one direction. "Phew, Chief, is that you? You startled me. What are you sneaking around for?" Upon recognizing the approaching figure thanks to the eagle eye spell, Beck relaxed. "Well done, kid. You seem quite dedicated." Not slacking off, Chief Yuri, having been discovered, decided to approach openly. Beck managed a wry smile. "Considering everyone's safety, how could I possibly slack off? By the way, Chief, didn't you arrange for the guard duty? Why did you come over yourself?" "Ah, I was feeling too excited to rest." "Excited? What are you excited about? Are you planning to find a stepmother for Castle? Get lost. Have you grown bold enough to make fun of me? Enough of that. Let's not dwell on it. Beck, you managed to straighten out my daughter in such a short time, and now you're even holding hands." "Ahem. Chief, it seems you imply that I have no charm whatsoever." However, just as Beck was about to boast about how he had wooed the chief's daughter, he suddenly paused and smirked. "Chief, it seems Castle is so thrilled to be with this handsome guy that she couldn't wait to switch shifts early." You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting to my father? Watch your back." Castle's sharp retort promptly brought Beck back to reality, and under her unkind gaze, he slumped his shoulders in defeat. "Beck, since Castle has come to take your place, you should go rest," Chief Yuri suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Chief, but you," Beck, noticing that Yuri had no intention of leaving, inquired eagerly. "I have a few things to discuss with Castle. I'll be back shortly." The chief chuckled at Beck's eagerness to stay. "What could it be? I'm not an outsider. I can listen in," Beck said with a grin. "Get lost. If you're not an outsider, who is?" Castle shot back, glaring at Beck, who promptly retreated as if he were a mouse fleeing from a cat. With a reluctant farewell to Chief Yuri, he left the scene. "Father, what did you want to discuss with me? Now that he's gone, you can tell me," Castle said, feeling at ease in her father's presence. "Castle, what do you think of that kid Beck?" Chief Yuri asked, glancing at his precious daughter as he tentatively broached the subject. "Him? He's quite annoying, but not as bad as I imagined." In the comfortable atmosphere with her father, Castle openly expressed her feelings. These words came straight from her heart. Initially, she found Beck's persistent pursuit bothersome, particularly since she had long since had someone in her heart, which only intensified her annoyance with his constant presence. Thus, she often ended up venting her frustrations by giving him a beating. During this period, Castle and Becker have experienced a myriad of events that have significantly altered Castle's perception of Becker. For instance, Becker joined her and Sophia's small circle to discuss magic. He ventured to the back mountains, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a golden lion. He fought alongside her against the raging tide of savage beasts, and he used bloodblade magic to rescue her from perilous situations. Moreover, not long ago, they shared a kiss, and now they are holding hands. Initially, Castle felt quite uncomfortable being around smelly men, aside from her father, let alone engaging in intimate gestures like kissing and holding hands. She believed that if she ever did such things, she would undoubtedly feel nauseous. However, to her surprise, after this intimate act with Becker, she found neither sweetness nor the repulsion she had previously anticipated. Not so unbearable. "Hey, Castle, are you implying that Becker is somewhat acceptable?" Chief Yuri astutely caught the essence of his daughter's words. "I suppose, if this guy could shed his lewdness, he might actually be quite a decent person," Castle conceded with a nod. "Is that so?" "Hee. Castle, may I interpret this as you accepting Becker?" Chief Yuri's remark left Castle momentarily stunned, leading her to offer a resigned smile. "Father, you're overthinking it." "What? Overthinking? Castle, don't think for a moment that I didn't see you and Becker holding hands at the back of the line." The old chief expected his daughter to blush or admit it outright, but was instead met with her unexpected response. "Father, you saw that." Despite her outgoing personality, Castle felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding holding hands with a grown man. "Of course, you and that rascal Becker were holding hands so intimately. And you still claim I'm overthinking." "Oh, Father, it's not as you imagine. Here's what happened." Castle then recounted to Chief Yuri how she lost a bet with Becker, which led to her reluctantly holding his hand. Castle, haven't you always despised being around boys, especially engaging in such intimate contact? Chief Yuri, though somewhat unsettled by his daughter's tale, couldn't help but ask. You don't understand. Holding hands with Becker feels like being with a savage beast. Do you get it? Although Castle spoke those words, she harbored doubts. Whenever she envisioned being with other men from the tribe, she couldn't help but feel disgusted, yet the thought of being with Becker didn't evoke such feelings. What? Being with Becker feels akin to being with a savage beast. Chief Yuri couldn't help but clutch his forehead, silently mourning for Becker for 3 seconds, thinking to himself how the poor lad might react if he heard his daughter speak in such a manner. That's just how it is. Father, in any case, you needn't worry. There's absolutely no possibility between Becker and me. Castle's declaration effectively silenced Chief Yuri's attempts to persuade her, prompting a sigh from him. Castle, does this mean you're still thinking of Sophia? You know the answer to that. Mentioning her best friend and girlfriend. Sophia instantly dampened Castle's mood. Currently, Sophia was nowhere to be found, and the uncertainty left her with an indescribable discomfort. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Chief Yuri sensed it was best to refrain from further discussion. He had come with high hopes, but was now leaving disappointed, having thought that witnessing his daughter holding hands with Becker would signify everything was all well. However, it was evidently not the case. This period of rest lasted quite a while, during which everyone fully recovered their stamina and energy, reaching peak condition before the old chief commanded them to resume their journey, although the dog-headed men had departed. Reducing their fighting strength, Becker's breakthrough and mastery of a particularly powerful magic spell ensured that the overall combat effectiveness of the group not only remained intact but actually improved. Consequently, everyone faced the battles against the savage beasts with much more composure, filling their hearts with joy. Thus, they continued on their journey, alternating between fierce clashes with savage beasts and moments of rest, and before long, a month had swiftly passed. Along the way, they encountered several tribes that had been decimated by the super savage beast frenzy. Witnessing numerous human corpses akin to their own, alongside the remains of giants towering at 4 to 5 meters, diminutive dwarf corpses barely a meter tall, as well as the remains of beautiful elves and eerily translucent undead beings. In the face of such calamity, they could only lament the vast devastation wrought by this super savage beast frenzy. One day, as they passed another annihilated tribe, based on their previous experiences, they intended to circumvent the large number of savage beasts occupying the area to avoid attracting their attention. However, just as they had navigated a small portion of the way, a series of thunderous booms suddenly erupted, causing everyone's expressions to shift dramatically. They were horrified to discover that within the tribe, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if the very heavens were intent on tearing the village apart. Witnessing this scene, all eyes instinctively turned to Becker, for it seemed that only his keen eyesight could discern the precise situation ahead. They're dead. All dead. Waves of savage beasts have perished. My God, what on earth is happening? However, Becker's pallid complexion and frantic demeanor suggested he had been severely shaken. What are you babbling about? What do you mean they're all dead? Clarify. Castle, irritated by Becker's nervousness, pressed him for clarity. It's the savage beasts. They're all struck down by lightning. Becker's trembling voice left everyone aghast. Savage beasts being struck down by lightning. Could it be that the dark deity, unable to tolerate the havoc wreaked upon so many tribes, had unleashed divine retribution upon them? Quick, we must leave this place. The lightning is spreading towards us. Hurry, move. Amidst their astonishment, Becker's voice rang out again, this time laced with urgency that bred a palpable anxiety among the group. Despite their skepticism, the urgency in Becker's tone compelled them not to delay. Under his direction, they fled in earnest from the tribe. Thunder rumbled, the sky rumbled, shaking the earth, the sound growing ever louder and closer. This only heightened the panic among the fleeing group. Boom, crack, roar. The explosive sounds of thunder mingled with the anguished cries of the savage beasts, creating a cacophony that sent chills down their spines. At that moment, some individuals could not help but glance back. Such is the nature of humanity. When fear grips the heart, curiosity compels one to seek the truth. Thus, as they sprinted, many instinctively turned to look back towards the tribe. However, upon doing so, their faces turned pale, drained of color. In the distance, they beheld serpentine bolts of lightning, as thick as a human arm, striking the savage beasts, exploding upon contact and dispersing into countless smaller arcs that wreaked havoc among the horde. The previously nearby clusters of tiger demons, wolf demons, leopard demons, bear demons, and other savage beasts fell like wheat before the scythe. Offering no resistance whatsoever, their forms enveloped in smoke as they collapsed, an utterly terrifying sight. At this moment, they finally comprehended the source of Becker's earlier terror when he had glimpsed the scene ahead through his eagle-eye magic. It was utterly shocking. The powerful savage beasts that could have easily surrounded and annihilated their group were falling one after another, without a shred of resistance, if that fierce lightning were to descend upon them. Their fate would surely be far worse than that of the resilient savage beasts. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, those who turned to look back were astonished to find a subtle white form leaping amidst the roiling thunder, seemingly chasing after the raging lightning. No, it wasn't he chasing. Rather, it appeared that the lightning was emanating from this very being. As the violent storm approached rapidly, the white figure became increasingly distinct, and those with keen eyesight could discern that massive bolts of lightning were indeed being unleashed from this enigmatic white figure. Is this not a divine retribution? Or is it something that some creature has deliberately unleashed? Good heavens, what manner of being is that? How can it possess such might? The tribal jewel, Castle, who fled alongside Beck, was consumed by curiosity, glancing back intermittently. Upon catching sight of the white figure, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. As one who revered the powerful, the sight of a creature capable of unleashing such formidable thunder naturally ignited her inquisitiveness. It seems to be the unicorn that the old chief spoke of. Beck, using the eye of the falcon, perceived the scene with far greater clarity than the others, and promptly voiced his observation along with his conjecture. A unicorn? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Does such a creature truly exist? Castle inquired, her amber eyes sweeping back towards the white figure with skepticism. The old chief had mentioned such beings while narrating tales of the world beyond their tribe, though he had presented it merely as folklore. Its body resembles that of a white horse, adorned with a singular horn upon its forehead from which the lightning emanates. It bears a striking resemblance to the unicorn described by the old chief, Beck remarked after another careful observation. Upon hearing Beck's words, Castle's eyes shimmered with excitement, filled with a fervent desire to explore the existence of the legendary unicorn trailing behind them. Castle, we should hasten our escape. If that terrifying creature discovers us, we may very well meet our demise. Although Beck noted Castle's fascination with the unicorn and wished to impress her by elaborating further on its lore, the perilous environment left no room for delay. If the unicorn were to detect them, a single bolt of lightning could obliterate their hard-won progress. You speak wisely. It is indeed prudent for us to depart swiftly. Castle nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, that unicorn appears to be somewhat fatigued, no longer unleashing its lightning with such ferocity, and its speed has diminished. This presents us with an opportune moment to flee. Beck, who remained vigilant with the eye of the falcon, exclaimed with relief, "That would be for the best. Let us not provoke it further and make our escape post-haste." Castle's expression softened at Beck's words. Clang. However, just as Castle finished speaking, a resounding metallic crash erupted within the crowd. The sudden noise startled the tense group, and they were left aghast to discover a pot had fallen to the ground, spinning and clattering. "Brown, you imbecile. You can't even carry a pot properly. What on earth are you doing?" Henry shouted at Brown, who had just picked himself up. "Damn it, I didn't mean to. I was just running too fast and tripped over a stone." "What are you whining about? Everyone stumbles at times." It turned out that the pot had been hastily brought from the tribe for cooking, and the group had been taking turns carrying it. Today, it was Brown's turn, yet, in a critical moment, he faltered, causing chaos as they scrambled to escape. "We're doomed. We're going to die because of this pot," Beck, who had been monitoring their surroundings with the eye of the falcon, suddenly declared, sending shockwaves of panic through the group. Instinctively, they turned to look back, and their eyes widened in terror. The white figure that had previously slowed its pace was now hurtling towards them with blinding speed. Impossible. It can't be. From this distance, how could it have noticed the pot falling? It's inconceivable. The weight of fear and guilt bore down on Brown, pushing him to the brink of despair as he beheld the rapidly approaching white figure. Disbelief etched across his face. "Brown, you fool, it's your fault we are being hunted. You are the bane of our tribe. You've doomed us all." Henry, usually friendly with Brown, now unleashed his fury, perhaps as a way to vent his own terror. "Old chief, perhaps we should split up and flee? Every escapee counts." In a panic, Harris suggested with a quavering voice that it was no wonder Harris felt this way. Among the group, Few remained composed in the face of a creature capable of slaughtering beasts with ease charging towards them. Escape? Do you think we can? That unicorn is a beast of magic. The old chief gazed at the swiftly enlarging white figure, his expression filled with resignation. A magical beast, a semi-magical golden lion, a novice mage. Father, are you suggesting that this unicorn possesses the strength equivalent to that of a novice mage? Castle, the tribal jewel, expressed this realization, and even she, a seasoned warrior, could not suppress a flicker of fear in her eyes. Before the old chief could respond, suddenly, if you won't run, then I shall. You can all wait to be struck down. Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed by terror and guilt, Brown erupted into maniacal laughter before bolting from the group, fleeing for his life. Hey, you idiot. Beck, through the eye of the falcon, noticed the unicorn reacting to Brown's sudden movement and quickly called out a warning. However, his concern for whether Brown would survive was minimal. He was primarily worried that Brown's actions might provoke the unicorn and endanger the entire group. Yet, even with Beck's quick reflexes, he could only utter a few words. Boom! A deafening and violent roar erupted from behind, and a blinding flash of light engulfed their vision, in the next moment, to their horrified gaze. Brown, who had sprinted a mere 10 meters, was struck by a vicious bolt of lightning, incinerating him instantly. A gust of wind scattered his charred remains. I don't want to die. Please, please spare me. Watching a companion fall so effortlessly, many in the group felt their frayed nerves snap, collapsing to the ground in tears, crying out in their deep-seated fear. Henry, closest to Brown, stared wide-eyed at the ashes that danced away in the wind, his expression a portrait of sheer terror. Though he wielded two powerful magics, he could not withstand the horrific sight before him. In that moment, only the old chief, Castle, and Beck, who remained fixated on the unicorn, retained a semblance of composure. Everyone, do not lose your wits. Perhaps we still have a sliver of hope. After all, why did the unicorn only strike down Brown and not pursue the rest of us? The old chief's words served as a lifeline, jolting the nearly drowning group back to reality. Look at you all, reduced to quivering wrecks. What is the worst that could happen? Death. And yet, you tremble like frightened children. Weren't you also defiant just a moment ago? Not one of you is braver than Beck. Castle's words resonated with the old chiefs, inadvertently igniting a flicker of courage within the hearts of the crowd, causing those who had slumped to the ground to cease their tears. Beck, though his lips twitched, maintained his unwavering gaze upon the unicorn. With a crackle of energy, the unicorn, 1,000 meters away, surged forth with terrifying speed, its front hooves raised high, emitting a thunderous sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. At that moment, they finally beheld the unicorn in its entirety, a magnificent white horse with a striking single horn on its forehead, crackling with arcs of electricity, instilling dread in their hearts. Its eyes gleamed with a cruel light, and the presence of such a potential harbinger of death rendered the onlookers speechless. Even the seasoned old chief felt his heart race uncontrollably. In contrast, Castle exhibited remarkable poise, her amber eyes reflecting both fear and a glint of wonder. Meanwhile, Beck's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, his ethereal eye of the falcon unflinchingly trained upon the ferocious creature, unwavering in his vigilance. The unicorn's fierce and tyrannical gaze swept across the crowd like a razor's edge, sending tremors of dread through everyone present. In response, the onlookers could only speculate without any certainty, and even if they could fathom the situation, what could they possibly do, faced with a beast equivalent to a male-tier magician? They were mere lambs to the slaughter. The unicorn surveyed the assembly, seemingly failing to locate whatever it sought. It let out a low growl, its eyes brimming with savagery, as the lightning serpents on its horn began to dart about with alarming speed. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. This is dire. We are doomed. Witnessing the unicorn's actions, despair enveloped the crowd. Even Chief Yuri, whose weathered face bore an expression of resignation. Yet within the ranks, only 2 individuals managed to maintain a semblance of composure. One of them was the tribe's jewel. Castle, her eyes sparkled with intensity, her very essence heightened to the utmost. Her violet bodysuit thrummed with the surging power of magic. Gradually, a dark red spear, exuding a searing aura, materialized in her grasp. Castle raised her arm, the fiery spear's tip aimed directly at the unicorn. This tribal warrior, fully aware of her inferiority to the beast before her, resolved to engage in battle regardless, prepared to face annihilation rather than submit. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly rested upon Castle's slender arm, causing the tribe's jewel to falter slightly. Upon glancing up, she realized that the one who had intervened was none other than Beck. Castle knew Beck would not act without reason, and her questioning gaze sought his intentions. Yet, Beck remained silent, raising his right hand instead, from which a misty azure light suddenly shot forth, hurtling towards the rampaging tyrant, the unicorn. Can anyone guess how this deadlock will be broken? Those with ideas are welcome to leave comments below. The latest chapter will be released tomorrow, and we shall see how many have guessed correctly. A hint, the text has already laid some groundwork. Chapter 123, The Odd Healing. Beck, you rascal, you won't let me take action, and yet you. Castle began, only to sense something amiss as her amber eyes were enveloped by the azure light. At that moment, she realized that the magic Beck had unleashed was not a combat spell, but rather a healing one. Water therapy. This boy intends to heal the unicorn, but I didn't see any wounds on it earlier. Of course, Beck possesses the eagle eye spell, enabling him to perceive more than I could. Perhaps there exists an injury on the unicorn in some hidden part that I overlooked at this instant. Not only Castle but also Chief Yuri and the others shared this line of thought. They suddenly understood why the unicorn had resorted to such rampant slaughter. It must be injured, driven to madness. Hence its indiscriminate killing of both beasts and humans alike. Yes, it had to be that way. However, while they felt their reasoning was sound, it remained merely speculation. The true nature of the situation would require further observation. As the possibility flashed through their minds, they all fixed their attention firmly on the azure light racing toward the unicorn. With a sudden release of blue light directed at itself, the unicorn's gaze sharpened, letting out a roar that sent a shiver through everyone, including Beck. Many thought to themselves that Beck might have just inadvertently provoked the unicorn, and if it went berserk, their fate was sealed. While the unicorn roared, Beck, the caster, felt his muscles twitch uncontrollably, betraying the anxiety within him. Yet, his dark eyes remained steadfastly locked onto the unicorn's rear end, his resolve unwavering. As he maintained his water therapy spell with utmost stability, the azure light drew nearer, closing in on the unicorn. At that moment, the ferocious beast's gaze was filled with fury, fixated on the approaching azure light. The serpents of electricity on its horn crackled ominously, as if poised to unleash a devastating strike, obliterating the light and electrocuting the crowd. In that moment, all breath was held, all blinking ceased, all thoughts extinguished, as their focus converged entirely upon the azure light. Swish! The light was mere inches from the unicorn's head, just a hand's breadth away from the crackling horn. It was clear that the ferocious beast could shatter the azure light with the slightest tilt of its head. In that fleeting instant, the intensity of the unicorn's wrath reached its zenith. Yet, in the next moment, the savagery in its gaze receded like a tide, and it made no attempt to obstruct the azure light as it sailed past. Phew! Observing this spectacle, Chief Yuri exhaled in relief, as did Castle, Harris, Peter, Henry, and the others. They all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Beck, who was casting water therapy, remained entirely focused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the unicorn's rear, while the floating eagle eye spell remained vigilant. Not daring to slacken its watch, swish, the azure light glided past the unicorn's imposing form, enveloping a portion of its hindquarters. As the light enveloped it, the savage beast instinctively twitched, the serpents of electricity on its horn swirling rapidly. Yet soon after, its body calmed, and the electric serpents reached an unprecedented state of tranquility. Not only that, but the unicorn's bright, lamp-like eyes even exhibited a rare glimmer of relaxation. Could it be that this hulking creature was afflicted in its posterior? Perhaps it suffered from hemorrhoids? Or was it that its rear had been injured? No wonder we couldn't see it. In an instant, the crowd was struck by realization, wondering how fortunate it was that Beck had grasped the eagle eye spell. Otherwise, who could have detected the unicorn's pain point hidden behind its rear? To have been slain by a unicorn driven mad by a discomfort in its backside would be an utter injustice. Of course, while they marveled at Beck's mastery of the eagle eye spell, they also expressed admiration for his control over the water therapy spell, even if they had identified the unicorn's pain point. Without healing magic, they would have been left helplessly awaiting their own demise. Yet, just as the crowd indulged in their musings, the savage beast let out a low growl that startled everyone, and they soon noticed the return of a savage glint in the unicorn's eyes. With the serpents of lightning on its horn once again thrumming with ferocity, what could this mean? Had Beck somehow worsened the unicorn's condition? Or was it that the healing was ineffective? The efficacy of the water therapy spell held the fate of the crowd in its balance. and they were naturally keenly attentive. However, after observing for a while, they discerned that this time, the unicorn's display of fury seemed different. It appeared to be reactive, or more accurately, a manifestation of its pain. As time passed, their conviction in this theory solidified, for they could see the unicorn's body quivering slightly, its lamp-like eyes betraying a glimmer of pain that overshadowed its previous ferocity. Beck! At that moment, Castle exclaimed in alarm. For she noticed Beck, who was casting water therapy beside her, swaying unsteadily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as if he were on the verge of collapse. Instinctively, the tribe's jewel rushed forward to support him. Is the level disparity too great? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest before continuing the treatment? Sensing Beck's body tremble from exhaustion, Castle suggested. Ever since Beck had mastered the water therapy spell, he had treated numerous individuals. And Castle had gleaned much about this magic. For instance, it worked splendidly on those of equal tier or lower, but its efficacy diminished when treating those of significantly higher levels. Earlier, when Beck had treated the Elder Chief, a novice magician, the results had been somewhat lackluster. Though Beck was now a formidable wielder of 4 major spells, the unicorn stood at least 2 tiers above the Elder Chief, making Beck's efforts to heal it a considerable strain. Despite Castle's suggestion, Beck merely shook his head slightly. At that moment, he could not afford to speak, as nearly all his energy was devoted to healing the unicorn. Thus, time slipped by second, with beads of sweat cascading down Beck's forehead, and the tremors in his body growing increasingly pronounced. Were it not for the presence of Castle, the female warrior, Beck would have undoubtedly collapsed to the ground. It struck everyone as somewhat peculiar that, on the other side, the unicorn, having endured such an extended period of treatment, seemed to be in even greater anguish. Its massive form trembled incessantly, and the electric serpents coiling around its horn moved with increasing swiftness. What could possibly be the cause of this? If Beck's treatment had rendered this unicorn more sorrowful, why then did it allow Beck to continue the process? Such perplexities arose in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, upon observing the unicorn, it appeared that the more it suffered, the more it became dependent on Beck's water therapy magic. This bizarre scene left everyone utterly bewildered. Beck, you must stop and take a break at once. Otherwise, you will perish. Perceiving the tremors coursing through Beck's body due to the gradual depletion of his mental and magical energies, the tribe's gem immediately interjected. Under normal circumstances, a mere glare from Castle would have compelled Beck to obey without hesitation. However, this instance was different. A bittersweet smile graced Beck's lips, yet his gaze remained resolute as he gritted his teeth and continued to channel the water therapy spell without faltering. You fool, you were truly risking your life. Observing Beck's demeanor, Castle quickly surmised that the situation was far more complex than she had initially thought. Thus, she ceased her attempts to hinder Beck and instead wrapped her arms around him to alleviate his burden as much as possible. The water therapy magic flowed continuously, affecting the unicorn's rear, while Beck's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his tremors alarming even the steadfast warrior Castle. As for the unicorn, its pain was no less severe than Beck's. By the end, its powerful hooves trembled to the point of near collapse. At that moment, the old chief and the others, witnessing this strange tableau of healer and patient, were on edge. They had never encountered such a perilous form of treatment, where both healer and patient fought for survival. Their hearts in their throats, fearing that should Beck falter or should something go awry with the unicorn, they, too, might meet the same fate as Brown, reduced to ashes beneath the thunderous onslaught. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a cry filled with both pain and a hint of joy erupted from the unicorn's mouth, shocking the onlookers. They then beheld its rear quivering violently before a massive orb of light emerged. As the orb touched the ground, its brilliance gradually dimmed, revealing a small unicorn, glistening like jade and damp from birth. Chapter 124. A joyous recovery as they beheld the wet, wobbly little unicorn attempting to rise. The crowd's expressions were almost uniformly filled with astonishment and wry smiles. The reality was indeed far more splendid than they had imagined. Initially, they had thought Beck's water therapy was merely to heal the unicorn's wounds. Yet, unexpectedly, it had played a role akin to that of a midwife, assisting the unicorn in delivering its offspring to that moment. They also comprehended the true reason behind the unicorn's earlier rampage, unleashing thunderous strikes upon the savage beasts. It had been driven to madness by the anguish of a difficult labor, inadvertently bringing calamity upon the beasts. As for the unicorn's failure to immediately attack them, it likely sought assistance, only to realize that this group lacked the requisite prowess and the innate companion of the animal kingdom, the elves, prompting its desire to eliminate these seemingly useless humans. Fortunately, Beck had discerned the unicorn's plight through the eagle's eye magic, and by releasing a water therapy spell, he had aided the struggling creature in delivering its young, thus saving the lives of his companions. How do you know the unicorn has spared them? One might ask. The answer was evident. Merely observing the once violent beast now transformed into a gentle angel was proof enough. Beck, how do you feel? The startled exclamation from the tribe's Jim drew everyone's gaze away from the mother and child unicorn to Beck, who was now drenched in sweat, his pallor alarming that he swayed precariously, and had it not been for Castle's support, he would have crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. I need to recover quickly, Beck murmured weakly to the tribe's Jim. All right, don't move, I will assist you. Castle carefully helped Beck to sit down, while the tribe's Jim squatted beside him, using her hands to steady his trembling form. I need to meditate. Castle, please guard me. Thank you. Beck weakly uttered, and seemingly unable to hold on any longer, he sank into the embrace of the tribe's Jim. Hey, Beck, are you all right? Castle gasped in shock at his condition, yet, in that moment, she dared not make any sudden movements, opting instead to examine him slowly. After a brief moment, the tribe's Jim sighed in relief. It turned out Beck was not gravely harmed, but had merely entered a meditative state. However, what Castle and the others failed to notice was that as Beck collapsed into the tribe's Jim's arms, a satisfied smile played at the corners of his lips. Seeing that Beck was unharmed brought relief not only to everyone, but also to the unicorn, which withdrew its gaze and affectionately licked its now steady little one. Soon drying its damp coat, the little unicorn emitted soft whimpers of comfort and then, with unsteady steps, ventured forth, its curious little eyes fixed on the crowd. The majestic unicorn, witnessing its offspring take its first steps, let out a low roar of encouragement. Energized by its mother's praise, the little unicorn's eyes sparkled, and it continued to wobble forward as the little one approached the old chief and his companions. The great unicorn cast a fleeting glance at them but did not intervene, allowing its young one to explore. The little unicorn, displaying remarkable adaptability, quickly grew more stable in its movements, darting among the group, sniffing at this person and that, reveling in its newfound freedom. The crowd was utterly charmed by the adorable little creature, especially Henry, who found himself recalling a miniature golden lion that if he could just take this little one home and train it, it would grow into a formidable beast, even surpassing the potential of the golden lion. With such thoughts in mind, Henry suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and turned to see the great unicorn regarding him with a cold stare. Causing him to shudder in fear, he realized then that while his intentions were noble, the presence of the great unicorn rendered any such attempts to take the little one futile. Not just Henry, but even Chief Yuri, Harris, Peter, and the others were equally enamored with the little unicorn, all wishing to pet or cuddle it. However, upon glancing at the fearsome great unicorn once more, their desires faded, and they stood rigidly, allowing the little one to explore. The little unicorn, having traversed a few circles among the gathered crowd, found the lack of interaction disheartening. It then scampered toward the peculiar duo of Castle and Beck. The tribe's Jim and Castle were already starry-eyed at the sight of the adorable little creature, and as it finally approached, a radiant smile spread across her face. She extended her slender hand toward the little unicorn, eager to caress its head. This very action startled Chief Yuri and the others, for they were acutely aware that the great unicorn was watching closely if Castle's gesture were to provoke it. The consequences could be dire to their astonishment. However, as Castle's hand reached the little unicorn's head, the great unicorn merely observed with a calmness that bore a hint of affection, allowing the interaction to unfold without interference. Castle was indeed reaping the benefits of Beck's efforts. At that moment, the others grasped the situation. It was Beck's selfless assistance that had enabled the unicorn to successfully deliver its young, thus fostering a profound sense of gratitude from the unicorn towards him. Consequently, the great unicorn also extended its favor towards Castle, permitting her to touch its offspring. The tribe's Jim was far too enraptured by the adorable little unicorn to ponder such matters, her attention wholly devoted to the delightful creature as her hand lovingly stroked its head, her expression radiating sheer joy. At that moment, Castle suddenly exclaimed. Her hand, which had been gently resting on the little creature's head, recoiled in alarm. Her unexpected reaction caused a wave of anxiety to ripple through the crowd, leaving them puzzled about what had transpired. However, Castle's subsequent action sent everyone into a state of apprehension as she, with irritation, gave the little unicorn a sharp pat on its backside, nearly causing it to stumble. That's what you get for shocking your sister. It turned out that while Castle was petting the little unicorn, its tiny horn, no thicker than a finger, had inadvertently discharged a small jolt of electricity, which had startled Castle, but thankfully caused her only a mild tingling sensation due to the unicorn's young age and the feebleness of its power. Nevertheless, when Castle chastised the little unicorn, the old chief and the others were visibly shaken, discreetly glancing at the imposing unicorn, half expecting it to become enraged. Thankfully, its gaze merely flickered, showing no signs of anger, which eased everyone's fears. It appeared that the majestic unicorn held a significant fondness for Beck. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tolerated Castle's antics. Thus, with the group on edge, Castle continued to cradle the unconscious Beck in her arms while playfully engaging with the little unicorn. Until, after what felt like an eternity, the large unicorn let out a low growl, prompting the little one to reluctantly retreat to its mother. Castle, too, felt a pang of longing. She wished the little creature could stay with her forever. Though she understood that such a wish was but a fantasy, how could a beast of such caliber part with its offspring for a mere human? The large unicorn beckoned the little one closer, nuzzling it affectionately, before raising its head to scrutinize Beck. Still nestled in Castle's embrace, that it became apparent to everyone that the grand unicorn had been patiently waiting for Beck to awaken. Otherwise, it would have left long ago. This realization sparked some confusion among the onlookers. Logically, Beck should have regained consciousness by now. Why was he still so unresponsive? Initially distracted by her playful interaction with the little lion, Castle's focus shifted back to Beck, who had remained still for an unusually long time. That a slight frown creased her brow, but her concern escalated when she noticed a glimmer of liquid at the corner of Beck's mouth. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "You lazy Beck, get up this instant, or I swear I'll kick you." Chapter 125. The vibrant rose petals cough, cough, cough. Please don't kick me. I'm getting up. I promise. Ouch, that hurts. The shameless Beck, having been unmasked by Castle, could no longer feign unconsciousness to bask in the warmth of her affection. He scrambled to his feet in a fluster, but Castle, still incensed, unleashed a flurry of playful slaps, causing Beck to grimace in pain. Witnessing this exchange, the others were quick to understand the situation, and many silently gave Beck the finger, while the young men, particularly Henry, who harbored considerable admiration for Castle, cursed Beck for having taken advantage of the goddess's kindness for so long. The unicorn mother and child exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the peculiar scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, the woman had been caring for them with utmost devotion, and now she was playfully reprimanding their benefactor. Had it not been for the unicorn's restraint, which prevented Castle's playful slaps from causing real harm, it might have intervened. With a snort, the unicorn finally intervened, halting the one-sided display of affection. Although Castle still harbored some resentment towards Beck, she recognized that the old chief and the unicorns were observing, prompting her to relent. "You wait, Beck, that I'll deal with you later. Yes, our domestic matters are best resolved away from prying eyes. I swear I'll kick you." Cough, cough. All right, I won't say another word. The moment Beck was confronted by the goddess, his mischievous nature resurfaced. It seemed that even the grand unicorn could no longer tolerate Beck's antics, letting out a low growl. "Oh, unicorn, not bad, not bad. You're quite adorable. Can I hold you?" Beck finally turned his attention to the little creature he had assisted in bringing into the world. Noticing its round, sparkling eyes fixed on him as he approached to embrace the young unicorn, it recoiled in fear, clearly intimidated by this strange man. The unicorn, seeing Beck's intentions, let out a fierce roar to protect its offspring. Had it been anyone else, the unicorn would have unleashed a bolt of lightning to deal with the intruder. "Is it that you want me to follow you over there?" The unicorn's deep voice rumbled as it gestured towards the direction of the tribe. "Are my companions not coming?" Beck inquired, pointing back at Castle and the old chief. "Since the unicorn lord has invited you to go alone, we shall remain here and await your return." Chief Yuri discerned the unicorn's intentions and addressed Beck. Although Beck appeared to be on friendly terms with the unicorn, Yuri was still cautious. "Beck, ask if it would be possible for me to accompany you. I wish to spend more time with the little unicorn." Castle, her eyes filled with longing, gazed at the adorable creature. "Oh, that's a small matter. Unicorn, my girlfriend, the one who just hit me, wishes to accompany me. Is that all right?" The unicorn regarded Beck, then glanced at Castle, hesitating. while Castle's earlier kindness towards Beak might warrant her inclusion. The recent playful scuffle left the unicorn uncertain about the nature of their relationship. "Hey, unicorn, that was just playful banter between Castle and me, much like you and the little one's father frolicking together. We're very close, like a couple, so you needn't worry." Beak's attempt to clarify their relationship only added to the unicorn's confusion. However, seeing Beak's evident trust in Castle, the unicorn relented, nodding in agreement. "Little one, your sister has come to play with you." Despite Beak's earlier teasing, Castle's heart swelled with joy as she dashed towards the little unicorn, lifting it into her arms with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, the unicorn let out a resonant roar, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that surged towards Beak and Castle. The crowd gasped in shock, memories of the fallen beasts and the devastation wrought by the lightning still fresh in their minds. As the formidable current barreled towards them, panic ensued, fearing that the unicorn had lost control once more. However, to their astonishment, the lightning morphed into two colossal claws, one for each of them, lifting Beak and Castle onto its back in a flash. With a thunderous roar, the unicorn sped away into the depths of the tribe. The crowd watched in awe. The unicorn's mastery over lightning was truly remarkable. While most were captivated by the spectacle, Chief Yuri was left in a state of disbelief. The ability to manipulate magical energy into tangible forms, such as claws, was nothing short of extraordinary. As Beak and Castle rode upon the unicorn's back, the world around them blurred into a dizzying rush, yet the little unicorn nestled in Castle's arms squealed in excitement, its bright eyes sparkling with delight. In that moment, both Beak and Castle marveled at the shift in their circumstances. Just moments ago, they had feared for their lives, and now they found themselves honored guests upon the back of a majestic beast. After a brief period of playful interaction, they ceased their frolicking, for they had entered the beast death zone, where charred remains of the fallen lay scattered about, a stark reminder of the power unleashed moments before. The sight was both chilling and sobering for the two. Previously, just a distant glance had instilled a sense of terror, but now, upon closer inspection, both of them, especially Beak, the reclusive young man who had seldom encountered bloodshed, felt an overwhelming turmoil within their hearts. The unicorn moved with unparalleled speed, swiftly traversing the vast expanse of the beast's death zone and entering the heart of the tribe. This is a necromancer tribe. Upon entering, Beak and Kaisei beheld the eerie sight of lifeless figures scattered across the streets, their bodies exhibiting a bizarre semi-transparent state, reminiscent of shrimp, an unmistakable trait of the undead. The unicorn continued onward, and in a brief moment, they arrived at the very core of the tribe, where the signs of battle were far more pronounced than in other areas. Clearly, the elite of the undead had previously engaged in a desperate struggle against the horde of savage beasts. Before a spacious grand hall, the unicorn came to a stop, gently setting down Beak, Kaisei, and the little one. This is, as they touched the ground, they noticed several necromancers sprawled in disarray. Among them was a conspicuously dressed middle-aged man, his attire markedly more refined than that of the other ragtag undead. Resembling a city dweller visiting rural relatives, with a low growl, the unicorn unleashed a bolt of lightning from its sharp horn, which morphed into two formidable claws, rummaging through the finery of the middle-aged man. At this moment, Beak began to comprehend the unicorn's intentions. It had likely brought him here to retrieve something from the man, to be presented as a reward for its assistance in childbirth. How delightful that might be. Given the man's lavish attire, the items must be of considerable value. However, lost in reverie over potential treasures, Beak failed to notice Kaisei, who had been playing with the little unicorn, suddenly fixating on a particular spot beside the well-dressed man. There lay a few strikingly red rose petals, a sight that sent a shiver down her spine. "Sophia, is that you?" Upon seeing the petals, which bore not only their vibrant hue but also traces of dried blood, Kaisei murmured softly. Chapter 126. The unicorn's gift. While Beak was preoccupied with the treasures he believed the well-dressed man possessed, he remained oblivious to Kaisei's agitation. In no time, the unicorn retracted its claws, presenting before Beak a black plaque and a dark red ring. "Wow, unicorn, are these for me?" Though Beak's tone suggested skepticism, he unceremoniously tucked both items into his pocket before the unicorn could even respond, leaving it momentarily speechless. "Unicorn, did you not search thoroughly? Given his fine attire, he must have possessed numerous valuable items. How could you have retrieved only this?" As he spoke, Beak rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. determined to scour the well-dressed man himself. Unlike the unicorn's refined approach, Beck was rather unceremonious, tearing away the man's garments and meticulously searching every inch of him with fervor, much to the astonishment of the unicorn, which could only stare wide-eyed. "Unicorn, I told you to be more diligent. Look, a gold taler. This is the most precious currency in the dark holy city. And another taler, along with several silver nars, and oh my. Plenty of copper fires. Just how many treasures has he left behind?" Under Beck's relentless inspection, he soon amassed a small pile of coins, his eyes sparkling with uncontained joy, while the unicorn privately scoffed at the meager findings. "What a disappointment. Compared to the 2 items I previously gave you, these are mere trinkets." Just as Beck thought he had stumbled upon another treasure, he pulled out a handful of petals from the man's pocket, only to curse in frustration. "Petals? Are these rose petals from him?" However, just as he was about to discard the seemingly worthless petals, a small hand snatched them away, startling Beck. He turned to see Kaisei. Her emotions visibly heightened, clutching a tattered bouquet of roses in one hand and the stolen petals in the other. "Blood. This blood is Sophia's. Sophia, she has come to this tribe?" Kaisei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she surveyed her surroundings. Calling out loudly, "Sophia, is that you? Answer me." In that moment, Beck realized the source of Kaisei's fervor. The bouquet of roses was the very one she had given Sophia as a token of their affection, which had subsequently become stained with blood amidst the chaos of the savage beast onslaught. To discover bloodied rose petals in this necromancer tribe, thousands of miles from Gobenum, was an unexpected twist of fate. A realization that left Kaisei trembling with emotion. "Sophia, are you there? Respond to me, Sophia." Kaisei's voice rang out, but silence met her desperate calls. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze sweeping the area, and her face paled as she took in the sight of the myriad corpses surrounding them. A wave of dread washed over her as she lowered her head, yet her resolve compelled her to search among the cold bodies. Observing Kaisei's distress, Beck sighed softly, saying nothing as he joined her in the search. Meanwhile, the unicorn exchanged puzzled glances with its smaller counterpart, unsure of the unfolding events. "Nothing, Kaisei." After thoroughly scouring the vicinity, even rummaging through the grand hall, Beck met Kaisei's gaze, shrugging helplessly. "Nothing. Have you not searched thoroughly?" "Oh no, that cannot be. Let me take another look," Kaisei replied, her heart a tumult of hope and despair as she yearned to find Sophia while simultaneously fearing the implications of such a discovery. "By the way, Beck, could you ask the unicorn if it has seen Sophia?" Kaisei suggested, her eyes lighting up as she turned to the unicorn standing nearby. "All right," Beck replied, fully empathizing with Kaisei's anguish. He approached the unicorn. "Unicorn, have you seen a woman near this well-dressed man?" "Unicorn, she has long wavy hair, stands about to my chin, and wears," Kaisei elaborated with great detail. With its heightened intellect, the unicorn understood their inquiry. After a low growl and a shake of its head, it indicated its lack of knowledge. Despite the response, Kaisei pressed on, requesting the unicorn to search the entire tribe for any news of Sophia. Fortunately, with Beck's presence, the unicorn complied, as such trivialities were beneath the dignity of a magical beast. With a mighty roar, the unicorn summoned the remaining savage beasts, who, paralyzed with fear, obeyed its command to scour the tribe. It was not long before the results of their search were relayed back. They had not seen such a human being. Given that this was a necromancer tribe, the presence of a human would have been conspicuous. Though Kaisei remained reluctant to accept the outcome, reality weighed heavily upon her. Following Beck's encouragement, she reluctantly ceased her search. With no further leads on Sophia's whereabouts, Beck and Kaisei resolved to depart. Initially, Beck shamelessly attempted to persuade the unicorn to accompany them, believing that having a magical beast as a bodyguard would make their journey far less perilous. However, the unicorn firmly declined, stating no and departing with the little unicorn after escorting them back to where the elder awaited. Leaving Beck feeling a profound sense of loss, the old chieftain and his companions were utterly elated. Amidst the rampage of the brutal demon King Unicorn, they had managed to survive unscathed, which was nothing short of a miraculous feat. Naturally, everyone soon expressed their gratitude and praise to Beck, which brought such joy to the easily satisfied Beck that he nearly burst into tears of happiness. With the matter settled, the group continued on their journey as for the events involving Beck and Kaiser after entering the tribe with the unicorn. The others tactfully chose not to mention them. After all, upon noticing a small package added to Beck's belongings, They could vaguely guess that it was likely a token of gratitude from the unicorn. The group pressed onward, circumventing the undead tribe before taking a moment to rest. During this interlude, Beck seized an opportunity to summon Kaiser and Chief Yuri together, subsequently revealing the items he had procured from the elegantly dressed man. "Old Chief, please accept these gold towers, silver nars, and copper fares. They are rather heavy, and I have no use for them." "Hey, you lad are quite generous to just give away such a hefty sum." "Of course, we are all family now. What I give to you is like giving to myself. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth." After some time, the tribe's jewel had managed to set aside the earlier incident involving Sophia. Unfazed by the goddess's reprimand, Beck grinned mischievously, unfurling from his garments the black plaque and the dark red ring. "Old Chief, take a look at these two items. What are they?" The unicorn treated them like treasures, so they must be something valuable, right? "Ah, let me see what these fine items are." "Hiss, this ring." Initially, Chief Yuri was all smiles. Yet upon glimpsing the dark red ring in Beck's hand, his aged eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Old Chief, don't gasp in shock just yet. First, tell me what this ring is. Why were you not this excited over all that gold, silver, and copper before?" Seeing Chief Yuri's astonished demeanor, Beck's curiosity about the dark red ring only intensified. "Hey, young one, what do you know? Gold towers. Silver nars. These trifles are insignificant compared to this ring." Chief Yuri shot a disapproving glance at Beck, resembling a country bumpkin. "Father, what is the significance of this ring? Please, tell me quickly. I am dying of curiosity." Kaiser had never witnessed Chief Yuri in such a state of shock, igniting her own intense curiosity. "Wait a moment. Oh, right. Beck, quickly use your eagle's eye to check if anyone is eavesdropping or spying on us. Hurry." Chief Yuri did not respond to Beck and Kaiser, but instead cautiously scanned their surroundings. Urging Beck to confirm with magic, "Is this old man going through a midlife crisis?" Beck thought to himself, bemused, as he activated the eagle's eye spell to survey the area, noting her father's meticulous caution. The tribe's jewel grew even more curious about the dark red ring, wondering what treasure could warrant such alarm. "Well, lad, did you find anyone spying or listening?" Chief Yuri's voice lowered instinctively due to his excessive caution. "Aside from Henry and Harris chatting away, there isn't even a single frog within dozens of meters. Now can you finally disclose the ring's origins?" Beck shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Beck's heart was brimming with delight. Although he had anticipated that the object revered by the unicorn was extraordinary, seeing Chief Yuri's nervousness heightened his excitement about the ring. "I ask you, what do you use to store items?" Beck and Kaiser exchanged glances at the chieftain's peculiar question, but instinctively replied, "Well, of course, pockets, small pouches, boxes, and such tools." "Then let me ask you further, do these tools occupy space when storing items?" Beck found himself at a loss for words at Chief Yuri's seemingly diminished intellect. "Of course. The size of the items determines the space they occupy. For instance, the gold towers, silver nars, and copper fares I've wrapped in my clothes take up space proportional to their size." As he spoke, Beck lifted the small pouch to show Chief Yuri. "Indeed. Father, why are you asking such trivial questions? Just tell us about the ring." Kaiser questioned in confusion, wondering about her father's unusual line of inquiry. "Trivial? Well, let me enlighten you. This ring, it is a storage device, and you see, no matter how much you fill it, it remains the same size. It does not occupy external space like pockets or small pouches." What? "Old Chief, have you lost your mind? How can that be possible?" Chief Yuri's words were so revolutionary that Beck blurted out his disbelief without thinking. Fortunately, the tribe's jewel was equally stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the dark red ring. Stammering, "Father, you must be joking. Is there truly such a miraculous object in existence? You young ones have barely scratched the surface of experience. In the world of magic, wonders abound. Some things are beyond your imagination. This is called a space ring. Its interior connects through some mysterious means to a quasi-dimension, the same dimension where the dog-headed people summon their beasts. Within it lies an independent space where items are stored, which is why this space ring possesses such incredible capabilities." Anticipating the reactions of Beck and Kaiser, Chief Yuri proudly declared, his spirits soaring, seeing the astonishment on their faces. He felt a swell of pride and continued, "This space ring was crafted by the dwarven race, who have mastered the exceedingly rare space magic through forging magic. In the vast dark world, Only a handful of dwarves are capable of creating such space rings. During my time as a red-armored soldier in the Dark Holy City, I encountered many prominent figures, yet few possess space rings. So tell me, is it not precious? Good heavens, no wonder the unicorn cherished it so. It turns out this ring has such a remarkable origin, a space ring. It connects to another space and can store items within. How extraordinary. Suddenly, Beak's eyes gleamed with golden excitement. Wait, old chief. Chief Yuri, you mentioned this space ring can hold items. So, is it filled with treasures? Wow, let us see what we can find. Realizing this possibility, Beak's eyes sparkled with eagerness, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, the tribe's jewel also looked on with wonder, never expecting such an inconspicuous little ring to bear such miraculous properties. As Beak suggested, it contained abundant treasures. Wouldn't that make it a mobile treasure trove? There should be many valuable items within this space ring, and they must be worth their weight in gold. However, but what? Beak interjected eagerly. However, to unlock it, one must possess at least the strength of a male-tier magician. Such a precious item cannot be entrusted to outsiders. We must open it ourselves. Alas, my old bones can no longer manage this. I wonder if you two young ones will ever have the chance to reach that level and unlock it. With that, Chief Yuri sighed and shook his head. Of course we can. Beak and Kaiser exclaimed in unison. Beak had no doubt. Given his extraordinary system, he believed that not only could he become a male-tier magician, but he could even challenge the strongest public-tier magicians in the dark world. As for Kaiser, the valiant warrior, she feared no challenge and was filled with unparalleled confidence in her ability to become a male-tier magician. Seeing the unwavering confidence of the two youngsters, Chief Yuri feigned a smile of encouragement. Yet inwardly he could not help but feel a bitter laugh. He thought, "You will soon learn just how arduous it is to advance in magical levels. Achieving male-tier status, it is an exceedingly difficult endeavor." Initially, Beak intended to have Chief Yuri examine the black plaque once more. However, he noticed the tribe's jewel fixated on the space ring with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, swallowing hard. Beak thought to himself, alas, one cannot reap rewards without risk. With that thought in mind, Beak flipped the space ring into his palm and presented it to the tribe's jewel. Fair Kaiser, the valiant Beak, enraptured by your beauty, now offers you this space ring, hoping it will stand as a testament to our love. Will you accept it? Will you accept it? Or perhaps, will you accept it? Chapter 128. An explanation shall be given in due time. Witnessing Beak's gesture, Chief Yuri nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. Was this lad foolish or deaf? Did he not grasp the value of the space ring, that artifact, coveted even by formidable individuals of the male tier? And even the sub-tier and lord tier, is something you so casually bestowed upon Kaisel. Although Kaisel is his daughter, the old chieftain ought not to think so lightly of it. Nonetheless, this spatial ring is truly invaluable. To speak candidly, if Chieftain Yuri still harbored hopes of breaking through to the male tier of magic, he might very well have wished to claim it for himself. The adage that wealth can sway hearts is not spoken in jest. Throughout history, how many close acquaintances and sworn brothers have turned against each other over treasures, becoming foes as fierce as fire and water? Such instances are numerous. And now this fool, Beak, so extravagantly gives away the exceedingly precious spatial ring. Are you truly going to gift it to me? The tribe's gem. Kaisel gazed intently at Beak with her enchanting eyes, as if she were seeing him for the very first time. Gulp. Beak unconsciously swallowed, his heart bleeding at this moment. To claim indifference towards the spatial ring would be sheer nonsense. However, when juxtaposed against the goddess, he would steadfastly choose the latter. The ring is precious, rare, and can greatly enhance one's stature, yet it is ultimately just an object. In Beak's view, the bonds between individuals are the most priceless and worthy of cherishment. Alright, to put it plainly, human emotions are not devoid of hierarchy. Beak harbors an almost obsessive affection for the tribe's gem, aiming to court her and eventually marry and have children. This pursuit has consumed him for over a decade. It is not a matter of his lack of ambition. Every person has their pursuits, some seek power, others wealth, and yet others strength. In the face of such aspirations, it is challenging to discern which is noble and which is base. It stems purely from the human heart. Therefore, despite the spatial ring's extraordinary value, Beak believes that being with Kaisel far outweighs its importance. Moreover, Beak has another small scheme in his heart. If he can win Kaisel's affection, they would become a family. What difference does it make whether the spatial ring is given to her or kept in his possession? Thus, in response to the tribe's gem's inquiry, Beak gulped again, then nodded vigorously, adopting a generous demeanor, of course. Casel, let this ring be a testament to our love. But what if I don't promise you anything, nor will I give you any commitments regarding love? Would you still gift it to me? At this moment, Casel's focus had gradually shifted from the spatial ring to Beak himself. Her beautiful eyes reflected the image of the young man with curly brown hair, black pupils, and a hint of mischief on his face. As she asked with great interest, this? Beak had not anticipated such a question from the goddess. Past experiences of failure with her informed him that, since Casel had said this, she likely would not grant him any promises or accept his affections. In that case, could he bear to part with the spatial ring? Damn it, he had already given it away. It's just a spatial ring, after all, that I could always acquire 10 or 100 more later. Oh, but it is a spatial ring. To give it away without winning Casel's heart truly pains him. Beak's mind was at war with itself, but when he noticed Casel's teasing smile, a surge of masculinity surged within him. And he boldly thrust the spatial ring forward, declaring, "Take it. Whether you accept my love or not, it is yours now." He spoke grandly, yet his heart bled. Damn it, the spatial ring is gone. Really? Beak, even without any promises from me, you still wish to give it to me? Casel's expression became even more animated. Of course, Beak maintained his lofty demeanor while his heart continued to bleed. In that case, I shall not hold back. As she spoke, Casel extended her small hand and swiftly snatched the spatial ring from Beak's grasp. The moment the ring left his hand, Beak felt a rush of blood in his heart. Damn, look at you being so generous. Now, it's done. He has neither the ring nor Casel's heart. Empty-handed, he feels the sting of regret. However, at that instant, Beak suddenly felt something small thud into his open palm, and to his astonishment, the precious spatial ring was once again nestled comfortably in his hand. Casel, you, humph, seeing your reluctant expression, I reckon if I truly took it, you would cry. So, keep it for yourself. Cough, cough. Casel, I genuinely intend to gift it to you. Enough with the theatrics. I know you too well. Besides, I shall not accept your spatial ring without merit. Then you won't have any gain. Oh no, any merit. Beak, I am aware of your feelings for me, and just now, I tested to see how genuine they were. How genuine? Don't change the subject. Casel glared at Beak, continuing, however, my heart has long been taken by Sophia, and she is currently unaccounted for. If she were found, does that mean you would accept me? Keep interrupting, and I swear I'll kick you. Casel raised her small foot, causing Beak to promptly shut his mouth. Casel shot him a warning glance before adding, regarding Sophia, I must see her alive or her remains. Once I have news of her, I will give you an answer. Casel, are you finished? Beak asked weakly. Finished. Then may I inquire if your answer means you would marry me and become my wife? Bam. Ouch. Why did you kick me? Speak such nonsense again, and I'll kick you harder. Cough, cough, cough. Beak, enough. Casel has said she will give you an answer in time. So wait a little longer. After all, you've endured for so many years. What's a little longer? Chieftain Yuri remarked, seizing the opportunity to wink at Beak when his daughter wasn't looking, implying that he should take the hint. Since Casel had said this, there might be a chance. Beak must not act against his interests. Understanding the subtlety, Beak promptly replied, all right, I shall await your answer, and it must be a grand resolution. Stop with the useless chatter and quickly put that wretched ring away. Is it not tempting to leave it there? Casel dismissed Beak's frivolous words, casting a lingering glance at the spatial ring before instructing him. Truthfully, when Casel had returned the spatial ring to Beak, she had made a significant decision. To claim such a precious artifact without any intention of reciprocation would be disingenuous. Observing the two young individuals' handling of the spatial ring, Chieftain Yuri appeared calm on the surface. Yet internally, he was deeply moved. For someone as composed and experienced as him, resisting the allure of the spatial ring was understandable. However, the mutual reluctance displayed by Beak and Casel was indeed commendable. He had not anticipated that the two children he had raised would possess such admirable qualities, bringing him great solace. All right, I shall put it away. Once you provide me with an answer, I will use it as an engagement ring. Enough. I shall say no more. Hee. Upon seeing Casel's eyes narrow in annoyance, Beak quickly fell silent and tucked the spatial ring away. Oh, by the way, Chieftain, could you take a look at this token? The unicorn seemed to regard it highly. It must be something of worth. Right. Beak then presented the unassuming black token to the chieftain for examination. Chapter 129. Crisis. The 5 great half-demon beasts appear. This token, Let me see. Chieftain Yuri took the black token from Beck's hand and began to inspect it. The token was elongated, neither metallic nor wooden, cool to the touch, and remarkably smooth, with a glimmer of dark light. Though it appeared plain, given that the unicorn valued it, Chieftain Yuri did not dare to underestimate its significance. In his youth, he had been a member of the Crimson Armored Legion of the Dark Holy City, and thus was well versed in such matters. However, after examining it thoroughly, he could not recall any information pertaining to this black token in his memory. Nevertheless, Chieftain Yuri was not one to give up easily. Some treasures may not reveal their true nature at first glance, but through experimentation, their functions could be discerned. He then applied gentle pressure to the black token, testing its response. However, after a considerable amount of time, it remained unresponsive. Subsequently, he infused it with a thread of magical energy, spiritual force, and a blend of both, but the results were the same. The token showed no reaction at all. Finally, he employed fire magic and wind blade magic to test it, yet the black token remained as unyielding as a rock, resolutely refusing to exhibit any change. Alas, I am at a loss as well. However, take good care of this. Since it is a precious gift treasured by the esteemed unicorn elder, it must undoubtedly possess remarkable qualities. Perhaps, in due time, we shall uncover its functions and put it to great use. Chief Yuri shook his head and returned the black long token to Beck. Naturally, Beck understood that anything valued by a unicorn of male-tier strength was not to be taken lightly. Thus, he nodded and carefully tucked the long token close to him. Subsequently, the old chief offered further admonitions, urging Beck to refrain from revealing those two items, particularly the spatial ring, lest he invite mortal peril. Even without the chief's warnings, the astute Beck was acutely aware of the perils of possessing something so coveted. Otherwise, he would not have hidden the super system so meticulously. After the appraisal of treasures, Chief Yuri and the other three returned nonchalantly to rejoin Henry, Harris, Peter, and the others to continue their preparations before setting off once more towards the Dark Holy City. Departing from the Gobenum tribe, they had already journeyed for over 2 months, with approximately another month remaining until they reached the Dark Holy City. After such an extensive period of trials, their confidence grew. Each person eager and ready for the challenges ahead, all envisioning the prospect of reaching the Dark Holy City alive. Ahead lies a horde of savage beasts. We must swiftly change our course. Beck, having activated the Eagle Eye spell, suddenly alerted the group after they had traveled several dozen miles. There is also a large group of savage beasts this way. Not long after, Beck spotted yet more savage beasts through the Eagle Eye spell. However, under Beck's guidance, they altered their direction multiple times, only to encounter more hordes of savage beasts each time. Are we being surrounded? Many in the group turned pale at this realization. Even if we are surrounded, what is there to fear? We shall fight our way out, Castle declared, brandishing a flaming spear with a gallant demeanor. Indeed, let us break free. We have faced perilous situations before. Chief Yuri rallied the group with encouragement. With the reassurance of the 2 strongest members in the team, everyone's spirits lifted somewhat. Yet, a grave expression settled on Beck's face as he observed through the Eagle Eye spell that savage beasts surrounded them in every direction. An endless tide that seemed insurmountable. He inwardly lamented that another arduous battle awaited them. Charge! Let us slay these wretched beasts! Chief Yuri bellowed, leading the charge, with Castle, Beck, and the others hastily following suit. Thus, they engaged in a fierce battle against the savage beasts. Their eyes glowing with ferocity, Chief Yuri unleashed his wind blade technique, Castle wielded his flaming spear, and Henry swung his giant axe spell. Even Beck, confronted with the overwhelming density of beasts, temporarily put aside the Eagle Eye spell and unleashed the blood blade magic. Joining the fray, with each flicker of the blood light amidst the horde of beasts, torrents of blood erupted, sending several savage beasts crashing to the ground. With the blood blade magic, Beck's combat prowess soared to extraordinary heights. Chief Yuri, Castle, and the others were also making significant progress. The group surged forward like a sharp sword piercing through the masses of beasts, swiftly cutting their way through. Why are there so many savage beasts? We cannot kill them all. After several hours of relentless fighting, it became evident that the savage beast showed no signs of dwindling. Beck, can you scout for a better escape route? Chief Yuri inquired for perhaps the umpteenth time. Not yet. Let us hold on a little longer. Perhaps we shall soon find a way out. How many times have you said that? When shall we see a way out? At this moment, Henry, nearly exhausted to the point of collapse, was on the verge of breaking down upon hearing Beck's repeated assurances. "What can I do? The truth remains, I cannot fabricate falsehoods," Beck replied. Somewhat irritated, feeling equally powerless as he had yet to find any signs of a reduced beast presence. "Do not lose hope, for perhaps in the next moment, we shall find light amidst the darkness." Originally, this was a customary phrase from Chief Yuri to comfort everyone, but just as he finished speaking, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Beck's face. 3 o'clock direction. "Everyone, charge that way. There appears to be an opening." "An opening?" "Charge. Go. Go." Though utterly fatigued, the prospect of a breakthrough ignited their spirits, and they rushed forward with renewed vigor. After an intense battle, they finally reached the opening Beck had mentioned. Indeed, the number of savage beasts here was significantly reduced, filling everyone with renewed enthusiasm. The further they pressed on, the fewer beasts they encountered, until they ultimately broke free from the encirclement, fleeing with all haste. "Quick! There are no beasts this way. Follow me." Under Beck's guidance, they swiftly evaded the savage beasts, the process surprisingly effortless. "Phew, what a relief. We can finally take a breather." Upon arriving in an eerily tranquil area, the group was filled with immense joy at the prospect of resting. "Something feels off. Have you noticed how unnaturally quiet it is around us?" Just as the group prepared to find a suitable place to rest, Chief Yuri suddenly spoke up. "Indeed, I too sense that it is overly quiet," Castle remarked, his gaze shifting warily around them. Prompted by the two, the group began to share in their unease. Although they had distanced themselves from the horde of savage beasts, the silence was disconcerting. Even the usual sounds of insects chirping in the grass were conspicuously absent. "Savage beasts. Look at those beasts. It seems they did not merely let us escape, but have followed us here. And none dare pursue." Beck's observation sent a chill through everyone, and upon turning to look, they saw that indeed, the savage beasts stood in orderly rows, none daring to advance, and no wonder they had escaped so easily. Hiss, hiss. What sound is that? Just as the tension thickened, a chilling noise suddenly echoed in their ears, causing everyone to glance around in confusion. Suddenly, swish, with a rustle from the underbrush, a massive serpent, as thick as a barrel and adorned with golden patterns, emerged, its long forked tongue flicking menacingly. Its colossal head rose high, gazing down upon the group, its icy eyes sending shivers down their spines. The golden-patterned python, a half-beast. Upon seeing the imposing serpent, Chief Yuri gasped in shock. For this creature, marked with golden patterns, was renowned as a half-beast, the golden-patterned python. It was an entity none among them could hope to challenge. To think they had stumbled into the territory of the golden-patterned python. No wonder the savage beasts had refrained from pursuing earlier. Hiss, hiss. Yet, they had no inkling that this was merely the beginning of their nightmare. For following the appearance of this half-beast, four more identical golden-patterned pythons emerged from different directions, surrounding the group. In that instant, they found themselves encircled by 5 of these formidable half-beasts, their cold eyes gleaming with amusement, as if thoroughly intrigued by the intruders who had ventured into their domain. Chapter 130. The Hidden Sanctuary 5. 5 half-beasts. We are doomed. Utterly doomed. Oh dear. The overwhelming presence emanating from the 5 golden-patterned pythons suffocated the group, leaving many gasping for breath. Under such immense pressure, several individuals could no longer hold their composure and began to crumble. Once the first person broke down, it spiraled into a chain reaction, leading to a second, a third. Peter, Harris, Henry, and others succumbed one by one, and even the seasoned Chief Yuri displayed a glimmer of despair upon his face. Just one golden-patterned python was more than they could contend with, let alone now facing 5 of these powerful half-beasts. Beck, ever the resourceful one, might he have a plan? Chief Yuri unconsciously glanced at Beck, who stood resolutely, eyes fixed intently on the golden-patterned pythons, a faint glow of blood light emanating from his hands, the blood blade magic poised for action. This lad is brimming with energy? Could he possibly have a trump card? That would indeed be fortuitous. In the face of such dire straits, Chief Yuri, having exhausted all options, found himself placing hope in Beck, who had repeatedly surprised them. Of course, he also noticed his daughter Castle, who stood her ground, wielding a fiery spear, her amber eyes sparkling with determination, not a hint of fear evident as she faced the half-beast golden-patterned python. Instead, radiating a sense of eager anticipation. "Castle, if we have indeed entered another realm, will you consent to become my wife and bear my children? If there truly is a paradise or hell, and it brings you, me, and Sophia together, perhaps I would allow you to be a little concubine. A concubine it is, as long as you can bear my children. Look at your ambitions. living without a care. I find no burden in existence. This is my sole pursuit. Ha ha. With the last remnants of time in this world, dare you unleash your fervor, stand by my side and fight. That is precisely my intention, still possessing the spirit of a man. Come, charge forth. Better to perish in battle than let these half-demons instill fear. Then what are we waiting for? Onward. Puff. Yuri, the chieftain, had initially placed his hopes on Baker, believing he might possess a brilliant strategy. However, after overhearing the conversation between him and Castle, the old chieftain nearly spewed blood in disbelief. His spirited demeanor was merely a facade for his intent to join his daughter in death. To become a mere mistress, as Yuri succumbed to a profound despair, Baker and Castle unleashed their magic, charging towards the golden-patterned python that mocked them with its flickering tongue, the flaming spear, imbued with boundless sharpness and extreme heat. Thrust forth with unparalleled might, the crescent moon bloodblade, ghostly in nature, flashed with bloodlight, exceedingly eerie. Yet, as they faced the desperate assault from Castle and Baker, the towering golden-patterned python raised its head higher. Its mocking gaze intensifying, suddenly, like a steel whip, its serpentine tail lashed out violently, aimed directly at Castle and Baker. Boom! Crackle! Crash! The golden glimmering tail descended like a mountain upon them, instantly shattering the flames of the spear and the blood blade to mere fragments. In the aftermath, Castle and Baker found themselves exposed beneath the lethal tail of the serpent. Castle, remember to leave me a spot as a mistress. Even on the brink of death, you still jest, faced with imminent demise. The peculiar duo of Baker and Castle continued their banter. Many who lay weakened on the ground had completely lost the courage to resist. Awaiting the arrival of death, Yuri's aged eyes brimmed with despair as he vacantly gazed at his daughter and the young Baker, his gnarled hands digging into his palms until they bled. However, at that moment, a striking black suddenly appeared before the two who were struck by the serpent's tail, rapidly expanding into a black hole, which in an instant enveloped Baker and Castle, consuming them whole. Not only that, the black hole swiftly spread, and in the next moment, it enveloped their entire party. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The golden-patterned python's tail nearby was similarly drawn into the black hole. And in a state of panic, the half-demon beast exerted all its strength to escape. Crack! With a light sound, the python's tail, akin to a steel whip, was forcibly severed, blood spraying forth in a tragic display. Yet, a glimmer of relief flickered in the serpent's eyes, for through its desperate struggle, it had managed to evade being drawn into the terrifying black hole at this moment. 5 formidable half-demon beasts, including the tailless golden-patterned python, cast their horrified gazes towards the spot where the group had vanished, which swiftly shrank into a mere black dot before disappearing without a trace. Castle, we have finally arrived in another world. Oh. This must be hell. Never mind. You promised me earlier that I could be a mistress, so let me fulfill my duties as a traveling mistress now. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Ah. The old chieftain and the others have also arrived in hell. Then let us find a secluded spot to carry out my duties as mistress. Damn Baker, you still dare to touch me. In the dark world I've endured for over a decade. Now that we are in hell, let me release my frustrations, Castle. Here I come. Ouch. Bang. In a brightly lit grand hall, a scruffy young man with brown curls soared in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Wincing in pain. You little brat. Today I will surely kick you to death. Castle, the tribal gem, seethed with fury, kicking Baker away, yet still unsatisfied. She stormed towards him, seemingly intent on delivering a few hundred kicks to relieve her anger. Castle. We're already dead. All right. Do you still want to kick me to death? Where do you expect me to die now? Oh, wow. Why does it hurt so much? Isn't it said that once dead, one feels no pain? Humph. Trying to change the subject? Not a chance. Even in hell, I will kick you to death once more. The tribal gem was truly exasperated. This wretched Baker had. She was merely intent on kicking this lewd fellow to death. Castle, let us not bicker. Perhaps we are not dead. This must be the legendary, hidden sanctuary. In the dark world, such places truly exist. The voice of Chieftain Yuri suddenly echoed, causing both the quarreling Castle and Baker and the wide-eyed onlookers to tremble in shock. Were they truly not dead? What in the world was this hidden sanctuary? Chapter 131. Count Dakalabo. Just moments ago, under the watchful eyes of 5 powerful half-demon beasts, the group, save for Chieftain Yuri, had nearly descended into utter despair. Baker and Castle were locked in a fierce battle with a golden-patterned python, and just at that moment, darkness enveloped them all. Consequently, they found themselves in this eerie grand hall, leading everyone to believe they had perished. At this juncture, Chieftain Yuri suddenly suggested that they might not be dead, but had instead entered a hidden sanctuary, which left everyone feeling somewhat dazed. Great Chieftain, are we truly alive? None had ever experienced death, and no one knew what the afterlife entailed. Having just undergone such a fantastical ordeal, they all assumed they had perished. Well, you can pinch yourselves to find out. If it hurts, then you should be alive. Chieftain Yuri felt quite helpless at this moment. Proving they were not dead posed a challenge, as none had ever tasted the experience of death. He could only rely on the age-old method of discernment concerning life and death to reassure everyone. Thus, upon hearing the chieftainess' words, everyone began to test themselves. Some pinched their thighs, others squeezed their arms, while the most extreme, Henry, swung his fist and delivered a mighty blow to his own face, instantly transforming into a black and blue mess. If an outsider were to witness their antics, they would surely think they had collectively lost their minds. The tribal Jim, having heard the chieftain's words, also pinched her own hand, and a sharp pain shot through, causing her to furrow her brow. Were they truly alive? Just as Castle was about to try, she suddenly noticed Baker staring intently at her, causing her to glare back in annoyance. What are you looking at? Why don't you check if you're dead yourself? Castle's words left Baker feeling frustrated. What do you mean check? You nearly kicked me to death earlier. I've already tried. The tribal gem. Ouch, that hurts. Hiss, that really hurts. It hurts, I feel pain. Am I really still alive? Huh? This is wonderful, I am alive. As everyone engaged in their self-inflicted tests, cries of pain and joy echoed throughout the gloomy hall. Old Yuf. Oh no, great chieftain, we truly haven't kicked the bucket. By the way, we were just battling the golden-patterned python when everything went dark, and then we appeared here. What on earth just happened? And what do you mean by hidden sanctuary? Having just experienced the extraordinary sensation of life and death, Baker remained in a state of self-congratulation, and thus, he unwittingly voiced his long-held desire to make the chieftain his father-in-law. However, as he began, he felt Castle's sharp gaze upon him and quickly corrected himself, posing a question that successfully diverted everyone's attention. At this moment, Chieftain Yuri, still in a state of shock, failed to notice Baker's unintentional slip of the tongue, as he seemed to speak to the group while also lost in thought. This hidden sanctuary, I heard two significant figures mention it many years ago. It is said that it is an independent space created by immensely powerful individuals who have mastered spatial magic for their own cultivation and other purposes. Of course, during their lifetimes, it was nearly impossible for others to enter. However, once these powerful beings pass away, these hidden sanctuaries become unclaimed. If other powerful beings discover the spatial nodes, they can easily gain entry. Moreover, it is rumored that when the magical energy and spiritual power in the vicinity reach a certain threshold, these nodes will automatically activate. As Chieftain Yuri spoke, the group exchanged glances, and the tribal gem's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Father, are you saying that the magical energy fluctuations caused by Baker and me during our battle with the golden-patterned python activated the nearby spatial node, allowing us to enter this hidden sanctuary? Aside from this reason, I can think of no other. Chief Yuri took a deep breath, as if attempting to dispel the shocking reality that he found somewhat fantastical. Old Chief, we cannot possibly be in a quasi-dimension, can we? Earlier, when Becker had listened to Chief Yuri recount the tale of the spatial ring, he had mentioned terms such as spatial magic and independent space. At that time, the old chief had explained that the spatial ring utilized spatial-type magic to create an independent space within a quasi-dimension, which piqued Becker's curiosity and led to his inquiry. Though I cannot be certain, I have heard that all forms of spatial magic seem to be related to quasi-dimensions. Yuri pondered for a moment before responding. My Lord Chief, that quasi-dimension is the very place where the dog-headed creature summoned its familiars. Right? Are we currently situated in this dimension? It truly feels unbelievable. At this moment, the fear that had gripped Harris, Peter, and the others began to dissipate as they engaged in the fantastical conversation. What use is it to discuss this now? We should focus on devising a way to escape this hidden sanctuary. Henry, who had previously been among those struck with terror, clutched his damp trousers, feeling a mix of shock, fright, and embarrassment. His irritation was palpable as he heard the others discussing quasi-dimensions. Indeed, how do we escape? While Henry's words may have lacked finesse, they echoed the sentiments of the group. although they had narrowly avoided being slain by the 5 great half-beasts and found refuge in this hidden sanctuary. Remaining trapped here would ultimately lead to their demise. Ha. Wishing to escape, it's not difficult at all. If you pass my trial, Count Dakalab will release you in a heartbeat. Just then, a shrill voice reverberated through the eerie hall, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. Looking around the hall, the group beheld a figure hovering above them, clad in a black tailcoat, standing no taller than a meter. With a sharp, simian visage, he emanated an aura of insidious malevolence, and his sudden appearance cast an even darker pall over the already ominous chamber. Count Dakalab, you were slain by a duke a millennium ago. How can you still be here? While the others remained relatively composed, Chief Yuri tensed at the mention of this individual, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ha. It seems this little old man possesses some knowledge. Recognizing me, Count Dakalab, millennium ago, slain. Humph. It was that wretched Natasha. Alas. I, Dakalab, still linger on. Regrettably, now I exist merely as an echo of my former mental essence. Humph. Am I a dwarf? And what of it? Dwarves can possess great power, and you, Count Dakalab, then fell into a rambling monologue. His animosity toward Natasha, the one who had killed him, palpable as he muttered through gritted teeth. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his sinister gaze fixating on Yuri and his companions. Ha. Having lingered too long, I find myself prone to rambling, neglecting my hard-won guests. How many years has it been since I last encountered vibrant life? It is a pity your abilities are rather lacking. I must concoct a more enjoyable game. I cannot simply extinguish your lives right away. That would be far too dull. Ha. Count Dakalab's piercing voice echoed throughout the foreboding hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present, particularly due to the cat-and-mouse tone that made them tremble with dread. Allow me to observe you humans closely. As he spoke, Count Dakalab floated down, scrutinizing each individual in turn. Oh, an old codger with 9 forms of magic, a lecherous fellow with 4, a brute with 2, and a simpleton with 1. Wow, a little lady with 5 forms of magic. Quite remarkable. Ha. No need to hide. No need to conceal yourselves. I am but a mental projection and cannot impregnate you. Get lost. What temper does Castle possess? Even if the individual before her was a renowned archmage from a millennium ago, she would not yield an inch to such disrespect. Oh, quite fiery, reminiscent of that wretched Natasha. Ha. If I were still capable of action, I would surely. Just as Count Dakalab was about to continue, Sophia brandished her fiery spear, thrusting it fiercely toward him. The sharp energy and searing heat combined to create an impressive display. However, Castle and the others were soon astonished to discover that the fiery spear passed directly through Count Dakalab's form as if piercing through air, causing no discernible change. Ha. Still a naive little girl. I have already told you, this count is merely a mental projection. Can you truly harm me? Come, Count Dakalab, having grown weary of waiting, finally found his source of amusement. Hey, you wretched dwarf, if you continue to harass my girlfriend, I will end you. Unable to endure the sight of the simian-faced dwarf bullying Castle, Becker snapped. She is your girlfriend? Ha. I shall toy with her then. What? You detestable little lecher. What did you just call me? This count despises being referred to as a dwarf. Dwarf? You are a dwarf. Your entire family are dwarfs, short pumpkins, and little shrimps. Ha. Castle, isn't he merely a mental projection? Why not try the roaring lion's fury magic on him? After Becker's taunts left Count Dakalab fuming, he quickly reminded the tribal gem. Indeed, the roaring lion's fury magic. At that moment, Castle also realized that the adversary was not a physical entity, and conventional physical attacks would be ineffective. However, the roaring lion's fury magic would be different, as it directly affected the mind. With this thought, the tribal gem activated the roaring lion's fury magic, summoning a colossal lion's head in midair, its fierce visage directed at Count Dakalab, who then opened its cavernous mouth and emitted a roar that could shatter stone. Roar. Die, you dwarf. Ya. Bastards. You wretched bastards. I will kill you all. Naturally, given Castle's limited prowess, her attempt at the roaring lion's fury magic had little effect on Count Dakalab. Yet, following the lion's roar, the 3 words die, dwarf that erupted from the lion's mouth enraged him. Having suffered greatly at the hands of Duke Natasha due to his stature as a dwarf, the term dwarf struck a nerve deep within him, akin to a fatal weakness. You damned, foolish humans. I, Count Dakalab, shall slaughter you all. Not one shall remain. As Count Dakalab erupted into a fit of rage, the group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what this madman would do next. Becker, look what you've done by giving Miss Castle such a dreadful idea. Now the Count is furious. What shall we do if he decides to punish us? Henry fretted, fearing that Count Dakalab might, in his rage, annihilate them all. Silence. However, to Henry's reprimand, both Becker and Castle unexpectedly retorted in unison, their synchronized tone causing the old chief and others to regard them with astonishment. Ha. Realizing the two were in such perfect harmony, Castle let out a disdainful snort, while Becker wore a sly grin. After his mischievous laughter, Becker noticed Count Dakalab growing increasingly furious and feared that the Count might unleash some nefarious scheme. He promptly spoke up. Hey, you wretched dwarf, did you not claim to have grown weary of waiting with no vibrant life entering here? Are you not eager for some fun with us? If anything were to happen to us, you would be bored once more. You bastard, if you utter that word again, I shall end you. It's just a habit. I won't say it again. Die. Cough, cough. Count Dakalab, you wish to play. Right. Tell us how you would like to entertain us. Lecherous brat, you speak the truth. Humph. This Count desires to play, and it would be far too easy for you to perish so soon. As he spoke, Count Dakalab cast a venomous glance at Becker and Castle, the two who had just called him wretched dwarf. He then floated upward, ascending to the ceiling of the hall. Let me see. What magic did I leave behind in life? To have a grand time with you all, Count Dakalab muttered as he floated about the hall's ceiling, seemingly searching for something. Ha. Found it. I shall use this magic. You all think yourselves capable. Yes? How delightful it will be to watch you turn against one another, witnessing each of you bring about your own demise. Ha. Suddenly, Count Dakalab erupted into maniacal laughter, and then his figure swiftly vanished into a hole in the hall's ceiling. With a sudden dive into the void, an overwhelming surge of magical and psychic energy descended upon the crowd, creating an invisible ripple that swept through them with such swiftness that they had no time to react. Chapter 133. The Acquisition of the Magic Seed Fragment. Oh no! What kind of magic is he casting? There is no way to evade it. In an instant, those who were affected by the spell felt a rising trepidation, uncertain of the malevolent nature of this magic. However, after the invisible wave passed, the crowd, amidst their bewilderment, did not experience any discomfort. Ha! It's nothing at all. It seems the esteemed Count was merely playing a prank on us. Ha. Henry, initially terrified, burst into laughter upon realizing he was unharmed. Yet, thud, suddenly, a figure appeared opposite Henry, a robust individual with wolf-like eyes, looking fearsome, and astonishingly resembling Henry himself. What is going on? How is there another me? You insolent wretch. Prepare to meet your end. Just as Henry was engulfed in confusion, the Henry across from him conjured a massive axe, striding forward to deliver a powerful downward strike. Giant axe magic. How can you wield such a spell? And, what the devil, isn't that my catchphrase? Henry barely dodged the strike, his confusion deepening. Shut your mouth, I'll end you. The Henry glinted with a fierce light in his eyes and swung the axe again, aiming ferociously at Henry. How is there another me here? At that moment, not only Henry but also Chief Yuri, Harris, Peter, and others like Baker and Castle found themselves facing identical duplicates. Ding, the conditions for scanning external magic are now met. Would the host like to proceed with scanning? As Baker stared at his own doppelganger, characterized by similar brown curls, black eyes, and a rather unsavory visage, the system's crisp voice echoed in his mind. Scan. What good will that do? You failed to scan the beautiful elven woman and the unicorn. What makes you think you can succeed with a spell left by a Baron-level expert? Baker retorted indignantly. Previously, the system had attempted to scan the elven lady's illusion magic and the unicorn's lightning magic, only to be thwarted by their high levels. Ding. Although the probability of success is low, how can you know without trying? This is a magic that the Baron takes great pride in. Surely, you must be tempted to acquire it. All right, enough of your nonsense. Just scan it already. I'm truly at my wit's end. With his mind preoccupied by the need to remain vigilant against his twin, Baker had no time to bicker with the system. Understood, host. Extracting psychic and magical energy to initiate external magic scan. Ding, the caster's level is too high. Scan failed. Damn it. I knew it would turn out like this. You worthless system. Baker fumed. Ding. Although the scan failed, The name of the opponent's magic has been acquired. Copy magic. What good is knowing a name? Baker replied, exasperated. Ding, congratulations, host. You have fortuitously obtained a copy magic seed fragment. Seed fragment? What in the world is that? Bang. Ah, system, you wretched thing. You got me hit. Initially, Baker was on guard against his twin, but as soon as he heard the system mention the copy magic seed fragment, his thoughts wandered. And at that moment, his twin struck him with a heavy punch, augmented by the iron spike armor magic, creating several gaping wounds that gushed blood, causing Baker to grimace in pain and curse the system. Swish. The Baker who had just punched him raised his hand, unleashing a flash of blood that shot straight for Baker. You even wield blood blade magic with such finesse, you counterfeit. At that moment, Baker could no longer afford to be careless. He cast aside thoughts of the magic seed fragment and focused entirely on confronting his twin. Ha. So, my esteemed guests, how do you find this game? You lecherous little rascal and naive girl. Do you still wish to mock me? Huh? How delightful it must feel now. The Count Dacra, relishing the sight of those who had just affronted him, now bearing wounds, felt an indescribable satisfaction. TSK. Seeing the disappointment in your eyes brings me such joy, but do not despair too much. When I set this game in motion during my lifetime, I left you ample room for survival. Floating in midair, Count Dacra stroked his pointed nose. This copy magic completely replicates your bodies and the spells you have mastered, meaning that your current opponents are entirely identical to you. However, if any one of you defeats your counterpart, then all of you shall pass. How simple is that? Am I not merciful? Ah. The perverse Count Dacra reveled in witnessing the hope of others, only to witness their subsequent despair. Copy magic? Identical? Defeating oneself? What a wretched spell. Upon hearing the madman's words from above, the individuals engaged in battle with their doppelgangers felt a profound sense of dismay. Fight? Defeat yourself. Otherwise, you will be vanquished by yourself, perhaps even killed. Ha. Count Dacra seemed to take great pleasure in manipulating the crowd's emotions with his taunts. Shut your mouth, you little wretch. Baker and Castle shouted in unison, demonstrating a synchronized response. What, a wretch? Oh dear, you insolent little brats. I shall. Humph. You may revel in your verbal sparring for now, but soon you will find yourselves in a most tragic plight. Oh, so tragic. You will be slowly tormented to death by yourselves, and I will watch every moment unfold. Ah. Count Dacra laughed maniacally, seething with fury. Castle, ignore this wretched fool's prattle. Let us cooperate to defeat our respective opponents. What do you think? Baker suggested, struck by inspiration. Not a bad idea. But, which one is you? The Peril of the tribe's eyes lit up, although it was challenging to defeat their twins. Collaboration, such as a 2 against 1 strategy, might make it more manageable to vanquish their imposters. The one calling you a wretch is me. Damn it, the accursed imposter is mimicking me. Castle, ahahaha. Did you think the game I prepared would be so easily unraveled? Humph, naive. Count Dacra's maniacal voice echoed through the hall, leaving everyone feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 134. The Unprincipled System. Castle. The one speaking now is me. The imposter behind is merely imitating. Castle, the imposter behind is the one trying to shift the blame. Damn it. You wretched thing. Castle, I know we three have studied magic together. I am the real one. Castle, not only do I know that we studied magic together, but I also know the flavor of your little wild chicken stew with mushrooms. I am the real one. Castle, I not only know those things, but I also know what your good friend Sophia likes. Castle, I not only know those things, but I also know about your relationship with Sophia. Enough, you wretched Baker. I wish I could kick you both to death right now. The mention of Castle and Sophia's relationship made the Pearl of the tribe lose her temper, as she angrily chastised Baker and ignored him entirely. Damn it, the scheme had utterly failed. Baker had initially thought to reveal shared knowledge between him and the Pearl of the tribe to distinguish friend from foe. But it seemed the imposter was equally well informed. Ah! Did you think my magic would be so simple? Humph, not only can it replicate your bodies and spells, but it can also copy your thoughts and memories. Count Dacra's words left everyone feeling cold. Initially, they had thought the doppelgangers created by the copy magic would be akin to puppets, somewhat daft. Who would have imagined that even thoughts and memories could be replicated? Was Baron-level magic truly this formidable? At this moment, Baker finally became acutely aware of the chasm-like disparity that lay between himself and the high-ranking sorcerer. Although the magic cast by Count Dacula was not the kind of overwhelming attack spell that could obliterate an opponent with a single blow. This bizarre replication magic, in a certain sense, evoked a far greater sense of dread. How could he possibly deal with this impostor? Otherwise, he might truly meet his demise, feeling the pain of his battered body inflicted by the baker across from him. Baker's mind raced frantically as he pondered strategies. Yet, how could one devise a plan on a whim? At this juncture, it was not only Baker who was racking his brain. Others were equally consumed with thoughts on how to defeat their doppelgangers. Castle. Chief Yuri, Harris, Peter, Henry, and others each attempted to employ their own methods to vanquish their opponents. However, the ultimate outcome left everyone frustrated. As not a single one succeeded, the duplicates conjured by Count Dacula were indistinguishable in terms of physique, magic, thought, memory, and even the personal items they carried, truly impeccable. For instance, Chief Yuri attempted to use the coins of golden tailor and silver nars he carried as concealed weapons against his replica. However, to his dismay, as he produced these coins, the duplicate also produced identical golden tailors and silver nars from its own person, throwing them with the same precision and technique as the elder chief. Thus, the contest of hidden weapons culminated in both Chief Yuri and his replica sustaining injuries to their heads from their respective coins. Henry, too, clearly thought of this tactic. He went even further than Chief Yuri, even tossing out his spare underwear in hopes of gaining an advantage over his duplicate. Yet, the replica remained unfazed, producing an identical pair of underwear and tossing it out, leaving Henry utterly exasperated. Witnessing the attempts of Chief Yuri and the others only added to Baker's headache. If even personal items like underwear and coins could be replicated, what was left to be done? But wait. Although items like underwear and coins are quite personal, they are, after all, ordinary objects. What if they were extraordinary? For instance, what about items that surpass the capabilities of a Count-level powerhouse? Could his magic replicate those? With this thought, Baker's gaze brightened slightly, for he possessed three rather unique items: the super system, the space ring gifted by the unicorn, and the black long card. The super system was undoubtedly an object that transcended Count-level power, while the space ring and black long card, though seemingly at the level of a male-tier powerhouse, were certainly far more exceptional than simple coins and underwear. That it would likely not be so easy for the opponent's magic to replicate them. However, as Baker's mind ventured in this direction, he couldn't help but grin. Despite having these three special items, they were rather useless. How could he utilize the space ring, which he could not use, or the black long card, whose purpose he was entirely unaware of? Could he simply hurl them? They probably wouldn't even possess the power of his underwear. Moreover, the super system, when had it ever been reliable in a critical moment? It was always letting him down. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Baker, unable to think of any other solution, decided to give the oft-reliable system a shot. Hey system, can you help me devise a plan to defeat this imposter? Or perhaps you could simply absorb him? If that's not feasible, a one-time spell would suffice, as long as it allows me to vanquish this doppelganger. Fearing that the system might refuse outright, Baker laid out every conceivable option, hoping to give the system something to work with. Hey, system, are you there? Can you hear me? Yet, in response to Baker's inquiries, the system remained eerily silent, heightening his urgency. Amidst Baker's incessant prodding, the system finally responded, albeit sluggishly and listlessly. Ding! The system is undergoing maintenance. Please resolve your issues independently during this period. Kindly refrain from disturbing the system. Damn it, you son of a... Upon hearing the system's utterly shameless response, Baker felt his rage boil over, wishing he could explode his own head in frustration, dragging the system down with him. A gentle reminder: the upcoming segment may pose some cognitive challenges, so prepare yourself. Those who dislike mental exertion should proceed with caution. With that notice, let's discuss the book for a moment. Today, the chief editor praised me, saying the book is performing remarkably well. To clarify, editors are typically quite busy. Unless we authors actively inquire, they generally do not reach out to us. So, what constitutes this book's success? Naturally, it refers to its collection, recommendation votes, rewards, and ratings. When the editor remarked on the book's good performance, he was referring to these metrics. And where do these metrics originate? From the contributions of all of you before your phones, computers, and tablets. Thus, Baker expresses this sentiment to thank all of you book friends who have contributed to the book's success. Chapter 135. Baker's Strategy, the Space Ring, the Black Long Card, and the utterly unreliable system. There's no hope there. The only thing I can rely on now is my imagination. Baker seized a moment to cast a water therapy spell on his battered body. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he healed himself. The imposter across from him also cast a water therapy spell for its own recovery. After this intense battle, Baker realized that Count Dakala's replication magic was indeed thorough. The doppelganger required healing just as he did, or it too would perish. Since the replicated imposter mirrored him in every aspect, its magical and mental capacities should be quite similar to his. In that case, could he devise a way to minimize the consumption of magical and mental energy, ultimately outlasting this imposter? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Baker grimaced, for his injuries far exceeded those of the doppelganger. The reason was clear. From the outset, the imposter had ambushed him while he was bewildered by Count Dakala's enigmatic replication magic, leaving him at a disadvantage. Thus, throughout the fierce battle, his wounds had accumulated more significantly than those of the imposter. How had he not considered this earlier? From the very beginning, he had been behind. This might just be the breakthrough. Baker's dark eyes suddenly gleamed as he conceived a method to turn the tide. To exploit this disadvantage, the sudden activation of Dakala's replication magic had not only bewildered him, but had likely caught everyone off guard, leading to a general disadvantage. Consequently, a pivotal conclusion could be drawn. In any pair of battles, the one with lesser injuries was the imposter. Thus, it would be easy to distinguish between himself and the doppelganger. Paving the way for a solution, two individuals could join forces to eliminate the imposter and break the deadlock. Excited by this revelation, Baker engaged in combat with the doppelganger while using the Eagle's Eye spell to observe his companions. Initially, he had overlooked this aspect, but now, with this new perspective, he quickly discovered that in each battle, one combatant was indeed injured more severely than the other, and the distinction was quite apparent. There was a way forward. He could assist in defeating the imposter castle, thus securing victory in this contest. However, just as Baker was about to act, he abruptly halted. What if he was mistaken and ended up killing the real castle? That would be catastrophic. Indeed, while he could not risk Castle's safety, Henry could be sacrificed. Even if he were to inadvertently slay the genuine Henry, Baker wouldn't care. But if he guessed correctly, that would lead to victory. After all, Count Dakala had stated that if any one of them was eliminated, it would suffice. He decided to proceed with this plan. With determination, Baker continued battling the doppelganger while deliberately moving towards Henry's direction, and the imposter obligingly allowed Baker to lead the way. Although Count Dakala, suspended in midair, observed Baker's maneuvers, he merely assumed that Baker was being pushed back by his opponent. How does it feel, you little sneak? Isn't it delightful to be tormented by yourself? You little dwarf, what are you so pleased about? Soon, I will devise a way to triumph over my opponent and escape this wretched place. In a moment, I shall devise a means to conquer my adversary and escape this cursed place. Due to the imitation of Becker, who moved in sync with him, both uttered these words almost simultaneously. Then, Count Dakala, suspended in midair, found himself subjected to a double blow. Damn that lewd little brat. Keep being obstinate, for soon I shall relish the sight of your helplessness as you are slowly vanquished. Your expression of despair, and your tears of anguish. Die, little dwarf. Die, little dwarf. Short winter melon. Short winter melon. Becker, seemingly addicted to the act, continued to hurl insults at Dakala, causing the nobleman floating in the air to nearly erupt with fury. In truth, Becker's childlike antics were not without purpose. His true intention was to lower Dakalabov's guard, providing him the opportunity to execute his plan. Henry was positioned close to Becker and Castle, and in just a few strides, Becker approached the target, with the counterfeit Becker dutifully following suit. Becker cast a glance at the less injured Henry and mused silently. Brother, if I have misjudged and inadvertently harmed or killed you, consider it your contribution to our group's escape. In the next moment, Becker's gaze flickered, and after launching a flurry of attacks against the counterfeit Becker, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch covered in wrought iron spikes, aimed directly at the lightly injured Henry. What are you doing? What is your intent in suddenly attacking your own comrade? Well done, Becker. The lightly injured and heavily injured Henry, upon witnessing Becker's sudden strike, almost spoke in unison. Of course, the one being attacked voiced his outrage at Becker, while the other Henry praised him with gleaming eyes at this moment. Not only Henry, but also others nearby noticed Becker's unusual actions and glanced over, astonished to see him unexpectedly strike at Henry rather than his opponent. Although the old chief and others could not yet discern the authenticity of the blood blade magic user, those familiar with Becker's clever tricks sensed that this person was likely the real Becker, having devised a method to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Count Dakolobov, witnessing Becker's sudden assault, sharpened his gaze. While others were unclear about who was genuine and who was not, he, as the wielder of magic, understood perfectly. He immediately bellowed, his voice sharp with rage. "Damn that lewd brat! What are you doing? Stop this at once!" Chapter 136. A heart-stopping tension. Count Dakolobov, infuriated, had not anticipated that Becker would diverge from the expected course and actively assault another combatant, particularly the one magically replicated. Although he had initiated the magic, he could not prevent the ensuing chaos. This game had been set up by him in life, and now he was merely a spectral image, incapable of direct intervention. Otherwise, he would have retaliated against Becker and Castle long ago, without needing to invoke prearranged magic to penalize them. The Count's fury only strengthened the resolve of Yuri and the others, the more enraged Dakolobov became. The clearer it was that Becker had made the right gamble. His blow indeed struck the counterfeit Henry. Thus, if Becker succeeded in severely injuring the counterfeit Henry, and the real Henry subsequently defeated or even killed his opponent, they would triumph in this game. After all, the rules merely stated that defeating a counterfeit resulted in victory, with no mention of whether the counterfeit had been injured by others prior to that. The existence of such a loophole in the game was unavoidable, as the Count who devised it was a figure from a millennium ago, merely intending to toy with intruders without considering the details. Leading to this predicament, this moment, under Dakolobov's furious gaze and the delighted watch of the old chief and others, Becker's wrought iron-spiked fist hurtled towards the counterfeit Henry. Closer, closer. If Becker's punch landed, they would emerge victorious. However, neither the airborne Count Dakolobov nor those, including Chief Yuri, who stole glances in this direction, anticipated that just as Becker's fist was a mere breath away from the counterfeit Henry, it abruptly halted. Not only that, in the next instant, Becker withdrew in a panic, unleashing his full potential, sprinting forward to deliver a punch aimed squarely at the counterfeit Becker. Having nearly depleted his magic and mental energy in the prolonged skirmish with the counterfeit, Becker could no longer employ ranged attacks, bloodblade magic, and was left relying solely on speed and his fists to intercept the imitation. "You stop right there." Becker's voice resonated with determination, severity, and uncertainty, as if failing to intercept this punch would lead him to regret it for a lifetime. And indeed, it was the case. At this moment, Count Dakolobov, Yuri, and the others finally realized that while Becker attacked the counterfeit Henry, the counterfeit Becker had launched an assault on Castle, while others may have been uncertain of the individual's authenticity. Both the floating Count Dakolobov and Becker quickly discerned that the target of the counterfeit Becker's attack was Castle himself, the one Becker had surmised to be the more severely wounded jewel of the tribe. Everyone had thought Becker merely clever, yet overlooked that the counterfeit Becker had perfectly replicated him, sharing identical thoughts and memories. Just as Becker had devised a clever plan, so too had the counterfeit Becker. As Becker strategized on how to distinguish between the real and the fake, the counterfeit Becker pondered how to counter the authentic Becker. When Becker conceived the idea of striking the counterfeit Henry, the counterfeit Becker similarly resolved to strike at Castle, the one Becker held dear, as a means to confront the original Becker. Thus, when Becker intentionally approached Henry, the counterfeit Becker cooperated accordingly, for Castle was not far from Henry. As Becker neared the counterfeit Henry, the counterfeit Becker had also drawn near Castle. Subsequently, in his endeavor to strike the counterfeit Henry, Becker attacked the counterfeit Becker several times, who conveniently retreated, leading Becker to mistakenly believe his plan was succeeding. Unaware that the counterfeit Becker's retreat had brought him closer to his target, Castle, what transpired next was almost inevitable. As Becker attacked his target, the counterfeit Becker simultaneously launched an assault on Castle, both employing fists clad in wrought iron spikes. Why? Because in the earlier skirmish, they had both expended nearly all their magic and mental energy, leaving them incapable of casting even a single blood blade magic. Just as Becker was about to strike the counterfeit Henry, he caught a glimpse of Castle's peril from the corner of his eye, prompting him to abruptly halt his attack on the intended target and instead intercept the counterfeit Becker because, methods could be devised anew. Opportunities could be created afresh, but Castle was irreplaceable. He could not afford to gamble. Even if he succeeded, if Castle perished, what would be the meaning of it all? Thus, in that fleeting moment, Becker resolutely abandoned his assault on the counterfeit Henry. Turning instead to rescue Castle, his punch was imbued with resolve, ferocity, and trepidation, as if failing to intercept would lead him to eternal regret, fueled by this unwavering determination. Becker ignited the last remnants of his magic and mental energy. Unleashing unprecedented speed, in an instant, he truly surged forth, pursuing the counterfeit Becker with a punch imbued with thunderous might. However, as Becker's swift strike was about to land, it suddenly lost its target, the counterfeit Becker. With lightning speed, evaded Becker's blow at the last possible moment. Not only that, but in evading, the counterfeit Becker found himself right beside the exposed Becker, whose desperate rescue attempt had created an opening. Immediately, a cold glimmer flickered in the counterfeit's eyes, and with a punch enveloped in wrought iron spikes, he struck fiercely at Becker's side. The sharp spikes, propelled by tremendous force, shattered Becker's protective armor, piercing into his body. And in an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Becker's form, propelled by the impact, soared dramatically through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Becker, you fool! Why must you injure yourself so grievously just to save me? Despite being ensnared in a chaotic struggle with the counterfeit before her, the tribal jewel, an aspiring mage, remained acutely aware of her surroundings. Now, witnessing Becker's self-sacrifice, losing a golden opportunity while sustaining severe injuries, her heart ached with torment. Castle, do not rush to pledge yourself just yet. The stage is set for you. Despite being drenched in blood and on the brink of collapse, a faint smile graced Becker's lips, for he had achieved his objective. The objective is not merely to rescue Castle, but also to successfully distinguish him from the imposter Beck. Understood. In an instant, the tribal jewel comprehended Beck's intent, and without hesitation, thrust forth the flame spear with ferocity, targeting the counterfeit Beck directly. Chapter 137, A Glimmer of Hope. In the midst of a rapid exchange of blows, the situation for both parties underwent several dramatic reversals, leaving even Count Dakala momentarily dazzled, while those like Chief Yuri, embroiled in the fray, found themselves overwhelmed by the chaos. Initially, Beck unleashed a thunderous strike aimed at the false Henry, but the counterfeit Beck retaliated with cunning, forcing the true Castle to withdraw and rescue the tribal jewel. Seizing this opportunity, the imposter Beck dealt a grievous blow to the authentic Beck. In this manner, the distinction between the genuine and the counterfeit Beck became apparent. Just as Castle launched an attack against the imposter, swish, the flame spear, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged towards the false Beck, its sharpness intertwined with a searing heat, exponentially amplifying its potency. At this juncture, Chief Yuri and the others finally caught up with the rhythm, their faces alight with joy upon witnessing Castle's actions. Yet, hovering in the air, Count Dakala's expression darkened ominously. Thud, without a hint of suspense. The tribal jewel's flame spear struck true against the false Beck. Hiss. However, the onlookers, including Chief Yuri, did not continue to revel in delight. Instead, they collectively inhaled sharply, for they observed that while the flame spear had indeed pierced the foe and drawn blood, it had failed to inflict a fatal wound. It turned out that, anticipating the impending strike from Castle's spear, and realizing he could neither evade nor defend against it, the counterfeit Beck gritted his teeth and, with resolve, extended his arm to meet the incoming flame spear, resulting in his arm being impaled. The spear entered through his palm and exited through his shoulder, rendering the entire limb useless. Although the scene appeared tragic, the imposter's lizard-like act of self-mutilation spared him from mortal injury. Upon witnessing that his strike had not slain the false Beck, Castle prepared to launch a second attack. However, at that moment, the attack from his duplicate, imposter Castle, was already upon him. Bang! The flame spear wielded by the counterfeit Castle struck with tremendous force against the true Castle, sending him reeling and causing him to spit blood. Castle, seeing the tribal jewel being flung back, Beck's eyes blazed with fury, and despite his injuries, he rushed forward to offer aid. Yet, bang! Just as Beck took a few steps, a spiked foot brutally kicked him back, compounding his injuries. The counterfeit Beck had shaken off Castle's attack and, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, turned to confront the true Beck. Although one of his arms was rendered useless and he appeared wretched, compared to the true Beck, his injuries were far less severe. allowing him to deliver a powerful kick that sent Beck sprawling. Meanwhile, Castle found herself in dire straits, repeatedly thwarted by her own duplicate. Ah, splendid, truly splendid. You sly little rascal, I must admit, you possess quite the cunning. However, you never anticipated that your cleverness would lead to your own downfall, did you? Count Dakala's words were not exaggerated. The recent rapid reversals were indeed unfolding between Beck and his duplicate. Especially in the final moments, as the genuine and counterfeit Becks became evident, Castle's flame spear launched forth. One would suspect that any ordinary individual would have perished by now. Yet, the counterfeit, endowed with Beck's cleverness, was able to decisively resort to a desperate self-harming maneuver, not only avoiding death but also retaining a portion of his strength, allowing him to dominate the true Beck. This was truly unforeseen. Let me ponder whom I should observe suffering first. Count Dakala, floating above, was exhilarated, his eyes aglow with delight as he beheld the two despicable individuals who had just referred to him as a dead dwarf being mercilessly punished. I believe I shall start with you. You wretched little rascal. Comparatively speaking, you are the more despicable that I shall first relish your torment. Ah. As he spoke, Count Dakala descended from the air, his sinister gaze and morbid smile fixated on the beleaguered Beck. Bang! The counterfeit Beck delivered a vicious kick to the struggling Beck, sending him crashing to the ground. Thud. Following this, the counterfeit Beck's foot, encased in iron spikes, landed atop Beck, piercing his flesh and creating a series of gory wounds that were ghastly to behold. Receiving another brutal blow, Beck felt as though his entire body was aflame with pain. The foot pressing down on him felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, rendering him unable to rise. Bang! 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 The counterfeit Beck continued to stomp relentlessly on Beck. At this juncture, the injuries inflicted by the sharp spikes paled in comparison to the sheer force of each descending blow. As Beck's ribs could no longer withstand the immense pressure and began to crack, had it not been for Beck's mastery over the 4 elemental magics and his body having undergone several enhancements, he would have likely succumbed long ago. Wretched little rascal, how